Every relic hums its history, every tomb corridor breathes traps and treachery. Third master thinks he's the legend? Fat brother boasts of experience? Let them. I'll casually point out the Ming dynasty's lost seal under their feet, decode the warring state's cursed script mid-collapse, and sip tea while they panic over a mechanism I disabled with a flick. This world's history is a puzzle and I cheat. While they sweat, I smirk. The tombs? My playground. The culture gap? My goldmine. Oops, I say, as another earth-shaking discovery accidentally falls into my lap. The past bows to me. I'm standing by the glacier in southern Yunnan, beneath a vast rift valley, while I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme broadcast in my fluffy down jacket. Hi everyone, welcome to the Archaeological Show. Today, I'll reveal a piece of China's history that's been asleep for thousands of years. I announce with enthusiasm. We're now at the southern Yunnan Glacier, and right behind me you can see Professor Du's archaeological team setting up camp for the night. I continue, their mission is to search for the legendary ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Experts believe there are countless cultural treasures hidden here. The local garrison has even sent a platoon to protect us. There are legends around here about a snowman over 2 meters tall that comes down the mountain to steal villagers' sheep. As you can see, our camp is huge, over 100 people are living in it. We've poured in so much manpower and material, I truly believe we're on the brink of complete success. My sweet smile and cute, flushed red face light up the screen as bullet screens fly by. Comments flood in, great, I've always wanted to watch a show hosted by you, Yang Yang. We all love your broadcasts. Yang Yang's wife is the most beautiful. The snow mountain is so cold, make sure you keep warm. What if we meet a snowman? Don't worry, Yang Yang is so cute, even a snowman wouldn't dare harm her. I then hand the microphone over to an elderly man in glasses beside me. Professor Du, our audience really wants to know what's the true story of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom? Is it as magical as legend says? Professor Du, one of China's top archaeological experts, answers, actually, we don't know much about it. For well-known reasons, our traditional Chinese culture is only a few hundred years old. Our work here is meant to enrich our history and boost our cultural confidence. A viewer pipes up, Professor Du, can you be more specific? Professor Du continues, the academic circles have long suspected that the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is actually an ancient tomb left by the old Dian king. Back then, an ancient Dian king led his people here, defeated a local Chang tribe, and settled in this area. Thanks to the long-lasting influence of Chinese culture, the tomb must bear the imprint of civilization. If we can uncover it, our history will expand dramatically, proving that Chinese civilization is far older than a few hundred years. Just then, commotion breaks out at the camp. I see that the garrison has spotted something unusual on the mountain through their binoculars, a snowman. They rushed off to arrest it, and to everyone's amazement, they actually brought it back. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme feed captures the moment perfectly. The chat explodes, my god, there really are snowmen. Wife Yang Yang, hurry up and broadcast the snowman phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme I want to watch. Unbelievable. This archaeology show is getting so interesting. Unexpected gains, totally worth it. This snowman is so strange, wearing human clothes. I quickly direct the camera toward the snowman, only to reveal a young man in summer clothes, obviously frozen into a popsicle. Soon, Professor Du's daughter, Du Minghua, a doctor on the team, rushes in with first aid. Moments later, the man, Lin Yi, regains his heartbeat. Where am I? He asks, confused as he scans the crowd. I can tell he's shocked. I realize he must be a time traveler. Others seem to time travel without issue, but he ended up in these snow-capped mountains. I quickly explain to the audience, don't worry, everyone, this isn't a snowman at all. It appears he's one of the lost villagers from nearby. I'm not sure why he's dressed so lightly in this cold weather. Linny glances at me, then at the equipment and signs of the archaeological team, and admits, yes, I'm a villager from around here. My name is Linny. He's clearly trying to hide his true identity as a time traveler, knowing full well that revealing it could land him in trouble. One viewer exclaims, "It's strange, why are you wearing so little on such a freezing day?" Linny shrugs and explains, "The snowman stole my clothes. I went up the mountain chasing my sheep, got lost, and the snowman snatched them away." Gasps ripple through the audience. "The snowman actually stole your clothes?" Someone shouts. Linny simply nods. Dr. Mingyue interrupts, "Lie down, you're still very weak. We need to give you an infusion." With a quiet, "Okay, thank you, doctor," Linny complies. As he lies there, I can hear the guards discussing his identity, some even wanting to take him for further questioning. Professor Du, however, argues that he doesn't look dangerous and that he's too far from the village, so they decide to let him stay and even assign him some tasks. Linny, anxious about being arrested, shouts, "All right, I'm willing to help. I'll carry supplies for you, I want to contribute to the motherland." Professor Du raises an eyebrow, "Contributing to the motherland? Do you know what we do here?" Linny grins sheepishly, "I know you're part of the archaeological team, and with all these cameras following you, it's practically a show." Professor Du agrees to let him stay, promising 500 yuan a day, a set of equipment, and a mobile phone for contact. I watch as Linny, now a sort of treasure among us, lies on a bed receiving his infusion while fiddling with his phone. At first, he doesn't take things seriously, but soon he realizes something is off about this world. Outwardly, it looks like the familiar rise of national fortune, yet its cultural history spans only a few hundred years. I've heard small countries like Sakura Country and Smecta Country Makas Sakura even claims Huaxia as their descendant, and Smecta insists Huaxia was once their vassal. With no evidence to dispute these wild claims, Huaxia struggles to defend its pride. Determined to restore cultural confidence, the archaeological department here has become a top priority. I glance over at our phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast metrics and notice the viewer count has soared past 1 million. Feeling a bit self-conscious, I quickly cover my cup. I wonder if anyone's noticed my strong biceps, I joke internally. Meanwhile, I keep a keen eye on the barrage of messages, and it's clear the audience is laser-focused on the archaeological project. They know we're stationed at the foot of an iceberg, deep in a crevasse formed by an ancient earthquake and natural crack that has become our safe haven. Our ultimate goal is to uncover the legendary ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Then one message pops up from a user named Heart Consonants, "Professor Du, your direction is wrong. You should search eastward. The path is a bit treacherous, make sure to protect your team with ropes and look for a place rich in mica." This barrage immediately sparks strong reactions. "Damn! How dare you say Professor Du is wrong, he's the top archaeologist in our country," someone exclaims. Others defend him fiercely, "The keyboard warrior doesn't know his north from his south. He's just a clown trying to please the public." I also see comments questioning, "Where is the mica? Why haven't we seen it, and this guy's just here to find his own sense of existence." As I take in all the chaos and excitement of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast, I can't help but feel that beneath the surface of our archaeological quest lies a deeper cultural battle, a fight to prove that our history and heritage run much deeper than the few hundred years our critics claim. Next to the camp, Linny held his mobile phone and watched the bullet screens spraying him, feeling very helpless. Time will tell everything. Do Mingyue happen to change his potion when he saw the barrage by chance? Due east? Thoughtful, she immediately ran out. Linny yelled in the tent. "Dr. Mingyue, I haven't changed my medicine yet, what should I do?" He feels much better physically. "Just pull out the needle yourself." After getting dressed, I got out of bed directly. From a distance, he saw Professor Du and Yang Yang doing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast. Mingyue ran up and showed Professor Du a screenshot of the barrage on the phone. Professor Du frowned, thoughtful. "Due east? That's right under the glacier, that's unlikely. Dad, you see what he said is well-founded, and he will find a place with mica. He seems to know a lot about it. Anyway, we don't have a clue now, why don't we try?" Yang Yang also persuaded from the side. "Professor Du, we can ask the soldiers to help investigate whether there is really mica. If it proves that what the audience said is true, it won't be too late for our archaeological team to change direction." Professor Du nodded. It's still Yan Yang who is thoughtful and considerate. Let's do this. I'll go to the platoon leader for help. The platoon leader's name was Sun Mai. Upon receiving Professor Du's request, he immediately sent 2 soldiers to explore the way due east. The camp has temporarily settled down, and someone is preparing food. Lin Yi felt a little hungry and decided to get something to eat. At this moment, a mysterious electronically synthesized voice sounded in his mind. The pointing archaeology is successful, the pointing system has been activated, and the rewards are being distributed. Reward: Black Gold Ancient Knife, Unicorn Blood. It is detected that the host is a traverser, and the ID card, bank card, and other related items have been automatically processed for the host. Do you want to receive the reward now? Hearing the system sound, Lin Yi's face beamed with joy. The welfare of the traversers has finally arrived? Receive award. With a thought in Lin Yi's mind, a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. A black gold ancient knife and a drop of blood are spinning on the light curtain. He reached out and grabbed the black gold ancient knife directly in his hand. Crack! A center of gravity was unstable, and the ancient black gold knife was stuck on the ground. Damn it! It's so heavy. He estimated at least 100 caddies. At this moment, Shilan's blood flew out and got into his forehead. In an instant, he was refreshed. I feel a burst of heat all over my body, and every cell feels like I'm in a sauna. After dozens of seconds, the whole body feels refreshed. He feels empowered. When he went to get the ancient black gold knife again, he picked it up easily. This scene happened to be seen by Dr. Mingyue. Where did you get the knife? I keep it with me all the time. I'm a little thirsty and want to cut watermelon and eat it. Nonsense, where did you get the watermelon in such a cold day? Why did you pull out the needle yourself? Lie down quickly, and I will give you some more fluid. Lin waved his hands again and again. No need, I'm very strong, if you don't believe me, touch it. Mingyue blushed. Don't be ashamed. After speaking, he put on the medical kit and walked out of the camp. Soon, the 2 fighters brought back good news. The mica was really found in the east, which means that the keyboard man named Heart Consonants was right. Professor Du rubbed his hands excitedly and paced back and forth. Unexpectedly, someone really knows the inside story. With the help of this audience, we will be able to find the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom as soon as possible and complete the archaeological work smoothly. It is not impossible to extend the history of China for hundreds of years. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately called everyone to a meeting. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone unanimously decided to go on the road tomorrow morning. At night, everyone gathered around the fire and held a welcome ceremony for Lin Yi. He was officially integrated into the team. Since the tents were limited and he was a patient, he was arranged to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a tent with Dr. Mingyue. Many male compatriots cast envious eyes. Dr. Mingyue is not only beautiful, but also gentle. It is the ideal object in the minds of many male compatriots. In the tent, Lin Yi couldn't sleep. Platoon leader Sun saw the black gold ancient knife earlier and wanted to confiscate it. It was Mingyue who took the initiative to stand up and said that she was responsible for what happened. Only then did Lin Yi keep the ancient black gold knife. The ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is very dangerous, and many people will surely die during this trip. Dr. Mingyue is so good, he swore to protect her well. It was very windy and snowy outside, and Mingyue hadn't rested yet. When other tents, 2 other people to see a doctor. She saw that a soldier was badly frozen, and she personally applied antifreeze to the soldier. Everyone says that Mingyue is an angel. In the early hours of the morning, Mingyue returned to the tent and hurriedly slept for a while. Not long after, the archaeological team set off. According to the instructions of yesterday's tacit understanding, we changed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme and headed due east. Along the way, Professor Du didn't know what to do, and wanted Mingyue to contact Xinyu again to ask more questions. Mingyue said that the heart has been offline. I have no choice but to temporarily add him as a friend and wait for him to go online. Linny holds a black gold ancient knife and carries a heavy backpack. He had seen that there were a lot of bullets and grenades in the backpack, and he could imagine how heavy it was. But now that he has swallowed the blood of the unicorn, he is very powerful, so it is not a big problem to carry these things. Mingyue went to protest to Professor Du many times, saying that people should not be used as mules, and asked to reduce Linny's burden. But in the end, it still didn't work out. Linny silently remembered it in his heart. He was very fortunate that he met such a beautiful girl just after crossing. Of course, he didn't have that kind of thought about Mingyue, it was just out of gratitude. Accompanied by Yang Yang and such a gentle and kind Dr. Mingyue, he felt that this journey was worthwhile. Listening to thunder and detecting the tomb, a young archaeological team member leaned forward to get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme. Hello, my name is Xiao Li, and I am a student of Professor Du. Linny turned to look at him. Hello. This knife is so long, can you lend me a look? Okay, be careful, it's a bit heavy. Thank you. As soon as Xiaoli took the knife, it fell to the ground. I'll go. It's really heavy, at least 100 kilograms. How did you move it? Just get used to it. Linny picked up the knife and pulled it out abruptly. Boom! Under the sunlight, the cold light shone. This knife is not only heavy, but also very sharp. Would you like to try it? No, I can't hold it, hee hee. Xiaoli waved his hands again and again. This knife is so heavy, and you still carry a big bag, are you tired? Tired, do you want to help me? Air. I'm afraid I can't carry it on my back. That's enough. I'm a coolie, and you are a cultural person. Xiaoli felt a little embarrassed. You can't say that, it's all work. The two chatted all the way, but they didn't feel bored. Not long after, the archaeological team came to a downward crack. A team member accidentally fell down, and Mingyue hurried over to bandage him. Professor Du blamed himself for a while, and then he remembered what the Millennium Master said. It's dangerous here, you must wear a rope. He immediately ordered the team to stop, and everyone put on the rope before moving forward. After finishing, climb down carefully one by one. Someone accidentally fell into a big somersault. Fortunately, with the protection of the rope, the danger was finally saved. When it was dark, we came to a mica growing field. The entire archaeological team was boiling, indicating that they were getting closer to the goal. The audience was amazed. The barrage has exploded. Fuck, it's amazing to have a good heart. He really seems to know something. Be more confident, it's not as if people have accurately pointed out the direction and the things you will encounter. TSK, it seems that this person has a good heart, stronger than the archaeological team. Yes. This is definitely a great god. If the archaeological team can invite him, they will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that Dr. Mingyue added him as a friend earlier, but this person is not online. Hopefully it's not offline forever. Master, I was wrong, I shouldn't have sprayed you before. You are my idol. I guess this person must be a top student in the Department of Archaeology. Come on, even Professor Du doesn't know, what can a student know? I guess this person must be older than Professor Du, maybe his hair is already gray. Great God, come out quickly and continue to give pointers, I kneel down for you. Professor Du and the others lost their way for a long time, and they found the correct phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals root /phoneme again after receiving the guidance of the heart. Yeah, if it weren't for the tacit understanding, I don't know how many detours I would have to take. God bless Huaxia. I bet, if you have a good heart, you will definitely come out. The audience's attitude towards Linny took a 180-degree turn. From the initial verbal criticism, to now scrambling to worship. Sure enough, there are real materials in order to win respect. It was getting late, and the archaeological team decided to rest in place near the mica. As soon as Lin took out his mobile phone, he was finally free to log on to the account of Xinu Xianxi. As soon as I went online, I received a lot of friend requests. Fuck. The phone is about to explode. There were at least tens of thousands of friend requests, and his phone froze immediately. It took a long time to recover. He quickly tapped to block friend requests. He remembered that Mingyue had added him as a friend, and after searching a bit, he agreed. At this time, Mingyue was discussing with Professor Du and others how to prevent snow blindness. Many team members experienced symptoms such as red and swollen eyelids, tearing and being unable to open their eyes. Mingyue judged that it was snow blindness. She decided to take out the goggles she had prepared before and distribute them to the team members. However, due to the limited number, not everyone can get it. At this moment, she was delighted to see that she agreed to the friend request with a tacit understanding. Dad, there is a telepathic connection online. Great, you set him as a guest right away, and set a highlight for him, so that everyone can see the messages he sends in the future, and can help us in time. Okay, I'm set. Did he say anything? Not yet. Then ask if he has anything to tell us. Ask. Mingyue sent a series of messages. Soon, everyone in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room saw the bullet screen with a tacit understanding. Professor Du, there is too much snow ahead, rest for one night before going on the road. Tomorrow, you will see the murals engraved with ghost cave texts. It is recommended to contact relevant experts in advance. The mural is in the past, it is the ancient building of the demon kingdom, so be careful. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room was boiling again. Ha, I said he will definitely show up. You have a good heart, you are amazing. By the way, what is ghost cave text? Can an expert in this field be found? Let's answer it online with a tacit understanding. It's so awesome, this is a living dictionary. With a heart and soul, this archaeology will definitely be successful. You can't talk too much. The road is getting more and more difficult. If there were no rope protection before, several team members might have sacrificed. Thanks for being reminded early. If you have a tacit understanding, will you really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme for 1000 years? Aren't you kidding? Are you saying that the legend of longevity in the ancient building of the demon kingdom is true? Yeah, maybe he lives in it, otherwise how can it be so clear? Thinking carefully, I'm terrified, it's not impossible. Tell me, could he be a man-eating monster deliberately tricking the archaeological team to go? Nema. We have to remind the archaeological team immediately. Dangerous. 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 Don't be fooled. Professor Du, tacit understanding is a monster, and he deliberately tricked you to go. These barrages were all submerged and did not attract the attention of the archaeological team. However, Lin Yi saw it. Damn it. I'm kind enough to help you, and I'm called a monster. At this moment, the sound of the system rang. Instruct the archaeological team to succeed and get the reward listening to the thunder and detecting the tomb. Do you want to receive it? Receive. In the light curtain in front of Lin Yi's eyes, a cheat book appeared. He grabbed it with his hand, and the cheat book turned into a golden light and entered into his mind. He was refreshed, his eyes flickering, and he learned this skill after listening to the scenes of Lei's tomb inspection. It turns out that Ting Lei Tan tomb is like this. In the weather of lightning and thunder, whenever there is a huge thunder, as long as you stand in the place where the ancient tomb is suspected to exist and listen carefully, you can judge the exact position and depth of the ancient tomb based on the echo. But Lin Yi's skill is even more advanced. It doesn't take actual thunder to be heard. As long as you find a way to make a sound, you can rely on the echo to judge the location, depth, and other information of the ancient tomb. He was a little excited. This skill is definitely a must-have skill for archaeology. Finding the location of the ancient tomb is the key among the keys. Only when you find the location can you start the next thing, otherwise you will do a lot of useless work. With this skill in hand, participating in archaeology is even more handy. However, looking at the heavy backpack beside him, he can only carry things honestly. For the sake of 500 yuan a day, I will bear it for the time being. At night, Dr. Mingyue walked into the tent with goggles. You are a patient, and the goggles are specially reserved for you. Thank you. What is this for? Preventing snow blindness. Is it? He tried it on, but it affected his vision a bit. He decisively took it off. For him who had already swallowed the blood of the unicorn, there was no need to wear goggles, and his eyes would not be hurt at all. Do you have? Mingyue smiled. Not enough goggles, I don't have one. Then give this to you. No, I reserved this specially for you, your body has not fully recovered yet. I've recovered, if you don't believe me, check it out for me. Mingyue was dubious, picked up the device and tested his blood pressure, heartbeat and so on. Then he showed surprise on his face. You are really, really strong. It recovered so quickly. Lin put the goggles on for her. So, you should use it. Mingyue nodded before agreeing. Due to the limited number of tents, the two lived in the same tent. The two chatted for a while, and it turned out that Mingyue had just graduated. Worried about his father's safety, that's why he joined the archaeological team. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, the two went out to see mica with flashlights. Mica has glass luster, including biotite, phlogopite, muscovite, lepidolite, cerussite, green mica, iron lepidolite and so on. Different colors, very nice. Especially when you take a photo with a flashlight, it is a beautiful sight. Dr. Mingyue grew up in a big city, so he had never seen such a beautiful scenery before. Wow! The mica is so beautiful. Lin nodded. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen so many mica. Why do you say it's called Yunmu instead of Yungong? Mingyue obviously didn't expect him to ask such a question, and was suddenly stumped. It's not an animal, where are the male and female? By the way, your skin looks pretty good, unlike the villagers nearby. Are you lying? Lin Yi was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Mingyue discovered it. To tell you the truth, I have amnesia, and I don't know who I am. Is it? Mingyue looked at him suspiciously. It's a puppy who lied to you. You must keep this matter a secret for me. Those soldiers have long wanted to drive me away. Don't worry, as long as you don't make trouble, I will keep the secret for you. After admiring the mica, the two returned to the tent. In the dead of night, Professor Du could still be heard on the phone. While reporting work to the superior, while seeking help, it is necessary to find an expert who knows the ghost cave text. The superior said that he had noticed the message left by Xinyu, and had already started looking for it. However, due to well-known reasons, China's cultural gap makes it very difficult to find such talents. It was almost the power of the whole country, and finally found an old scholar. But already living abroad. People must not be able to reach the scene. But you can send pictures to help with translation. Great, it's okay to be able to translate. This news made Professor Du very happy. Knowing that the direction is right this time, the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is just around the corner. Early the next morning, he immediately ordered the archaeological team to move forward. After all the people had crossed a river, they were exhausted and sat down to drink water and eat. Just then, someone ran over to report. Professor Du, we have made a major discovery. After hearing the news, everyone rushed over and found some strange characters really engraved on a rock wall. Great, this must be ghost cave text. Quick, take a picture and send it to the scholar. Professor Du was very excited and quickly sent the photos. Scholars said that it is very different from the ghost cave text he studied, and it will take a little time to study. Taking advantage of the rest time, Lin Yi observed the changes in his body. Due to the unicorn blood entering his body, his current physical fitness is simply different from ordinary people. Even if you don't wear thick clothes, you won't feel cold. On the contrary, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling. He took a photo by the river, and inside was a sharp-edged face. How could this be? He felt like he couldn't help but be himself. Even more handsome than before. The eyes are also brighter. The muscles of his whole body are incomparably condensed. Just as the old saying goes, you look thin when you wear clothes, but you look fleshy when you take them off. Now with the black gold ancient knife on his back, at first glance he thought it was the younger brother himself. He now has super-developed 5 senses, and his eyesight and hearing have been greatly improved. Looking up, you can see Yang Yang, who is broadcasting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the distance, with a sweet smile on his face. Turn your ears, and you can hear Mingyue's voice exhorting the patient. Shilin blood really lived up to its reputation. Linny is very satisfied with his body now. No wonder Mingyue felt strange when she looked at her eyes last night. Linny felt that if he was a woman, he might fall in love with himself now. Although it is a bit narcissistic to say so, it is undeniable fact. He was worried that unnecessary troubles would be caused along the way, so he took out his mobile phone to point out again. Professor Du, the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, so be careful next time, don't make loud noises, otherwise it will easily cause an avalanche. Also, let everyone not be curious about the ground, it is dangerous, and the soil must not move. Seeing the tacit guidance, everyone became nervous. Many people subconsciously covered their mouths with their hands. The barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room was constantly swiping. The heart has spoken again, the team members must not speak loudly. I really don't know, what's the danger in the mud? Yeah, the snow mountain looks pretty clean, so there shouldn't be any danger. It's better to be careful in everything. If you have a good heart, you didn't say you missed it once. When he said this, I was a little curious and wanted to dig up the dirt to see what was there. Huh, upstairs you want to kill people, right? Fortunately, you were not selected to participate in the show. Looking at the audience's chat, Lin subconsciously smiled. At this moment, Mingyue's voice came from behind. Linny, what are you doing? Ah, nothing. I just looked in the mirror and found myself handsome again. Mingyue blushed. You really are not ashamed. By the way, what does Dr. Mingyue want me for? It's time to eat, I came to call you, and I specially left a bowl of hot soup for you. Mingyue said and handed over a bowl of soup. Linny was taken aback, this is too obvious. Did you keep it, or did you prepare it for me? Mingyue blushed directly to the base of her ears. Is there any difference? You are a patient, and it is right to take care of you. Linny looked at the hot soup, and a warm current rose in his heart. On such a cold glacier, how can someone cook a bowl of hot soup for himself? How can we not be moved? His current physical fitness does not need to drink hot soup at all, however, his EQ was not so low, so he picked it up decisively. Thank you, Dr. Mingyue. Watch him goog. After drinking the hot soup, Mingyue smiled. You have to drink it for a month. Ah, why did it take so long to drink? Mingyue said seriously. You forgot? When I found you, you were frozen into a popsicle. On the surface, it seems that you are indeed cured, but in fact, the cold poison in your body is still deep. It takes continuous treatment to recover. I hope you will cooperate well. Lin nodded. Okay, I will definitely cooperate. Daughter and hashtag 039, S worries a worried look crossed Mingyue's face. I don't know if you saw it if you had a tacit understanding just now. I'm really worried about what dangers I'll encounter next. Well, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it, just don't speak loudly, just don't move the dirt. What if someone moves? Linny didn't expect her to be so worried. After thinking about it, I said. Don't worry, no matter what the situation, I will definitely protect you. Mingyue shook her head. I'm not worried about myself, but the archaeological team. It's my dad's brainchild. Originally, he wanted to participate in the program, and my mother and I were against it. He is now the most famous archaeologist in China. If he fails, his reputation will be ruined for the rest of his life. I'm worried he can't afford to be hurt like this. As soon as Lin finished listening, he suddenly realized. It turned out that Mingyue was not worried about herself, but her father. Even more touched by Mingyue's noble personality. Don't worry, your father is so powerful, he will definitely succeed this time. Apart from saying this, he didn't know how to comfort Mingyue. After all, things that haven't happened, he can't control. The two chatted for a while, watched the archaeological team start to move, and then returned together. Professor Du repeatedly urged everyone not to make loud noises to avoid causing an avalanche. The team members are also very cautious, many of them dare not even take a breath. Unfortunately, the accident still happened. Someone slipped and fell into a deep valley. Seeing this scene, the audience were all shocked. The archaeological team members are too great. In order to excavate our Chinese historical civilization, they took such a big risk. Be careful, don't die anymore, my tears are low, and I'm already crying. This is the first archaeological team member who died, and there may be more. Crow mouth upstairs, shut up quickly. Oops, tacit understanding said not to make any noise, but just now. Soon, someone realized something was wrong. When a female archaeologist saw her companion die, she couldn't help crying. The snow on the glacier began to move around. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was a flash of thunder and lightning. Shaoli quickly covered the female archaeologist's mouth. Don't cry, there will be an avalanche. The female player was still crying. Platoon leader's son ordered that the soldiers lower down with the help of ropes and bring up the team member's body. After deliberation, the archaeological team decided to bury it on the spot. At this time, someone remembered what the heart had said, that the ground cannot be broken. After a while of discussion, there was no result. Seeing that the snow is getting bigger and bigger, everyone will be in danger if it is delayed. Professor Du still decided to bury it as soon as possible. When Lin Yi heard the news, he hurried to look for Mingyue. I want her to persuade Professor Du Mingyue was taking care of a patient with a high fever, and by the time the two rushed back, it was already too late. Soldiers are already using sapper shovels, digging up the dirt. After digging a few times, a big blue fireball flew up, the size of a basketball. The flames shone on everyone's faces, and their eyes were full of fear. After the fireball circled a few times in the air, it flew directly towards a soldier. The soldier instinctively used the engineer shovel to block it, but unexpectedly, he was bypassed by the fireball, and flames ignited all over his body on the spot. At this moment, everyone panicked and started to run away in all directions. Some archaeological team members couldn't control their emotions and began to yell. The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker. With the sound of a thunderclap, a boom. The avalanche happened. At the same time, more fireballs flew out of the mud and flew towards the crowd. Lin Ding took a closer look and found that these fireballs were simply bugs. The whole body is crystal clear, and the translucent internal organs can be seen inside. You can vaguely see flames rolling inside. Indescribably mysterious and treacherous. He had warned beforehand, but it still happened. Looking at the archaeological team fleeing in a hurry, he found Mingyue at a glance. This way. He pulled Mingyue and rushed into a cave. When the others saw it, they also rushed into the cave. Not long after everyone entered, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. The entire cave was sealed by an avalanche. Professor Du panted heavily, turned on the flashlight, and quickly ordered a count of the number of people. After counting this, everyone had tears in their eyes. Nearly half of them did not make it in. Under the protection of platoon leader's son, Yang Yang and the cameraman fled into the cave safe and sound. The female players were lying on the shoulders of the male players in pain. The whole scene was full of sadness. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, there was a collective silence. Salute to the great archaeologists. I don't know what to say, why don't you listen to what you have in mind? People have already reminded me. It's so emotional, dozens of fresh lives. They sacrificed to uncover the Chinese civilization. They are heroes. I hope everyone can return safely. This show is so real, it makes people feel very heavy. I really hope it's just scripted and they come back. Where is the heart? The archaeological team seems to be trapped in the cave. What should we do next? Looking at the audience's barrage, Linny quietly took out his phone. His messages were highlighted, framed in glitter, and lasted longer. The bugs just now are called fire ladybugs. Don't panic, they can't fly in because the snow blocks the hole. We will soon arrive at the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. In the depths of the cave, there are also fire ladybugs in the soil. Don't move around. Next, be more careful, there are more dangerous things here than the fire ladybug. Seeing that the expert spoke again, the audience hurriedly asked, Master, don't rush to leave. Don't always say half a sentence every time. Tell us clearly. What is the more dangerous thing? Don't be irresponsible, help people to the end. Ah yes, since you know this place so well, do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom? It's so dangerous inside, how did you survive? Master, did you lure everyone here to die on purpose? I think there is something strange, the archaeological team is better to go back the same way. What nonsense are you talking about upstairs? Look, there is still a way. There is only one way right now, and that is to go in. Master, what do you do? Can you give me some pointers? I really can't bear to see the archaeologists die again. They are the pillars of the country. Expert, tell me, what is the more dangerous thing below? What do you need to pay attention to? Don't force the expert, he didn't make it very clear last time, and he is still dead. I see, Professor Dew's decision-making is very problematic. That's right, it's all open-book exams, and it can still be done like this. What kind of nationally famous archaeologist, shit? Stop scolding Professor Dew, he is passed out. Nema. This. Now I can only hope that the expert will give some pointers. What should I do next? The audience put pressure on Linny one after another, hoping that he could give more advice. Arrived Linny quickly sent out the barrage. Next, be careful of the Overlord Salamander, a very ferocious creature. Soldiers, the bullets can be loaded. Seeing Linny's words, the audience became restless. Expert, is what you said true? The archaeological team is too miserable. They just narrowly escaped death and encountered monsters again. T-Rex salamander, reminds me of T-Rex, must be huge. Will it be poisonous? I don't know if Dr. Mingyue has prepared antidote. My God, my heart is hanging again. I'm really worried about the archaeological team. Don't be afraid, everyone. The archaeological team has nearly a platoon of troops to protect it. The firepower is definitely enough. Where's the kid with the ammo? I don't know if he survived. I saw him, and I'm still in the mood to play with my phone. This kid has no conscience. As long as the ammunition is not lost. This time we have been prepared. Even if there are casualties, they will not be as big as before. Hope so. The audience chatted. Now everyone believes in what Linny said. However, there are also many people who are new to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room and still have doubts about Linny's words. Who is the soulmate? Why do you all believe what he said? I don't see any monsters. He is just scaring the archaeological team. Grandson upstairs, didn't you see that he was officially certified? The guests of the program group even added a highlight. You are just timid and scared out of your wits. This person must be an alarmist. Yeah, this looks like an ordinary cave. There are no ancient buildings in the Devil's Country, and there are no overlord salamanders. This is just a grandstanding liar, don't believe her. Believe it or not, you'll find out later? That's right, I have never said I missed it. I didn't believe it before, and I have suffered a lot, and I haven't improved yet. Linny looked at the mixed comments in the barrage, feeling very calm. There is no need to be serious with this kind of black powder. If you are serious, you will lose. What people want is to find a sense of presence. Linny is a pragmatic person, he just wants to help the archaeological team. As for the audience's comments, the mouth grows on someone else's body, and the keyboard is in someone else's hands, so I can't control it. However, he is still very satisfied with the attitude of the program group. As a guest, every time he enters the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme broadcast room, he will be reminded by light waves, which is very face-saving. Especially the highlighting during the speech, which can be seen by everyone, is really great. He glanced at Mingyue. As Professor Du passed out, Mingyue was taking care of her father. At this moment, he only hoped that the archaeological team was safe and sound. Otherwise, there will be no leader among the dragons, and this archaeological project will be ruined. He remembered what Mingyue had said before, that this archaeology was related to the honor of Professor Du's life. The old man gambled on his honor in order to expand the history of China. Such a noble person should not fall here. He thought about it. If it didn't work, let Professor Du drink his own blood. You must know that Qilin blood has magical effects. It can not only exorcise evil spirits, but also cure diseases. At this time, Mingyue also noticed him. "Linny, help me get some water, my dad has a high fever." "Okay, leave it to me." As soon as Lin took a basin, he bravely went deep into the cave. Looking at his back, Mingyue was very moved. Linny not only has well-developed hearing and eyesight, but also a well-developed sense of smell. He could already smell the cave, the smell of water. Just go forward and you will be able to find it. Soon, he saw a stagnant pool in the distance, and immediately smiled. Just after taking 2 steps, I felt something was wrong under my feet. It feels soft and slippery, as if stepping on some animal's body. He immediately felt his scalp tingle. He also reminded others to be careful of the Tyrannosaurus salamander, which was obviously encountered by him. He took a look with a flashlight, and there was indeed a huge reptile under his feet. Maybe it hurt from being stepped on, and he opened his bloody mouth and bit directly at his calf. Nima! He jumped and hid aside. The overlord salamander missed a single blow and rushed towards him wagging its tail. Linny observed carefully. This guy was covered in black, no wonder he didn't notice it just now. It seems that the overall body shape is like a huge lizard. But the mouth and teeth, like a crocodile, are very lethal. It is conceivable that if he was bitten by this guy just now, his calf would be reimbursed. Maybe the bones could be eaten by this guy. When the Tyrannosaurus salamander moves forward 1 meter, he retreats 1 meter. The overlord salamander sticks out its tongue, which is red and long. It's a bit like a snake letter, with a fork in front. Linny took a deep breath, put down the basin, and touched the hilt of the ancient black gold knife with his hand. Since I got this black gold ancient knife, I haven't actually fought it yet, so it just happens to come in handy. The overlord salamander opened its mouth wide and swooped towards him. Linny's gaze was like a torch, and he suddenly pulled out the black gold ancient knife. In the darkness, a cold light glowed. Crack! The ancient black gold knife slashed directly on the head of the overlord salamander. The extremely sharp ancient knife, coupled with Lin Yi's strength, immediately split the head of the overlord salamander from the middle. This scene happened to be seen by Shaoli, who rushed over. As far as I know, salamanders are generally harmless, they like to eat insects and mayflies. Linny put the knife back into its sheath, but it didn't matter so much. It must be that we violated their territory. After he finished speaking, he picked up the basin to fetch water. At this moment, the 9-story building on the first floor in the distance lit up with blue flames layer by layer. In this dark cave, it looks especially gloomy. The blue firelight is the fire ladybug. The 2 of them reacted at the same time, and gasped one after another. Shaoli analyzed. There must be the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, the expert really didn't lie to us. Lin nodded. Unfortunately, he didn't say that it was full of fire ladybugs. Shaoli looked at him in surprise. Could it be that the expert didn't say it on purpose? Linny shook his head. No, maybe even he didn't expect that there would be so many fire ladybugs. As soon as Lin finished speaking, he returned to the camp with water. Mingyue soaked it with a towel, and quickly wiped Professor Du's face. While wiping, he said casually, "Why have you been here for so long? I thought something happened to you." Something happened. I met the Overlord Salamander. When the people around heard this, they all became nervous. Mingyue didn't take it seriously. You came back safely. It seems that the Overlord Salamander is not very dangerous. Her words were obviously meant to comfort everyone. Sure enough, when everyone heard what she said, the expressions on their faces relaxed a little. Not long after, Professor Du finally woke up. Shaoli will meet the Overlord Salamander and report to him about seeing the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. He sat up excitedly. Great, I finally found it. Everyone hurry up to supply, and then go to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Professor Du couldn't wait to find out. But Mingyue was very worried about his health. Dad, can you do it with your current physical strength? Your body is your capital. If you want to go, you have to wait until the nutrient solution is finished. Professor Du looked at the hanging four and had no choice but to nod. Linny at the side heard the system sound and received the reward. Ding! Instruct the archaeological team to succeed, and reward Kuwashing for kicking. Do you want to receive it now? Opinions, he smiled, receive. A light curtain appeared in front of him. A golden book spun in the light curtain. With a thought in his mind, the book turned into a golden light and entered his head. Kuwashing's kicking moves quickly flashed in his eyes. He successfully learned this trick. When it is used to open the door of the tomb, it is most suitable to use this trick. They ran outside, but unfortunately the road was narrow and they were all trapped in the tomb. Feeling the subtlety of the move, he couldn't hold back and kicked in the air. Unexpectedly, with this kick, the shoe was kicked out and hit Mingyue's face. At this moment, Mingyue was completely dumbfounded. I'm sorry, Dr. Mingyue, I didn't mean to. The others covered their mouths and laughed, and the atmosphere became more active. Seeing that everyone's nerves were no longer tense, Mingyue also chose to forgive him. Don't do this next time. Mingyue looked in the mirror and saw the stains on her face. Linny blamed herself for a while, and wiped her with a towel. Thank you. The two men are talented and beautiful, which can be seen in the eyes of everyone. Professor Du has noticed this even more. But he didn't say anything, because now is not the time. After a long time, everyone recovered their vitality. Professor Du also stood up and moved freely. He ordered, and moved on. However, be careful and careful. Because the experts pointed out before, this place is more dangerous than the outside. Soon, everyone walked out of the small space. Unexpectedly, there is a hole in the sky in front of me. However, the way was blocked by a huge pool of water. At the edge of the pool, everyone met the Overlord Salamander that was killed by Linny. At this time, hundreds of them had already gathered around the Overlord Salamander, eating the corpse of the Overlord Salamander. Seeing human beings coming, they spit out snake letters one by one and rushed over. If you want to go to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, this is the place you must pass through. Professor Du gritted his teeth and decided to force through. So I talked to Platoon Leader Sun about my thoughts. Platoon Leader Sun agreed that his trip was to help the archaeological team, and it finally came in handy. The master had already warned that he would encounter this kind of monster before, so Platoon Leader Sun was well prepared. He swung his hands violently, and the soldiers immediately took out their weapons, shooting at these Overlord Salamanders. Tut, chug, chug. The huge sound echoed in the cave. Because the skin of the Overlord Salamander is too thick, not every bullet can go in. Seeing the Overlord Salamander roaring and approaching quickly, the soldiers panicked. Some took out grenades and threw them into the mouth of the Overlord Salamander at the risk of their lives. Boom! With a bang, the flesh of the Overlord Salamander was blown up and flew all over the sky. The smell of blood came out, and the archaeologists covered their noses one after another. Although the Overlord Salamander is huge in size, it has rough skin and rough flesh. But after all, it can't resist modern weapons. It didn't take long, and there was only a pile of meat paste left on the ground, with blood stains everywhere. The huge movement here ignited the blue fire of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom again. Someone pointed in the direction of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom and shouted, Look, there it is. My God, that's the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Teacher, we finally found it. Thanks to the expert's guidance. It's strange, look carefully, there seems to be something hanging on the ancient building. Hearing what the team members said, platoon leader Sun frowned. He took the binoculars and observed the ancient building. When he pointed the telescope, his face was pale. Unexpectedly, even a resolute soldier like platoon leader Sun would change his face drastically. One can imagine how terrifying what he saw. He said to Professor Du, the expert is right, the front is too dangerous. How about we take a few photos and find our way back? When Professor Du heard this, he immediately objected. No, we finally found this place, and so many people died. If we just give up like this, wouldn't they die in vain? When the team members heard this, they were also filled with righteous indignation. Platoon leader Sun, are you afraid of death? The teacher is right, we finally found this place, we must not give up. In any case, go in and take a look. We are archaeological students of Huaxia, and we have the obligation to unravel the history of Huaxia. Yes, no matter how dangerous it is, we must go in. Platoon leader Sun looked very embarrassed. I am not afraid of death. As a soldier, I am always ready to die bravely. I'm afraid none of you will survive. Instead of sacrificing in vain, it is better to keep some fire for Huaxia archaeology. Professor Du did not expect that platoon leader Sun's attitude would make a 180-degree turn. He immediately snatched platoon leader Sun's binoculars. I'd like to see what you saw that made you so afraid. When he looked through the binoculars and saw the situation of the ancient building in the Demon Kingdom, his whole body trembled in shock, and he was speechless for a while, even his lips were trembling. The ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is really weird. The whole place is surrounded by blue flames, as if it has come to the underworld. Every bit of those firelights is a fire ladybug. It is roughly estimated that there are at least thousands of them. This is not the most paradoxical place. On the ancient building, there are densely packed human corpses. Seeing this situation, it is no wonder that the experienced platoon leader Sun also advised the archaeological team not to move forward. Everyone rest where they are. Professor Du said this with trembling lips. Everyone felt very puzzled, but they could only do so. Although the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom seems to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, it is actually far away. Don't worry too much about danger. Platoon leader Sun arranged for people to stand guard and watch the surroundings. Others began to unfurl their tents and set up camp. This journey is very tiring and nervous all the time. Really need a good rest. After a while, the bonfire was lit. Looking at the firelight, everyone's hearts gradually settled down. Professor Du turned on his phone and took a look, and found that the scholar who studied ghost cave texts had finally sent a reply. Dangerous. I advise you not to continue to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, scholars were the first to send a warning. It must have been discovered from that text. Professor Du asked quickly. Excuse me, is the Ghost Cave article translated? What is it talking about? It's already been translated. It's a sacrificial text for the emperor's priests in the ancient Demon Kingdom. But the prayer is not the heaven and the earth, but the snake god. Ancient Demon Kingdom. Yes, I will send the translated original to your mailbox. Okay, thank you. Professor Du was startled, he didn't expect to find clues to the ancient magic kingdom. No wonder the scholar was so nervous and refused to let the archaeological team move on. He looked at the immature faces of his students around him. If they really all died here, he really couldn't explain it. Moreover, this program is broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on the whole network. One can imagine the great influence. At this moment, not only is he under pressure, but the officials are also under pressure. At this moment, his originally firm heart began to waver. Whether to go deeper or not, he can no longer make the decision. He took his mobile phone, came to a remote place, and called his superiors for instructions. To his surprise, his superiors firmly supported the archaeology. Whatever decision he makes, agree with it. Isn't this kicking the ball back again? After he hung up the phone, he fell into deep thought. The fire kept burning. At the moment Linny is chatting with Dr. Mingyue. Looking at the two young men, the expression on his face finally relaxed a little. He felt that Linny was not a simple villager. This is also the reason why he insisted on letting Linny stay in the archaeological team. Not long after, Mingyue returned to the site of the fire. She knew that her father was struggling in his heart at the moment, so she came to enlighten him. Dad, why don't we listen to that expert's opinion? Professor Du glanced at her. Okay, what did the old man say? I sent him a message, but he is not online now. Well, let me know as soon as there is news. At this moment, Mingyue's cell phone rang. When she picked it up, a smile appeared on her face. Dad, the expert has spoken. Everyone in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room saw Linny Fa's barrage. Professor Du, I suggest that you don't go tonight, it's not too late to go after eating and drinking enough. The ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is very dangerous, especially be careful not to shoot those corpses directly with a flashlight. Those corpses are not ordinary corpses, but rotten fireflies, driven by fire ladybugs. They may move. But you don't have to worry, it's not really alive. As for whether you continue to move forward, please decide for yourself. After seeing what Linny said, Professor Du slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. Okay, now I have confidence. Everyone saw it? Don't shoot those corpses with flashlights. Don't be afraid if you come back alive, it's just driven by bugs. Platoon leader Sun nodded. My warrior should be able to handle it. The archaeologists sat on the ground and started talking. This ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is too eerie. I'm far-sighted. I saw many corpses hanging on it. It was terrible. My God, no wonder platoon leader Sun advised us not to go any further. It seems that the teacher has made a decision, and we still have to move forward. Tisk, it's a lie to say that you are not afraid of death, but to die for the study of Chinese history, I think it is a worthy death. The next morning, Professor Du woke up early and stretched himself. Although it was morning, the surrounding area was still dark. After all, it was inside the cave. He looked in the direction of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, and the blue light had dimmed. It seems that those fire ladybugs will only light up when they are stimulated. Thinking of those archaeological team members who died outside, he blamed himself again. Soon, everyone woke up one after another. Last night, Linny slept very restlessly. He dreamed that he went to the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom and met the Queen of the Demon Kingdom. The woman seemed familiar and looked beautiful. However, the skin on the face was falling off piece by piece, which was very terrifying. Professor Du said loudly, "Everyone cheer up and replenish water and food as soon as possible. Don't be careless. The expert said that it is more dangerous inside. Platoon leader Sun, you have to provide fire support. I don't want to lose any more." Platoon leader Sun nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Professor Du, I will use my life to protect everyone. You are making a contribution to the country, and you are making a contribution to our Chinese history. Your dedication will be remembered by everyone. In the future, our descendants can proudly say that we have a history of thousands of years. It must be because of your credit. Plato leader Sun's words sounded like pre-war mobilization. Everyone stood up, feeling motivated. Soon, the group continued to move towards the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. A strange thing happened. He had already walked a long way, and the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom was right in front of him. But everyone just couldn't find it. This can't help but make people a little puzzled. Shaoli ran up. Teacher, I feel something is wrong. Did the ghost hit the wall? Professor Du stared at him reproachfully. What the hell is hitting the wall? Believe in science. It must be some kind of optical phenomenon, or an illusion. Everyone rest where they are. He gave the order. Everyone relaxes and begins to rehydrate and eat. He, platoon leader's son, and others studied the problem. It's really strange. According to the distance estimate, it should have arrived long ago. But it still looks that far away. Those ghost cave texts have been translated. It turns out that this place used to be an ancient magic country. Ancient demon kingdom, what is it? In short, no matter how weird it is, it's normal. The key is how we can find a way to crack it. Can you ask an expert? The expert didn't mention it before, and even the expert didn't know if it was possible. At this time, Linny was holding the phone in a daze. It was really hit by the team members. He didn't know that he would encounter a ghost hitting the wall before. At this time, he can only rely on his ingenuity. He observed the surrounding environment, and there was nothing special about it. The only possibility is that there is a magnetic field that affects everyone's brainwaves, so it keeps spinning. The solution is to eliminate the source of the magnetic field. How did that happen? He couldn't figure out why. Because according to his experience in the previous life, there is no getting lost at all. Unless there are some new factors that trigger this magnetic field. Suddenly. What did he remember? When I was sleeping last night, I saw a piece of jade hanging on Mingyue's chest. The most important thing is that there are also strange characters on the jade. It looks similar to those ghost cave texts. Could it be the same text? Is Mingyue related to the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom? He recalled carefully. That piece of jade also looks weird, like an eye. The eyes of the snake god? When he thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Mingyue wears the eyes of the snake god. You know, another name for the eye of the snake god is Muken bead. According to legend, Muken beads first appeared in the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Wu Ding, the number 22nd generation monarch of the Shang dynasty, found a giant jade eye dyed with gold and a red robe in a collapsed mountain. Wu Ding believed that this ancient jade eye was left by the Yellow Emperor after he became immortal, and it was extremely precious. Named it Muken bead, and ordered people to cast a tripod to commemorate it. It is the most rare treasure in the world. It was later buried in the Maoling of Lu Che, Emperor Wu of the Western Han dynasty. Later, the Red Eyebrow army excavated extensively, and the Muken beads buried in the Maoling were scattered among the people. In the novels of tomb robbers, Muken bead is the phoenix transformed by the Mother Earth, representing the immortal eye of reincarnation. Since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it has been believed that through this artifact, one can cultivate into a fairy and have the effect of reborn, but it needs only in special places can it play its role. This is also the reason why Muken bead is said to have the power of immortality. Mingyue is Professor Du's daughter, and she actually wears Muken beads. Professor Du happened to come to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom again. He vaguely sensed that this matter was not simple. The Muken bead is the eye of the snake god, through which the connection between the real world and the imaginary space can be turned on and off. Right now the archaeological team is lost, and there is only one explanation. That is, he entered the imaginary space of Muken bead. Thinking of this, Linny suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. It turned out that he was tricked by Muken bead. The solution to the problem is very simple, and the key lies in Mingyue. He sent a barrage. Professor Du, the reason why you guys are going around in circles is related to the jade that Mingyue wears. If you find a way to put the jade away, you can find your way again. But be careful, maybe something terrible will happen. When the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room saw the barrage, they were all elated. I finally found a way, and I still have to rely on the guidance of an expert. Master, what is the terrible thing? Can you make it clearer? Why do you say half a sentence every time? Master, I'm your fan, thank you for helping the archaeologists. Sir, if I'm not wrong, you should be over 80, right? Wife Yang Yang, be safe. Professor Du, listen to the advice of the expert, and quickly ask your daughter to put away the jade. The archaeologists also saw the barrage and looked at Professor Du and Mingyue. Professor Du motioned to Mingyue to put the jade away. Although Mingyue didn't know why, the expert must be right. She found a small red wooden box and put Mukin Beat away. Platoon leader's son and the others are fully on guard against terrible things that may happen. Since the master has said that something terrible will happen, it will happen. Sure enough, just as the jade was about to be put away, there was a tremor from the ground. Immediately afterwards, a large number of cyan snakes emerged from the cracks in the ground. What? A scream came, and everyone was taken aback. Chapter 9. Everyone looked in the direction of the screams almost at the same time. I saw a blue poisonous snake biting a young man's neck. The young man appeared to be in critical condition. His eyes widened, and the veins on his neck bulged. Professor, save me. He stretched out a hand and asked Professor Du for help. Unfortunately, it's too late. After a few seconds, his entire face turned black. With a plop sound, the young man fell to the ground, completely out of breath. Platoon leader's son blushed. Kill! Kill these beasts! The soldiers fired wildly at the snakes. Tut, chug, chug. Flames splashed, illuminating the entire cave. Countless little green snakes were beaten to pieces and died tragically on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Some brave archaeologists beat those little green snakes with shovels. An unprecedented sense of fear was written on everyone's faces. Lin Yi's Heijin ancient knife was out of its sheath, and with a swing, it killed several little green snakes in succession. Hiss. A little green snake got into his neck without anyone noticing. He was taken aback and grabbed the little green snake by the neck. Damn beast, you still want to bite me? With a little force on his hand, he directly pinched the little green snake into two pieces. After activating the unicorn blood, his power grew every day. Now, it has reached its peak state. At this moment, a huge blue snake king appeared. These little green snakes immediately returned to the snake king's side and kept swimming around. This cyan snake king has thick cyan scales. As it swims, the scales will also reflect light, which looks very scary. It is so huge that it can swallow a person in one bite. Some soldiers aimed at the snake king and shot, but they didn't expect the bullets to be of any use to it. On the head of the cyan snake king, there is a big red crown, which is almost immature. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room gasped when they saw this scene. Nima, I have gained a lot of knowledge today, and the snake's head can grow coxcombs. I bet you will definitely become a master. Sir, we need your advice. What should we do now? The archaeological team can't beat this king snake. Who says you can't fight? Isn't Lin Yi still here? He looks quite capable of fighting. That's right, I'm a fan of Lin Yi, everyone supports Lin Yi. The archaeological team is really full of disasters. In order to expand our Chinese history, the archaeological team really did their best. Get rid of this snake king, I suspect it has a golden core in its body. It's such a big one, how do you do it? When the archaeologists saw the appearance of the snake king, they were all frightened. The snake king uttered the snake letter, and led the group of snakes approaching everyone step by step. The archaeological team members panicked and fled desperately. Tut, chug, chug. The brave fighters kept firing. Unfortunately, it can only stop the little green snake. The bullet doesn't seem to do much damage to the snake king. Lin Yi held an ancient black gold knife, his chest heaving uncontrollably. To be honest, it is impossible not to be afraid at this time. But he glanced at Professor Du next to him, as well as Yan Yang, Mingyue, and others. Endless courage arose in his heart. If I shrink back at this time, I will look down on myself. He tightened his black gold ancient knife, and rushed forward resolutely. The cyan snake king opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow him in one gulp. Kuei Xing kicks. Lin Yi used a trick he had just learned. Unexpectedly, it really worked, and kicked directly on the Snake King's crown. Fizz. The Snake King spat out the snake letter frantically, which completely annoyed him now. A group of little green snakes rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi brandished the ancient black gold sword, to chop off one by one, and to chop off a group of groups. In an instant, hundreds of snake corpses were piled up in front of him. The Snake King was completely angry. He rushed towards Lin Yi again. Lin Yi raised the black gold ancient knife to resist, but the power of the Snake King was too great. He fought and retreated, and the others followed suit. At this time, he remembered a backpack of explosives. Shaoli, give me the backpack. Shaoli had already run away, but he ran back bravely when he heard the shout. He ran in front of Lin Yi, not daring to get any closer. With a strong flick, the backpack was swallowed by the Snake King in one gulp. 3 black lines fell from Lin Yi's forehead. Nima, it hasn't detonated yet. Then let me detonate it, you keep fighting, don't let it shut up. At some point, Plato Leader's son lifted a grenade from his hand. But the Snake King seemed to understand their conversation. Just when Platoon Leader's son threw the grenade, he actually closed his mouth. Boom! Hundreds of little snakes were blown away. The Snake King was even more angry. Bite down with one bite, firmly biting the ancient black gold knife. This is Lin Yi's treasure, he can't let go no matter what. This time, the little green snakes seemed to see an opportunity to attack, and they all rushed towards him. At the critical moment, Mingyue completely packed the jade into the box. A surprising scene appeared. All the little green snakes got into the ground one after another and disappeared. The Snake King didn't know where he went. As if it never happened. What happened? Do not know. Where did those snakes go? Damn it, you can still fight gorillas. Be careful, everyone, don't get bitten. It's definitely still around. Everyone couldn't believe it, the menacing group of snakes just disappeared. Lin Yi noticed that the group of snakes disappeared the moment Mingyue put away the jade. It decisively confirmed his previous conjecture. After this battle, Lin Yi didn't have to carry a backpack full of explosives anymore, and felt a lot easier. For his heroic performance in battle, Platoon Leader's son and others greatly appreciated him. Good-looking Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. It's so powerful, it almost killed the Snake King. Lin Yi, you are awesome. After settling down the corpses of their companions, everyone decided to continue on the road. This time without the hindrance of Muke and Bead, the archaeological team got closer and closer to the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. When they were about to reach the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, everyone was blocked by a black river. On the 9th floor in the distance, the hanging corpse became more and more clear. A timid girl doesn't even dare to look directly at the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. When I lowered my head, I happened to see the thick white mist in the river again, and corpses floating there. What? One by one screamed. This archaeological trip must have had a huge impact on their lives. Professor Du looked at the wide river and hesitated again. He was worried that when he crossed the river, he would die again. I want to wait and see what the old man has to say. It's a pity that the expert has never sent barrage again. Before Lin swung his sword to kill the snakes, he left a deep impression on everyone. The viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room have doubled their favorability for him. Lin Yi is not bad, he has the demeanor of the old man. Upstairs pretending to be a criminal, Lin Yi is obviously a master, can't you see it? I found out that he seems to be interested in Dr. Mingyue. Wrong, I think you've got it wrong. It's Dr. Mingyue who is interested in him. I can't control this kind of handsome guy. You are all wrong, this is called concubine love. I bet the two of them will be together. I said stop joking, so many people are still joking after they died, it's true. Hurry up and find a way to cross the river, the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is right in front of you. Those bodies are horrible. Lin glanced at the bullet screen in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, and then looked at the river. Let me try. He took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to get into the water. Professor Du and the others didn't stop them, and there is only one brave one at the moment. But Mingyue refused. Lin Yi, come back. I haven't decided how to cross the river yet. She was obviously worried about Lin Yi's safety. Lin turned around and smiled at her. Don't worry, I won't die, he said, slowly walked into the river. After thumping twice, it actually felt warm. Unexpectedly, the water temperature was quite high. He immediately swam forward vigorously, and it didn't take long before he swam to the opposite bank smoothly. He stood by the lake and waved to everyone. Professor Dew, come here. The river is hot and the depth is about 1 meter. You can walk over it. When everyone heard this, they rejoiced. But soon, the smiles froze on their faces, and they all started to back away. Like seeing something terrible. Linny was very puzzled. Hey, what's going on? Is there something behind me? He turned around abruptly and saw a scene he would never forget. Team crossed the river and demolished the bridge. I saw thousands of corpses on the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, falling straight down one by one. It was like a rain of corpses. The most terrible thing is that these corpses stood up after falling to the ground. Each of them glowed with blue light, obviously occupied by fire ladybugs. Looking around, it is so dense that it makes one's scalp numb. Moreover, these corpses began to approach Linny. Fuck! Linny gasped. His feet didn't listen, and he instinctively stepped back. He slipped and almost fell into the river. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he reached out to touch the ancient black gold knife. But what he touched was a wet hand. What? He turned sharply. I thought it was the corpse in the river that was resurrected. I didn't expect it to be Mingyue. Why did you come here? Let me help you. How to help? I discovered the weakness of fire ladybugs, they are afraid of water. Lin rolled his eyes. Only then did I notice a phenomenon. The corpses floating in the river did not come back to life, only the ones that fell from the ancient building did. That is to say, the corpses in the water are not controlled by the fire ladybug. The only explanation is that these bugs are afraid of water. You are really smart. Seeing that the army of corpses has arrived in front of him, the two jumping into the river first to save their lives. Sure enough, as Mingyue expected, the army of corpses chased to the shore and dared not go into the water at all. Gritting their teeth one by one on the shore. Some opened their bloody mouths wide, sticking out huge long tongues with hooks. Seeing this scene, many timid female archaeologists immediately threw themselves into the arms of the male archaeologists next to them. Obviously, some kind of mutation has taken place in these corpses. Or under the influence of the fire ladybug, become even more deadly. Linny tried to hold up the water and poured it on the corpse on the bank. Unexpectedly, it has a miraculous effect. A blue fireball immediately flew out of the corpse that was doused by the river. Immediately afterwards, the body collapsed to the ground. These corpses themselves have no energy, and without the fire ladybug's control, they lose their mobility. The two looked at each other, and they both saw hope in their eyes. Lin Yichong shouted at the archaeological team. Professor Du, these monsters are afraid of water, everyone, come and water them quickly. When everyone saw the actions of the two, they also understood what was going on. Professor Du excitedly gave the order. Everyone, hurry up and help. The first to go into the water were a dozen soldiers from platoon leader Sunday. Not to be outdone, the archaeologists rushed into the river one after another. Soon, it was like a Songkran festival in the river. Everyone tried their best to water the shore. Some hold it with their hands and some use a basin. Poo. Some even spit. After a while, a large army of corpses on the shore fell down. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lid live/phoneme broadcast room were all excited when they saw the scene. Damn! I really want to donate a sprinkler to the archaeological team. I spit professionally, let me do it. Nima, I don't know if it's okay to pee, my urine is yellow. Who are these fire ladybugs afraid of, as long as it is water? But it's snowing outside, why is fire ladybug okay? Upstairs, the fire ladybug is afraid of water, not snow, unless you melt the snow first. Dr. Mingyue is really smart. If she hadn't discovered this, she wouldn't know what to do. Yeah, I like Dr. Mingyue more and more. Have you noticed that she and Lin Yi have a sense of CP? Well, even the action of watering is tacit. The team members have already landed, and it is less than 100 meters away from the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, which is great. Ha, the archaeological team is awesome. I will reward Yang Yang with a rocket. A photographer who is like a god, the picture is not shaken. But things are not that simple. The army of corpses seemed to have some kind of intelligence, and they started to retreat. Always stay away from the river, no longer easily watered. Professor Du yelled. The enemy retreats, I advance. Everyone, charge. The archaeological team members went ashore one after another and began to save water from the river and rush up to splash it. The army of corpses retreated around the ancient building, protecting the ancient building tenaciously. Even if you are splashed by water, you will not flinch. Some rushed over madly, wanting to kill them. A basin of water went down, the blue light quickly left the body, and the body fell to the ground. After several hours of hard work, the archaeological team finally achieved a phased victory. In front of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, corpses were densely packed on the ground. The fire ladybugs were all scattered in the air, not daring to move forward. The sky above the entire ancient building is still faintly blue. It looked very eerie. But the team members already know the shortcomings of the fire ladybug, so they are no longer afraid. Standing in front of the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, everyone was shocked by the cultural atmosphere contained in the ancient building. Seeing such precious cultural relics, many people took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. Someone even posted it to Moments and got a lot of likes. At first, many people thought it was a picture of P. When I saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme broadcast of the archaeological program group, I dared to believe it was true. Unexpectedly, Huaxia really had such a cultural history. The news that the archaeological team discovered the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom quickly made headlines on the front pages of major websites. The popularity of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme broadcast room has also soared again, and there are faint signs of breaking through 2 million popularity. The entire internet was shocked by the discovery of the archaeological team. Even Professor Du's superiors personally called to express their congratulations. This brought joy to Professor Du's face. It feels like all the hard work and sacrifices are worth it. Looking at the strange ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, Professor Du did not rashly give orders to enter. He looked up at the gloomy ancient building, his excitement was beyond words. This is the legendary ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, I finally found it. Xiaoli leaned forward and said, Teacher, I can't wait to see what precious cultural relics are inside. Shall we go in now? Professor Du reached out to stop him. Wait a minute, let's listen to what the expert has to say. Xiaoli was a little dissatisfied. Teacher, we discovered the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom, so what's the matter with Guan Gao? The archaeological team members nearby listened and nodded. Credit is something that no one is willing to share with others. That's right, it's obviously the ancient building that we discovered, and we also discovered the weakness of the fire ladybug. Professor, we have already arrived here, so we don't need to ask that person's opinion anymore. Yes, this is an important discovery of our archaeological team. Those who don't know it thought it was discovered by that expert. Smart asshole, he is just pointing the country on the keyboard, let him come here, maybe he will be scared to pee. Ha 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 ha. The team members laughed and thought it made sense. Lin Yi frowned tightly. Hearing these people's words, I feel very uncomfortable. What is crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? He realized it today. The players talked more and more. Look, the keyboard man stopped talking, probably because of a guilty conscience. Don't pay attention to this kind of person, he will just say a few words. It doesn't look like we graduated from a formal archaeology major. Our archaeological team took risks with their own lives. This kind of courage is not comparable to that of keyboard man. Teacher, ordered to go in, don't ask that keyboard man. Professor Du fell silent after hearing everyone's words. After a long time, he finally clenched his fists and made up his mind. Okay, everyone go in. Xiaoli took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushed to the gate of the ancient building courteously. Teacher, let me open the door. In the next second, everyone began to regret that they hadn't asked the expert's opinion just now. Building the moment Xiaoli's hand touched the ancient building of the demon kingdom. A bolt of lightning struck his head. Boom! A puff of white smoke rose above his head, and his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room was even more outraged. A bunch of idiots. Why didn't you ask the superiors first? A fresh life just disappeared, all because of your arrogance. Damn it! This kind of tragedy can obviously be avoided. Do you think that the expert wants to take credit? You are wrong, the expert is not rare at all. Watching the archaeological team with more than 100 people down to only 30 people, can you understand this feeling? If it weren't for the guidance of an expert, they wouldn't be able to get here at all. It's not worthy of sympathy, it's all they asked for. Fortunately, my wife Yang Yang is fine. If Yang Yang gets involved, I'll never end with you. Especially that Professor Du, who has no idea at all, what kind of leader should he be? Stop messing around, and ask the expert what crisis is going on below. Looking at the bullet screens in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room, everyone felt ashamed. Xiaoli disappeared like this, no one even dared to go up to check. The moment Xiaoli stretched out his hand just now, someone saw the electric spark. It is seriously suspected that the entire ancient building is electrified. Find an expert. Professor Du shouted. Mingyue quickly checks her friends list and finds that Talk of Heart is not online. Dad, he's not online. Then stay in place and wait for the expert to come online. After Professor Du suffered a big loss, he had to pay attention to it. Others nodded again and again. Well, let's wait for the master to come online. Let's see what the elders say. I feel that we are still a little too superficial, and we still need expert guidance. It's all your fault, why did you say bad things about an expert, and caused little Levi to die? Please, Xiaoli is the first to say bad things. Poor little Li, what about teacher Xiaoli's body? The team members looked at Professor Du one by one. Professor Du sighed helplessly. Hey, don't act rashly, wait until the expert is online. Everyone had no choice but to light a bonfire outside the ancient building. Sit down and start talking and eating. Gradually, the atmosphere became less tense. Someone even made a joke, and there was laughter from time to time. I stepped on a fish earlier, I went to see if there is any fish. Someone even went to catch fish. Linny quickly took out his mobile phone and prepared to go online. Oops, it's flooded. Now staying in the river for too long, the phone is actually wet. At the risk of burning out the circuit, he forcibly turned it on. With a burst of familiar opening music playing, it turned on. He immediately logged into his account and entered the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room. Seeing that he was online, Mingyue immediately shouted excitedly. Talk of Heart is online. When everyone heard this, they gathered around Mingyue to check. No one around was also concentrating on looking at his mobile phone. Don't go fishing, they are all piranhas, they grow up eating corpses. Seeing the bullet screen he sent, all the team members turned their heads to look at it. I saw the fisherman came back with a fish. As the expert said, those sharp teeth look like piranhas. The man didn't know yet, and seemed very pleased with himself. Ha, there are fish to eat. Everyone quickly reminded. Throw away the fish, it's a piranha. The expert said, don't eat it. What? When the man heard what the expert said, he quickly threw the fish on the ground and made up his feet. Fuck you piranhas, shit. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to watch what the mobile phone experts had to say. The entire ancient building of the Demon Kingdom is a capacitor, so Xiaoli was electrocuted to death. It's easy to get in, just open the door with something insulated. However, be careful after entering, don't touch the big bell, otherwise. Linny put the phone away after posting. Having said all of this, these people should know how dangerous it is. If you still touch it, you are asking for a dead end, and there is nothing he can do about it. Seeing what the expert said, everyone regained confidence on their faces. Professor Du said, "Quick, thank the master for me. I've always thought that the shape of this ancient building is a bit weird. I didn't expect it to be a capacitor. My God, we ancients have already invented capacitors. Who will dare to say that our Chinese history is shallow?" The archaeologists nodded in agreement. The teacher is right. Our Chinese history has a long history, and the ancient building of the Demon Kingdom can prove it. Teacher, this time we have such a big archaeological discovery, it can be recorded in history. According to me, you can't forget the merits of the master. That's right, if it weren't for his guidance, we might not be here. You guys must remember what the expert said. You are not allowed to touch the big bell after entering? Did you hear that? I heard. The team members learned smart this time. How many bloody lessons have taught them to finally understand humility? Seeing that everyone has almost recovered, Professor Du stood at the gate of the ancient building, ready to try. The expert said that it is enough to open the door with something insulated. Mingyue, bring me my leather gloves, I want to open the door myself. Mingyue took out the leather gloves from her bag and handed them over. She was still a little worried. Dad, why don't I drive it, in case? What if? Professor Du turned to look at her. Don't worry, I believe what the expert said, don't worry about me. After speaking, Professor Du put on leather gloves and walked towards the ancient building resolutely. In everyone's eyes, this scene is no different from dying generously. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room were all moved. As expected of a great professor, he is responsible. Yes, we are the #1 archaeology professor in China, God bless him and hope he is okay. Don't worry, Gao Xinxin has never said that he missed it, and this time is no exception. Well, I have confidence in the expert. The ancients were able to make such a large capacitor, which shows that the technology at that time was already very advanced. I don't know that the Demon Kingdom made this thing. What do you want to do? I don't know, but it must be of great use. Professor Du, next year I will apply for your graduate degree. Just as the audience was frantically drifting past, Professor Du easily opened the door. He turned around and smiled at everyone. Look, it's all right. The expert didn't lie to us, you can come in. But be careful when you come in, don't touch anything. These archaeologists couldn't wait to go in, and no one wanted to miss it. Hearing that Professor Du said that he could go in, he immediately rushed forward. Only Lin Yi was behind, silently moving Xiao Li's body to the corner. Seeing this corpse, he had a new perception of life. Xiao Li is the member of the archaeological team who talks to him a lot. Unexpectedly, he died like this. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to stop it. He used stones to build a simple grave for Xiao Li. Compared with those nameless corpses next to them, it was already extremely high treatment. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't come in, Mingyue was worried that something happened and came back to look. Just in time to see him bury Xiao Li. At this moment, Mingyue's favorability towards him increased a lot. Lin Yi, come in quickly, there are a lot of cultural relics inside, you must want to post it on moments. Lin Yi frowned and said softly. I do not want. What did you say? I said, have you seen the bell that the expert said? Not yet. It should be upstairs. There are 9 floors here, and everyone is still on the first floor. Well, the clock should be up there. Lin Yi and Mingyu entered the ancient building together. There are many porcelains on the ground and murals on the walls. Written with ghost hole text. The archaeological team members rushed to take pictures, and wanted to take these texts back for research. As soon as Lin raised his head and glanced at the top of the bell tower, he suddenly felt bad. He didn't expect that there were also a lot of rotten fireflies hanging here, just like hanging sausages. He immediately reminded. Attention everyone, don't use a flashlight to shine on it, it will be troublesome when Fu Ying wakes up. What he never expected was that as soon as he finished speaking, someone took a photo of him. He even had some doubts. Was it the pot that he reminded? Sometimes the less people do something, the greater the interest. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Everyone began to wonder, will someone touch the bell later? Caving with 2 fingers after being illuminated with a flashlight, Fu-Wing immediately came to life. The blue light on his body became more and more intense, and he made strange noises. Cuckoo! It sounds like a hungry stomach rumbling. Everyone heard the sound and looked up one after another. Platoon leader Sun's men decisively raised their guns and aimed at the sky. When they saw countless rotten fireflies hanging upside down in the sky, they all gasped. He was about to give the order to shoot, but was stopped by Professor Du. Don't shoot yet. The rotten fireflies inside looked different from the outside. Only then did everyone discover that the rotten fireflies inside were much smaller. Obviously, it's all kids. Professor Du was puzzled. What exactly does the Demon Kingdom want? Lin opened his mouth and said, "It seems that those rotten fireflies outside are all to protect the children inside. The whole ancient building is like some kind of ceremony. The people of the ancient Demon Kingdom believed deeply that there was some kind of energy contained in the lightning that could keep these children alive." Professor Du looked at him in surprise. "Unexpectedly, you also know something about the culture of the Demon Kingdom." Linny was taken aback for a moment, looked at the strange eyes of the people around him, and quickly explained. "Our village is nearby, and there have been legends about the people of the Demon Kingdom since we were young, so I know a little bit about it." At this moment, the porcelain that someone stole fell out of his pocket and broke. Crack! The originally quiet rot firefly became agitated immediately after being stimulated. Unexpectedly, these rotten fireflies have evolved wings and hovered in the sky. It looks like a huge bat. Seeing the rotten firefly rushing down, the soldiers instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Although these rotten fireflies were monsters, they looked a little scary with green faces and long fangs and bat wings. But after all, it is a mortal body, so there is no opponent for bullets. After being hit by bullets, rotten fireflies fell to the ground one after another, and the black blood emitted a stench. The team members frowned and covered their noses. The blue fireball flew out of the rotten firefly, igniting the blood. I saw the first floor burning, and even the way out was blocked by flames. Professor Du shouted immediately. "Everyone go upstairs." In a panic, everyone started running upstairs. Seeing the blue fireball coming this way, Linny suddenly pulled out the ancient black gold knife. Boom! A cold light flashed. He protects Mingyue behind his back. "Dr. Mingyue, hurry up and go upstairs, I'll finish the treatment." "Linny, go up together." "No, someone must seal the way upstairs, otherwise the fire will spread to the second floor and everyone will die." "Then I'll stay." Seeing Mingyue's refusal, Lin immediately winked at the 2 soldiers next to him. "Take Dr. Mingyue up." The 2 soldiers nodded and forced Mingyue to go upstairs. Mingyue looked back reluctantly. "Linny, you have to survive." "Go!" "I will survive." Seeing a blue fireball flying over, Linny held the ancient black gold knife as motionless as a mountain. When the fireball was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him, he suddenly moved, and the ancient black gold knife slashed down in the air. A piercing sound came, and the blue fireball was split in half. However, more fireballs flew over. He kept wielding the ancient black gold sword, fighting and retreating. One didn't pay attention, and the clothes on his body were set on fire. He was instantly surrounded by a sea of flames. "What?" he screamed, and the Qilin blood in his body boiled. Seeing more and more blue fireballs, he was heartbroken. Raising the ancient black gold knife, he slashed across the palm of his hand. Qilin's blood swung out, and all the fires in front of him were extinguished. Seeing the opportunity, he went directly to the second floor. With the barrier of Qilin's blood, none of the fire ladybugs dared to approach. Seeing him coming up, everyone quickly blocked the intersection. Seeing the fire outside through the gap, everyone's face showed a trace of gratitude. It's just that new problems have been placed in front of everyone. Where is the way out? Right now, there is no choice but to continue going up. Lin Yi's heroic performance just now was all captured by the program crew. Holding the microphone in hand, Yang Yang burst into tears of excitement. It was really dangerous just now, the entire archaeological team was almost wiped out. Fortunately, our enthusiastic villagers stepped forward. Oh no, we should call him a hero now. Lin Yi, can I interview you? What gave you so much courage just now? Is it love? The relationship between you and Dr. Mingyue seems to be progressing rapidly. Do you like her? Sorry, this is what the audience friends asked me to ask. If you find it inconvenient, you can refuse to answer. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi took the microphone directly. No inconvenience. That's right, I like her. A beautiful, generous, kind and capable girl like Dr. Mingyue is believed to be liked by everyone. Hearing his words, Mingyue blushed. Pretend not to hear and continue to treat the injured person's wound. Next, Lin Yi changed the subject. However, I absolutely have no unreasonable thoughts about Dr. Mingyue. After speaking, he returned the microphone. I don't know why, upon hearing what he said, Mingyue's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Is it because I am not good enough? Or the time has not yet come? For the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, the fire of gossip is burning. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. Just now Lin Yi asked Dr. Mingyue to leave first, and risked his life to cover her retreat. If this is not love, what is? If men can be trusted, sows will climb trees. All of you are not serious. There are so many coffins on the second floor, no one noticed? I noticed that the two red coffins in the middle are particularly eye-catching. Hurry up and open the coffin, let's see what's there. Will there be zongzi? What are you afraid of if you have zongzi? Lin Yi cuts one. Don't move yet, wait for the expert to go online and ask what's going on. Yeah, after suffering so many losses, you must not act rashly again. The expert said before, don't use a flashlight to shine on those rotten fireflies, because there are fools messing around. I'm so mad. Fortunately, Lin Yi is fine. I'm a fan of Lin Yi now. Program group, I suggest that you give Lin Yi a separate program and don't bring other people along. That's right, with Lin Yi's strength, he can go to the grave alone. These idiots will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Quickly open the coffin and have a look, I guess there must be something good inside. Yes, white-haired zongzi. This is a good thing. It's strange, why the expert goes online for a while and goes offline for a while, it's very unstable. You still don't understand this? It's a pleasure to go up and down. Stop it. This is not the car to go to kindergarten. Nima, can you drive on this broken road? The barrage army drifted past crazily. Lin Yi sat on a coffin and was about to take out his mobile phone to go online. At this moment, Mingyue came over, and he quickly put away his phone. Hi, I heard you were injured, show me. Mingyue's expression was much more enthusiastic than before, and she took the initiative to grab his hand to check the wound. However, only bloodstains were seen, and no wounds were seen. No way, your wound heals so quickly? She looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi explained. It's nothing surprising, if you move the knife fast enough, you won't see the wound. Is it? Mingyue obviously didn't believe it. I feel like you're taking me for a fool, but I'm a medical student. This is the first time I have encountered you. There was no way, so Lin Yi secretly used his other hand to scratch the knife edge. Ah, just kidding. Look, it's actually this hand that hurt me. Mingyue looked at his injured wound and immediately felt extremely distressed. Don't move, I'll disinfect you first. She took out the contents of the medical kit and began to treat the wound. While she was serious about it, Lin Yi secretly took a photo with his mobile phone. Looking at the photo, he felt that the girl doing things seriously was so beautiful. Suddenly, there was a scream from the side. Ah! Help! Help me. Everyone turned to look. I saw the arm of an archaeologist stretched into the coffin. It seemed to be bitten by something, and I couldn't get it out. Obviously, this person must be out of greed for money, sneaking in to find something good. Accidentally stumbled upon it. At this moment, the sound of the system came. Ding! Successfully guide the archaeological team and get two-finger caving. Do you want to receive it now? Coffin Lin Yi was taken aback. Two-finger caving? He thought about it. This was the unique skill of General Fakia Zhonglong. People who learn this trick must have unusually long right index and middle fingers. The power is huge, and the key is extremely sensitive. When needed, it can reach into the small place to check the situation. This is useful for deciphering the mechanism in the ancient tomb. Receive. A golden light penetrated into Lin Yi's mind instantly. Suddenly, he felt two fingers moving, and the pain was excruciating. It seems that something is about to drill out from between the fingers. He picked up his finger and looked at it, and found that it had become significantly longer. I can feel that there is a powerful force between the two fingers. He looked at the archaeologists who were being held by the coffin, and rushed over immediately. I saw him raise his hand, and suddenly poke down with two fingers. A stunned scene appeared. In the sturdy coffin, two holes were pierced by him abruptly. He ignored the strange eyes of the people around him. Instead, pull hard. Just hear click. Sound. The coffin was thrown out abruptly, and the archaeologists were also saved. Everyone took a closer look and found that there were no zongzi in the coffin at all, but some gorgeous silk. That luster, at first glance, is a high-quality material. The archaeologists were just too nervous just now, so their hands got stuck. Yan Yang immediately asked the cameraman to point at the silk. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room were all shocked when they saw the scene. This is the foundation of my China. What a perfect silk. TSK, I never imagined that China would be able to produce such fine silk hundreds of years ago. This is an eye-opener for the world. Let's see who still looks down on us, Huaxia. Look, the color of the silk has changed. Just after the coffin lid was lifted off, the color of these silks changed. Probably because of oxidation, the original bright colors turned grayish-white. Everyone is very sorry. The only good news is that there are photo and video evidence left. Lin Yi remembered one thing. It was the same when the terracotta warriors and horses of Qin Huang Mausoleum were opened. Originally, the color was very bright and perfect, but it was only after oxidation that it became what it was later. Many people think that the terracotta warriors and horses are just poor soil, but it is not. Professor Du comforted himself. It's okay, the best things must be in those two big red coffins. When everyone heard his words, they all looked at the two largest coffins. These two coffins, like the king of all coffins, are very conspicuous. Mingyue leaned in front of Lin Yi, grabbed his finger and asked with concern. Are you okay? Why are you so reckless? Hey, he wasn't injured. She grabbed Lin Yi's two fingers and looked around. There was really no sign of injury at all. Lin rolled his eyes. My two fingers have been poked in iron sand since I was a child, and they have been trained to be extremely hard. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Mingyue blinked suspiciously. Could it be iron sand finger? Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded again and again. Yes, really smart, it's iron finger. While the two were chatting, everyone was ready to open the two red coffins. After Mingyue found out, she quickly called out. Dad, why don't you ask the expert's opinion first? Okay, hurry up and check out the expert online. After several big losses, Professor Du finally learned to be smart. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to open the coffin rashly. Mingyue took out her phone and glanced at it. The expert is not online for the time being, let's rest in place for a while. Okay, rest where you are. The team members relaxed and leaned on the coffin to chat. Some took out food and water and distributed them to everyone. Many people suffered minor injuries before, and Mingyue ran over to treat everyone's wounds. Linny took out his mobile phone and logged into his account. Mingyue set special attention on him and received a reminder as soon as he went online. Hearing the phone ring, she hurriedly picked up the phone to check. Great, the expert is here. Professor Du said quickly. Quickly, what is in the 2 coffins of the expert? Can it be opened? Okay, I'm asking. Seeing the message from Mingyue, Linny replied immediately. Those 2 coffins are very strange, there may be zongzi, it is best not to open them. His words are highlighted in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, and will pause for a long time on the barrage for everyone to see. After Professor Du saw the barrage, he felt unwilling. I don't believe that there are really zongzi in this world. Ask again, what happens when you open it? Okay. Mingyue sent the message again. Linny sighed silently. Even reminded of the danger, but still want to open it, this is to continue running on the road to death. If you must open it, prepare for battle. The words of heart to heart made the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room boil. What the audience saw was the excitement, and it didn't feel like a big deal at all. Open the big red coffin, we want to see. Professor Du, don't be afraid, Linny is so powerful that he is afraid of an egg. That's right, it's not a matter of killing zongzi, and besides, there are so many guns. Yeah, these guns have worked quite well before, and this time is definitely no exception. Open it quickly, I can't wait. I just want to see the zongzi. I will be disappointed without the zongzi. The grandson doesn't open it. If the archaeological team opens the coffin, I will reward you with a rocket. Why do you study ancient times if you are afraid of death? Sleeping at home makes me feel better. Don't worry, even if there are only 2 zongzi, there are dozens of you here. Is the archaeological team so cowardly? If I were on the scene, I would have opened it long ago. Looking at the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, the archaeological team was under a lot of pressure. After discussing with the program team, Professor Du decided to vote. Whichever side is supported by more people is the way to choose. Soon, a voting box appeared in front of everyone. Support opening the coffin, the archaeological team can handle it. Do not support opening the coffin, don't act rashly. In an instant, the number of votes began to skyrocket. 100 million, 500 million, 1,000 million. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of people have already voted. Looking at the ratio of the 2 options, the entire archaeological team fell into a long silence. After a long time, Professor Du finally made a decision. 83% of the audience support opening. 17% of the audience suggested not to act rashly. The program director also thinks that the 2 coffins should be opened. So Mingyue understood her father's decision and immediately objected. Dad, it can't be like this. The truth doesn't always lie in the hands of the majority. The expert has already said that there is danger. If we open the coffin again, won't we be seeking our own death? Professor Du has his helplessness. You have also seen the public opinion, and the opinions of the program are also very clear. Mingyue, you must understand the general situation. Besides, platoon leader's son will protect our safety. When Plato leader's son heard this, he immediately gave a military salute. I swear to the death to protect the archaeological team and complete the tasks entrusted to me by the country. The other soldiers also shouted. Swear to protect the archaeological team. Swear to protect the archaeological team. Swear to protect the archaeological team. Everyone held the guns in their hands tightly, with firm eyes. It can be seen that these are brave and loyal warriors. Linny walked over with a black gold ancient knife on his back. He has seen the results of the vote. Since things are irreparable, the casualties should be minimized. He swallowed the blood of the unicorn, and his ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Before, he didn't understand the meaning of the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility. Now he understands. If you insist on opening the coffin, let me do it. He resolutely walked towards the two red coffins. Wait a minute. Mingyue yelled and ran towards him. He looked back at her suspiciously. I don't know what Mingyue wants to do. Chapter 14. Many people here can open the coffin, you don't need to be brave. Mingyue has a good impression of him and does not want him to be in danger. Linny had already made up his mind and said half-jokingly. You give me 500 yuan a day, I can't take this money for nothing. But, I'll be fine. Okay, you must be brave, then wear this piece of jade, it will turn danger into good luck. Thank you, Dr. Mingyue, can you help me find another candle? Strange, why do you want candles? I said I want to create a sense of ritual, will you call me sick? Puff. Mingyue was amused by his words, not as nervous as before. Okay then, I'll look for it for you. She asked the archaeologists for a candle. After he lit it, he walked directly towards the two coffins. He frowned, and kicked away the coffin on the left with a Kuwaitian kick. I saw a male corpse lying inside, wearing grand clothes. He stretched out his fingers and opened another coffin. Inside lay a female corpse, dressed more solemnly. He wears a phoenix crown on his head, and covers his face with a red hijab. Wearing an embroidered red robe with a chape on his shoulders. Obviously, this is a pair of mandarin ducks with the same fate. At this moment, he found that the archaeological team was retreating. Every expression is very strange. At the same time, the candle in his hand went out. Fuck! Could it be? Sensing something strange behind him, he directly pulled out the ancient black gold knife and swept it backwards. Boom! Cold light flashed. Unexpectedly, the male Zongzi bit the ancient black gold knife tightly with his teeth. He secretly thanked that he didn't turn around just now. Otherwise, it would not be the knife that was bitten, but his neck. Brute! He kicked the male rice dumpling in the chest. After swallowing the Qilin blood, his strength has been greatly improved. This kick was so powerful that it directly sent the male rice dumpling flying several meters away. Fire! When platoon leader Sun gave an order, the soldiers fired a salvo at the male Zongzi. Tut, chug, chug. Numerous shell casings fell to the ground. Looking at the male Zongzi again, only the clothes were smashed, but the body was still intact. The whole body is emitting electric sparks, and the body seems to contain powerful lightning energy. Obviously, this is not a simple rice dumpling. There is no blue light on the body, that is to say, it is not controlled by the fire ladybug. This is a real rice dumpling. Linny, be careful. Mingyue shouted in the distance. Linny moved his ears and felt something behind him. From the corner of his eye, he glanced to the side and rear, and was immediately terrified. The female rice dumpling poked her head over gloomily, trying to bite him. Nima! He directly stuffed the candle into the mouth of the female rice dumpling, and then punched it out. The nose of the female Zongzi was crooked. But it was useless, the female Zongzi was not injured. Two Zongzi copied from both sides and attacked him. Linny Wu wielded the ancient black gold saber, with left and right blocks, feeling very strenuous. These two Zongzi are actually charged. He remembered one thing, the whole ancient building was made of capacitors. In this way, it is not surprising that the two Zongzi absorbed the power of lightning. In the distance, platoon leader Sun's men stood in a row, ready to support at any time. But Lin Yi and Zongzi fought together, which made him very embarrassed. Looking at the two big rice dumplings, a man and a woman, the archaeologists were terrified. Those who are timid have already fainted from fright. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room was even more lively. Oh my god, there really are Zongzi. These two are so powerful that even bullets can't penetrate them. They should be the king of rice dumplings. Lin is 1 against 2, it's too difficult. I feel sorry for Lin for 1 or 3 seconds. Hey, these people don't listen to the expert and insist on opening the coffin. It's a disaster. The program team should find an expert and ask for advice. That's right, if there were expert guidance, it wouldn't be like this at all. Yang Yang, be careful, the camera should not be so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and be careful not to be accidentally injured. Yang Yang's wife is too dedicated. Come on, Lin Yi, kill these two Zongzi. Lin Yi swung the ancient black gold knife and slashed at Zongzi's body. Unexpectedly, there was only a burst of electric sparks, and the two Zongzi were safe and sound. Nima, so strong. This is invulnerable. Looks like it still depends on Qilin's blood. He picked up the ancient black gold knife and decisively swiped it on the palm of his hand. Under the blessing of Qilin's blood, the ancient black gold sword has the ability to exorcise evil spirits. Go to hell. He chopped it down with a knife, and this time he successfully chopped off the head of the male rice dumpling. When the female Zongzi saw that the male Zongzi was killed, she became extremely angry. Her sharp fingernails grew long quickly, looking very creepy. Howl. The female rice dumpling let out a howl like a beast, and rushed towards Lin Yifei, court death. Lin raised the knife with one hand and cut off all the fingernails of the female rice dumpling with one knife. Another knife cut off the neck of the female rice dumpling. On the ground, the two heads stared wide-eyed, but the key was still moving. This is a gift from Lin Yi to the two of them. We were husband and wife during our lifetime, and we are together after our death. In fact, he felt quite sorry. If the archaeological team hadn't come here, maybe the pair of Zongzi would have lived longer. The two should have benefited greatly from the thunder and lightning, so they survived for a long time. The price is to become a dumpling and be trapped in this tower forever. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to understand the reason why the Demon Kingdom built this tower. Seeing that Lin Yi succeeded, everyone felt relieved. When I thought the war was over, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Boom! Two bright red coffins exploded immediately. The broken wood fragments flew out like bullets. Lin Yi reacted quickly, and immediately raised his knife to resist. However, if he stood two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, not only would he resist more fragments, but he would also be more powerful. He was scratched by debris in many places all over his body. Bloody and miserable looking. Fortunately, with Qilin's blood, he should be able to recover soon. He glanced back, even more startling. At least 7 or 8 members of the archaeological team fell to the ground, and those who were standing were injured to varying degrees. Yang Yang was lucky, standing farther away was fine. Worried about Lin Yi's safety, Mingyue stood a little closer and fell directly to the ground. Dr. Mingyue. All of a sudden, Lin Yi's eyes turned red. Never expected things to turn out like this. Sure enough, going to the tomb is risky, so you need to be cautious when opening the coffin. Huge lightning energy burst out and transmitted to other small coffins. Everyone quickly discovered that something was wrong, and the densely packed small coffins around them began to shake. Dong 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 dong. The small coffin made strange noises. It seemed that something was about to come out of it, and it was beating the coffin lid vigorously. Top of the ancient building, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, realizing that there must be Zongzi in the coffin. Preparation. Platoon leader Sun shouted. The wounded soldiers got up with difficulty, pushed and loaded the bullets and aimed at the small coffin. In the next second, the lid of a coffin flew out. Howl. A white-haired rice dumpling howled and rushed out from inside. It is huge and looks a bit like a white ape. Bang! 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 All the guns were fired. This Zongzi is no match for bullets, its body was beaten to pieces. But it didn't hit the point, and it was still rushing forward. Beast! Go to hell! Platoon leader Sun rushed forward angrily, aiming his pistol at Zongzi's forehead. Boom! He fired a shot at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. Zongzi's head was blown off, and blood splashed all over his face. The white-haired Zongzi fell straight on the ground. Judging from the height and shape of this Zongzi, it turned out to be the same as the snowman that the villagers said. But things are far from over. Next, more coffin lids flew out. Hundreds of Zongzi crawled out of the coffin one after another. As soon as Lin picked up Dr. Mingyue on his back, he ran upstairs. Escape. Not enough bullets. To deal with a Zunzi just now, the soldiers have consumed a lot of bullets. Now that there are hundreds of rice dumplings, I am afraid that a company of soldiers will have to line up to handle them. The team members reacted and ran upstairs one after another. With the support of the students, Professor Du followed closely behind. When they reached the third floor, many people stopped in their tracks. Be attracted by the bling on the third floor. It's all golden gold and dark green emerald here. All are priceless treasures. Standing at the stairs on the fourth floor, Linny noticed that these people were greedily looking at the treasure, and immediately became anxious. In fact, it is normal to be tempted by seeing treasures. Linny was the first to go up to the third floor, and slipped an emerald bracelet into his pocket. The daily salary of 500 yuan made him work so hard. To be honest, he is actually not balanced in his heart. Gold is too heavy to hold much. But jadeite of this quality can sell for several million at least. After getting this jade bracelet, his heart was considered balanced. Greed for money is human nature. The problem is, other people are just too greedy. He kept putting gold in his pocket, and picked it up if the gold bricks couldn't fit. Even walking became a problem, but I still took it. Everyone has greed written on their faces. Faced with such a huge amount of wealth, it is impossible not to be tempted. It's just that these people have far exceeded the normal speed and are destined to pay the price. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire downstairs became more and more sparse. This shows that the soldiers have almost run out of bullets. The garrison is using their lives to cover the retreat of these people, but these people are taking gold. Linny felt a little sorry for platoon leader Sunday. A few people realized something, dropped their treasures and followed Linny. Suddenly, the gunfire stopped. There were screams from downstairs. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The soldiers defended the honor with their lives. Linny shuddered all over, and continued to climb up with Mingyue on his back. The higher you go, the smaller the space on each floor. The things stored are also more precious. On the fourth and fifth floors, there are also a lot of treasures piled up, but the types are different from those on the third floor. There are bronze vessels, various statues, and some strange bones. In the eyes of Magua people, the definition of treasure may be different from that of modern people. With Mingyue on his back, Linny came to the sixth floor without breathing. I saw that someone seemed to have lived here, and there was a bed and biological supplies. On the table, there is a mirror. The screams downstairs were getting closer and closer, and it was the turn of the money-hungry archaeologists. Linny gritted his teeth and continued to climb up. When Professor Du came to the sixth floor, he ordered someone to take away the mirror. As an archaeologist, intuitively, he thought the mirror must be very important. If it can be brought back, it will be a major archaeological discovery and has very special significance. There are a lot of books on the seventh and eighth floors. When Professor Du saw these books, he was very excited. Great, this is enough to prove that the people of Magua attach great importance to cultural knowledge. Seeing that no matter what era, knowledge is power and has never changed. Quick, hurry up and take a picture, bring a few copies if you can. Professor Du knew that the danger was getting closer, so it was not good to delay for too long. He and the students each took a few books and climbed towards the top floor. Linny was at the front, and he carried Mingyue directly to the top of the tower. After a while, everyone climbed up out of breath. When they came here, the screams below finally stopped. Those monsters lingered below and no longer dared to go upstairs. Obviously, there seems to be something on the roof that scares the monster. Everyone found that there was a big clock on the roof. Then I remembered that the expert said not to touch a big bell. Could it be this? I saw the ghost hole characters engraved on the clock. Yang Yang immediately asked the photographer to circle around the big clock and recorded all the words. Professor Du couldn't hide his excitement and cried directly. He wiped away his tears, and couldn't help but want to touch the big clock. Professor Linny stopped him. The professor blinked and finally came back to his senses. I'm sorry, I was so excited. This big bell is probably the most valuable thing in the entire ancient building of the Demon Kingdom. Once the above text is deciphered, the depth and breadth of Chinese civilization will be greatly expanded. The contribution to Chinese civilization is undoubtedly huge. Coupled with the books I just brought, they can all prove history. Under the iron and steel evidence, even if the global archaeological community does not want to recognize Huaxia's archaeology, there is nothing they can do. Professor Du's concerns are not unreasonable. It was originally recorded in many books, and Huaxia actually has a history of thousands of years. However, because of the lack of ironclad archaeological evidence, it is not recognized by the entire archaeological community at all. This time, the archaeology of the ancient building in the Demon Kingdom finally found the best evidence, which is this bell. This time the program group will be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcasting the whole process, and there is no way to fake it. The archaeologists were also very excited when they saw the bell. Too many deaths made everyone dare not be careless, and all consciously stayed away from this bell. It is not easy to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here. No one wants to kill everyone because they don't heed the warning of a superior. Lin glanced behind him. There were less than 10 survivors. The photographer Yang Yang, Professor Du, myself and Mingyue, and several archaeological team members. The others are all unknown. In other words, there is a high probability that they are already dead. Suddenly, a snowstorm blew up on the roof. Everyone looked up, only to find that this place is a hollow structure. There is a huge hollow at the top of the big clock, which communicates with the outside world. There are snowflakes falling from above. Seeing that the escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme is in front of them, everyone starts to encounter difficulties. It's so high, how do you get out? Yeah, we don't have wings. Teacher, we are finished this time, there is no way out. Unexpectedly, we would die here. I'm not married yet. It would be a pity if we couldn't bring back such an important archaeological discovery. I'm not afraid of death, I'm afraid of death's worthlessness. If I had known there was no way, I might as well go down and die with Zhengzi. Yes. Let's go, I'll go down with you and fight with Zhengzi. The more the team members talked, the more excited they became, and they wanted to go down and desperately. Professor Du stopped everyone. Return. Professor Du found that Lin Yi had been calmly observing the surrounding environment. Compared to his disciples who failed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme up to expectations, Lin Yi was really much stronger. In Professor Du's mind, he had the idea of formally inviting Lin Yi to join the archaeological team. If we can get out alive, we must find a way to let Lin Yi join us. At this time, a gust of snow and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blue. The big clock began to swing violently. The light of lightning reflected on everyone's faces from time to time. Lin Yi felt something was wrong, frowned and looked up. I saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning was gathering. The target of these lightning bolts is obviously this big clock. The space on the roof is so big, there is no way to avoid it. Once the lightning strikes, everyone will die. It seems that there are only two choices in front of everyone. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme wait to be struck to death by lightning, or return to the tower and die with Zhengzi. What should we do now? Mingyue also became worried. After observing, Lin Yi found that there was a cliff behind the tower. Below the cliff is a bottomless underground river. It seems that if you jump down, there will be a glimmer of life. According to Wunao Shuangwen's routine, what else to consider in this situation? Just jump and be done. People on Earth who grew up watching divine dramas know that jumping off a cliff will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme to adventures, and diving into water will surely save you from death. Peeking at a beautiful woman taking a shower is bound to fall in love with her. If you do good deeds, you must meet noble people. However, this time the situation is very different. The ancient building is at least 10 meters away from the underground river. With such a distance, if Lin Yi, who had swallowed the blood of the unicorn, jumped from the top floor, he still had a glimmer of life. Others jumped and, percent fell to the ground and died. Unless your brain is flooded, you will jump down. For a while, Linny couldn't find a good way. Mingyue and the surviving people took out their mobile phones and wanted to ask the expert for help. Linny could only smile wryly. These people don't know that the expert is right next to them. He couldn't help it. How could an expert do it? He didn't log into his account, so as not to give his companions illusions. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the expert couldn't answer when the companion asked what to do? Professor Du asked eagerly. Mingyue, is the expert online? Dad, no, we're done. Some players have had a nervous breakdown. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ritian, would die in such a place. I am not reconciled. What's the use of all this gold? What's the use of it? This man actually threw the gold he had finally obtained downstairs. Everyone else was in a daze. Hey! Many people threw the things they got on the ground. Only Linny still maintained his fighting spirit. Admitting defeat is not my style, Linny. He didn't give up hope, and his brain quickly thought about the solution. He found that the bottom slab of the big clock was different from the surrounding ones. Thinking of those coffin charges, what did he think of? There must be a passage leading down. Otherwise, how can the energy of the lightning be transmitted to charge the coffin? He noticed that there was a circle on the slate that was a different color from the surrounding ones. Looking at the material, it should be bronze. He stretched out his fingers and lifted a piece of floor around the circle. Sure enough, a hole was exposed, and there was a huge bronze pillar in the center of the hole. This bronze pillar is not purely smooth, but has many nodes like a tree. In other words, this is a bronze tree. You can climb to the bottom through this bronze tree. However, be sure to climb down between lightning strikes. If you climb to a normal distance and just attract lightning, the people on it will be electrocuted to death. He was overjoyed and saw the hope of life. With 2 fingers sticking out and flying the stone slab, the opening of the hole is getting bigger and bigger. The thunder and lightning in the sky are getting more and more violent, and they may strike at any time. Feeling that the first wave of thunder and lightning was coming soon, he quickly reminded. Everyone get down. He protects the bright moon under his body. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell and hit the big clock just in time. Boom! The sound is amplified by the big bell. Some players who reacted slowly fell to the ground bleeding from their 7 orifices on the spot. Those Zongzi downstairs were even worse. Howl! Howl! One by one made strange noises, feeling very uncomfortable. Crazy start running to the floors below. Everyone finally understood why the Zongzi dared not come up. It turned out that he was afraid of this big bell. The team members discovered that the big clock after being struck by lightning was covered with lightning. It turns out that this bell is also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. No wonder the expert reminded everyone not to touch it. After the bell rang, Linny supported Mingyue to stand up and shouted to the others. Everyone, climb down from this bronze tree. Be sure to get down to the bottom before the lightning is completely rampant. Remember, the speed must be fast, don't hesitate. Everyone hurried over. I saw that there was indeed a huge bronze pillar in the cave, connecting all floors. As long as you climb down the bronze pillars, you can escape from the ancient building smoothly. Let me try. A brave archaeologist rushed over and started to escape below like climbing a tree. Seeing him go down to the bottom smoothly, everyone smiled. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room were all excited. 666,666. Unexpectedly, I can escape like this. Linny is awesome. If it wasn't for him, he would have died. I like Linny more and more. +1, he is not only courageous, but also smart. Everyone's treasures are lost now, only his jade is still there. I don't know if it will be confiscated. Confiscated? I got it by myself, why confiscate it? That's right, if you dare to confiscate it, I can't help it. It's too unfair. It must not be confiscated. It's all in exchange for life. Now is not the time to talk about this, I haven't escaped yet. Be careful, lightning is coming again, it looks like it's more powerful this time. After the few people on the top of the building gained experience, they hid in the distance and lay down on the ground, covering their ears tightly. Boom! Lightning struck again. This time the bell sounded louder. Even if he covered his ears, his whole body was still shaken. Professor Du was so shocked that he vomited blood and couldn't bear the third wave at all. Hurry up, Dr. Mingyue, get down. What about you? Old rules, I am the queen. You must phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme. Mingyue no longer hesitated, and began to climb under the bronze tree. Lin glanced at the sky. Quick, there's still time, let's go down a few more. With the support of the students, Professor Du climbed up to the bronze tree and began to climb down. As the only remaining girl, Yang Yang was given priority. When the photographer wanted to go up, Linny stopped him. It's too late, everyone stay away from the big clock. After he finished speaking, he hid at the stairs. The others quickly followed, covering their ears with their hands. Boom! Lightning struck again. The screen went black directly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Because of the lightning this time, it hit the camera. The photographer's whole body was burnt black, burst into flames, and fell in front of everyone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This time, without waiting for Linny to shout, he scrambled towards the bronze tree. That's the only way to survive. With the blow just now, many people have suffered internal injuries from the shock, and their mouths are covered in blood. Everyone has reached their limit and dare not take another blow. Linny raised his head and glanced at the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that the ultimate blow would come soon. I go. If the ultimate blow comes, even he is not sure that he can withstand it. Just when the last team member climbed down and he was about to follow up, he found that the sky was a little bit wrong. The whole sky darkened. Nima, the ultimate blow came so quickly. Quick! Climb! He looked at the team members who were still in the middle of the bronze tree and shouted anxiously. However, it's too late. A ball of lightning was formed in the sky, and a huge ball of electricity smashed down towards the ancient building. With the power of this blow, it is impossible for any living thing to survive. The moment the ball lightning hit, the whole space is filled with white light. The powerful energy instantly turned the two team members on the bronze tree into atoms who hadn't had time to escape. That's right, not coke, not fly ash. Instead, it turns directly into atoms. Even the bronze tree was not spared and was melted directly. Ball lightning is different from ordinary lightning, it is very powerful. Those who escaped, although they have already stayed away from the ancient building. The huge energy still blows everyone out. People climbed up with difficulty, all of them were seriously injured. Someone shouted excitedly. However, no sound could be heard. Yes, all lost their hearing. Mingyue knelt on the ground, looked at the ancient building that had been blown into ruins, and cried into tears. No one can survive an explosion of this magnitude. Professor Du was more concerned about his archaeological results. Because the escape was too hasty, nothing was brought out. Even the mirror and books that he asked people to take away, he didn't know where they were lost. The surviving people rested on the spot for more than half an hour before gradually recovering their hearing. Yang Yang took out his mobile phone and continued the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. This is the first time Yang Yang cried in front of the camera. In the past, when the audience saw Yang Yang, they always had a sweet smiling face. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room immediately understood what was going on. Why is Linny missing? Yeah, where did Linny go? How did the ancient building become ruins? My God, what happened? What the hell happened during this time? Linny will not die, he is so strong. There are only a few people left in the archaeological team. This archaeology is really tragic. Wife Yang Yang, don't cry, as long as you are fine. My heart ached for Yang Yang for 3 seconds. It was the first time I saw her cry. Linny must have sacrificed himself to cover everyone's retreat. Impossible, I don't accept it. If Linny dies, I won't watch the archaeological show. I protest, Linny must be found. I'm still waiting to see Linny's exclusive visit to the tomb. What did the program crew do? Someone should be responsible for such a major accident. According to me, it's all because I didn't listen to the expert. The expert has already warned of the danger. Yes, if it wasn't on the first floor, someone ignored the expert's warning and used a flashlight to illuminate the rotten fireflies, and this series of chain events would not have been triggered. It's a pity that the expert is not online, otherwise you can ask him what's going on now. I always believe that Linny Hui will be safe and sound, because he is the strongest in my heart. It can be seen that the audience loves Linny. No one is willing to accept the fact in front of them. The archaeological team, everyone fell into silence. Everyone is regretting. I regret that I didn't listen to the expert's words. Now things have become like this. There are only a few people left in the archaeological team of more than 100 people. It's too late to say anything now. All the brave fighters died in battle to protect the archaeological team. Many foreign audiences saw the soul of Huaxia. They all praised the archaeological team. However, the archaeological team remains silent. All feel very sad. When things turned out like this, Professor Du felt that he had an inescapable responsibility. It's all my fault. After I go back, I will take the initiative to resign from all positions, sorry. Professor Du bowed deeply to the audience. Many people originally planned to criticize Professor Du, but when they were typed out, they were deleted one after another. In the final analysis, Professor Du came to archaeology when he was successful and famous in order to expand Chinese civilization. Many people are still full of sympathy for him. Everyone's faces were extremely heavy and sad. Mingyue's eyes were red and she wiped away her tears. I'm going to find Linny, he will definitely be alive. Although I haven't known Linny for a long time. But Linny saved her life many times and saved the archaeological team. The relationship between the two is deeper than that of many people who have known each other for a lifetime. Yes, some people have known each other for a lifetime, but it is just a casual acquaintance. Some people don't get along for a long time, but they will never forget it. That's how she is at the moment. In my mind, Linny's voice and smile can't be forgotten. Especially after he and she were injured, she still remembered every minute and every second of Linny climbing up the ancient building with her on his back. At this moment, she felt very uncomfortable. Professor Du hugged his daughter tightly and refused to let her go back to the ancient building. Sorry, it's all my fault for being too reckless, which caused the archaeological team to sacrifice so much. I'm really sorry, Dad was wrong. At this moment, Professor Du didn't know how to comfort his daughter. I don't even know how to comfort the family members of those team members after they go back. Right now, only the professional host Yang Yang still maintains the ability to think rationally. Professor Du, you are also for the country, for our Chinese civilization. No one wants this kind of thing to happen. They all sacrificed for the country, and the people of the whole country will remember them. They are all heroes of China. Although the truth is so, how could Professor Du forgive himself so easily? Looking at the few people left, he decided to cheer up. Yang Yang, now we have to bring the rest of us back alive. Mingyue asked in a crying voice. Could it be that we're not looking for Linny? Everyone fell into a long silence. Seeing that the ancient building has become like this, let alone a mortal, even a god may have to be annihilated. However, Professor Du didn't know how to comfort her daughter. He does not know. He was full of fear and anxiety. He didn't even dare to imagine that Linny was still alive. That is something unimaginable. All the survivors have determined that Linny is still alive. They had just experienced the tremendous power of ball lightning, and they didn't dare to have any illusions. But the persistent audience still firmly believed that Linny was still alive. Impossible, Linny is so strong that he won't just die like this, you have to go find him. The program team can't abandon Linny. If it wasn't for him, you would have died several times already. Yeah, abandoning your heroes. What face do you have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? If Linny can't come back, don't come back. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. The audience talked more and more. Several people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it, but no one dared to refute it. Although he had decided in his heart that Linny couldn't die anymore. However, they dare not tell the audience. Only Mingyue still has a little fantasy in her heart, firmly believing that miracles will happen. Linny must still be alive, I'm going to find him. After speaking, she resolutely walked towards the burning ancient building. Professor Du winked at the two archaeologists. The two rushed forward and forcibly stopped Mingyue. Dr. Mingyue, we all know that no one can survive this kind of explosion, please be sober. Yeah, we all like Linny, but now we can only accept the reality. Mingyue cried into tears, wiping away her tears. Impossible. Linny said that he will never give up, and he will definitely find ways to survive. No matter what others say, she is always determined in her heart. At this moment, her cell phone rang. It's the sound of the expert's mind consonants going online. An hour ago, electric balls fell from the sky. The energy of this blow was huge, and it was useless to hide anywhere on the top of the tower. Lin glanced at the bronze tree, and there were still 2 team members who did not climb down. In desperation, he jumped from the top of the tower. When he was in the air, he saw a huge figure in the underground river. Nima, what kind of monster is this? It seems to be more than 10 meters long, and its body is extremely large. In this kind of underground river with no natural enemies and abundant food, it is not surprising that it has grown so large for hundreds of years. Perhaps it was the awareness of food being delivered to the door. The monster opened its mouth wide and aimed at the sky. If nothing else happened, Linny just fell into the monster's mouth. At the critical moment, Linny pulled out the ancient black gold knife. His abdominal muscles contracted for the second time, abruptly changing his position in the air, and it just landed on the monster's forehead. Crack! The ancient black gold knife was inserted straight into the monster's forehead. Roar! The monster wagged its tail violently and struggled in the water. Blood stained half of the river red. The splashed water was instantly vaporized by the powerful lightning energy above. Linny reacted quickly and dived into the water suddenly. But monsters that have lost their minds are not so lucky. The huge body was roasted directly by lightning. Linny dived into the water and looked at the surface of the water. Bang! 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 It was like someone shot a gun into the water, and the whole river started to boil. At the same time, the charred corpse of the monster also fell into the water, right in front of Linny. He made a decisive decision, grabbed the monster and sank into the water together. The river is deep and very clear. He could clearly see the entire river boiling and bubbling. After a long time, he let go of his hand and floated up. The scene in front of him surprised him. The entire river was abruptly evaporated for several meters. Fortunately, he was witty and sank with the monster. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had just climbed onto the bank when a piranha bit his leg. What? With a scream, he dragged his injured leg ashore. The piranha's sharp teeth bit off a piece of his flesh. Brute! He was furious. One sword cut the piranha in half. Lie on the shore and pant. At this time, he thought of Dr. Mingyue again. It would be great if Dr. Mingyue was here. He will definitely clean his wound as soon as possible and then bandage it. He glanced at the cliff. It was tens of meters away from the top, and it was impossible to go back. There was a sharp pain in the leg. Although he bears Chilin's blood, he is still worried about infection. You must know that these piranhas grew up eating carrion, and you can imagine how many bacteria are in their mouths. Dragging his injured leg, he limped downstream. Gathering dry grass and twigs along the way, catching the sparks from the back of the knife on the stone, and igniting the fire. Then he picked up a twig, bit it in his mouth, and prepared to treat the wound. The reason for this is to prevent biting the tongue. After taking a few heavy breaths, he resolutely picked up a burning branch. He scalded the burning end directly to the wound. What? Although biting the branch, he still let out a scream. In his nose, he smelled the smell of barbecue. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, his body convulsed, and he passed out. Perhaps it was the unicorn blood in his body that had an effect, and he woke up after 10 minutes. Looking at the treated wound, the pain had disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The bonfire was still burning, and while drying his clothes, he logged into the account of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room. Only then did Mingyue and the others see the scene where the expert came online. Linny is not dead, he is waiting for you downstream. The exit is at the underground river, and you can find him along the way. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw the expert's words. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room is like Chinese New Year. Great, I knew Linny wouldn't die. Yeah, such a powerful expert always has a means of escape. Actually, I guessed it a long time ago, haha. It's great, I want to give the program team 5 stars. As long as Lin is here, the archaeological show can continue, and I promise to watch it. The archaeology of the ancient building in the Demon Kingdom was successful, and I don't know where the program team will go next. The loss is so big this time, the program team is estimated to adjust for a while. That's right, the garrison sacrificed a whole platoon, and the archaeological team also lost so many members, so adjustments must be made. I think the program team should invite more experts like Lin Yi. It makes sense, but there is no one in a million experts like Lin Yi. Where can I find it? I know 2 Captain Majin, 1 fat and 1 thin, I can let them contact the program group. You mean, the little third master and the fat master? Those are the 2 famous captains who touch gold, and it is not easy to invite them. I look forward to it very much. Lin Yi and them will go to the tomb together as an iron triangle. Yes, if the program group can invite the 2 of them, I will buy 10 rockets. Lord, please accept my worship. Wife Yang, be careful, there are piranhas in the river, don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the shore. While the audience was discussing enthusiastically, the program team had already begun to move downstream of the underground river. After more than half an hour, everyone found Lin Yi by a river beach. Lin Yi was drawing a book, which he rescued from the ancient building. After seeing it, Professor Du felt as if he had found a treasure, and hurried over to pick up the book, his hands trembling with excitement. I thought it was all gone, but I didn't expect there to be another copy. He flipped through the book to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme, and found that it was full of unfamiliar ghost stories. Lin Yi shrugged. Professor, I know these texts are very important to our Chinese civilization, so I keep them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to me. Fortunately, there was no damage. That's right, this piece of jade. He took out the jade from Mingyue from his chest. If it wasn't for this piece of jade, I might not have the luck to survive. Thank you, Dr. Mingyue. He returned the jade. Mingyue was caught off guard and hugged him. His eyes were red and he kept whimpering. Seeing this scene, everyone can understand. Everyone thought that Lin Yi was dead before, how could it not be exciting to see him again? In particular, Lin Yi has saved Mingyue many times. It's not luck that you survived. Mingyue wiped away her tears and smiled. Lin Yi personally put the jade around her neck. It's not luck, what is that? Mingyue rolled her eyes. This, I'm going to ask you. Hey, why do I smell like chicken wings? Forehead Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. He didn't intend to tell everyone about the encounter with the giant beast before. After all, with such a big monster, it would definitely make people uneasy. Especially the fact that I was injured, I can't even say it. I guess you must be hungry. Mingyue nodded. I didn't think so at first, but you are really hungry when you say that. So the archaeological team camped in place. Take what little food and water you have and distribute it equally to everyone. Although the water in the underground river looks very clear. But everyone knows that this is just an illusion. The carrion is floating upstream, and there are countless bacteria accumulated in it over the years. If you drink this kind of water without getting sick, I'm afraid only Asan can do it. After all, the water quality of the Ganges River is as good as it is here. After resting, everyone followed the underground river and came to the lower reaches of the glacier. Coming out of a natural cave, looking at the road and village below, everyone knew they were rescued. However, out of more than 100 people, only these few people survived. Everyone's heart is heavy. At sunset, everyone was found by the people in the village and rescued back to the village. Yang Yang immediately contacted the program team and asked someone to pick it up. Professor Du took out a wad of cash, took out thousands of dollars and gave it to Lin Yi. 500 per day, including your 6-day salary, the total is, dash. Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed. In his pocket, there is still an emerald, that is the big head. Professor Du didn't say a word about jade, it seems that he tacitly agreed that he can take it away. Professor, give the 3,000 yuan to the sacrificed person, I don't want it. After Professor Du thought about it, he stuffed it into his bag. How can I not? Then I will be embarrassed to find you next time. Ah, you still want to look for me next time? Lin Yi felt very embarrassed. After all, this time, it was to thank the archaeological team for saving him, so he risked his life all the way to save him. Next time, 500 yuan will not work. Well, I know this. With your skills, 500 yuan is indeed too little. Don't worry, I will apply for special funds from above. Professor Du took a deep breath with some emotion. The casualties were huge this time. I think the higher-ups should consider bringing in more experts like me. It was also the unanimous opinion of the audience. Lin rolled his eyes. An expert like me, who? Professor Du took out 3 photos and handed them to him. Actually, the program team had thought about it before, but they didn't get in touch with it yet. This time, we must find them. Lin Yi picked it up and looked at it, and was shocked. These 3 people are so familiar. Brother Wu Tianjin and Fatty. As soon as Lin picked up the photo and looked carefully, he recognized the 3 of them at a glance. Brother! Wu Tianjin, Fatty Wang. The little brother had an indifferent face and was wearing a black hood. Wu Tianjin's face was pale, he must be sick. Fatty Wang looked around vigilantly with a greasy face. All 3 photos were taken candidly from a distance. The addresses and contact information of the 3 people are written on the back of the photo. Professor Du said something next to him. They are very vigilant, knowing that after being followed, their address and contact information have changed. Are you interested in helping me find these 3 people? Lin Yi shrugged. Why do you think I can find them? Professor Du is very determined. Because you are not an ordinary villager at all. In fact, you are the same person as them. As the saying goes, like attracts like, so you must have a way. Lin Yi opened his mouth slightly in surprise. It turns out that you have long suspected my identity as a villager. Professor Du laughed. Why, don't you look in the mirror when you get up in the morning? You don't look like a simple villager. The high altitude here has strong ultraviolet rays, and the skin of the villagers is very dark. You are so white and tender, how can you be a villager here? Then why didn't you expose me? It's not that I didn't want to expose you, it's just that doing so is not good for the archaeological team. You know, the archaeological team was already in panic before, and telling them that there is an unidentified person in the team will cause panic. Facts have also proved that my choice is correct. If it weren't for you, we might all be dead. Lin nodded. He only has 3,000 yuan in his hands now, which is not enough to survive in this world. Although there is still a jade bracelet, it takes time to get it out. So we had to find a way to get some more money. It's not impossible to find someone for you, but I have a condition. Unexpectedly, Professor Du is very generous. You want money, right? No problem, if you find them, I will personally sponsor you 30. It's not good to ask for your personal sponsorship. Hee hee, do you think that I am a great professor for nothing? Let me tell you the truth, I still have a net worth of more than $1 billion, so a few $100,000 is just a drizzle. Lin Yi was a little stunned. Then what you showed in front of the camera before was all fake. He thought of Professor Du in front of the camera, constantly confessing and begging for forgiveness. But there is no mention of compensation. I thought this big professor was very poor. It is only now that I understand that there are two people in front of the camera and outside the camera. Confession is to win everyone's sympathy, make everyone mistakenly think that he is a good person for the country and the people, and forgive him for his mistakes. In fact, I should have understood that these people participating in archaeology are not as grand as they say in front of the camera. The prosperity of the world is all about fame and fortune, that's all. Of course it's false. Do you really think that I risked my life to expand Chinese culture? Is not it? Naughty, you are so smart, you should understand what I'm talking about. I fully understand, but I don't understand why you tell me this. It's very simple. Everyone can see that my daughter Mingyue likes you. Now I treat you as my own, understand? Professor Du patted him heavily on the shoulder. My contact information is stored in the phone. If you find someone, call me immediately, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. He was about to leave, but Lin Yi stopped him. Originally, he thought that he was just looking for someone, and it was embarrassing to ask for money from Professor Du now. He just wants a little more. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Don't you think 30 is a little less for me to find someone? 30 is still too little. I thought you were different from those people. I didn't expect you to be greedy for money, haha. Professor Du patted his arm. Yes, I like it. Then the conversation changed. However, I will not increase the money unless you give me a suitable reason. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, these three people are all masters, and you also know that they can't see the end of the dragon, so it will be difficult to find them. Also, with their help, future archaeology will not sacrifice as much as this time, and you can also gain more, whether it is fame, fortune, or other ulterior things. What do you think? Professor Du frowned and thought about it seriously. After a long time, he nodded, you are right. Well, I'll give you 60 yuan, and we must find the three of them as soon as possible. No problem, give me half of the deposit first. Professor Du was taken aback for a moment. Okay, I'll transfer it to your phone when I go back. After Professor Du finished speaking, he went to accept an interview with Yang Yang again. In front of the camera, he still looks like an old pedant for the country and the people, and he still looks very miserable. This won the favor of many people. Many people even said that most of the people who moved China this year would be Professor Du. Yes, touched Huaxia. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. At this moment, 3 helicopters flew from the sky. They were the planes of the program group. Everyone was taken back to the city by plane. Lin Yi is a great contributor to this show, and the show crew deliberately kept him here to celebrate. But he flatly refused. He felt that he was not a great hero, but a fool who was being used by others. Regarding the fact that Professor Du asked him to find the little brother, Wu Tianjin, and Fatty Wang, he didn't pay attention to it for the time being. What he was thinking at the moment was to settle in this city as soon as possible. Just left the TV station and wanted to take a taxi to the hotel. Mingyue chased him out from behind. Lin Yi, if you have no place to stay, you can stay at my house. Being unfamiliar with the place, being able to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme in Mingyue's house is of course excellent. But when he thought of the face of Mingyue's father, Professor Du, he felt a little sick again. Thank you, I think it's more convenient to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme in a hotel, and I don't have to cook for myself. It turns out that you are so lazy. Actually, I can cook too. You can cook, but can you do my laundry? Ah. It depends on what kind of clothes to wash. Shorts. Put. You are really bold, if you don't mind, you can. Mingyue blushed. Lin Yi didn't expect that Mingyue would really like it. It's really hard to turn down the kindness, why don't you just agree to her? Just as he was about to speak, a TV crew ran out in a panic. That's great, Dr. Mingyue, I finally found you. We're going to do a show soon, and the station invites you back. Mingyue said reluctantly. Linny, keep in touch. Watching Mingyue return to the show. Linny waved and stopped a car. Master, go to the antique market. He wanted to try his luck, maybe he could find clues to Wu Tianjin and others. At worst, you can find a way to sell the jade bracelet in your hand, and don't panic if you have money. He prefers to have his own house than to depend on others. Ancient Black Gold Knife is lost TV station, program site. Everyone from the archaeological team was there, except Lin Yi. There was warm applause at the scene, but everyone looked a little dignified when the applause was a little quieter. Yang Yang spoke. Now it is said on the internet that the sacrifice is too great. I suspect that we will not have a second episode. Our entire TV station is under tremendous pressure. Professor Du, what do you think about this archaeology? Professor Du had a sad face. Netizens are right, the sacrifice this time is indeed too great, and I should bear the main responsibility. As he spoke, he sobbed. The audience watched and expressed deep sympathy one by one. Yang Yang comforted him. Professor Du, you don't have to blame yourself too much, no one wants this kind of thing to happen. Thanks to the expert guidance and Lin Yi's step forward this time, the entire army was not wiped out. Speaking of which, we should thank them both. Professor Du nodded. That's right, you should thank them well. Especially Lin Yi, who doesn't ask for anything in return. He even chose to donate the 120 million bonus that the program team gave him this time to charity organizations. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was sitting in a taxi and watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast on his mobile phone, was completely dumbfounded. When will you give me 120 million, why don't I know? He immediately looked it up, the non-profit organization that Professor Du mentioned. I don't know if I don't check it, I'm shocked when I check it. The actual controller of this non-profit organization turned out to be Professor Du. He gritted his teeth with hatred. Fuck. This old fox, give me back 120 million. At this time, his mobile phone received a text message, 30 in the account. This should be the deposit to find 3 people. Sure enough, a text message was received immediately. Hello, I'm Wang Shishir, Professor Du's assistant, and this is the deposit that the professor asked me to transfer to you. Lin Yi did not reply to the message. At this moment, he was deeply disgusted by Professor Du. At the scene of the show, Professor Du was crying in confession. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not bringing them all back. He thumped his chest, looking very distressed. Yang Yang quickly comforted her. Professor Du, you don't have to blame yourself, everyone knows that you have tried your best. You are one of the greatest archaeology professors in China. You are willing to risk yourself in order to expand our history in China. You are the pride of our China, the conscience of the archaeological community, you must take care of your health. Hearing Yang Yang's words, Professor Du wiped away his tears and nodded. The lessons learned this time are profound. In order not to repeat the same mistakes, I have already made a strict plan. I will invite 3 masters to go with me next time when I am archaeological. At this moment, Yang Yang told him a shocking news. Speaking of inviting experts, Professor Du, you may not know that a petition is being launched on the internet. Millions of netizens jointly requested that the program team invite someone with a heart-to-heart to come out of the mountain. Everyone believes that if there is a heart-to-heart, similar things will definitely be avoided. Professor Du was slightly taken aback, the matter was a bit out of his control. Really? Then I have to check it online. Mingyue immediately took the phone and showed him the petition post. He was taken aback when he saw the number of voters. It has exceeded 1,000 million people. Incredible, this is a big deal. Yang Yang nodded. Yes, Professor, this incident has already alarmed the higher authorities. The higher-ups have given important instructions to Tylee, no matter what, we must invite an expert to come out of the mountain with a heart-to-heart. For this reason, Tylee specially approved 500 million funds, as long as the high-level people are willing to participate in the program, they can take away the money. Everyone was very excited to hear that the archaeological team spent a lot of money to invite experts to come out of the mountain. One by one smiled and nodded. That's great, you have a good heart, you are indeed a master, and with his help, you can reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Yes, compared with human life, 500 million is nothing. I think 500 million is too little, and it may not be possible to hire high-level people. I suggest that the station can be more generous, and it would be better to increase it to 1,000 million. Yeah, such an expert is priceless at all, not much more than 1,000 million. Hearing the discussion of the guests, Yang Yan nodded. This, I will report to Tai Lei. Tai Lei is very determined this time, and should be able to add more funds. In the taxi, Linny put down his phone and concentrated on looking at the city scenery. He found that the cities in this world are very developed. Many buses are already unmanned. Even some taxis have begun to try to be unmanned. It seems that unmanned is the general trend. At this time, he found that the driver kept looking in the rearview mirror. He frowned. Master, do I have flowers on my face? Sorry, I just think you are carrying a sword on your back, a bit like the expert the show crew was looking for. Linny was delighted to hear it. I just love cosplay, I'm not an expert. Master, just park at the gate of the antique city. The taxi stopped quickly. Linny took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver. Keep the change. After he finished speaking, he walked into the antique city. Although carrying a sword, the people here are not surprising. After all, this is an antique city, and there are everyone. When passing by a stall, he heard someone talking. Little third master, why is this kid carrying my brother's ancient black gold sword? I don't know. My brother said he lost the knife. He thought it was a joke. It seems that he really lost it. How about I bring it over and ask? Okay, ask carefully. Fatty Wang took 2 steps forward and blocked Linny with his hands. I said, brother, do you want to buy antiques? Fatty, I have a lot of good things here, and they are very cheap. Linny glanced at him. Then he looked at Wu Tianjin, who was sitting at the booth reading a book, and his heart burst into joy. Unexpectedly, with the black gold ancient sword on his back, he found the two so easily. From what the two said just now, Brother Gonqing lost his black gold ancient knife? He seemed to understand something. The things in the system were not created out of thin air, but transferred to him from the younger brother. He looked calm on his face. Okay, let me take a look first. He came to the booth and looked at the things of the two of them. They are all counterfeit, there is no genuine one. It seems that the two of them haven't been to the tomb for a long time, and they are out of stock. He directly picked up a porcelain bottle and slammed it on the ground. Crack! The porcelain bottle was broken all over the place. When Fatty Wang saw it, he immediately rushed over with clenched fists, raised his head and stared at him. Hey! I said, buddy, you don't have to smash things if they are not good. Tell me, what should I do? Get 1,080,000, and I won't argue with you today, Mr. Fatty. Otherwise, you can never go out unscathed. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up slightly. Unexpectedly, the Fat Master can also use idioms. It seems that he has learned a lot from the third master. When Wu Tianjin heard this person actually knew the two of them. He quickly closed the book and looked straight at him. Fatty Wang didn't care so much, he was still thinking about asking for money. He spread his hands and said, Brother, bring the money. Okay, how much do you want? This porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZV/phoneme was used by Lafayette. Originally, I planned to sell it for 50 yuan, so you can just give it 20 yuan. Hey, Fat Master is so kind, and it's 30 yuan cheaper for me. No, hurry up and take the money, don't ink it. Linny smiled. This kind of fake, 30 yuan is too much for you. As he spoke, he took out 300 yuan bills and slapped them on the fat man's chest. Take the 300 yuan and eat a good meal. You can see that you are hungry and thin. Turn around and leave. He knew that the third master was extremely smart and would definitely keep him. Sure enough, Just after taking 2 steps, the third master spoke, "Return." Starts broadcasting. The fat man wanted to make trouble, but was stopped by the third master. "Fatty, take it when you see it." He walked directly to Linny and looked him up and down. This friend seems to be an expert. There are good things, but they are all inside. Do you dare to go in and have a look? Unexpectedly, the little third master actually used the aggressive method. Lin looked at Fatty Wang, who was kneeling down to pick up the money, and then at the third master. The third master is an upright person, so he shouldn't do evil things. But fat people are hard to say. After thinking briefly for 2 seconds, he nodded. With his skill, of course there is nothing to be afraid of. Then have a look. Sure enough, the fat man closed the door as soon as he walked in. Gearing up, he forced to come over with a smirk on his face. "Ha, if it falls into my hands today, fat man, it's unlucky for you, kid. If you don't pay 180,000, don't even think about getting out of this door." The little third master dragged him over. "Fatty, stop playing and go cook." "Ah. Why am I cooking again?" "You don't want to? Then you accompany the guests, and I will cook." "No." Fatty was a little embarrassed. He pulled Wu Tianjin aside and whispered, "Little third master, you don't know how expensive salt and rice are if you are not in charge of the family. We have no more rice to cook." "No, what about instant noodles?" There were still a few packets of Lauten sauerkraut beef noodles left, but I was so hungry that I ate them all in the middle of the night last night. "You idiot, what do you do now?" "What should I do? Do I have to invite this kid to dinner? He is carrying my little brother's ancient black gold knife. He has to find out the truth. Didn't he pay you 300 just now? Go and buy some food and come back." How could there be 300? They were all blown away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. "Don't play tricks, go quickly." Wu Tianjin kicked his ass. Only then did the fat man feel unwilling to go out to buy food. Wu Tianjin invited Lin Yi to sit in a gazebo and made a pot of tea. He said with a smile while pouring tea, "Sorry, my brother has this temper. Actually, he is quite nice, you will know after getting along for a long time." Lin Yi didn't take it to heart at all. "It's okay, I don't know what good things the third master is going to show me." "No hurry, let's have a good chat first. Do you know us?" Little Third Master and Fat Master are 2 famous giants in the toon robbery world. Of course I know them. "So that's it, I actually know you too." "Oh?" Wu Tianjin smiled, took out his mobile phone and clicked into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room of the archaeological show. "I'm also watching this show, and I've given you a few free gifts. Your skills are impressive, especially with this knife. By the way, where did you get this knife?" Lin rolled his eyes. Of course you can't tell him that it was sent by the system. "I said I picked it up on the road, do you believe it?" "I believe." "No, you also believe that. Besides this explanation, I can't think of anything else. To be honest, this knife belonged to a friend of mine before. He is also very skilled. No one can snatch this knife from him unless it is accidentally lost. Gone. Excuse me, can you return my friend?" "What?" Linny didn't expect that he accidentally fell into the pit when he fell into the trick of the third master. This, actually. At this moment, the fat man ran over with a plate of steaming hot pot. The hot pot restaurant has opened a new store. Drinks are free and discounted. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. After putting down the hot pot, he brought a few more dishes and 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Then he went out again and came back with a large case of beer. "Fatty, aren't you afraid that the boss will beat you?" "Who am I, fat lord? Bachelou is #1 in the world. He can't beat him." The fat man didn't care about the 3 7s and 21s, he just picked up the chopsticks and started to eat on his own. It may be because it was too hot, tears and snot came out, and I kept sticking out my tongue and breathing. "Fatty, be gentle. Can Sven be eaten as a meal?" If you two don't eat it, I will finish eating this mutton. Seeing the fat man gobbling it up, Wu Tianjin hurriedly asked Lin Yi to eat with him. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. He heard everything the two of them said before. It seemed that the fat man was indeed starving. He was also polite, picked up his chopsticks and ate. The fat man asked after taking a few mouthfuls. Naive, how's the talk between the two of you? Is this kid willing to return the knife to us? Wu Tianjin punched him in the stomach. The fat man staggered and almost ate the whole pot of hot pot. I said, what are you doing? This knife belongs to us, and it's only natural that we want it back. Wu Tianjin winked at him. Fatty, is my brother's name written on the knife? Maybe not. Then why do you ask people for it? Do you need a reason? This knife belongs to my brother. Fatty, let's talk about this later, let's eat first. Wu Tianjin had seen that Lin Yi didn't really want to return the knife. Although the knife is indeed my brother's, there is no evidence at all. So the two don't make sense at all. If they insisted on robbing, with Lin Yi's skill, the two of them would not be sure at all. It's not too late to start when the little brother is together. Compared with Fatty, Wu Tianjin is obviously much more stable. During the meal, he kept clinking glasses with Lin Yi. Not to be outdone, the fat man also joined in. The three of them ate and chatted, and their feelings gradually became acquainted. This meal lasted for more than an hour until it was dark. Wu Tianjin saw that the timing was almost up, so he said, Lin Yi, anyway, you are new here, and you don't have a place to stay. Why don't you just stay with us and get you a separate room? Before Lin could open his mouth, Fatty spoke first. Don't worry, the rent is cheaper for you, you can just give 20,000 yuan a month. Wu Tianjin became anxious when he heard it. Fatty, what are you talking about? How can you ask for rent? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi didn't take it seriously. No problem, I think the environment is pretty good. Thank you for your kind hospitality and invitation, my third master. I have decided to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here. The two are so poor now, and it happens to help them. As he spoke, he took out his phone and pressed out the payment page. Fatty, first transfer 6,000 yuan to you. Is it okay to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme for 3 months? When Fatty and Wu Tianjin heard this, their eyes widened. Good guy, Lin Yi is very rich. With this 6,000 yuan, it can be regarded as a solution to the urgent need, and I don't need to eat instant noodles in the future. The fat man stretched out the phone with trembling hands. Okay, pass it to me quickly. Don't say 3 months, you can stay as long as you want. Soon, he received the message that he had received the account and stood up excitedly. After checking the account repeatedly and confirming that the account was credited, she immediately hugged Lin Yi tightly. Brother Lin Yi, you are really my savior, fat lord. The mutton is finished, wait for me to add a few more dishes, I must have a good time today. The fat man had money in his pocket, so he ran to other people's shops to serve meat. In this way, Lin Yi and the two lived together. The fat man is greedy, and he has a tooth sacrifice every 3 to 5 times, and the money is almost spent in a few days. As soon as Lin was fine, he just played chess with the young master, and his life was considered comfortable. During this period, Mingyue sent text messages from time to time to invite him to go out, but he refused. He didn't want Mingyue to have too many fantasies about him. On this day, the fat man closed the stall early. While worrying about what to eat for the afternoon, a beautiful woman stood at the door with her hands behind her back. He looked up. Isn't this very popular on the internet, Dr. Mingyue? Dr. Mingyue, are you here to see Lin Yi? How do you know? Of course I know. Those who have watched the show don't know that you and Lin Yi are a match made in heaven. You have a sweet mouth, but in fact, I'm here to find you. Come to see us? Yeah, I'm looking for you. The new episode of the program has been prepared, and I'm just waiting for the 3 of you to join the group. Chapter 22. When Fatty brought Mingyue in, Lin Yi was dancing with his sword. After he swallowed the blood of the unicorn, he became extremely powerful and his 5 senses were super developed. But in terms of swordsmanship, it can only be said to be average. During this period of time, apart from playing chess with the third master, he studied swordsmanship assiduously. Although he has good intelligence, but swordsmanship lacks the guidance of a famous teacher, and it is difficult to achieve great success in a short time. He was very surprised to see Mingyue coming. "Dr. Mingyue, how did you find this place?" "Humph, is it difficult to locate a mobile phone?" Yes, you must have a mission this time." "Yes, the program group has already prepared, and the three of you are officially invited to join the group." When the three of them heard this, they all looked at each other and smiled. The third master was the first to speak. "Sorry, I'm not interested in archaeology." Fatty followed closely behind. "Yeah, I'm not interested in Fat Master phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It's fire ladybug and rice dumpling." "Fat Master, I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a few more years." "Why are you doing this?" Mingyue kicked her feet angrily, and looked at Lin Yi for help. Lin Yi also shrugged. "No way, I have the same opinion as them." It seems that Dr. Mingyue will make a trip for nothing this time. In fact, Lin is still brooding over Mingyue's father. "Professor, do it's better to go to the grave by yourself than to cooperate with this kind of person." In the past few days, he and the third master have been studying the big tomb, aiming at an ancient tomb in the South China Sea, and are about to leave. Unexpectedly, Mingyue came to the door. Mingyue rolled her eyes. "What if I say that this is a task entrusted to you by the country?" "What, the mission entrusted to us by the country?" The three of them looked at each other. They didn't expect her to come here. At this moment, Mingyue's cell phone rang. She picked it up and took a look, then quickly picked up the video. In the video, there appeared a face of a famous person that could only be seen on TV. Seeing this posture, the three of them immediately straightened their chests, not daring to look foolish again. The big man thought that the three had agreed. In the video, all three were praised, such as the fearless spirit of sacrifice, what is for the continuation of Chinese history, and so on. In short, the three of them didn't dare to say no when they put on their high hats. Finally, the big man said conclusively, "The people will never forget you, and will remember your outstanding contributions to Chinese history. Thank you again." The big man even saluted. The three had no choice but to salute together. Then the video hung up, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyue said triumphantly from the side, "Now, is there anyone who can't say it?" The third master and the fat man sighed helplessly. "Go, who said no?" "This is an honorable mission, of course I will go, fat man, I am the most patriotic." Seeing that Lin Yi didn't make a statement, Mingyue turned around and looked at him. "Why, Lin Yi still has different opinions?" Lin Yi frowned and thought about it. "Your TV station invited the three of us to come out, so you have to show some sincerity." Of course Mingyue understood what he meant by sincerity. "Don't worry, Tylee took out 300 million funds, and the three of you can share them equally." When the fat man heard it, his eyes lit up. "If it is 300 million, then each person can get 100 million. For a person like him who can barely afford instant noodles, this is undoubtedly timely rain." The little third master had a calm expression on his face. Will the dignified little third master be short of money? The Wu family has a big business, and they haven't put this little money in their eyes yet. And if the matter he and Lin Yi are studying is successful, there will be more than this amount of money. Lin Yi complained directly. "Is there a mistake? The bounty of the expert has been increased to 500 million, and the three of us are only given a total of 300 million. This is too big a difference." In fact, he really wanted to expose the fact that he was a heart-to-heart. "At least you can get a lot more money." But when he thought about it again, maybe his net worth would be even higher after this time? Mingyue folded her arms and looked around him. "Humph, didn't you watch the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast? Gao Ren's fans have exceeded million now. This kind of big internet celebrity has more than 1,000 million and still can't get it. How many fans do the three of you have? You still think 300 million is too little?" The three looked at each other. It was the fat man who broke the embarrassment. "Oh, what are you talking about? I don't want a penny for the sake of the country's fat man. I'll stop talking nonsense, I'll take this business deal." He patted his chest and kept reassuring. Mingyue smiled triumphantly. "Where are you two?" The little third master saw that the fat man agreed, so he nodded. "Okay, just go for a walk with Fatty, just like traveling in the mountains and rivers." Everyone looked at Lin Yi now. Lin Yi shrugged and said, "The little third master and the fat master both agreed, so I will obey the majority." When Mingyue heard this, she immediately smiled. "Then it's decided like this. The plane at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning will be there at the airport." Early the next morning, the fog filled the air. The three arrived at the airport, where Yang Yang was doing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast in the thick fog. As you can see, our three masters have already arrived. With the escort of the three of them, this archaeological expedition will surely return safely and triumphantly. As she spoke, she handed the microphone to Professor Du, who was on the side. "Professor, can you tell us about the archaeological phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme this time?" "Okay, Yang Yang, I think everyone still remembers the big bell on the ancient building. After studying the ghost cave text on Zhongshan, we discovered a new ancient tomb. The specific phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme is like this. Fly from the airport to Xinjiang, then take a car from Xinjiang to the Conquet River, and go west all the way to find an ancient river channel going south. Our destination, the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom, is nearby. With the help of the three masters, it is possible to find it." After the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room saw the three of them, they all started calling, "I'm a fan of the third master is so handsome. Lin Yi's food should be good recently, and he should gain weight. The blind man upstairs, compared to the fat man, Lin Yi is as skinny as a stick, okay? There are three masters this time, so it should be much safer. I heard that the three of them have their own unique skills, and they are all extraordinary figures, belonging to the authentic Majin school. That's a must. The third master is extremely smart, good at reasoning, accurate marksmanship, good skills, and a wide range of paths. I'm a fan of Mr. Fatty. Don't look at Mr. Fatty, who is usually careless. In fact, he is very measured in doing things. He will not lose the chain at critical times. He is greedy for money just like me. No matter what you say, I like Lin Yi. Needless to say, his skills, everyone has seen the last episode of the show, and he has the best looks among the key three. He. Upstairs agrees with me, I am Lin Yi's little fangirl. This time, the team of the program was clever, and the number of the archaeological team was greatly controlled. In addition to the Dr. Mingyue, there were only 10 people. During the audience's discussion, the program group boarded a special domestically produced large plane. Fly all the way to Xinjiang. In the next few days, the program group is like traveling. When many people come to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme for the first time, they feel very fresh and fun. The local guide told everyone that this place was not originally a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. The Conquet River was diverted a long time ago before it became a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. So you can see many traces left by the river beach around, such as shells and fish fossils. Over the years, Huaxia has been controlling the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, and plants such as Populus euphratica and haloxylon can be seen artificially. It may be because of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Yang Yang's face is always flushed, very cute. She took the microphone and ran over to interview Professor Du, who was observing the terrain. Professor, we have arrived at the predetermined location, what should we do next? Professor Du looked at the long yellow sand and felt a little worried. I don't know. Whether we can find the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom depends to a certain extent on luck. If found, the contribution to our country's history would be enormous. Yang Yang, do you know? After my unremitting research, I found that there was probably a road from China to the western regions in ancient times. Along the way, merchants rode camels to communicate with each other. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a road. Since it was discovered by Professor Du, can Professor Du name it? Well, I haven't thought of a good name yet, I have to think about it. At this moment, Linny stood up. Why don't we just call it the Silk Road? When everyone heard it, they immediately looked at each other. Yang Yang directly extended the microphone over. Good name, Silk Road got great. Linny, how did you come up with this name? Linny thought for a while and said, Silk is a good thing unique to China. It represents prosperity and abundance, so I came up with this name. Professor Du was very unconvinced. I can't see it. We have a lot of unique things in China, such as porcelain. The name Linny chose inspired me. In my opinion, the road to porcelain is better. Yang Yang smiled. Since Professor Du and Linny disagree, let the netizens vote. Support the Silk Road to hit 1, and support the Porcelain Road to hit 2. The barrage army drifted past quickly, only to see that the barrage was full of 111, 1111. When Professor Du saw it, his face turned green. Unexpectedly, an imposing professor like himself would lose to a rookie. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room, the discovery of the Silk Road made the audience feel elated. Fuck! The Silk Road came too timely. I was arguing with an international student. This guy laughed at us for having no history. I immediately threw the Silk Road out to slap my face. Ah, it's so relieved. Hee hee, my Chinese civilization is extensive and profound. How could these small countries be able to match it? Ha ha ha, I hope the archaeological team will discover more history. It feels great, and I am deeply proud of being a Chinese. Yes, our family originally planned to immigrate, but after watching this archaeological show, we decided to be proud of the Chinese people. Indeed, the archaeological team has allowed us to regain our cultural confidence and pay tribute to the archaeological team. In such a hot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, the archaeological team is still on their way, so I feel sorry for them. Just at this moment, the notification sound of heart consonants going online sounded in front of everyone. The audience immediately shifted their focus to Gaorun. Ha ha, I thought the expert was missing, but when the show started, I met an expert again. I am so happy. Yeah, we don't panic if there are experts around. Expert, give advice to the program team. They have made such great contributions to the history of the motherland. I'm really afraid that they will be in danger again like last time. Yes, expert, please give me some pointers, please. I have a good heart, I rewarded you with a rocket, please check it. Master, what's your real name? I thought I could meet you in the archaeological team. Master, I look forward to seeing you go to the tomb with the archaeological team. I'm your fan. In my eyes, the three masters can't compare to you. Expert, do you think there is something strange about the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme? Soon, Xinyu sent out the first guidance. The viewer is right, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme does look different. The sky is so dark, it's very strange. I suspect that the black sandstorm is coming soon. Can the archaeological team find a place to hide as soon as possible? Team betrayed by the wizard. The program team attaches great importance to the barrage of the expert. In the last episode of the program, the expert has already proved his strength. The program team didn't listen to him, which led to many losses. Professor Du immediately called everyone to a meeting. Have you seen what the expert said? He said that the black sandstorm is coming soon, and he suggested finding a place to hide as soon as possible. What do you think? Yang Yang nodded. In my opinion, we should do what the heart and heart says. Everyone moved to a safe place as soon as possible. The other team members also nodded. Professor Du glanced at the three invited experts. Linny, what do you think? Linny shrugged. Of course, I listened to the arrangement of the program group. However, I think it should be right to do what the expert said. The third master also agreed. This expert, in the last episode of the program, he said it many times, which shows that he does have some skills. The only ones who didn't express their opinions right now were Fatty and Mingwe. The two are admiring the beautiful scenery in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Uncle Fat, look at how beautiful this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme is. Does that row of golden Euphratica trees look like the legendary golden dragon? What is this, Fat Lord? I have seen bigger dragons, but they are real dragons. No, there really are dragons in this world? Of course, Uncle Fatty will lie to you, but that underground palace is very dangerous, and my little third master and I almost didn't get there. Not far from the two of them, the guide Tashi was kneeling on a blanket, praying devoutly. Stretching out his hands towards the sun that was about to be covered in the sky, he covered his face again, muttering something in his mouth. Everyone came over. Professor Du asked him, "Guide Tashi, I heard that the black sandstorm is coming, is it true?" Tashi stood up with a calm look. Who is talking nonsense? Such a beautiful scenery, how could there be a storm? Don't worry, I've lived here for decades, trust me, nothing will happen. Everyone looked at each other. Tashi is very professional as a guide these days. Where there is water, where you can find camp, where there are poisonous scorpions. Everything is in order and nothing ever goes wrong. Everyone has great trust in Tashi. But now, Tashi's judgment is completely opposite to that of the expert. The people who had already made up their minds to hide suddenly didn't know what to do. Lin glanced at the sky, the sun was about to be covered, and it would be too late if he didn't find a place to hide. He stood up immediately. Professor Du, we can't die before we finish our mission. Whether it's true or not, it's always right to hide. Professor Du was very strange. What did you just say? What happened? I said that I died before I became a teacher. This is in the list of teachers. Forget it, I didn't say it. Linny felt a little depressed. The history of the three kingdoms has not yet been discovered in this world, so of course it is difficult to explain. Just then, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blew up in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Tashi's eyes lit up, as if he had changed into a different person. While everyone was not paying attention, he even stole a camel and drove away the other camels in the program group. Yo yo yo. I told you not to look for some ancient city, it's alright now, just wait to be swallowed up by the black sand. This has nothing to do with me, Tashi, it's you who are looking for death. As he spoke, he rode a camel and disappeared into the yellow sand. The people in the program team looked at each other, only to realize that they had been fooled. Damn! We've been cheated, and the food supplies are all on the camels. This black sandstorm seems to be real, we must hide as soon as possible. Still an expert and reliable. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mingwei and Fatty couldn't care less about enjoying the scenery, so they came together to discuss what to do. At this time, Wu Tianjin stood up. Without the camels, all of us would die. Before we run far, let's chase it back. Lin nodded. On. The two found their own direction and rushed out quickly. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room saw it, and they were so excited that they wept. Our three masters are still reliable, why doesn't Fatty chase after him? It's not that the fat man doesn't want to, he can't run. This guide is such an asshole. He deliberately wanted to kill the entire show crew. Maybe the locals have a certain belief in the ancient city and don't want outsiders to disturb them. But you can't use such an extreme method. The black sandstorm is coming soon, I really hope that the program crew will be safe and sound. The camel runs so fast, can Linny and the third master catch it back? Both of them have very good skills. They can walk like flying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, so there should be no problem. It's amazing, I also want to have their physical fitness. Originally, the program team spent 3 million yuan to invite these three masters. I think it's too much. Now it seems that it's worth the money. Yeah, if the show crew is safe and sound, let alone 300 million, 3,000 million is worth it. just in everyone's expectation. Linny and the young third master rode a camel back one after another. Looking carefully, each of them was holding another horse, making a total of 4 horses. After returning to the station of the program group, the two jumped off the camel one after another. Linny said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the camels ran too fast, so I just found these few." The third master also handed over the 2 horses he recovered to the program team. "I checked that the supplies are still there. As long as we find a hiding place as soon as possible, there should be no danger." The people in the program group were very excited. "Great, let's go and find a place to hide. It's just this long yellow sand, where should I hide?" Lin looked at the dark sky and said, "The storm is coming soon, I want to run and talk." Everyone saw that there was no other way, and that was the only way to do it. Everyone helped the 2 girls and Professor Du onto the camel, and there was one left. To an old specialist. Then, the 4 camels ran wildly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. The others followed, running all the way. The speed of the camel is very fast, and the yellow sand is charming to the eyes. Everyone wore goggles and covered their noses and mouths with towels to prevent sand from entering. After running for an unknown amount of time, each of them was exhausted, sweating profusely, and couldn't run anymore. I wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Looking back at the black storm, instead of stopping, it was even worse than before. The place where the program group stayed before has long been engulfed by a black storm. Fortunately, everyone made a quick decision, otherwise they would be buried in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme forever. The little third master yelled, "The speed can be a little slower. Drink water if you should drink water, and eat food if you should eat. Let the camels improve their legs too. Even the camels can't stand such a long journey." Everyone felt reasonable and followed suit. The fat man took a pack of instant noodles and wanted to eat them raw. Unexpectedly, after taking a bite, I ate a handful of sand. Bah! Bah! Fatty, how did I suffer this crime? Dr. Mingyue was worried about everyone's safety, so he went to check the situation one by one. Except for the obvious lack of physical strength of the old expert, everyone else is fine. The old expert seemed to be having difficulty breathing, and he might die here if he didn't deal with it urgently. Mingyue made a quick decision and gave the old expert a shot in the arm, and the old expert gradually recovered. "Thank you, Dr. Mingyue. It's just that the black sandstorm is getting closer and closer. Leave me alone and throw me here. Otherwise, everyone will die." Dr. Mingyue had mixed feelings. Just then, the old expert's glasses fell into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. When Mingyue was about to look for him, Lin picked up the glasses. After wiping it with a paper towel, I put it on for the old expert. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blew across the sand dunes, and the yellow sand hit everyone's faces painfully. Lin glanced at the distant sky, and the sky had completely turned dark yellow. If you can't find a place to hide, everyone will die. In the sky, the sun has been completely covered and plunged into darkness. Everyone is terrified. Professor Du regretted it very much. Hey! If we act immediately when the expert reminds us, we won't fall into this situation. What should we do now? Yang comforted him. Professor Du, I can't blame you. Neither would we be here if the guide hadn't let our camels go. The yellow sand blew past more and more densely, which had already affected everyone's sight. I can't see my fingers, and I can't tell if anyone is left behind. Just when everyone was at a loss, a white figure appeared in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme in the distance. Lin subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched the ancient black gold knife behind his back. Guides the way at this moment, the sound of the system rang. Ding! Instruct the archaeological team to succeed and get the reward Kirin gun. Do you want to receive it? Receive. In the light curtain in front of Lin Yi, a pistol appeared. It has a unique shape, a bit like an angry unicorn. He grabbed it with his hand, and the unicorn gun was in his hand. It feels like this gun came at a good time. Holding a unicorn gun in his hand, he walked towards the white thing to check. Although the Qilin gun is a pistol, it has a large caliber. It seems that the power should not be small. And judging from the name, it is estimated that it has something to do with Qilin blood, and it has unexpected effects against monsters. At this time, other members of the archaeological team also noticed the white mass. What exactly is it? It looks plump, not like a person. As soon as Lin took a closer look, he was very surprised. It turned out to be a huge camel, more than twice the size of ordinary camels. Even more peculiar is that this camel has only one hump on its back. The snow-white body is very conspicuous. For this camel to grow to such a large size in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, it must have special blood and special survival skills. Seeing that the camel was about to leave, Lin immediately shouted, "Come here, everyone, follow this camel, and you will definitely find a place to avoid the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme and sand." Seeing that there was hope, everyone ran over. Lin counted the number of people, and found that less than half of the archaeologists were left, and the rest died tragically in the sandstorm. Seeing that the white camel was getting farther and farther away, he didn't bother to look for those who got lost. Follow the white camel, and if you lose it, you will die. He personally led the camel that Mingyue rode and strode forward. Mingyue lay on the camel and watched him secretly. I feel that this man is really handsome and has excellent leadership, and I like him more and more. Sure enough, the white camel led everyone to the ruins. Professor Du was overjoyed. Quick! Everyone hide behind those broken walls. Surround 4 camels outside, and they will surely be able to withstand this black sandstorm. The people obeyed his orders. Although these walls looked dilapidated, but being able to stand up in such a harsh environment shows that it is very strong. I don't know how many rounds of storms these walls have withstood, and this time must be no exception. To everyone's surprise, the white camel also took the initiative to avoid it. In this way, the archaeological team all gathered under the wall, surrounded by a wall made of camels. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme and sand outside were getting bigger and bigger, and everyone was hiding inside, but there was no danger. At this moment, someone heard the call for help from the guide Tashi. This sandstorm is too big, I can't see it at all. Where is the city wall that avoids banning? I remember that it is nearby. My God, why can't I find it? Unexpectedly, Tashi was also looking for these city walls, wanting to use them to avoid the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme and sand. It's a pity that he couldn't see his 5 fingers, and he couldn't find it right in front of him. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room watched and expressed their opinions one after another. This damn traitor almost killed the entire archaeological team, please don't save him. Yes, if the holy mother bitch saves him, I'll smash the rotten eggs. It's so shameless. I never thought that this guy would be here today. Ha, this is called evil will be rewarded with evil, it's not that the time has not come. Tashi is a bastard, it's best to let him die outside. +1, this person is too bad, death is not a pity. Dr. Mingyue is a good person, I bet she wants to save people. Don't worry, Linny has already covered her mouth tightly, well done Linny, I brushed you 9 roses. 666666, well done. Shoo, it's not that we don't want to help, we didn't hear the cry for help. The archaeological team looked very strange. Although someone did hear Tashi's voice, no one came out. First of all, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme and sand outside are really too big, and they will be blown away when they go out. Secondly, everyone really hates this Tashi traitor. Soon, Tashi's voice disappeared into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme and sand. In a storm of this magnitude, there is no place to hide, and everyone has already guessed the result. Professor Du observed the ruins and suddenly made a new discovery. Could it be that this is the ruins of the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom? Great, I didn't expect a blessing in disguise. He was very excited and touched the writing on the wall with his hand. Although it has been almost corroded by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand, I can still feel what was portrayed on it. Fatty Wang said with emotion. Thank you, Uncle Bai, Fatty, you saved my life, thank you, I will feed you a pack of instant noodles later. Wu Tianjin glared at him. Fatty, don't talk nonsense, we don't have much supplies left. The white camel can survive here, and it can find food. Cough. I was just talking casually. Fatty said so, but secretly took out a handful of instant noodles and fed them to the white camel. Everyone was very grateful to the camel, and when they saw him feeding the camel, they didn't say much. There was a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand outside, and there were bursts of howling ghosts and wolves. Although they had already hid under the wall, everyone still felt terrified. The camels outside were frightened and tried to escape one by one. The white camel let out a burst of sound, as if giving orders to keep the camels in formation. These camels did not escape in the end. Linny likes this camel very much. Everything has animism, in fact, animals are sometimes very smart, who knows it well. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand blew all night. The temperature difference between day and night in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme is huge. Although the archaeological team huddled together, it was still very cold. Linny saw a lot of hay around, so he reached out and pulled out a lot of hay. Fatty, light the lighter. Let me do it. The little third master took out the lighter and lit the hay. Smiles appeared on the faces of the surrounding people, and they came over to keep warm. The fire shone on the faces of the people and the camels. This scene of people and animals fighting against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand moved many audiences. Wuod was the camel that saved the archaeological team. I will never eat dogs again. Animals are good friends of mankind. Hey, did you notice that the fat man seems to have disappeared? Be more confident, remove the as if, the fat man is peeing next to him. Nima, if you dare to pee, you are not afraid of being blown away by the black sandstorm. Don't worry, Fat Master's tonnage is guaranteed to be fine. Fatty Master, be careful, you're going to split your 100 million evenly after taking away Linny and Xiao Sanyi. The archaeological team is really not easy, I feel sorry for the archaeological team for 3 seconds. Yeah, I was lying in bed watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast, and the archaeological team was shivering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand, and I was about to freeze to death. It's touching, it's all about discovering Chinese civilization. They are the pride of China. Just as the barrage was flying randomly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room, Fatty's screams came from the side. Ah! Help, someone help me. The archaeological team immediately tensed up. Linny and Wu Tianjin looked at each other, stood up almost at the same time, and walked towards the fat man calling for help to check. Wu Tianjin shouted. Fatty, have you met a snake? Fatty, why am I afraid of snakes? Come and have a look, it's too scary. Ruin's Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin ran over to have a look, and were immediately relieved. It's just a corpse. Who hasn't seen Captain Majin? This is simply a small scene. Wu Tianjin kicked away the mummy and said contemptuously. Fatty, haven't you been to the grave for a long time, have you lost your courage? It's just a mummified corpse, why are you calling for help? What, it's just a mummy. It fell from the head just now, I thought it was alive. Linny observed more carefully. He found that the fat man kept rubbing his eyes, obviously sand got into his eyes at a convenient time. Seeing the mummy vaguely, that's why he was so frightened. Fatty, would you like me to blow your eyes for you? The fat man said while rubbing his eyes. Who told you to blow it up? I want Dr. Mingyue to blow it up for me. Wu Tianjin hit directly without any hesitation. Fatty, you look ugly, but you think you are beautiful? Do you think you'll have a chance after chatting with Dr. Mingyue a few more times? You definitely didn't pay attention to the last episode of the show. Dr. Mingyue already has his own heart. The fat man looked unconvinced. Fat master, I am a capable person. So what if the heart belongs to you? As long as you swing the hoe well, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. By the way, I didn't really watch the last episode. Who does Dr. Mingyue like? Wu Tianjin winked at him, implying that he was Lin Yi. The fat man took a closer look curiously. Little third master, why did you get into the sand too? Don't move, let fatty master blow it for you. Wu Tianjin got angry directly and kicked him to the ground. I'll go. Why are you so stupid? Dr. Mingyue likes Lin Yi. If you want to dig a corner, first ask yourself if you can do it better than Lin Yi. Mingyue came over to check the situation and just overheard the conversation between the two. Instantly blushed. No one was hurt, right? Lin Yi walked up to her and said. No, it's windy and sandy here, be careful to be blown away. How can I be so weak? It's you, the injury from last time must have not healed, and I will make soup for you when conditions permit. At this moment, Mingyue saw a pile of bones in the corner, and instinctively let out a scream. What? Lin Yi hurriedly protected him in front of him. Turning his head to take a look, it turned out that he was frightened by a pile of bones. There is a lot of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, most of which are buried in the ground, only a small part is exposed outside. At first glance, it is indeed quite scary. Strange, how come there are so many bones? Mingyue poked her head out cautiously, and carefully identified it. These don't look like human bones. Not human bones? Lin glanced at the bead and turned around, looking around. There are ruins everywhere. It seems that not only people but also many animals came here to avoid the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand. Over the years, there are these bones. Many people who don't know the truth will think it is a human bone. Fortunately, Mingyue is a medical student, so she recognized that they were all animal bones. Yes, make broth for tomorrow morning. Lin Yi took out the unicorn gun and prepared to go hunting. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand are so big, there must be other animals hiding here. As long as you search along these walls one by one, you can always find them. Wu Tianjin glanced at the black sandstorm outside, still a little worried. Although the storm is much smaller, it hasn't stopped yet. Or, wait until you stop before hunting. The fat man was confused. What hunting? There is no prey in this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Wu Tianjin had no choice but to explain patiently. Don't you see a lot of animal bones over there? It means that there are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme animals here to avoid the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine slash phoneme and sand. It's not unreasonable for Lin Yi to deduce that there are animals nearby. If you're lucky, everyone will have broth to drink tomorrow morning. As soon as the fat man heard that there was broth to drink, he immediately became excited. Ha ha! How can I miss the fat man in hunting? Lin Yi, I'll go with you, I guarantee that I won't be blown away because of my large tonnage. Lin nodded, and the two searched among the ruins. Fatty did not brag, his tonnage is really useful. Standing by his side, Lin Yi felt that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine slash phoneme was much weaker. Fatty, I can't see that you are still a warm man. The fat man laughed at himself. Hi! I originally wanted to warm up my sister, but I didn't expect to warm you up. At this moment, a bighorn sheep appeared in the field of vision of the two of them. May! May! The bighorn sheep is hiding behind the corner, turning around restlessly. Possibly, he also sensed that danger was approaching. Lin Yi raised his gun decisively and aimed at the bighorn sheep. Oh! A bullet rushed out mixed with Qilin's anger, and hit the head of the bighorn sheep. Powerful impact, smashing the bighorn sheep against the wall. In the next second, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi didn't expect that this unicorn gun was so powerful. When he shot, he didn't know whether it was an illusion or what, but he vaguely heard Qilin's roar. The fat man cheerfully rushed over to pick up the sheep. Ha ha! The marksmanship is really accurate, Linny. There is mutton to eat. Whoever loves to drink soup will drink it. Anyway, fat lord, I will eat meat. Although the sheep was relatively heavy, he still exploded with strength and carried it directly on his shoulders. Lin gave him a thumbs up. Fatty, it's really you. My job as a coolie on the archaeological team will be handed over to you in the future. The two of them carried the bighorn sheep like this, preparing to return the same way. But after searching in the long yellow sand, he couldn't find the camp. There are ruins half buried by yellow sand everywhere, almost exactly the same. Fatty, where are you going? I'm going, I got lost. Look, there is black smoke over there. It must have been released by the third master for fear that we would get lost. The two were overjoyed and hurried towards the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme of black smoke. After a while, the whole sheep was put on the ground. The members of the archaeological team were all overjoyed when they saw it. Although these people were by the fire, they were still snot running from the cold. In addition to the fact that the weather is really cold, it is also related to the lack of supplies. With this sheep, everyone is full of energy again. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and sand outside became smaller and smaller, so the archaeological team simply prepared roast lamb. Many viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room just woke up. Seeing that the archaeological team actually hunted a sheep, they all felt very excited. 666, 6666, there is mutton to eat. Great, this is what Linny hunted. That gun is so powerful, I feel that Zongzi must not be able to withstand a single shot. The shape is so handsome, it looks like a weapon I bought with money in the game. Fatty Master is awesome, he even prepared the condiments in advance. Ha, Fat Lord came prepared. Thanks to the third master just now, otherwise they both would have lost their way. That's right, I'm a fan of the third master, and it's not just bragging that the third master is extremely smart. Such a big sheep, can the archaeological team finish it? How about I help you share the burden? I think I'm hungry, I'm going out to buy some steamed stuffed buns. Is this an archaeological show or a gourmet show? It's so good to eat in the morning, you guys are really enough. The barrage army strikes. The archaeological team sang and danced, roasting mutton. Fatty Wang is really a talent, he even prepared cumin in advance. But this is not surprising. For a senior foodie, it is normal to bring a bag of cumin. Looking at the whole sheep that kept turning on the campfire, everyone was drooling. The fat man wiped his saliva. It's already golden brown, don't worry, everyone, you can eat it right away. Wu Tianjin glanced at him. Fatty, I think you are the most anxious person. Be careful not to get your saliva on the lamb, or you will eat it alone. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help laughing out loud. Fatty didn't care so much, he took out the dagger he carried with him. After roasting on the fire for a while to sterilize, they began to cut the mutton. He cut off a small piece of lamb leg and handed it to Mingyue graciously. Dr. Mingyue, you have worked the hardest, this is for you. Mingyue took the barbecue and gave it directly to the old expert with the weakest physical strength. The fat man saw that it was a failure, so he handed over another piece. This time the bright moon was given to his father. Professor Du was eating mutton with a happy expression on his face. Linny shouted. The mutton is roasted, cut it yourself. After he finished speaking, he took off the ancient black gold knife and cut off a large piece. Everyone was no longer reserved, and started cutting one by one. There was enough lamb to fill everyone up. With the help of this roasted whole lamb, the originally lifeless archaeological team was revived. Yang Yang was very happy, and impromptu sang a song reminiscent of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert /phoneme. As soon as she opened her mouth, she immediately compared the original singing. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room call one after another. My wife Yang Yang has a good voice. Fortunately I got up early today, otherwise I would have missed it. Eat so fast one by one, save some for Yang Yang. Yang Yang, don't eat the eyeballs of sheep, you will see something unclean after eating. Upstairs, what are you talking about? Goat's eyeballs are the best. While everyone was chatting and laughing, a huge ant climbed onto Yang Yang's shoulder. The ant was enormous, the size of a knuckle. And the belly is red, like drinking blood. Yang Yang was singing, and found that everyone's eyes were very strange. She stopped for a moment. Why, is it because my face is blurred? Sorry, water is very precious in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert slash phoneme, so I. Statue with a flick of his finger, Wu Tianjin sent the red-bellied ant flying away. There was an ant on your neck just now, and it's all right now. Yang Yang Xingxing looked at him. Young third master is so handsome. What, you know me? Of course I know you, I recommended you to Tylee. I said, why did I always feel that someone was watching me a while ago? It turns out that you have noticed me a long time ago. Well, in fact, a master was identified in the station, but unfortunately no one was found. You mean brother? Yeah, do you know where he is? Wu Tianjin shook his head. I don't know, I haven't contacted him for a long time. But I know that he has been busy with the second uncle's work. If you find the second uncle, you can find him. When Professor Du and others heard this, they all showed delighted eyes. I heard that my brother is the best among you. I hope we can have him together in the next program. Okay, Professor Du, I'll try to contact him. Everyone sat down again and continued to eat the roast lamb. Dawn broke in the east, the black sandstorm finally passed, and the surrounding visibility improved. Only then did everyone realize that there was a black statue not far away. Only half of the head is exposed, and the entire huge body is below. Quick, help me up. Professor Du was very excited. With the support of two students, he came to the side of the black statue. Pick up the camera and keep taking pictures. The ancient city of the Demon Kingdom is indeed nearby, this is the most direct evidence. The style of this statue is very weird, and most of it belongs to the ancient magic kingdom. Great, come and dig out the whole place. The archaeologists started digging with shovels. Linny has a good appetite and is still eating the roast leg of lamb. He turned around and watched the archaeological team work while eating the leg of lamb. An ominous premonition suddenly rose in my heart. No, the old nests of those army ants are under the statue, so I have to remind them quickly. He handed the leg of lamb to the fat man and said, I'm going to release the water, do you want to go? The fat man is in a hurry to eat meat, so he doesn't care about that. Go by yourself, fat man, I'm not full yet. He said and took a big bite. Linny looked around, found a place where no one was around, and went to drain the water. After draining the water, he took out his phone and logged into the account of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Professor Du, hurry up and stop digging the statue. Below is the old nest of the army ants. At this time, Professor Du was directing the team members to dig, and did not look at the mobile phone. Mingyue didn't sleep well last night, she was taking a nap with Yang Yang. Anan, an archaeological team member, saw the information in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, and quickly took his mobile phone to find Professor Du. Teacher, the expert pointed us out again. He said that this is the old nest of army ants, and we can't dig any further. The old nest of army ants? Professor Du frowned, looking puzzled. It stands to reason that the expert's reminder has never failed, and he should listen to it no matter what. However, he saw a black statue with half of it exposed, with ghost cave characters and a map carved on it. He was immediately excited. This is the key to finding the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom, and we must not stop. Dig, keep digging. As he spoke, he held the camera and continued to shoot. Obviously, Professor Du also knew the risk of continuing to dig down. But in order to find the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom, he had already risked everything. Most of the team members were his students, and the teacher had to follow orders, otherwise he might not be able to pass the graduation defense. But audiences around the world didn't buy it. One by one in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, brushing up the barrage. Old man, don't you want to die? You want to kill everyone, don't you? This old fool, last time I took more than 100 people to archaeology, and less than 10 came back. How can you let such a person command? Something big is going to happen. The expert has clearly said that the army ant's nest is below, but they are still digging down. Professor Du, what's going on? Why can't I listen to everyone's opinions? You have to understand, Professor Du, in order to find the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom, this is a last resort. Yeah, Professor Du risked his life for archaeology, and you people still scold him. Feel sorry for Professor Du for 3 seconds. 666,666. Hurry up and dig out the ant's nest. Don't worry, there are 3 masters here, and nothing will happen. It's just some ants. You guys are really making a fuss. I support Professor Du's decision. This statue is so cultural, I like it very much. Don't worry, it will be sold online soon, but it's a reduced version. Now the items of the archaeological team are all popular on the internet. Lin Yi's original knife will sell for more than 2 yuan. Really? I'll buy one too. I bet the Kirin gun will be available in large quantities soon. Looking at the barrage of netizens, Lin Yi couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect Professor Du to be so determined to find the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom, and he would rather take the risk of digging out the nest of army ants. Could it be that Professor Du underestimated the army ants? The odds are slim. The one that Wu Tianjin flicked away with his fingers just now is big enough to let everyone know how scary the army ants are. The only reason is that there must be something in the ancient city that Professor Du is eager to find. When he returned to the camp, he saw Wu Tianjin playing with his mobile phone, and apparently also saw the barrage in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room. Wu Tianjin immediately stood up. You came back just in time, let's go find Professor Du together, we can't continue digging down. At this moment, there was a shaking around. I saw the ground in the distance collapsed for a long time. This shaking woke up the sleeping Yan Yang and Mingyue. What happened? Is the black sandstorm coming again? Take it down, take it all down. At this moment, there was a scream in the distance. Ah! Help me, I don't want to die. Professor Du, help me up. It turned out to be a student of Professor Du who fell into the deep pit that appeared just now. The deep pit kept sinking down, and the student, together with the black statue just dug out, also kept sinking down. Professor Du didn't care so much, he was still taking pictures quickly with the camera. After finally capturing the entire map on the statue, he showed a sly smile. Hurry up and save people, he shouted. But it's too late. The army ants densely packed under the ground came out and engulfed the statue together with the student. Seeing this scene, the archaeologists holding shovels threw away their shovels one after another, rolling and crawling towards the direction of the camp to escape. Professor Du took the camera and ran over after him. He yelled as he ran. Run, there is indeed a nest of army ants below, if you don't run, it will be too late. Behind him, the army ants gathered more and more, and even gathered into a huge human shape, which looked very terrifying. Chapter 27 The archaeological team fled in a hurry. A huge humanoid ant monster chased after him. Lin Yi turned his head and saw that the ant monster was no less than 3 meters high. Bang! Bang! The unicorn gun fired, one shot hit the ant monster's shoulder, and the other shot hit the ant monster's head. 2 huge gaps were made, and the edges were burned black. But soon, the ants regrouped and repaired the wound. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room gasped when they saw this scene. Nima, you can still repair yourself. This monster is too strong. It's all Professor Du's fault for not listening to the expert's advice. You can't say that, Professor Du also wanted to find the location of the ancient city. The ant monster runs faster than humans, and the old expert is about to be caught up. The archaeological team is really full of disasters. This job is not easy to do. Whose job is easy to do? If they can survive this trip, they will earn more than you and I in a lifetime. Don't be jealous, people are fighting with their lives. Fuck, an archaeologist was swallowed by an ant monster in order to cover the old expert. It's too cruel. It is recommended to use less fire. It's useless. The Qilin gun ignited itself when it hit the ant monster, but the ant monster quickly repaired it. This is fire and water, it's too fierce. Something even more terrible happened. The archaeological team was stopped by a rift. Looking down, the rift valley is at least tens of meters deep, and if you fall down, you will definitely die. There are many animal remains below, which are still very new. It shows that this rift valley has not been formed for a long time. It is very likely that it was formed after the black sandstorm last night. The archaeological team was running around in a hurry, and the ant monster was chasing after them. No matter what to do, everyone will be swallowed by the ant monster. Wu Tianjin glanced at the width of the rift valley, which was more than 5 meters. Ordinary people can't jump over it at all. In particular, there is an old expert, Professor Du, and 2 girls in the team. Fatty, stop the ant monster. Lin Yi, find a way to build a line. Lin nodded and took a few steps back. Then he rushed forward, jumped, and landed firmly on the opposite side. He took out the rope from his bag, tied a small stone, and threw it directly to the opposite side. Wu Tianjin firmly grasped the stone, and then took out tools to set the stake on the ground. Prepare to tie the rope on it, and then everyone climbs over the rope. Lin Yi took the other end of the rope and looked around. There's no place to tie a rope here. Wu Tianjin shouted. It's okay, you can tie it to yourself. Fuck, isn't it? Although Lin Yi felt a lot of pressure to do so, there was no other way. I had no choice but to tie the rope around my waist. Soon, the piles over there were laid, and the team members began to climb over the rope one after another. At the same time, the ant monster also rushed behind the archaeological team. The fat man held a dynamite bag and walked towards the ant monster. Let you try it, fat lord, I am amazing. He ignited the dynamite pack with a sinister grin on his face. The ant monster didn't know the danger of the dynamite, and was still rushing towards him. Suddenly, he threw the dynamite pack. A flying body hit aside. Boom! After the loud noise, the ant monster was successfully blasted apart and could not be reassembled for the time being. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, there are large patches of red-bellied ants everywhere. Some rushed over alone and were directly trampled to death by the archaeological team. Some tried to reunite, but the strength was obviously insufficient. When Fatty saw this, he immediately cheered up. Hey, now you know how powerful I am, Fat Lord. He glanced at the archaeological team, and half of them had already passed by. Don't panic, the ant monster has already been taken care of by the fat man, you can go slowly. At this moment, Wu Tianjin yelled. Fatty, be careful. Fatty Wang was taken aback for a moment, and quickly looked back. I saw that the ant monster reorganized into 3 smaller humanoid monsters. Each one was the same size as his body. Nema! I didn't expect to kill one and attract 3. He immediately ignited another explosive bag and wanted to throw it out. Unexpectedly, this time the ant monster has a memory and knows that this thing is dangerous. As soon as the explosive package landed, the 3 ant monsters all dodged. 3 black lines fell from Fatty Wang's forehead, and this time he directly picked up the shovel. Naive, let me burn all the 100 million into paper money. Fatty, I'm going. His blood was surging, and he was about to rush over to die with the ant monster. Wu Tianjin grabbed his shoulder from behind. Fatty, what are you talking about? Hurry up, there are only 2 of us left. On the other side, Lin Yi single-handedly caught Dr. Mingyue, who crawled over. Mingyue said thank you with a blushing face. Wu Tianjin and Fatty hurried over. It is impossible to jump directly like Lin Yi. The 2 could only climb over the rope. Wu Tianjin was more flexible and got on the rope first. Lin Yi steadied his horse and had enough strength. But there was soft sand under his feet and his whole body was almost slipping below the rift. Hurry up! Ant monsters are coming! On the other side, the fat man swung the shovel and killed a large group of ants. But more ants gathered, and the 3 ant monsters also arrived in front of them. Fatty, I'm coming! He turned around and jumped onto the rope. Linny couldn't bear it, and slid directly into the Rift Valley. Wu Tianjin reacted quickly and grabbed him. Fatty lay prone in midair, and smiled secretly. Hey, fortunately, Fat Lord, I'm smart. Red-bellied ants, come and bite Fat Lord. He was so provocative that he thought the ants would not dare to come over. Unexpectedly, these ants walked around the stake a few times, and actually crawled along the rope. The fat man's face turned green with fright, and he crawled towards the opposite side even harder. Wu Tianjin shouted. Fatty, you're going back to lose weight. Fat Master, I'm not fat, why should I lose weight? As soon as he finished speaking, the stake at the other end was pulled up by the army of ants. The fat man in midair immediately swung to the opposite side like a swing. Because the impact force was too great, they were taken down together with Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin. Mingyue reacted quickly, and wanted to reach out to grab it, but only caught air. The cameraman immediately pans down the rift. Fatty's cry of surprise came from below. Come down quickly, there is a robbery hole here. It seems to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to the underground palace. When the archaeological team heard this, they all showed delighted expressions. Professor Du compared the captured maps repeatedly. Yes, the map shows that it is near here. The archaeological team was looking for a way to go down, and an expert's guidance came from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room. Don't listen to Fatty, the army ant's palace stretches for miles underground, and this is still their nest. When the archaeological team heard this, they all panicked. But the fat man yelled again. Professor Du, come quickly, we found several coffins and stone pillars with a lot of reliefs on them. There are also some texts. Professor Du and the old expert looked at each other, both seemed very excited. Could it be a ghost hole text? It's great, it must be preserved, and it must contain rich historical knowledge. We came here this time to discover these things? The two of them couldn't control that much anymore. He ordered the students to tie them with ropes and let the two of them go down. Left and right eyes after Professor Du and others went down, he took a flashlight and shook it inside. Unexpectedly, there is another world in the robbery cave. There are more than 10 coffins on both sides, but the specifications are very simple. In the middle is a very wide underground palace passage. Great, you can go in from here. Professor Du looked very excited with the flashlight on. Take the team members and walk forward quickly. From the point of view of ordinary people, since the entrance is found, it is a matter of course to go in. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin stood aside, but did not move. The ground is shaking, the amplitude is not large, it should not be an earthquake. What do you think it is? Probably an army of ants. You mean, the army ants have already taken over here? Wu Tianjin was shocked by Ling Yi's words. Professor Du and others are really obsessed with research. These cultural relics have great archaeological value. The words and images on it should be preserved with rubbings as soon as possible. The team members acted immediately. Mingyue looks worried. Dad, the expert said that this is the nest of army ants, let's hurry up. At this moment, an archaeologist ran back excitedly to report. Teacher, there is a stone door ahead. Okay, go take a look. Professor Du hurriedly followed. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin looked at each other and followed. Professor Du was amazed at this stone gate. The good stuff must still be inside, we have to find a way to get in. Teacher, this door is too strong to be pried open at all. Fatty stood up, patted his chest. Don't worry, with Fat Master here, there is no door you can't get in. You all step aside, let me blow open this door. Linny stopped him. Fatty, don't be so violent, there are all cultural relics here. And listen, there are voices inside. The expert said that this is also a nest of marching ants, and it is likely that there are all ants in it. The fat man pursed his lips a little unhappy. I said Linny, who is timid now. It's not like Fatty hasn't seen ants before. Would you like to blow it up, Professor Dew? You can judge. Everyone looked at Professor Dew. Professor Dew looked at the map in his hand, and then at Sherman. The map shows that the ancient city is nearby, and it is very likely that the underground palace is located inside. Since we're here, wouldn't it be a pity not to open it and take a look? After hearing Professor Dew's words, everyone understood. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Mingyue took out pills and distributed them to everyone, saying that in case of hypoxia, the medicine would last for a while. After the fat man placed the explosive package, everyone backed away. Immediately afterwards, he ignited the explosives with a lighter. For this kind of thing, he is already familiar with it. Immediately after it was lit, it hid behind a stone pillar. Boom! There was a bang. The whole cave shook. At the same time, the door was also blasted open a gap. I'll go, it's really strong, you guys hide aside, Fatty, I'll make another shot. Wu Tianjin walked over with a shovel. No need, you can pry it open if there is a gap. He directly inserted the shovel in, and then used the principle of leverage to actually pry the stone door open. I saw that this was a spacious big stone room, and there was more than enough room for all the people standing in it. Although the place is spacious, the atmosphere is tense. There are bones everywhere on the ground, making it impossible for people to settle down. The fat man stepped on a pile of bones carelessly. The expert is not that powerful, how can there be army ants? They are all suspicious. Wu Tianjin reminded. Fatty, don't be careless. At this time, Professor Dew brought experts and began to analyze the paintings and characters on the surrounding pillars. Dr. Mingyue hid behind Lin Yi, looking at those human bones. They are all the bones of adult men. What terrible things happened here? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't know, it seems that the owner of the tomb is very murderous. Perhaps these are the workers who built the ancient tomb and were buried here. Wherever Lin went, Mingyue followed, and the two were inseparable. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast room saw it and couldn't help booing for a while. Together with Lin Yi and Ming, you are really talented and beautiful. No, if I were Mingyue, I would also like Lin Yi. Handsome and courageous. If he hadn't tied the rope with his body just now, none of the archaeological team would have thought about it. That jumping ability is really admirable. If you participate in the Olympics, you will definitely win the championship. I see, even the Olympic champion can't jump so far. It feels like his body has surpassed the human limit. Ha, I've already taken an online photo of the black gold ancient knife of the same style, and it will arrive tomorrow. I want to buy a unicorn gun, but I haven't found anything after searching. Merchants, hurry up and stock up. I want to witness with my own eyes that Lin Yi and Mingyu come together. Professor Dew seems to have discovered something and is studying those paintings. Have you noticed that there are many pairs of eyes in these paintings, just like the eyes on Mingyue's jade? Although this is not where the ancient city is, it seems to have some connection. At this moment, Mingyue found a special floor on the ground. She plucked up the courage to walk over, and pulled all the bones aside, revealing the relief on it. On the relief, a pair of eyes are engraved. There are also a pair of pull tabs next to the eyes. She put her ear up to listen, and was immediately frightened. Those ants are all down there. It turns out that the expert is right, everyone must not act rashly. Everyone looked at each other. The fat man walked over carelessly. What kind of ants? I'm not afraid of Fatty. Little third master, give me your hand, open it and see what's underneath. Wu Tianjin shook his head. Fatty, don't get nervous. Come here and listen to what Professor Dew discovered. Everyone surrounded Professor Dew and the old expert. I just listened to the old experts excitedly explaining the above text in pictures. It does record a story related to the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom. It is said that the owner of the tomb was a vassal of the Demon Kingdom during his lifetime. Because he was fed up with the bullying and oppression of the Demon Kingdom, he decided to go to the Demon Kingdom with a lot of jewelry and livestock slaves in person, and prayed to the Queen of the Demon Kingdom to return freedom to his son. Civil, however, the queen of the demon kingdom did not agree to his request, and even killed him and all the people she brought with her on the grounds of treason. After hearing the old expert's words, Professor Du seemed a little excited. Since this person is buried here, it means that this place is not far from the demon kingdom, and the map is indeed correct. The old expert nodded. Yes, these paintings also say that the queen of the demon kingdom is not immortal, and possesses a magical ability. She wears a black veil all year round. As long as she takes off the veil and looks at anyone with her eyes, she will be killed immediately and turn into a pool of black blood. When everyone heard this, they were all astonished. If the record above is true, wouldn't it be dangerous to go to the ancient city of the demon kingdom? It looks more dangerous than the previous episode. Mingyue spoke. Could it be that the queen of the demon kingdom is a monster? When everyone heard the word monster, instead of being surprised, they all nodded. Yeah, who can do this except monsters? It's terrible to turn people into a pool of black blood at a glance. Maybe this woman is not dead yet. Oh my god, I won't go to the ancient city of the demon kingdom anymore. Teacher, you don't have to pass my graduation thesis. I won't go to the ancient city. I want to go home. What kind of archaeology is this? It's simply death. Looking at the queen wearing a black veil in the painting, all the archaeologists retreated. After all, no one wants to die in vain. Professor Du comforted everyone. Don't panic. We have hired 3 masters this time. What are we afraid of? Everything. There are 3 masters to help. Didn't you escape just now? That being said, the players were terrified. Lin Yi and Fatty Wu Tianjin looked at each other. The 300 million rewards were not for nothing, it was a risk of life. At this moment, the old expert spoke again. Don't be afraid, listen to me, everyone must believe in science. If you look at someone with your eyes and you're gone, it's just a rumor. It's likely that the queen ordered someone to kill these people. After listening to the words of the old experts, the team members felt a little relieved. Professor Du had a sly look on his face. Thank you, expert. At this moment, Lin Yi pointed to another painting and said, Expert, please explain what this painting is about? The painting looks pretty much the same as before, with the queen still wearing her veil. It's just that this time she didn't show her left eye, but her right eye. The people she saw just disappeared out of thin air, as if they never existed. It seems that the 2 eyes have different effects. Cough cough. The old expert coughed twice. The painting says that the queen looks at anyone with her right eye if she wants to disappear. As described in the painting, this person will disappear in front of everyone like air. Everyone was shocked when they heard the expert's explanation. One eye turns people into black blood, and the other eye makes people disappear directly. The queen's ability is too terrifying. Just when everyone was lost in thought, they heard the sound of the iron ring being pulled. Lin Yi turned his head and saw 3 black lines falling from his forehead. Fatty and another archaeologist were bored and opened the stone slab. The fat man laughed triumphantly with his hands on his hips. You are just too timid. There are no army ants. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a red-bellied ant crawled out of it. Wu Tianjin's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he stomped to death with 1 foot. Immediately afterwards, dense ants crawled out from inside. Everyone has seen the power of army ants before. This time, without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and ran away. The old expert glasses accidentally dropped on the ground. When I squatted down and groped, more than 10 ants crawled all over my body. An ant bit his hand, and he was writhing in pain immediately. Ah! Professor Du, save me. Professor Du looked back and stopped the 2 team members who were going to help. It's hopeless, hurry up. He secretly rejoiced, saving more than 100 million expenses. This old expert was specially invited by him to interpret the ghost cave text. Now that the information on the painting has been deciphered, it is naturally useless. At this moment, Lin Yi rushed into the tomb and pulled out the ancient black gold knife. Boom! A cold light flashed across the ancient black gold knife. He slashed at these ants with a knife, killing several of them on the spot. When other ants saw that there were people coming to die, they immediately wanted to attack. At the critical moment, he cut his palm with a knife, and blood circled the ground. Strange to say, these army ants are all outside the circle and dare not come in. Mingyue saw him go back to save others, and stood at the door and shouted, "Linny, come out quickly." Lin nodded, without hesitation. Picking up the old expert, he ran outside. He felt that the old expert on his back was very weak, and his body temperature was slowly passing away. From the looks of it, it's probably hopeless. Before the old expert died, he whispered a few words in his ear. "Thank you, you are different from them. The story of the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom is not a legend, it is true. Professor Du is a lunatic, he will kill everyone. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live life/phoneme, don't go. Thunder Linny carried the old expert outside the cave. When Mingyue came to check, the old expert had already passed away. Everyone is very sad. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room directly fry the pot. Unexpectedly, more than half of the people died before reaching the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom. This time the archaeology is more difficult than the last time. If it weren't for the help of the three masters, the archaeological team would have been wiped out long ago. In order to excavate the history of China, the archaeological team worked too hard, salute to you. Actually, the tragedy just now was completely avoidable. I was careless. The expert reminded me a long time ago, if they don't listen, what can I do? It can't be said that, entering the robbery cave is not all fruitless, at least I learned the legend of the queen. Yeah, I also got a lot of rubbings, which are extremely valuable for the study of ghost cave texts. Who knows what the old expert said to Linny just now? The sound is too low to hear clearly. I know, I understand lip language. Experts say that the legend of the queen is true, so let Linny not go to die. No, I thought it was just a fairy tale, but I didn't expect it to be true. The queen's eyes are so powerful, one look can make people disappear. Who can stop it? It's better not to die. In my opinion, archaeology has to move forward, and Professor Du seems to be determined to win this archaeology. You can see it too? I have long felt that something is wrong with Professor Du. Yeah, the eyeball jade worn by his daughter, don't you think it looks familiar? It's exactly the same as the mural. This is definitely not a coincidence, Professor Du has a conspiracy. All of a sudden, conspiracy theories about Professor Du were rampant on the internet. In order to protect Professor Du, the program group banned the netizens arbitrarily. After blocking hundreds of people in a row, the conspiracy theory was temporarily suppressed. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme rift, everyone buried the old expert. Before the ceremony could be performed, the army ants chased after them. The archaeological team had no choice but to run wildly for their lives. Behind him, the red-bellied ants chased after him, forming a torrent. Like a flash flood, it rushed towards the archaeological team. The fat man was panting from exhaustion, and while running, lit a dynamite bag and threw it out. Damn, look at you are not dead. A loud bang came from behind. Boom! The huge shock wave whipped everyone. The fat man staggered and nearly fell, but fortunately, Wu Tianjin helped him up in time. Fatty, is there any other trick? Little third master, I have no other tricks. Run for your life. No, we have to think of a way. We took money from the program group. Yes, the big rock in front. The two noticed a large boulder, just enough to plug the narrow opening if it collapsed. Without saying a word, the fat man climbed up and stomped hard. Although the stone looks crumbling, it is still very strong. Fatty, I'll give you another ride. He put a dynamite packet on it, ignited it, and ran away quickly. Soon, with a loud noise, the boulder fell down. Like a dam, blocking the torrent of ants. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyue gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Fat, you are the best. The fat man scratched his hair embarrassingly. Hey, it's a piece of cake. I basically take care of the critical moments. He did not lie. How many times he and Wu Tianjin went to the tomb, they relied on him to save the day at critical moments. But then again, this crisis was obviously caused by him, and this can be regarded as making up for it. Just dead people who never come back. Without the camels, the crowd struggled to walk in the Rift Valley. The supplies on his body have long been used up, and the entire archaeological team is in a huge predicament. Tired at night, they set up camp on the spot. Although there was no crisis, the huge temperature difference between day and night was unbearable. Almost let the archaeological team continue to reduce staff. Fortunately, under the superb medical skills of Dr. Mingyue, everyone's lives were saved. Early the next morning, everyone found that the narrow rift was much wider than yesterday. In the Rift Valley, there are some plants that can only be seen in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme, living tenaciously with a little water vapor below. Seeing that these plants are so tenacious, there is no reason for the archaeological team not to be tenacious. Professor Du encouraged everyone to speak. Plants can survive, why can't we? Come on everyone, we will definitely find the ancient city. The team members were all downcast and ignored him. What everyone thinks now is not to find the ancient city at all, but how to survive. Strictly speaking, the archaeological team has lost its way in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme. In fact, from the moment the guide Tashi rebelled, the archaeological team lost their way. It's just that the archaeological team was still well supplied at that time, and Linny came back after beating a sheep, so everyone hadn't realized the crisis yet. At this moment, when water and food were cut off, everyone realized that the god of death was coming. Professor Du saw that morale was low, so he had to go to the three masters. Linny, think of a way to get everyone something to eat. Linny shrugged. I don't know how to juggle, how can I do it? Professor Du had no choice but to look at Wu Tianjin and Fatty. The fat man touched his growling stomach and said, Fat master, I have a lot of meat, and I can last for a few days. Professor Du glared at him. I asked you to make something for everyone to eat, not for you. Ah. I'm an expert in eating, fat master, but I'm not good at making food. I'd better ask the third master. Wu Tianjin grabbed the dirt on the ground and glanced at it, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time he spoke. I have also studied the ghost cave writing. The previous painting said that this phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme was a famous oasis a long time ago. At that time, Buddhist temples and cities were everywhere, and caravans also passed by here, transporting tea, spices, silk, etc. It's what you said, the Silk Road. Professor Du was a little impatient. I'm asking you to find something to eat now, not to listen to your story. The corner of Wu Tianjin's mouth curled up slightly. Professor Du, don't worry, listen to me first. Since there have been towns nearby, it means there must be a source of water. Look, the soil under the ground is very wet, indicating that the water source is nearby. Just climb to a high place, and you will be able to see it. Everyone looked around. The rift is high and difficult to climb. The archaeological team continued to walk for a while before finding a path. After going up, everyone was shocked by the sight in front of them. In the empty phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme, thousands of miles are in sight. Right in front of everyone, a city appeared, which looked quite rich. Outside the city, the oasis can be clearly seen. Ha, that's great, it really is a road that never ends. That's why I insisted on spending money to find the three masters. They do have some skills. Everyone, work hard and go to the city to replenish. Everyone staggered and ran towards the oasis. Linny frowned, took out his phone and quietly logged into the account of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room. The ground of the Rift Valley is already very wet, and the water source must be found along the Rift Valley. What you see is a mirage, please don't deviate from the direction of the rift. Mingyue heard the phone ring, picked it up and looked, and was a little flustered. She ran over to find Professor Du. Dad, the expert said it was a mirage and told us to continue along the rift. The archaeological team saw the information in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room one after another, and they were all puzzled, not knowing which direction to go. Wu Tianjin stood up. Although oases existed in ancient times, it doesn't mean they must exist now. I think it's better to listen to the experts. I agree with the experts. The soil in the rift is already very wet. You should be able to find water along the rift. Everyone looked at each other. Professor Du accused Wu Tianjin for a while. Are you making a mistake? You were the one who said you could see the source of water from a high place. Now that the oasis is in front of you, you actually want to change direction again. Wu Tianjin didn't have an attack, but patiently explained. When I say water source, I don't mean mirage. Professor Du pursed his lips. Since the expert has repeatedly said that he is right, we cannot ignore his opinion. Well, let everyone vote to decide, and open a voting window for the audience. For everyone watching the show in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room, a voting window appeared on the screen. 1. The oasis is right in front of you, you should go to the oasis to have a look. 2. Listen to the guidance of the expert and continue to advance along the Rift Valley. The number of votes quickly began to grow. In just 1 minute, there have been more than 20 million votes. Although the result has not come out yet, everyone already knows which one to choose. 23% of people continue to follow the direction of the oasis, and 77% of people think that they should listen to the advice of experts. With the facts before his eyes, Professor Du had no choice but to listen to everyone's opinions. Then follow the direction of the Rift Valley. The archaeological team was helpless, the front team was changed to the back team, and the direction was changed on the spot. In fact, many people still hope that the oasis is real, and lick their chapped lips from time to check. Not far away, someone noticed that the oasis had disappeared. Oh my God, Professor, look, the oasis has disappeared, it looks like a mirage. It's better to listen to the expert's advice, otherwise we will definitely die of thirst on the way. Tisk, fortunately for Huaxia, there are experts who can guide us. The archaeological team was grateful one by one, and moved forward more firmly along the Rift Valley. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in Lin Yi's ear. Ding! Successfully guide the archaeological team, get Palm Thunder. Do you want to receive it now? The ancient city Linison was overjoyed. Palm Lightning? This is a good skill. Gather the chi in the palm of your hand, aim at the target, and when it blasts out, it is like thunder. The power is enormous. After learning this trick, even when fighting with bare hands, you can gain the upper hand. Receive. A flash of thunder entered Lin Yi's mind instantly. He felt that the palms of his hands were hot, and there was a mysterious energy in them. While Yang Yang was broadcasting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast signal was suddenly cut off. The team members also discovered that the mobile phone had completely lost signal. What's going on? There's no signal. Impossible, it's very open here, why is there no signal? Yes, we are using quantum communication technology, even in the tomb, there is no problem, why is there no signal here? Wu Tianjin looked around. It should be disturbed by the magnetic field. If you walk through this area, you will be fine. Everyone had no choice but to move on. No water or food, no mobile phone signal. All of a sudden, the entire archaeological team became more confused and panicked. In the distance, a mountain range appeared. Wu Tianjin said that where there are mountains, there must be water. As long as you walk to the foot of the mountain, you can find the water source. As the saying goes, Wanshan runs to death. In addition, the archaeological team was exhausted and failed to arrive after walking for a long time. Before I knew it, it was night. The moonlight fell like a waterfall, and the entire phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme was like a dead sea, lifeless. In the distance, there are rolling mountains. If you look around, it's all black. It's not so much a mountain range, it's more like a big black rock, cold, making people hopeless. The archaeological team encountered a rock with severe phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand, which can be used to avoid phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand. Professor Du decided to camp here and ordered the archaeological team to rest in place. The camp was quickly set up, but unfortunately there was no food and water, and everyone was depressed. Linny decided to improve the food for the team, otherwise many members of the archaeological team might not be able to see the sun tomorrow morning. Fatty, go hunting with me. Ah, there is sand everywhere, where did the prey come from? Don't talk nonsense, come with me. Linny has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and he has already smelled the smell of gerbils in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. At this time, if you have something to eat, you can't care about that much. He and Fatty quickly found the gerbil's lair. There are many holes on the ground, each of which is about 10 centimeters in size. From the looks of it, this litter of gerbils is very plump. He and Fatty blocked most of the openings, leaving only 2 openings. Then the two found dry wood, lit it and blew the smoke into it. The fat man took off his clothes and guarded another hole. Not long after, the gerbils couldn't stand the smoke and ran out of it. Ah, caught it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and a litter of little ones. Hey guy, this is copying the whole family of gerbils. Linny walked over and saw that the fat man's clothes were wrapped into a ball, and a gerbil chirp. Cry. Fatty, don't tell them they are gerbils, I'm afraid Yang Yang and Mingyue won't be able to eat them. We want to deal with the gerbils, put them on sticks and take them back, saying they are rabbit meat. The fat man frowned. Even if it's a rabbit, they probably wouldn't dare to eat it. Linny took a deep breath and said, when it's cooked, they will eat it naturally when they smell the aroma. The two went ahead and started to deal with the gerbils. Fatty is an expert in this field, he took out a knife very quickly, and he took care of one in a few strokes. Lin saw that he was so powerful, so he found a branch and sharpened it, and then strung all the gerbils on it. Fatty said as he handled the gerbil. It's a sin, for the survival of the archaeological team, I will borrow your meat. Linny sneered. Don't pretend to be merciful, you will definitely eat more than anyone else later. Not long after, the two brought back the skewered gerbils. Sure enough, the 2 girls, Yang Yang and Mingyue, looked terrified. Hearing that it was rabbit meat made me even more distressed. Everyone gathered firewood and formed a bonfire. In this way, gerbil meat was roasted in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Not long after, the fragrance wafted around. Unfortunately, the fat man ran out of cumin. Wu Tianjin used his ingenuity to pick up a pink stone from nowhere. He said it was rock salt. It is so precious that it can be sold for dozens of yuan a catty in the city. After grinding, spread on top of gerbil meat. With the blessing of salt, the gerbil meat is even more delicious. At the beginning, the 2 girls expressed that they were starving to death and would not eat. Under Professor Du's persuasion, the 2 reluctantly gave it a try. This attempt was out of control. There wasn't much gerbil meat in the first place, and it didn't take long for everyone to eat it up. The fat man didn't even spare the bones, and chewed them repeatedly in his mouth. In the middle of the night, everyone was awakened by the howling of wolves in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Compared with other people's fear, Wu Tianjin and Linny felt very happy. Wu Tianjin felt that since large animals like wolves could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here, it meant that the water source must be nearby. And Lin Yi's goal, of course, is to hunt this wolf so that everyone can continue to improve their food. He turned over the dunes to check, and saw a pair of green eyes from a distance. Just tens of meters away from him, a gray wolf was ambushing. Maybe this wolf didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to send it to his door. Gray Wolf also seemed to be very hungry, and rushed towards Linny. Linny stretched out his hand to press the unicorn gun, but he did not choose to draw the gun. In the camp behind, Mingyue and the others had already fallen asleep. He couldn't bear to scare everyone. It's a good time to try the power of the palm thunder. He took a deep breath, and the energy of thunder and lightning gathered in his palm. The speed of the gray wolf is very fast, and the distance of tens of meters can be reached in an instant. Howl! The gray wolf swooped over. Linny blasted out his palm. There was a flash of tears, and Grey Wolf was hit on the head with a palm. It flew 4 or 5 meters away, struggled on the ground for a while, and got up again. Under normal circumstances, the Grey Wolf may have been afraid and fled away. But at this moment, the Grey Wolf was obviously starving. After recovering his strength briefly, he rushed up again. In this way, one wolf and one man fought together under the moonlight. Palm thunder! Linny slapped the wolf on the back. There was only a miserable howl, and the Grey Wolf fell to the ground with blood oozing from his mouth. It struggled and wanted to get up. It's a pity that the power of the palm thunder is too great, and the body has been completely paralyzed. Lin took a look at his palm, and the lightning had disappeared. He understood that the palm thunder actually had a paralyzing effect. He stepped forward and pulled out the ancient black gold knife abruptly. Boom! The black gold ancient knife flashed a cold light under the moonlight. Grey Wolf was completely eliminated by him. He secretly rejoiced that with the meat of this Grey Wolf, the archaeological team could last for a while longer. If you can't finish it all at once, you can also make wolf meat strips. Now that the problem of food has been solved, the problem of water source must also be solved. I hope Wu Tianjin's judgment is true, and the water source is nearby. He woke up the sleeping fat man, and the two of them processed the wolf meat under the moonlight. The fat man looked at him in admiration. Linny, you really have a way. You can always find your prey. It was the wolf who brought it to the door by itself. After dealing with it for a while, the two were so tired that they sat on the sand to rest. Dawn is breaking in the east. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. At the end of the Rift Valley, a dark red gap appeared. As the sun rises in the east, the golden light illuminates the entire land. In an instant, the entire sand sea turned golden, like gold everywhere. In the sand sea, a huge city appeared in front of the two of them. The ruins of the ruins, the bricks and the earth are all clearly visible. There are many towers in the city. The two got up from the ground almost at the same time, looking into the distance. God, Fat Lord, I finally found the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom. I didn't expect it to be right under my nose. This time it can't be a mirage, right? It's so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, it's definitely not. Let's hurry up and notify the archaeological team. The two just turned around and saw a person sitting cross-legged in the distance, wearing a white robe and a white turban on his head. The most important thing is that there is an automatic rifle on his lap, sitting there motionless. Ancient City Linny and Fatty walked over to have a look, only to find that this person was already dead. What is puzzling is that this person has turned into a mummy, and I don't know how many years he has been dead. I can still sit here cross-legged, completely motionless. You know, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and sand in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme are very big. If it has been here for a long time, it must have been buried by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and sand. The only explanation is that it was transported here after dying elsewhere. Could it be that the legend about the Queen's right eye is true? The fat man was a little shocked. Linny was not too surprised when he saw this scene. He remembered that the Queen's right eye could teleport people to the imaginary space. It wouldn't be surprising if this person came out of the imaginary number space and landed right here. Fatty, don't tell everyone when you get back, lest it affect morale. The fat man nodded. I understand, but this is too scary. Why don't we discuss it with the archaeological team? Let's not enter this ancient city. Linny pursed his lips. If you can convince Professor Du, then go ahead and talk about it. Don't forget, this time we are entrusted by the state to protect the archaeological team. We must not give up no matter what. When the fat man heard this, he had no choice but to give up. But the assault rifle on this man is a good thing. He picked it up without hesitation. After checking it out, I immediately enjoyed it. Hey! I didn't expect it to be well maintained and still usable. He then searched the mummy again, taking all the valuables and bullets. Then with one kick, the mummy was kicked off the dune and submerged in the sand. That's what you said, don't tell anyone else. He cheerfully carried his assault rifle and was about to return to the camp. Linny walked behind and reminded. I said, Fat Man, how do you explain picking up the gun? The fat man stopped and thought for a while. Fortunately, you reminded me, otherwise, you can think about how to explain it to me. You picked it up yourself, think about it yourself. Don't tell me, I beg you, brother one, I'll treat you to dinner later. Well, you just say that if you pick up the gun alone, it's over. Fuck, it's so simple, why didn't I think of it, fat lord? The two had just returned to camp. A black strange snake was found wandering around the camp. As soon as Lin saw the snake, he immediately became happy. Hey, there's another delivery guy. The ancient black gold knife slashed out, and after a flash of cold light, the snake's head was cut off directly. The fat man gave a thumbs up. Awesome, your sword skills are getting better and better. When the two returned with the meat, they found that everyone's morale was very low. Professor Du was at a young age and had already fallen ill. Mingyue took out the last bag of nutrient solution and was infusing him. Dad, it looks like the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom is nowhere to be found, why don't we go back? What nonsense, you can definitely find it. How can you give up after finally getting here? However, the archaeological team is like this now, how to find it? The supplies and medicines are all used up, and it is still a question mark whether they can go back. Is the expert online? Quickly ask, where is the direction of the ancient city? At this moment, Linny walked up to the two of them. Professor Du, I have good news for you. The ancient city has appeared. Hearing this, everyone looked over at the same time. What, the ancient city appeared? Where is it? Is it near here? How did you find it? Take us to have a look. Where is the ancient city? Is it as scary as in the legend? Several archaeologists gathered around. Professor Du also looked at Linny eagerly. Just over there, standing on the sand dunes, you can see the whole picture of the ancient city. Linny pointed to the direction of the ancient city. As soon as the team members heard this, they immediately ran towards the sand dunes. Professor Du forcibly pulled out the needle and staggered to see what happened. Mingyue supported him distressfully. Soon, everyone stood in a row on the sand dune and saw what Linny and Fatty had seen before. The golden ancient city looks like a golden city under the sunshine. Where is it as scary as the murals say? It seems that it is completely a place with countless treasures. Moreover, all kinds of buildings are relatively well preserved and have extremely high archaeological value. Seeing the whole picture of the ancient city, Professor Du trembled with excitement and directed. Camera. Quickly, take pictures and show them to netizens. Shinyan, bring me my telescope. He called out to a student. Yes. The students slid down the dunes quickly, rummaging through their backpacks. Finally, he took out the telescope from Professor Du's bag, hurriedly climbed up the dune and gave it to him. Professor Du holds a telescope, and now the ancient city can be seen more clearly. I saw that in the ancient city, various living buildings still maintained their previous appearance. It looked as if there were people alive yesterday, except that there were no living people. There is a strong breath of life everywhere. His attention turned to the location of the ancient city temple on the back. The stone pillars stood there one by one, which looked very spectacular. Especially the paintings and words on the stone pillar made his heart beat faster. Great, I finally found it. Ancient city of the Demon Kingdom. At this moment, many people's mobile phones rang. Everyone quickly turned on their phones to check the news. It turned out that the expert pointed out again in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room. Be sure to arrive at the ancient city before dark, otherwise the ancient city will disappear in the fog. I wish you good luck. Mingyue was worried that the archaeological team would be in danger, so she hurriedly sent a message. Since the two are friends, the expert can see Mingyue's highlight information. I have a good heart. What dangers are there in the ancient city? Please tell me. There are countless dangers in the ancient city. If you want to survive, you must rely closely on the three masters and never act alone. Dr. Mingyue, take out your piece of jade. This is the key to entering the temple. My piece of jade? Thank you for your advice. Mingyue quickly took out the eyeball jade and looked at it. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room were also very excited after seeing the ancient city. Sure enough, hard work pays off. The archaeological team finally found the ancient city. Thanks to the expert for pointing the right direction. If the archaeological team followed the mirage, it would be impossible to find it. Yeah, I feel that the core character is the one who has a good heart. I don't know if the TV station has investigated his real identity. There is a poll on the internet to guess the age of the soulmate. I saw that more than half of the people who voted said that he is already over 100 years old. +1, how could young people know so much? Maybe this tacit heart was considered a local master before, and he didn't dare to show up because he was afraid of being held accountable. The TV station still needs to work hard if it wants to invite high-level talents to come out of the mountain. It may be that the bonus is not enough. How can more than 1,000 million yuan invite such an expert to come out of the mountain? The Blood Book of 10,000 people invites experts to come out. The number has exceeded 5,000 million. Everyone go and sign it. Amidst the audience's discussion, Yang Yang was doing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme report. As you can see, this ancient city is golden, with countless towers, full of life. It seems that it is enough to accommodate 10 people. Just imagine, there was a big city of 10 people in the ancient phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme. You can imagine how developed it was before. So the newly discovered Chinese Silk Road should exist. The archaeological team has made outstanding contributions to Chinese history this time. At this time, Professor Du was observing repeatedly with a map. He found that the environment here was exactly the same as that shown on the map. Hurry up, the expert said that we must arrive at the ancient city before dark. Everyone set off immediately. At the urging of Professor Du, the team members simply ate some meat strips and set off on the road with their backpacks on their backs. Although the ancient city doesn't look very far away, it took a long time to walk there. Finally, when it was about to get dark, we reached the outskirts of the ancient city. The archaeological team was tired and thirsty, and urgently needed to replenish water sources. At this moment, a thick fog blew up all around. If you want to survive, you must find a source of water. I don't know if there are any in the city. In such a big city, we must be able to find water sources, but this place is too strange. Yeah, in a city of 10 people, everything is fine. Why are people missing? Could the legend be true? The queen sent everyone away. How is it possible? 10 people, where are they going to be sent? The archaeological team was embroiled in controversy. Professor Du remembered what the master said, and ran over to ask the three masters for their opinions. What do you think, can you get in? Fatty was the first to stand up. We'll talk about this issue later, first give us the promised 100 million per person. If it wasn't for the sake of money, Fat Master, who would come to this kind of place to die? The expert said that there are many dangers here, and we are risking our lives. Professor Du was obviously not happy. Don't worry, I will give it to you as soon as the show is over. This is determined by the program group, and the whole network knows it, and you will not lose a little money. At this time, Wu Tianjin stood up. Professor Du, the fat man is joking with you. The fog is getting bigger and bigger, it's better to go in quickly. Mingyue ran over worried. Everyone's opinion, have you heard it? This ancient city is weird, 10 people disappeared out of thin air. And now that there is such a thick fog, you can't see your fingers. It is very dangerous for us to go in. I suggest that you go in after the fog has passed. Professor Du glared at her. Silly girl, what are you talking about? The expert has clearly said that you must go in before the fog, and it will be too late when the fog passes. How about this? It's still the old rules, vote to decide. Upon hearing the vote, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It's not a big deal for the audience to watch the excitement. Is there any need to ask about the voting results for this kind of thing? Professor Du is obviously playing tricks. Even so, the program still has to go. Soon, the program team released the voting information. Two options appeared in front of all viewers. 1. The program team immediately went in to find the water source. 2. Wait for the fog to pass before entering. Sure enough, the results came out quickly, and 81% of the audience voted for the program group to enter immediately. There was no other way. Archaeologists were unwilling, so they could only bite the bullet and go in. Seeing the worry in Mingyue's heart, Linny walked up to her and said, "Don't worry, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. What's more, even if you go back now, you can't find your way, so you can only go in and try your luck." Mingyue felt that it was not unreasonable, and felt a little relieved. A group of people walked in through the city gate in such a mighty manner. The yellow sand of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme was blowing against everyone's faces, and the fog was so thick that you couldn't see your fingers. Everyone walked in the ancient city, feeling eerie and terrifying. In the huge ancient city, there is not a single living person, and everyone has a heart hanging in their hearts. The yellow sand partially buried many buildings, but most of them were still exposed. Someone entered a resident's house to look for a well, and when he came out, he got separated from the team. There were not many people in the team, and when they arrived at the temple, there were less than 10 people left. Professor Du counted the number of people. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. There are only 9 people left. In addition to the 3 masters, the associate professor, Mingyue, Yang Yang, and the photographer. There is also a male player named Shen Yan and a female graduate student named Yi Hua. The female graduate student was relatively timid, worried that she would be left behind like everyone else, so she kept grabbing Shen Yan's backpack with her hands. Shen Yan is more clever, and has been closely following the 3 masters. Professor Du saw that the staff was downsizing again, and he couldn't help but regret it. He slapped himself on the chest suddenly, and sat on the stone steps of the temple with a regretful look. Blame me for being confused. There are so many students and there are only 2 left." Yang Yang hurriedly comforted him. "Professor Du, this is all for the sake of Chinese history. There is no way to do it. I believe everyone will understand." Linny pursed his lips. Yang Yang was so kind. He looked around. He had to find a source of water, otherwise everyone would die. Mingyue also began to worry. What if you can't find water? Wu Tianjin looked confident. "Don't worry, we will definitely find it. This kind of city construction in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme is exquisite. In order to provide residents with sufficient domestic water, most of them are built near water sources." The fat man yelled. "Innocent, I'm almost dying of thirst. Where is the source of water here? We walked all the way in and didn't see a drop of water. Maybe it had dried up long ago." Wu Tianjin continued to explain. "When I came in, I observed the geological structure and found that there are indeed no water sources such as lakes and rivers on the ground. However, this just shows that there are underground. If I'm not mistaken, this entire city must be built on an underground river." When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up. The fat man gave a thumbs up in admiration. "I admire you. But you said so much, Fatty, I still can't find water to drink. Just tell me where there is water." Wu Tianjin took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme into the temple, he said as he walked. "Come with me, I'm sure there must be. This ancient city looks like the status of the temple is very high. They can treat the residents badly, but they will never treat their clergy badly. I bet you can easily find water inside." Encouraged by Wu Tianjin, everyone cheered up and followed him into the temple. The fat man had a dry mouth and complained all the way. "I'm really out of my mind to come to such a shitty place for a mere 100 million. Whoever gives me a bottle of water now, fat lord, I am willing to give him the 100 million. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, everyone's mouth was dry, and many people's lips were cracked. There is no water to drink in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme, and it will be fatal before long. Lin half-jokingly said. Fatty, are you sure you can exchange 100 million for a bottle of water? The fat man patted his chest and said. Water is life now, fat man, no matter how cheap my life is, 100 million is still worth it. Linny, if you have water, take it out. Linny smiled. I have no water. I smell water, though. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but lick their lips. Wu Tianjin couldn't help but admire Lin Yi's sense of smell. People with good noses can smell water. This is why some animals can always find water in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme. Everyone followed Wu Tianjin and quickly entered the temple. The fog outside couldn't get in for a while, so the visibility suddenly improved. With a flashlight, I can see the scene of the temple clearly. I saw that this is a multi-layered temple, with dozens of huge stone pillars placed on the first floor. The building is quite majestic. On the upper floor, you can see some statues with ferocious expressions, which seem to be some evil gods. There is a huge snake-shaped sculpture on the third floor, coiled around it. Above is a giant eyeball. When Professor Du saw the eyeballs, he immediately became excited. Sure enough, eyeball worship. This is the ancient city of the demon kingdom we are looking for. Everyone found that the eyeballs absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and a beam of light shot directly into the temple. And there is a small groove on the surface illuminated by the beam of light. Seeing the groove, everyone immediately thought of what the expert said. Hey! The expert said that Dr. Mingyue's piece of jade is the key to entering the temple. That groove can just accommodate that piece of jade. Yes, you can only find the source of water if you go inside the temple. Professor Du also found this point. Mingyue, take out the jade. Under the gaze of everyone, Mingyue took off the eyeball jade. Professor Du wants to take over. But she gave it to Lin Yi. There may be some mechanism, Lin Yi, please help open it. Lin Yi handed it to the fat man. Fatty, you are a tank, you drive it. Third Eye the fat man was cursing, a little reluctant. I bet there must be a mechanism here. You want to have a feast, right? Fat Lord, I won't be fooled by this. Wu Tianjin kicked him in the back. Stop talking nonsense and drive quickly. Lin Yi and I will stand beside you to protect you, it's okay for the head office. Yes, we are left and right protectors. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin stood next to him on the left and right, vigilant about his surroundings. The fat man scratched his hair, and then put the eyeball jade into the groove bravely. The rest of the archaeological team all backed away nervously. The photographer pointed here, wanting to present the whole process in front of the audience. After the eyeball jade was put in, the whole venue fell silent. Everyone listened attentively and looked around, but found nothing unusual. No, I made a mistake. The fat man took out the eyeball jade and adjusted the direction of the jade. Aimed the eyeball directly at the large eyeball overhead. As soon as it was put in, a strange thing happened. There was a click sound of gears turning. At the same time, the big eyeball in the sky emitted a burst of white light and opened. Everyone looked at the sky nervously, feeling incredible. I saw a statue inside the big eyeball. This is a stone statue with a snake body and a human head, very tall and mighty. The statue has 4 animal feet, the first 2 of which have evolved into human hands. Holding a sword and shield in his hand, his face is hideous and very ferocious. His eyes glared down, as if warning the person who opened the mechanism. When Professor Du saw this weird stone man, he immediately took out his camera and started taking pictures. This is the guardian beast of the ancient city of the demon kingdom. Only by defeating this guardian beast can we enter. When the fat man heard this, he immediately took out a pack of explosives. No problem, look at the fat man, I will blow it up. At this moment, 2 red rays of light shot out from the 2 eyes of the guardian beast, which happened to hit Fatty's feet. The fat man quickly took 2 steps back and looked at the statue in horror. Damn it, it can still emit laser light. It's amazing. Wu Tianjin patted the fat man's shoulder, looked up and observed for a while. Fatty, it's not lasers, it's just rubies in the eyes. Professor Du looked very excited. People in Magua worship eyeballs and believe that eyes have a magical power. Perhaps this is also the reason why the queen's left and right eyes are mythical. The fat man rolled his eyes. Ruby? It should be very valuable. Look at the fat man, I will dig it out. If you want to cut out the eyeballs of the statue, you have to go to a higher floor. The fat man took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and ran upstairs. Everyone looked at each other and followed. Along the way, there are statues with strange eyes everywhere. Professor Du asked the students to take pictures of them all. Although the ghost cave culture is very special, it also belongs to the Chinese branch, which is very rare. Many foreign netizens watched the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast of archaeology, and they were all shocked by Chinese culture. Said that there is an opportunity to travel to China. Many people have changed their previous views on the weakness of Chinese culture, and feel that China does have a deep heritage. The paintings and texts on each layer are different. Linny stopped in front of a picture. He thought the painting was a bit strange. Unlike the queen in other paintings, although this painting is still wearing a veil, it is obvious that the queen has an eye on the top of her head. In other words, the queen not only has left and right eyes, but also a third eye. Third eye. He hurriedly looked at the contents of the painting. Although the old experts are gone, it is not difficult to see the content of the painting. I saw the ancestors bowing down to the queen. The queen's third eye radiated light, and these people were all petrified. Be petrified. A bit like Medusa's ability. Linny couldn't help gasping. If the queen was real, it would be a formidable opponent. The three eyes all have magical powers, and once they are seen, it is difficult not to die. At this time, the fat man couldn't wait to jump on the sculpture, wanting to pick out the rubies in his eyes. But the ruby setting is so strong that it is impossible to use it by hand. It's quite reliable. Believe it or not, Fat Lord, I'll blow you up? He went ahead and planted a dynamite pack on top of the statue. Professor Du hurriedly beckoned to stop him. This is a cultural relic, don't damage it. Professor, you also said that this is a guardian beast, how can we get in if we don't kill it? At this moment, Linny stood up. Let me try. He jumped onto the statue, then poked his fingers into the eye. After groping for a while, he squeezed with 2 fingers, triggering the mechanism. With the sound of iron chains turning, the door inside the temple finally opened. Everyone was very happy and rushed down immediately. Great, hope to find water. If we don't find any more water, we will die of thirst. Water, I want to drink water. Licking their chapped lips, they stood at the door of the temple one by one. I saw that Lima is a garden-like structure. In the garden, stands a huge statue of a woman. Dressed in gorgeous clothes, the figure is outstanding. The face is wearing the same black veil as in the painting. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room saw this scene and reacted one after another. It must be a statue of the queen. Wow! I didn't expect the queen of the demon kingdom to be so beautiful, she's so pretty. I really want to take a look at her veil. Pull it down, the 3 eyes scare you to death. The disappearance of 10 people here must have something to do with the 3 eyes. Have you noticed that eyeball jade is a bit like the queen's third eye? Don't talk nonsense, how is it possible? Don't you think it's strange? The eyeball jade on Mingyue's body turned out to be the key to opening the interior of the temple. There must be a connection. +1, I agree with the above point of view. I suspect that Professor Du deliberately brought everyone here to die, and brought sacrifices to the queen in the name of archaeology. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, Professor Du is the top archaeologist in China, and the eyeball jade may be just a coincidence. No, I have to make it clear, what's the matter with this jade? Where did it come from? Be careful, Lin, don't be fooled, first let them explain the origin of the eyeball jade. That's right, I smell a conspiracy. The three masters are likely to lose their lives here because of money. Everyone in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast chatted a lot, wanting to know about the eyeball jade. Mingyue also noticed this, holding the eyeball jade without saying a word, as if there was something hard to say. The fat man has been completely attracted by the queen. Fuck. The statues are so beautiful, the queen herself doesn't know how beautiful she is. Fat master, if I can see the queen, it will be worth dying here. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to die yet. He then looked at Mingyue and asked. Everyone is very concerned about the eyeball jade. Can you explain the origin of this jade? If you don't say it, I'm afraid everyone will be very worried. Mingyue Jingqiu looked at Professor Du. After seeing Professor Du nodding, she made up her mind. Okay, I'll tell you, the Snake King. It turned out that Mingyue's jade was left by her mother. When he was young, Professor Du spent some time on the farm here. He fell in love with a local woman, and later had Mingyue. Mingyue has not seen her mother since she was born. Professor Du told her that her mother had passed away. She was young at the time and had to accept this fact. As she got older, she sensed that something was amiss. When people around mentioned her mother, they panicked. It was as if her mother was a monster. After hearing her story, the audience's brains were wide open. You say, is Dr. Mingyue's mother the queen of the demon kingdom? It's possible that the eyeball jade is the queen's third eye. Ha, I was staring at the eyeball jade just now, why wasn't it petrified? I think that Dr. Mingyue's mother is probably not dead yet, and she should be a member of the archaeological team. It's just that something happened, and Professor Du lied to her like this. I feel that what the upstairs said makes sense, which explains why Professor Du has always wanted to find the ancient city. No, if it's an ordinary member of the archaeological team, why didn't he die? It is possible that Mingyue's mother was sent to the imaginary space by the queen's left eye. The upstairs is wrong, it's the right eye. The right eye is the teleporter, and the left one is for turning people into a pool of blood. The queen is too scary. The archaeological team is in danger this time. The archaeological team fell silent. Lindy comforted Mingyue and said, I'm sorry to remind you of something sad. Mingyue laughed through tears. It's okay, it's what I should do to dispel everyone's doubts. The fat man pouted. In my opinion, the doubts have not been dispelled, but have deepened. Dr. Mingyue, what exactly does your mother do? Mingyue shook her head. Do not know. Wu Tianjin flicked on the fat man's forehead. Fatty, I didn't tell you, I haven't seen it since I was a child. It seems that only Professor Du knows the truth. I thought that Professor Du would avoid this question, but I didn't expect Professor Du to say it generously. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room guessed right. Mingyue's mother is also a member of the archaeological team. After giving birth to Mingyue, she suddenly disappeared. No one knows where she went. Everyone looked at each other. Mingyue's mother's life experience is known, but where did Mingyue's mother go? Are you still alive? Still a mystery. After a short rest, the archaeological team continued to search inside the temple. Soon, a huge hole was found. Strictly speaking, this is the big mouth of a giant snake. Due to the invasion of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and sand all year round, a lot of yellow sand has accumulated around the big mouth. The archaeological team dug the passage with shovels, and everyone put on gas masks. Then Mingyue asked everyone to take a pill before going deep inside. The light inside is much dimmer than the outside, and the air is filled with the smell of decay. Cao Yuan turned on the flashlight. Soon, they came to a huge stone palace. The space here is very large and magnificent, with dozens of huge stone pillars standing tall. Like the outside, there are also enshrined objects in the shape of eyeballs. But this thing is more exquisite than the eyeballs outside. The eyeballs on the outside are just made of ordinary stones. Although the workmanship is exquisite in all aspects, it is just an ordinary stone after all. But this eyeball is different. It is enshrined in the very center of the stone hall, on a high platform. Around the high platform, there stood 4 stone beasts holding swords and shields. It is roughly the same as the stone beast hidden in the eyeball outside, and it looks very mighty. Everyone walked up to the high platform and found that the eyeball was actually made of jade. That's right, this is a crystal clear jade. The pupils are a little different from those of the Huaxia people, they are actually blue. The eyeballs are bloodshot red and look almost the same as human eyes. Everyone was speechless for a while, it was the first time they saw such a big jade. The fat man was even more excited. Get rich, such a big jade, you have to use a crane to take it away. He reached out to hug him, but found that he couldn't hold it. This piece of jade is really too big, and its value may be measured in hundreds of millions. Professor Du was very excited. Hastily used the camera to take pictures around this eyeball jade. The archaeology this time has gained a lot. If you didn't see this piece of jade with your own eyes, no one would believe it. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room were also shocked by this piece of jade. 666, 666, 6666. This archaeology is worth it. Professor Du, if only I could find a way to bring you back. This piece of jade seems to be fixed on the stage, and it can't be taken away at all. Even if it can be dug out, it's too heavy to carry. Unfortunately, the helicopter cannot enter here, otherwise a helicopter can be arranged to pick it up. The archaeological team thinks of a way to bring out the jade, and I will reward you with a rocket. Such an exquisite thing, if it is put in a museum, I will definitely visit it. It's so shocking. This is my Chinese civilization. The fat man circled around the huge eyeball jade several times. He took out his backpack and wanted to put you in it. It's a pity that after trying hard several times, this is simply impossible. Wu Tianjin rubbed his chin and observed the jade. This piece of jade is really too big, much bigger than a basketball. Do you think this piece of jade is also a mechanism? After he said this, everyone reacted. It turns out that there is also a small groove in the center of the eyeball of this eyeball jade. It's just that this piece of jade is so dazzling that no one noticed it just now. Fatty stretched out his hand to Mingyue. Dr. Mingyue, please use the eyeball jade again. Mingyue didn't think much, and gave him the jade again. The fat man was familiar with the road, and inserted the jade again. Suddenly, the entire stone palace shook. Dozens of huge pillars shake off countless yellow sand. Everyone was waiting in full battle, not daring to breathe. At this moment, the voice of the system came from Ling Yi's mind. Ding! Instruct the archaeological team to succeed, and reward the black iron swordsmanship. Do you want to receive it now? He smiled, receive. A light curtain appeared in front of him. A golden skill book was spinning in the light curtain. With a thought in his mind, the book turned into a golden light and entered his head. In his eyes, moves of the black iron sword technique flashed quickly. He successfully learned the black iron sword technique. In the past, he only relied on his own understanding and powerful strength to control the black gold ancient sword. Now with this set of sword techniques, his fighting power has greatly increased. He believed that if he met the Snake King with the coxcomb last time, he would be able to fight again. At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Because as the eyeball jade was inserted into the groove, the huge stone pillars began to rotate one by one. The ground also cracked. I saw strips of cyan snakes coming out of the cracks. When the fat man saw the situation, he became a little anxious. He quickly pulled out the eyeball jade. Unfortunately, due to too much force, the eyeball jade fell to the ground. Crack! Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, the eyeball jade fell on the hard stone and shattered. Many people rubbed their eyes and couldn't believe it was broken. Taking a closer look, the eyeball was shattered into several petals. The fat man apologized repeatedly. Dr. Mingyue, I didn't do it on purpose, it's too slippery. I'm sorry, I know this thing is very important to you, I'm really sorry. Linny knelt down and picked up the broken eyeball jade piece by piece. In a short while, the group of snakes had surrounded the stone platform, and they kept spitting out snake messages. There was a scalp-numbing sound of squeaking around. The archaeological team was trapped in the middle, all of them were frightened. Boom! Linny pulled out the ancient black gold knife, frowned slightly, and displayed the black iron sword technique in front of his eyes. He has mastered this set of sword techniques at this moment. The fat man was also unambiguous, and took the assault rifle he picked up in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme in his hand. The rest of the archaeological team held the shovels in their hands one by one, and their palms were sweating coldly. The group of snakes surrounded the crowd and did not attack for the time being. They did not know what they were waiting for. Sudden. The huge jade eyeball on the ground split open. Boom! The king snake with the coxcomb got out of it. The huge snake spit out, just licking the fat man's face. With the appearance of the snake king, the pile of strange snakes also began to squirm excitedly. The fat man was frightened and turned around. Thumbs up. Flames flickered in the temple. The snake king was injured in many places and let out a mournful wail similar to a dragon's chant. The strange snake immediately attacked everyone, coming from all directions. Linny used the black iron sword technique, and the sword light passed, and the strange snakes were chopped into several sections one after another. Wu Tianjin held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it in the head of a strange snake. More strange snakes spit snake letters and bit him. With a quick glance, Lin quickly pulled him behind him. Then cut it down with a knife, and the pile of strange snakes was directly divided into two sections like a stream of water. Many strange snakes wanted to climb up along the black gold ancient knife. Linny frowned, and then the blade vibrated violently. All the strange snakes were blown away. On the other side, the Snake King was furious and rolled the fat man up in midair. He struggled violently for help. Little Third Master, save me. Linny, save me. Wu Tianjin looked up. Fatty, didn't you watch the last episode? Little Third Master, it's already this time, you just tell me what should I do? The Snake King's coxcomb is a weakness, hit the coxcomb. Roger that. The fat man exhausted all his strength, forced himself to turn around and aimed at the top of the Snake King's head. Tut, chug, chug. A burst of flames flashed, and the Snake King's coxcomb was beaten to pieces. Howl. The Snake King screamed, and finally let go of the fat man. Falling from the sky, the fat man fell heavily beside the archaeological team. At this moment, everyone in the archaeological team was very nervous and was forced to stand back to back by the strange snake. Both men and women, young and old, were all beating the strange snake with a shovel. Fortunately, Linny and Xiao San are very skilled, so there is not much danger for the time being. When the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast saw the scene, they all broke into a cold sweat for the archaeological team. This group of strange snakes is too hateful. I am not afraid of heaven and earth, but snakes. Nema. Fatty quickly use explosives to blow up these strange snakes. Fat Master is awesome, he injured the strange snake by himself. It's not that Fatty is awesome, it's that technology is awesome. If it wasn't for the assault rifle, how could Fatty succeed? Upstairs, you are all wrong. It is the Third Master who is awesome. Knows the weakness of the strange snake. Look, the Snake King has escaped. Don't let the Snake King go, chase after him. Cut the grass without removing the root, and the spring breeze will regenerate it. This time, the Snake King must be killed. I saw the Snake King got into the hole. When the other strange snakes saw it, they also escaped from the small holes in the ground. Linny rushed to the entrance of the cave to have a look, and vaguely understood. The reason why the Magua people are also called the Ghost Cave Clan is because they come from underground. It was drilled out of these holes in the ground. When I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the records on the murals before, I thought it was nonsense, but now it seems that it is not unfounded. The fat man looked down the hole and was taken aback. Little Third Master, come and have a look, there is so much space below. The archaeological team was in shock, and some of them sat on the ground directly. Mingyue is checking everyone for any injuries. Wu Tianjin walked over and looked into the cave. It looks like we have found the entrance to the ghost cave. Upon hearing this, Professor Du forced himself to get up and check, regardless of his weak body. It seems that there is a reason why the people of the demon kingdom worship eyeballs. The cave is dark and full of unknowns. So everyone hopes to have a pair of eyes that can see everything clearly, and gradually there is a worship of eyes. After hearing this, everyone nodded their heads one after another, feeling that what Professor Du said made sense. As expected of China's top archaeologist, his insights in this regard are very accurate. Lin Yi also felt very reasonable. It's no wonder that the temple is built here. Perhaps the people in this city regard the ghost cave as a miracle. Wu Tianjin nodded. Yes, the ancients took advantage of this, and gradually made this place in the eyes a myth, in order to gain dominion. The fat man scratched his hair, feeling a little confused. I don't know the truth, but you can speculate so many things with just one hole, but Fatty, I prefer seeing is believing. If everyone has a good rest, follow me in and have a look, maybe you can find a living queen of the demon kingdom inside. Lin Yi sniffed his nose, then listened carefully. I can already hear the water and smell the water. That's right, the water is right below. When everyone heard that there was water, they all stood up excitedly. Licking his chapped lips, he swallowed. Water? Great, let's go find water. If I don't drink any more water, I'm going to die. Everyone wanted to leave immediately, but Wu Tianjin stopped them. Wait a moment. Professor Du was very surprised. Wu Tianjin, what are you doing? Professor, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since there is the legendary ghost cave below, and the Snake King also got into it, it must be very dangerous inside. I think it is enough for all of us to survive here and successfully find the ghost cave. When you go back, you can be affirmed by your superiors, get a large medal, and gain both fame and fortune. As for us, we have successfully protected everyone is fine. It's better to listen to my words, click to the end, don't go down and sacrifice in vain. Everyone looked at each other. I have to admit that what Wu Tianjin said makes sense. So many things have happened outside the ghost cave. Once inside, it is unknown how many people will be able to come out alive. At this time, Mingyue stood up. I support Wu Tianjin, everyone should not die in vain. Just save the current record and go back to the program team. The higher-ups will send someone over to deal with it. Professor Du sneered. Your words are too stupid and naive. Aren't we the ones sent from above? The conditions here are so bad, sending other people here is just sending them to death in vain. I'm not great, but since I'm here, I have to stick to it. Mingyue shook his arm and continued to pray. Dad, why do you have to go in? Professor Du looked at her meaningfully. Mingyue, Dad has studied the ghost cave civilization all his life, and now he finally found this place. It's impossible not to go down. He glanced at the others. I know that everyone cherishes life very much and is unwilling to die in vain. I don't force anyone, but I must go down. After he finished speaking, he moved the hole and jumped down without hesitation. Before many people could react, they found that Professor Du had gone down. The archaeological team lay at the entrance of the cave one by one to watch. Teacher, we will follow you. Teacher, how can I let you take risks alone? The only two remaining players jumped down. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, and had no choice but to jump into the hole together. The cave is dark and damp, and the underground river can be vaguely heard flowing. Lin Yi felt that it was necessary to remind him of the danger ahead. As everyone moved forward silently, he secretly took out his mobile phone. If you see a blooming flower, be careful, don't touch it, let alone smell it, it will make people hallucinate. The players' phones rang one after another, and they picked them up to take a look. Mingyue ran to Professor Du's side. Dad, the expert reminded us again, be careful of a flower. Professor Du looked around blankly. How can flowers grow in such a place? He didn't believe it. The fat man scanned around with a flashlight, and saw that the surrounding area was full of sacrificial bowls and paper money, as well as various pottery and dead bones. Mingyue sniffed the air full of mold, her expression became more and more dignified. She distributed the last batch of pills to everyone. At this moment, the fat man kicked a pot and exploded, scaring out several gerbils. Good guy, I was shocked by the fat man. Linny, isn't this the gerbil we roasted for everyone last night? Get some more and try. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at each other. Gerbil? Is this what we ate last night? Didn't you say that rabbits are nasty? Vomit. Someone started throwing up. Mingyue ran up complaining. Linny, I will never eat the meat you give me next time. I'll give you back this bag of wolf meat strips. I don't know if it's wolf meat or what. As soon as Lin took the meat strips, he couldn't laugh or cry. He kicked the fat man in the back. Speak up. At this time, Wu Tianjin rummaged with a wooden stick and found a lot of rusty armor and weapons on the ground. He originally wanted to find a scimitar as a weapon, but unfortunately he couldn't use any of them. However, Professor Du became very interested in these things. The buckles, and the shield and the machete, all very distinctive. Every piece was photographed and sent to the museum for exhibition later. Is teacher. The archaeological team stopped for a short while and continued on the road. At this moment, everyone's first priority is to find water sources. Finally, after several turns in the ghost cave, the sound of the water became louder and louder. Mingyue said loudly. Have you heard that? The sound of water. At this time, the sound of water can be heard by ordinary people, which means that it is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Then everyone saw a row of fences made of jade, and behind the fence there was a huge pool of water. Everyone immediately quickened their pace and ran towards the pool. It can be seen that this is the place where the ghost cave people fetch water. On the huge lake, there is also a small island. There is a stone gate on the small island, and I don't know where it leads. Wu Tianjin looked up and saw a suspension bridge leading to the island. The team members came to the lake and couldn't wait to drink the water one by one. After drinking, he also took out the water bottle he brought and filled it up. Water in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme is more precious than gold. Everyone is happier than seeing gold. But Linny has been refraining from drinking. Wu Tianjin also saw this, so he didn't drink with him. After the fat man was full, he looked back. Strange, why don't you two drink it? Could it be that the water is poisonous? Wu Tianjin said lightly. Can't you see any fish in the water? How could it be poisonous? Lin nodded and continued. Yeah, we've already stopped everyone if it's poisonous. The fat man was even more puzzled. Then why don't you two drink? The unicorn gun Linigan was about to speak. I saw a large group of mice escape from the water to the island, and then rush down through the stone gate. When the team members saw these mice, they thought of the water they drank just now. Is it not the bath water of rats? Suddenly, the sound of nausea resounded by the lake. The reason why Linny didn't stop everyone was also very simple. Instead of being thirsty to death and suffering a little nausea, what is it? What made the archaeological team even more unacceptable was that a pool of blood red appeared on the water. Boom! The Snake King suddenly jumped out of the water. Fatty made a quick decision, aiming at the Snake King with a single shot. Thumbs up. Damn it, you're not dead yet. The Snake King lost his mind after being beaten, and kept swimming towards the side. It seems that although Fatty's assault rifle is powerful, it can't hurt the Snake King's body. Unless it is the same as last time, it can directly hit the Snake King's comb at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. Seeing that the Snake King was about to approach him, the team members got up one by one and hid behind the three of them. Linny was as motionless as a mountain, and suddenly took out the Qilin gun and pointed it at the Snake King. When the Snake King saw the Kirin gun, he didn't take it seriously and continued to swim this way. Boom! Linny directly pulled the trigger. The bullets were mixed with the might of a unicorn, whizzing and rolling towards the Snake King. Instantly, the waves splashed several meters high. The Snake King was completely thrown out, and blood gushed out from his belly. Everyone was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the unicorn gun can penetrate through the king of snakes. You must know that assault rifles cannot penetrate. It shows how powerful this gun is. King Snake rolled over in the water and sank to the bottom of the water. Surprised and delighted, the archaeological team slumped on the shore one by one, gasping for breath. The fat man laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! See that? I've said it a long time ago, when it's critical, it's up to Fat Lord me. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. It's due to Lin Yi's shot. Everyone stared at the water, and the lake could not calm down for a long time. After the Snake King got down, he disappeared. Lin Yi frowned. It looks like there must be a dark hole inside. Go down from Sherman, maybe you can meet this guy. Wu Tianjin nodded in agreement. The Snake King was also severely injured, so he shouldn't dare to oppose us for the time being. Professor Du, I think everyone should rest here before going in. Professor Du thinks it makes sense. Okay, everyone stay where they are. The team members took out their tents and set them up on the shore. Everyone took out water and meat strips and ate them with big mouthfuls. Mingyue said that she would not eat those meats, but her stomach was growling with hunger, and she couldn't get full by drinking water. As a last resort, she had no choice but to chew on the meat strips. Lin Yi smiled. Sure enough, no matter how powerful the mouth is, the body is honest. When everyone was resting, he looked at the terrain around him. The terrain here is extremely low and the space is very open. It seems that there are traces of artificial rest in many places. It is conceivable that a long time ago, a large number of ghost cave people fetched water here. There are still many sacrificial supplies by the river, only half of which have been burned. It was as if all of a sudden, everyone evaporated. He frowned, feeling that this incident was getting more and more unusual. The water surface is like a mirror, very clear. The water quality should still be good, but after being polluted by king snakes and rats, it is hard to say. Someone boiled the water, and he took a few sips. In this case, drinking boiled water is undoubtedly the correct decision. But before, everyone was dying of thirst, so I couldn't control that much. After eating and drinking enough, the team members began to sleep. Wu Tianjin and Fatty were patrolling around while smoking. The two talked from time to time, both deeply admired Lin Yi's skill. Lin Yi's swordsmanship has improved again. Yeah, I really don't know who I learned from, I feel even better than my little brother. This guy has a very high level of comprehension, maybe he is self-taught. So powerful? Then I will worship Fat Master as my teacher. Hee, you can just worship, it's up to him whether to accept him or not. At this moment, Wu Tianjin's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that he had received a text message from his younger brother. I lost my unicorn gun. 3 black lines fell from Wu Tianjin's forehead. My little brother, why do you always lose things recently? As he spoke, he pressed the text message. What unicorn gun? I haven't heard you mention it before. Not long after, the little brother replied to the message. Because the black gold ancient knife was lost, my second uncle specially made a unicorn gun for me. It was fine, but it was lost a few days ago. Wu Tianjin suddenly remembered something. Have you watched the archaeological phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme broadcast? Lin Yi also has a unicorn gun in his hand. Let's see if you lost that one. No, I've been very busy recently. Then take a look and contact me later. Wu Tianjin said and put away the phone. He looked at Lin. At this moment, Lin Yi was chatting with Dr. Mingyue, and the two of them were walking by the lake, really envious of others. He felt a little strange. Fatty, I suspect that the unicorn gun in Lin Yi's hand was lost by my little brother. How is it possible? Lin Yi has been with us recently. I know, but you explain, where did he get his unicorn gun? You mean someone stole what was addressed to him? Yes, before he said he sold a piece of emerald for several million, I guess he took part of it to buy this gun. It makes sense, he has a good eye, and I like this gun too. Mingyue, who was walking with Lin Yi, stopped suddenly. What? She saw the shore, and a startling sight appeared. countless fireflies gathered together, illuminating the surroundings. As soon as she stretched out her hand, the fireflies immediately gathered above her palm. She smiled sweetly. Unexpectedly, these bugs are not afraid of me. Lin Yi was very surprised. Because these bugs only gather around the bright moon. There was no one around him at all. He thought about it, maybe it had something to do with swallowing the unicorn blood. The fireflies were visibly afraid of him. He frowned. Does this mean that these bugs may be poisonous? He had just thought about this when he saw Mingyue fall behind him. Moon. He made a quick move and directly hugged Mingyue's small waist. Looking at Mingyue's eyes again, they were already closed, as if she had passed out. Damn, why didn't I think of it in advance? These bugs are poisonous. He hugged Mingyue and brought it back to the camp. Professor Du was also a little anxious when he saw his daughter was asleep. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have taken everyone down rashly. If Mingyue never wakes up, what should I do? The viewers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room were very excited when they saw the kindest Dr. Mingyue passed out. What's going on? What happened to Dr. Mingyue? Those insects seem to be poisonous. Dr. Mingyue has been poisoned. What if Dr. Mingyue can't wake up? Professor Du is crying. The archaeological team is really not easy. I feel sorry for Dr. Mingyue for 3 seconds. I hope it's just a temporary coma and I'll wake up tomorrow. Do you think it will be like Sleeping Beauty? You will wake up with a kiss. Get out of the way, Dr. Mingyue is mine, I'll kiss you. Leave this glorious mission to me. I think the most suitable candidate is Lin Yi. The archaeological team saw the audience's barrage, and they all looked at Lin Yi with weird eyes. Lin Yi shrugged. You will wake up with a kiss. It's not a fairy tale. Don't believe this kind of nonsense. Although I really hope that Dr. Mingyue can wake up. Don't worry, you don't need to worry too much. I observed that Dr. Mingyue's signs are all fine. After hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Tian really thought of something. Yang Yang, can you turn off the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast first? Okay. Yang Yang signaled the cameraman to turn off the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. Wu Tianjin said at this time. Since the problem is caused by those bugs, the antidote must be on the bugs. I have to catch it and check it, maybe I can find an antidote. When the fat man heard this, he immediately volunteered to catch the bugs. More than half an hour later, the fat man came back with a big can of fireflies. Immediately, according to Wu Tianjin's arrangement, the fat man put the jar on the bonfire and roasted it directly. Soon, all the fireflies died and turned into a pile of black charcoal. The fat man went to add a little more boiled water, and rubbed the black charcoal into pills. Did I feed Dr. Mingyue? Everyone nodded. The fat man felt a little embarrassed. She wakes up, don't talk about it. Wu Tianjin glared at him. Fatty, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and feed. I mentioned this matter, and she will only blame me if she wants to. If Dr. Mingyue wakes up, let's say it was Lin Yi's kiss. Fatty felt that it made sense, so he stuffed the pill into Mingyue's mouth. After Mingyue swallowed, everyone stared at her, hoping to wake up as soon as possible. Yang Yang also turned on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. Friends in the audience, you guessed it right. Lin Yi woke up Dr. Mingyue with a kiss. I didn't expect the fairy tale to be true. It's really amazing. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room were all very happy when they heard this. Ha ha. I already said that this trick is useful, right? Yes, give me a kiss to make sure I wake up. Now, the bond between Lin Yi and Dr. Mingyue has deepened. I have a question, why was the screen black in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room just now? What happened? Of course it's the sensitive picture of Lin Yi kissing Dr. Mingyue. It can't be seen. Be careful to be harmonized. +1, I think what the upstairs said makes a lot of sense. It's not easy for the program group. I'll reward Dr. Mingyue with a big chicken leg. 666666 is also fine. Linny is awesome. Linny looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme broadcast room, his face flushed slightly. Although he didn't do anything, he still felt a little embarrassed to see everyone's comments. Mingyue's reaction was even bigger. Linny, how could you do this? Kiss me while I'm unconscious. Professor Du quickly explained. That's what the audience came up with to wake you up. Wake me up? What do you mean? Don't you know? Those glowing bugs just now are poisonous, and you passed out. Ah. So that's the case. Okay, I misunderstood you, Linny. The team members nodded. Yes, Dr. Mingyue, you have misunderstood Linny. He kissed you after he rinsed his mouth, it's okay. Mingyu gradually forgave Linny after hearing everyone's words. She never dreamed that everyone would join forces to lie to her. At this time, her feelings towards Linny changed again. Linny felt a little embarrassed. He looked at the stone gate in the middle of the island and said, Since Dr. Mingyue has woken up and everyone has rested, let's enter Sherman as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and got ready to go. The chain bridge leading to the stone gate is slippery and covered with moss. Linny observed carefully and found that there were human footprints on it. Someone came earlier? The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme broadcast room was boiling. It must be a tomb robber. TSK, I didn't expect there to be grave robbers in this kind of place. Remember that mummy with a gun in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme? It's probably also a tomb robber. To find such a place, these tomb robbers are amazing. That's right, the archaeological team took great pains to find this place, which shows that these tomb robbers are very capable. I think the three masters were also tomb robbers before? Don't talk nonsense upstairs, this is Zhaoan, understand? Now the three masters are from the country. Ha ha. Yes, I have been recruited. 66666, I also want to be recruited. The upstairs is exposed, wait for the police to knock on the door. This stone door looks old, I don't know what material it is made of. The barrage army floated by. Fatty lit the torch to drive away the flying fireflies. The chain bridge didn't look long, but it took a long time to pass. After going to the island, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man suspected that the material of the stone gate was not simple, so he shoveled off the moss on it with a shovel. Sure enough, the texture of jade was soon revealed. Under the light of the flashlight, the whole body is transparent. He immediately became excited. Hey! Now, fat man, I'm going to get rich. Little third master, let's find a way to move this stone gate back. Wu Tianjin looked at him with contempt. Are you kidding me? This door weighs at least a few tons, so it's impossible to take it away. When the fat man heard this, he was a little unhappy. What I can't take with me, fatty, no one else can take away. Look well, I blew up here. He wasn't joking, he went to get the dynamite pack in his backpack. Wu Tianjin knew that he was reckless, so he hurriedly stopped him. Fatty, there are precious cultural relics here, don't mess around. Only then did the fat man come to his senses, and quickly looked around. It was found that everyone on the archaeological team was looking at him. He quickly apologized and put away the explosive bag. Hey, it's just a joke. I understand, fat master, they are all cultural relics, they must be protected properly. Linny stretched out his flashlight and took a look inside the stone gate. A mossy staircase leads down. Professor Du, come and take a look, this step looks familiar. Professor Du hurried over and observed carefully. Yes, Linny, your vision is very accurate. These steps have appeared in the murals. It seems that this time we go in, we are likely to meet the Queen of the Demon Kingdom. Oh no, I mean, the Queen's coffin. Wu Tianjin has a different opinion. Professor Du, I think ghost cave dwellers may not use coffins like us. Maybe there are other ways of burial. Professor Du nodded, you are right. I can't tell. You know a lot at such a young age. If it weren't for you, Mingyue might not be able to wake up. Mingyue felt a little strange when she heard the conversation between the two. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't Lin Yi wake me up? What does it have to do with Wu Tianjin? Professor Du quickly explained. Oh, I said something wrong, it's actually Wu Tianjin's idea. Mingyue rolled her eyes and didn't think much about it. Thank you, little third master. Wu Tianjin smiled slightly. You're welcome. The fat man pushed away the crowd, cleaned up the moss on the steps with a shovel, and then took a look with the flashlight. Ha ha! I really got rich this time. Who would have thought that the ghost cave people are so rich that even the ladders are made of jade? Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder to remind him. You don't want to move the ladder back, do you? This ladder is heavier than the stone gate. The fat man scratched his hair. How could it be? I'm just happy. I'm happy when I see valuable things. Fatty, you must be conscious. We are an archaeological team now, and we should be happy to see something of cultural value. I'm not as enlightened as you, so I think valuable things are better. The fat man walked into the stone gate carelessly. Come on, go in and see if there is anything valuable. This ghost caveman is a bit like a local tyrant in the Middle East. There must be something good inside. In this way, everyone followed the fat man and entered the stone gate one after another. Mingyue walked behind, taking every step very carefully. As soon as Lin saw Wu Tianjin and the fat man clearing the way ahead, he resolutely walked to the back. I'll hold the line for you. Mingyue blushed, thinking that Lin Yi ran to the back because of her. It's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. You're not doing well, are you? What's wrong? It's nothing. Mingyue stroked her hair in embarrassment, her little heart beating wildly. Since waking up, her feeling for Lin Yi has reached a new level. The archaeological team walked down the jade steps all the way. The lower you go, the heavier the vapor. The surrounding walls are also becoming more and more damp, covered with various cave vegetation, and various bugs are crawling on it. I saw insects crawling on Mingyue's hair. Lin Yi made a decisive move and grabbed the bug in his hands. Mingyue's heart was even more frenzied. You are so kind to me, do you have any intentions? Ha! An attempt. If you don't tell me, I know it too. Concentrate on archaeology, and let's watch a movie together when we go back. Watching a movie, oh, okay. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. He always felt that Mingyue was a little weird. Soon, everyone finally came down from the jade steps. There are stone rooms one by one inside, and it seems that someone has lived there. These stone chambers all have rusty iron fences. There were bones and instruments of torture, and a lot of rats running around. The camera recorded it all. Netizens are scrambling to discuss where this place is. I see, this must be the place where ghost cavemen keep traitors or prisoners. Yes, I feel that way too. Look, there is a stone house with Tafuzi's equipment inside. Damn it! Guess what I saw, touch the golden talisman. I see, the one locked up is a tomb robber. TSK Tisk, touching the golden talisman is a good thing. It sells for 10,000 plus on the black market, and you may not be able to buy the real one. Fatty, bring it out for me, I bought it for 20. I don't know if the fat man kicked open the prison door after seeing the news from the netizen. These prison doors have been in disrepair for a long time, all rusted, and have lost their normal functions. After the fat man walked in, he directly took the gold-touching talisman in his hand. Hey, if Sherman can't take it away, can I still take this? He proudly put it in his pocket. Wu Tianjin noticed that the fat man hadn't kept up with the team, so he yelled. Fatty, there is treasure ahead, if you don't keep up, you will lose your share. Come on, how can you miss me, fat lord, if you have treasures? The fat man hastily trotted 2 steps to follow. Everyone walked past the cell and continued along the spacious jade corridor. After walking several hundred meters, there was another step down. As soon as I came to the steps, I heard the sound of water below. It seems that the previous estimation was not wrong, there is still a dark river in it. The flow of the river water seems to be very large, and the quality of this kind of running water is not a big problem. The team members didn't know if they had been thirsty for too long, but they all smiled when they saw the water. There is a bridge above the dark river, the whole body is black and looks very old. On the opposite side of the bridge is a huge jack gate. An iron chain as thick as a human hand directly pulled up the jack gate. Behind is a bottomless black hole. When seeing this black hole, everyone couldn't help gasping. Not only was there a gusty phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blowing inside, but there were also strange sounds coming out, which made people feel creepy. All of a sudden, the entire archaeological team became nervous. By coincidence, they stopped on the side of the bridge, not daring to go directly. Professor Du looked at the black hole and murmured in his heart, "We are getting deeper and deeper now, and we may have reached the Queen's lair. Next, everyone has to cheer up and be careful, black hole." Everyone looked at Professor Du, waiting for his order to cross the bridge. Professor Du hesitated a little. "Cross the bridge, let's see the true face of the Queen of the Demon Kingdom. I hope it hasn't been destroyed by tomb robbers, otherwise it would be a pity." Mingyue is changing the battery for Professor Du's camera. "Dad, don't go ahead, let the three masters go first." Professor Du looked at her and smiled gratifiedly. The two students looked forward and backward all the way, and they seemed very sensible, but at the critical moment, I can see that it is my daughter who loves me. When the fat man heard this, he patted his chest immediately. "No problem, Fat Lord, I will take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme." Wu Tianjin followed closely behind and smiled mockingly. "Fatty, you want to be the first to see the treasure inside." The fat man looked back at him dissatisfied. "Hey! I said little third master, do you just look at me like this? Although my consciousness is not as high as yours, I have never been afraid of death, Mr. Fatty. Look, I have to take action at the critical moment. It's been like this every time before, and this time is no exception." Fatty and Wu Tianjin passed the stone bridge one after the other, and then bowed and drilled through the rusty jack gate. Everyone drilled in one by one, feeling like being beheaded. Linny walked at the back to hold the line. He always felt that there was something following behind him. But when I looked back, this thing disappeared immediately, which was really weird. But it seemed that this thing was also afraid of the unicorn blood on his body, so he didn't dare to show up for a while. In this case, there is only one possibility, and that is to take advantage of it. Once the archaeological team encounters any disaster, this thing will take the opportunity to make trouble. With me here, I won't let you succeed. He glanced behind him, then slid into boom. Unexpectedly, the heavy gate behind him suddenly fell, almost hitting Lin Yi. Everyone's heart trembled and their bodies trembled. The fat man shrugged indifferently. Hee, it's all over now, I can't go back. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme broadcast room were all excited when they saw this scene. It's too scary. Now I can only move forward and not retreat. There is a bottomless abyss ahead, and the archaeological team is miserable. I'm learning to play Swona. The program team can contact me if necessary, and I will give you a 5% discount. Upstairs Crow's Mouth, I'll break your bones, believe it or not? Don't worry, there are 3 masters, and the archaeological team can tide over the difficulties. Lin Yi's reaction was really quick. If I had been smashed in half by the jackgate just now. That's right, that's why Lin Yi held the line. One word, it is stable. It is a lot of stable. +1, I am Lin Yi's idol, no, Lin Yi is my fan. Plus 10,086, Lin is stable as soon as he is in the lineup, I like him more and more. Do you feel that Lin Yi's swordsmanship is very exquisite? Not only is it exquisite, but it's also extremely fast, with the faint sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and thunder. It's really amazing. The barrage army floated by. The team members looked at their phones, then put them away. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme was blowing, and the temperature dropped a lot compared to the outside. The team members breathed out, and they could clearly see the white color. The fat man took out a lighting firework, pulled it away and dropped it into the black hole. Everyone looked down the black hole. The pyrotechnics gradually shrunk and were finally swallowed by darkness. Time has passed for a long time, indicating that the hole is a bit deep. Yang Yang rubbed her hands and jumped, trying to warm her body. She was broadcasting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with a microphone. Friends of the audience, we have now come to the core area of the ancient city. According to the professor's analysis, it is very likely that the queen of the demon kingdom is buried here. The burial customs of the demon kingdom are very different from ours. They opened mountains as tombs, dug holes as caves, and buried them in the depths. Such a cold environment can play a role in anti-corrosion. The thermometer measures that the temperature here is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 0 degrees. If you continue to go down, it may be even lower. The barrage army strikes. Yang Yang, wear more clothes. The fat man has so much fat, he doesn't know how to take off his coat for Yang Yang to wear. Yang Yang is so pitiful, Tylee must raise his salary. Yang Yang is so dedicated, I will always support your program. This is more dedicated than war reporters. Yeah, it's really exciting to go deep into the ancient tomb with the archaeological team. Stimulation is stimulation, that is, life is in danger at any time, and I feel distressed for 30 seconds. Fortunately, there are 3 masters who have saved the day several times. The archaeological team must pay attention to what the expert said, and be careful when seeing a blooming flower. How can flowers grow in such a place? Yeah, it's so cold, I don't think even mice can survive. Fatty, try digging with a shovel, maybe the steps here are also made of jade. Linny folded his hands and didn't know what he was thinking. Could it be that he was frightened by the sudden slamming of the 1000-gene gate just now? Ha ha. It's called Mang, the upstairs knows something about chicken feathers. The archaeological team noticed the audience's information. Indeed, it was too cold to see a mouse in here. Explain that this is a real place of death, full of danger. Everyone looked at Professor Du in unison, waiting for his instructions. Professor Du frowned and looked around, looking very embarrassed. That's right, the audience's eyes are sharp, and even mice can't see it here, it's really dangerous. Mingyue comforted him and said, Dad, now that we're here, the Chenjin gate has also blocked the entrance of the cave, so we can't go back. Since this is the case, there is only one way to go to the dark. Professor Du sighed helplessly. That's right, let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way for you with my old bones. He picked up the flashlight and was the first down the steps. The audience was moved after seeing this scene. Wu, you are indeed an old professor, the backbone of our Chinese archaeological community. Yes, I misunderstood him a little before, but now I feel that Professor Du is really great. At critical times, you can see a person's character. Professor Du being the first to go down boldly, at least shows that he is not a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Professor Du, you need to take care of your health, I will give you a piece of ginseng. There is money upstairs, but ginseng costs 500 yuan. Professor Du successfully tricked a wave of tears, and there was an imperceptible cunning on his face. He had observed these stairs a long time ago, and they were no different from the previous ones. If there's any danger in a black hole, it's down there. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the difficulty of this archaeology. Just as he was about to reach the bottom of the stairs, a small black snake emerged out of nowhere and got into his trouser leg. Ah! Help me! The 3 masters quickly saved me, I was bitten by a snake. I have a snake in my pant leg. Jade steps are inherently slippery. He was disturbed by the snake, his feet became unsteady, and he rolled directly down the steps. After rolling a few steps, he fell heavily to the ground. The fat man hurried down. Fatty, I'm here. Caught. The fat man grabbed the snake's tail and threw it out heavily. He was so powerful that the snake body hit the ground directly. Then he jumped up and stomped the snake's head to pieces. This little snake is nothing short of pediatrics. He clapped his hands proudly. Wu Tianjin rushed up and knelt down on one knee to help Professor Du up. "Professor, are you okay?" Professor Du fell into a coma and lost a tooth. Unexpectedly, the first thing he thought of was not healing the wound. "Quick, tell the camera to point at me." Wu Tianjin was taken aback for a moment, and had no choice but to wave to the photographer. Soon, the photographer came down the stairs and pointed the camera directly at Professor Du. "Friends of the audience, this is the cave of the Queen of the Demon Kingdom, and we have successfully found her final resting place. I and everyone in the archaeological team will definitely go all out to complete this archaeological work." He was out of breath as he spoke, trying to look as if he was dying. His move successfully earned a wave of tears, and the audience was all moved. "Professor Du, that's great. At this age, I should have brought my grandson at home, and risked my life to come here for archaeology for the sake of China's cultural cause. I blamed Professor Du wrongly before, and it really shouldn't be. Professor Du, we love you, and we will give you 2 sports cars. Be sure to come back safely. Professor Du is the pride of our Chinese archaeological community. Yeah, it's too hard. It fell like this, poor old man." Just when the audience sympathized with Professor Du, the archaeological team made another discovery. Yan Yang pointed the camera at a huge platform in the distance. On the platform, hundreds of stone statues stand. Each of the stone statues has a unique shape, all of which have huge eyes, demonstrating the eyeball worship of the Ghost Cave clan. The archaeological team helped Professor Du up and walked into the platform. All around are high cliffs. It can be seen that this is a structure that has been completely hollowed out. Mingyue looked up, and immediately grabbed Lin Yi's hand tightly. "Look, what's on it?" "It's terrible." Lin Yi looked up and saw white eggs hanging in the sky. There were thousands of them. These eggs are huge, each more than half a meter high, and are covered with a sticky slime. The archaeological team looked up one after another. At this moment, one of the eggs burst open. When seeing the creature coming out of it, everyone felt their legs go limp, and they almost knelt on the ground. And statues, it was a one-eyed monster with huge eyes that took up almost the entire face. The body looked scrawny, possibly newborn, and covered in mucus. There was a burst of bared teeth showing sharp teeth, making a strange sound similar to hunger. "Koku!" Everyone tensed up. They had never seen such a monster before. It seems to be a strange species that lives in the depths of this cave all year round. At this moment, the monster smelled the breath of human beings, and its eyes were looking around. "Damn it! Go to hell!" The fat man picked up his assault rifle and aimed directly at the one-eyed monster, ready to strike first. Wu Tianjin hastily stopped him. "Fatty, don't be impulsive. Be careful to startle other monsters. Just this one, how can there be other monsters? The space here is so big, there are thousands of white eggs hatching, this will never be the first." The fat man put down the gun when he heard that it made sense. "Then what should we do? We can't sit and wait for death." Lin Yichong gave the fat man a thumbs up. "Fat master speaks idioms again." The fat man tossed his hair triumphantly. "Learned from the third master, hee hee." Wu Tianjin greeted everyone and hid behind the huge statue. These monsters have also been seen in the murals, but it is unexpected that they actually exist. This shows that there is a high probability that a queen with 3 eyes will exist. The team members looked at each other in blank dismay, their faces pale with fright. But the way back was blocked, so he could only bite the bullet and move forward. Professor Du analyzed. These monsters should be the guardian beasts here, and below is the queen's burial place. We should move forward as soon as possible, and don't attract other monsters. The fat man made a suggestion. In my opinion, just burn this place down. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme room also participated in the discussion. The fat man is right, it's best to burn this place. These one-eyed monsters are too scary, don't run away. The archaeological team doesn't have gasoline, how do they burn it? It would be ridiculous if all these eggs were hatched. Yeah, it's too dangerous. I think the archaeological team should pass here as soon as possible. The program team is more vigilant. I saw a statue moving. Don't scare people upstairs. Why does the statue move? It's true, I saw it move too. +1, the statue is actually moving, and it's not one. Ha, the program team is scared to death by you. It's okay, Fat is also there, but it's just a matter of time. I'm afraid Fatty's assault rifle doesn't have enough bullets. There are so many monsters here. While everyone was discussing, the one-eyed monster suddenly turned to look in the direction of the archaeological team, and then rushed over desperately. The fat man raised his gun and took aim again. I said it earlier, it still depends on the fat man. Before he could shoot, Linny shot. Boom! The ancient black gold knife was pulled out abruptly, cutting the flying monster in half with one blow. Wu Tianjin opened the fireworks and threw them directly towards the cave exit. I saw a steep slope below, and the fireworks rolled down the steep slope. Quick, before the monster wakes up, go to the front. He took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme down the steep slope. The archaeological team no longer hesitated, and followed them one after another. As soon as he descended the steep slope, there were bursts of strange screams from the cave behind him. Ha ha! It seems that more monsters have broken out of their shells. At the same time, there was a loud sound of shaking the ground, which sounded a bit like the statue was moving. Don't look back, keep going. Wu Tianjin reminded, and jumped down the steep slope. Soon, a group of people came to a huge flat ground. I saw a mountain of jewels in a corner in the distance. All kinds of gold and silver jewelry are available, as well as pearls and diamonds. Even in such a dark environment, it is still very bright. Taking such a photo with a flashlight immediately opened everyone's eyes. Good guy. The ghost caveman is indeed rich, and he finally found this pile of jewels. Ha ha ha. It turns out that they are all here, so it's easy for me to find Fat Master. It's just awesome, get it all, hurry up. Everyone on the archaeological team was very excited. Professor Du said excitedly. They are all cultural relics, remember to hand them in. Everyone promised one by one, and they were all stuffing things into their pockets or bags. In the audience, only Linny did not move. Next to the jewelry, he found some bones. Obviously, it was left by the previous tomb robbers. Don't you think it's strange? So many grave robbers have come in, but the jewels are still here. When everyone heard it, they reacted. Linny, what do you mean? Are you saying that these jewels are cursed, and whoever takes them will die? That's not what I mean, at least it means that these jewels cannot be moved casually. He shone the flashlight and found several huge statues on the surrounding stone walls. These statues are different from those outside, more majestic and hideous. It's like, all of them glaring at King Kong. He moved his ears and listened. Can hear the inside of the statue, something moving? He suddenly frowned. These statues are the guardians here. If you don't believe in evil, take the jewelry and see if it will move. Fatty was the first to stand up. Hey! Fat Master, I run really fast, there is a statue chasing me. As he spoke, he stuffed things into his pockets. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. One of the statues opened its eyes, and two red lights shot out from the eyes. I have seen these two red lights outside the temple before, and they are exactly the same as the guardian beast. Seeing this, the fat man became even more excited. Hey, there are still rubies to get, but there are so many good things here, I don't even look down on the ruby fat man. I thought that this statue, like the one outside, would stop moving after emitting red light. Unexpectedly, the whole body moved. And it wasn't just one, the other three all moved. From 4 different directions, the entire jewelry mountain is completely surrounded. Everyone in the archaeological team stood up and was forced to retreat one by one. Looking at the huge statue, it is simply not manpower that can deal with it. Wu Tianjin shouted in an orderly tone. Fatty, what have you taken? Throw it away quickly. The fat man's scalp was numb, and he quickly threw everything out of his pocket. But it was no use, the statue was still approaching. Wu Tianjin urged again. Fatty, what else? Throw it away. Helplessly, the fat man took out another handful of jewelry from his bag and threw it on the ground. It's really gone this time. Don't just stare at me, other people have taken it too. At this moment, those one-eyed monsters also rushed into Jewel Mountain. Before the photographer could react, he was bitten by the monster on the neck. Linny frowned. It's useless to throw things at this time, everyone can take as much as they can, and quickly withdraw after taking it. He made a quick grab at the pile of jewels, then turned and ran. A female archaeologist was so greedy that she was smashed into a meatloaf by a statue. Seeing this, the others followed Linny one after another. Fatty, didn't you always want to fire the cannon? Here's your chance to show off. I need you to plug the hole. Hey, what did Fat Master say? It's up to Fat Master when it's critical. Just look at it, leave it to the fat man. The fat man ignited the explosives and threw them behind him, boom. With a huge bang, the hole began to collapse. But there is still a huge gap, and a one-eyed monster came out of the gap. Linny brandished the ancient black gold knife and killed several of them one after another. Wu Tianjin held a dagger and stabbed it into the eyeball of a one-eyed monster. Fatty, that's all you can do? Let's do a few more shots. The fat man was enraged this time, and he took out 2 explosive packs. I don't believe that a cave can't be blown up. After he ignited, he threw the explosive pack out almost simultaneously. A statue just pulled the stone away and tried to rush out. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the statue was blown apart and the cave completely collapsed. There was a violent shaking on the ground, and everyone was very happy. Looking excitedly at the blocked hole. Now, I can't go back at all. Yeah, I can't go back. Linny turned around and looked at the surrounding environment. A group of people came to the point of the underground river, and the dark tide was surging, and they didn't know where it was going. I saw a huge stone beam hanging above the river. This section of stone beam is very thick, protruding from the top of the cliff, as if growing out of it. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that there is a huge log near the stone beam connecting the mountain. This piece of wood is pure natural, as if it was cut directly by a lazy waste, and all the trunks and branches on it are there. What makes people feel strange is that there are large iron chains tied to this piece of wood. Strange, why use a big iron chain to lock a piece of wood? Is this wood weird? Everyone in the archaeological team felt very strange. The fat man's focus was on jewelry, and he glanced at the direction of the jewelry mountain cursingly. It's a pity, fortunately, Fat Master, I saved a hand. He popped a handful of jewels out of his trouser pocket, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Wu Tianjin hastily held down his backpack. I knew it, you didn't take it all out. Don't let Professor Du see it, or it will be confiscated. The fat man argued unconvinced. I'm a little head, look, Linny caught a lot. Fuck, he made a lot of money this time. Chapter 40. The rest of the archaeological team were all attracted by the big tree on the stone beam. In addition to the big tree being chained by chains, there is also an extremely bright flower blooming in the middle. Everyone smelled a strange fragrance. Dr. Mingyue said loudly while distributing towels to everyone. An expert said that this flower can cause hallucinations. I suspect it is caused by inhaling pollen. Everyone cover their noses. Although she doesn't know if it's useful or not, she has to do her job well. When the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room saw this flower, they all boiled. What a beautiful flower, I want to draw it down. Unexpectedly, there are such flowers deep in the ground. Tell me, what kind of nutrients does this flower absorb to grow so well? Yeah, the pollen is also very beautiful, it should be a self-pollinating plant. TSK, the uncanny workmanship of nature is amazing. If it weren't for the archaeological team, we probably wouldn't have seen such a beautiful thing. Look, this flower is not simple, the leaves around it are all blood red. Could it be a piranha? Absolutely not. I've seen piranhas. They're ugly as hell. This flower is beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Someone in the archaeological team said that this flower is very fragrant. It's a pity that the photographer sacrificed, and Yang Yang used his mobile phone to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. The pixels are too low to see clearly. It's good to be able to see. What more bicycles do you need? It's so beautiful, I really want to make a specimen. The branches and tendrils of this flower are very developed, and they are wrapped around the iron chain all the way, absorbing nutrients. Do you think this flower is a bit like a taro? To be able to survive in such a place, the vitality is of course tenacious. Just when everyone was talking about it, Wu Tianjin recognized this big log. The legendary Kunlun Shenmu? He once phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the introduction in a notebook. It is said that this kind of wood is the best material for making coffins. The vitality of Kunlun Shenmu is extremely tenacious, even if there is no soil, no water, and no sunlight. As long as there are nutrients in the air, the Kunlun Shenmu can find a glimmer of life and continue to grow. If this kind of wood is used to make a coffin, it can guarantee that the corpse will not rot for thousands of years. Quite magical. He then made a bold guess. Could it be that the queen of the demon kingdom is in this sacred tree? Otherwise, there is no point in chaining. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. As expected of the third master, I think the possibility of this is very high. Professor Du looked very excited. That's right, this should be the queen's coffin. I didn't expect that such a large piece of sacred wood could be used to make a coffin. This queen of the demon kingdom is really amazing. Mingyue looked terrified. If the little third master is right, this wood can keep the corpse from rotting, then wouldn't the queen still be the same as before? Lin Yi added. It's also possible that the queen didn't die at all, but just suspended her life with the Shenmu. Everyone was shocked by his judgment, and everyone was very excited. Fatty is gearing up even more. What nonsense, Fatty, I'll know if I blow up the wood and see. Fatty, don't mess around, the queen's coffin can actually be easily exploded. Besides, you didn't see that flower? Don't act rashly before you figure it out. Professor Du nodded in agreement. That's right. Mingyue, hurry up and ask the expert, what's so weird about this flower? How to decipher it. Mingyue took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Xinyu. Soon, I received a tacit reply. This flower is called corpse fragrance konjac, which only grows in such extremely cold places. There is probably only one such flower in the whole world, and it is quite precious. Seeing the news of the expert, Wu Tianjin knocked the fat man on the head. Did you hear that? There's only one flower in the whole world, and you wanted to blow it up just now. Little third master, I didn't know before, and besides, I didn't blow up. Anyway, give me your dynamite bag and take it easy, don't want to explode everything you see. Fatty, I know how to measure, don't worry. The members of the archaeological team were shocked when they heard that this flower was called corpse fragrant konjac. Hearing this name, one knows the origin is extraordinary. Taking advantage of the tacit understanding, Mingyue quickly sent a message to ask. Excuse me, master, what is the origin of the corpse-flavored konjac? Corpse-flavored konjac originated from the trade on the Silk Road, and originally grew in other places. Later, Huaxia discovered the anti-corrosion ability possessed by corpse-fragrant konjac. If a flower is planted next to the corpse can emit a strange fragrance, so it is called corpse-fragrant konjac. So that's the case. It seems that the queen may indeed be buried in the sacred tree. I would like to ask the expert again, you said that this flower will cause people to have hallucinations, how can we avoid it? It's very simple, don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. After finishing speaking, I went offline with a tacit understanding. Lin Yi quietly put away the phone and looked around. Everyone was watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast, but they didn't realize that it was him who sent the message. He breathed a sigh of relief. I remind everyone not to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the corpse fragrant konjac, it seems that there should be no danger. Wu Tianjin nodded in agreement. The expert is right, we can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the corpse-flavored konjac, it seems that we should go around. The others nodded in agreement. At this time, Professor Du used a flashlight to shine on the ghost cave words and paintings on the Shinmu, and he suddenly became excited. Great, I finally found written records again, and I must take pictures of them all. He took the camera and took a few pictures on the Shinmu. It's a pity that it is not very clear because it is too far away. He tried to climb up the iron chain and wanted to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the Shinmu to shoot. Everyone in the archaeological team looked at each other in blank dismay. Professor Du is the leader here, and it is not easy for everyone to stop his behavior. But don't stop it, it seems that he is going to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Shirshiang konjac. At this time, Mingyue stood up. Dad, the expert said not to come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. It's okay, I'll just take 2 pictures next to it, just 2. Professor Du lay on the chains and stretched his neck to take pictures. Accidentally, it fell from above. The 3 masters had quick eyes and quick hands, and caught him from below. Professor Du broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you. Thanks to you. He looked up at the Shinmu on the stone beam, still unwilling to give up. The fat man was worried that he would mess around again, so he excitedly took out a pack of explosives. This kind of harmful thing can be blown up. Wu Tianjin shook his head. No, the queen is still inside the Shinmu. What's more, there are so many precious words on the Shinmu, it cannot be blown up. Professor Du looked at him with deep admiration. The little third master is right, we can't be so reckless, we have to think of other ways. Corpse-flavored konjac is a good thing. If you can bring it back in its entirety, it might become a national treasure. Yang Yang happily raised her hand in agreement. Professor Du is right, this is a national treasure. There is also the Kunlun Shinmu, which is also a national treasure. We have to find a way to bring it back. Everyone looked at each other. Although the two said a lot, this is indeed a good thing. However, the archaeological team can't protect themselves now, and going out is a problem, so how can they bring the Shinmu back? When everyone was lost in thought, the only remaining male student of Professor Du suddenly climbed up the iron chain wearing the only gas mask, and jumped onto the stone beam recklessly, holding a camera in his hand. Wu Tianjin shouted immediately. Shen Yan, what are you doing? Professor Du raised his hand to stop him, and looked at his student expectantly. Don't worry, he just went to take 2 pictures. Such precious historical materials must not be missed. He is much more flexible than an old man like me. Wu Tianjin frowned, still a little worried. But the expert said, you can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the corpse-flavored konjac. Professor Du smiled indifferently. It's okay, Shen Yan knows, he won't touch the corpse-flavored konjac. What's more, he's wearing a gas mask, so he'll be fine. Everyone felt that what Professor Du said seemed to make sense. Now Shen Yan is wearing the only gas mask in the team, so nothing will happen. Everyone looked up, paying attention to Shen Yan's every move. Crack! Crack! He pressed the shutter, several flashes flashed, and took a few photos quickly. Professor Du shouted from below. Shen Yan, come down quickly when you're done shooting, it's dangerous up there. After Shen Yan completed the task, he rushed down and waved. Professor, I'm fine, I'll come down right now. In the next second, everyone was shocked. Shen Yan directly took off the gas mask and threw it into the churning underground river below. Chapter 41. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Shen Yan swayed and fell into the river. Follow the river and disappear into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. It all happened so fast that no one could stop it. Before everyone came back to their senses, Mingyue had already stood on the iron chain. Staggering towards the stone beam, a strange smile appeared on his face. Everyone was stunned. Wu Tianjin shouted. Oops, Dr. Mingyue has been recruited. He was about to go up to save someone, when a figure flew onto the chains. Seeing that Mingyue was about to fall into the river in the same way, she was dragged back by Lin Yi. Dr. Mingyue, wake up. No matter what you see, it's all an illusion, don't be fooled. Before Mingyue woke up, Lin Yi also had hallucinations in front of his eyes. He saw that the dozen or so iron chains that locked the Shenmue were all broken. At the same time, a crack opened in the coffin. If you look carefully, the queen is sleeping in it. He felt that the queen's face was a little familiar, and couldn't help but take a closer look. Suddenly, he was terrified enough. The queen actually has the same face as Mingyue. Looking back again, I found that Mingyue was gone. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Dr. Mingyue, where are you? Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Looking back, it was Wu Tianjin and Fatty who came up. What are you doing up here? Yang Yang is still below, what should I do in case of danger? Wu Tianjin said. It's safe down there, nothing will happen. Dr. Mingyue is injured, didn't you ask us to come up and help? Lin Yi frowned and said. How can I help you? I told you not to get phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to the corpse flavored konjac. I was fooled. I must still be hallucinating. This corpse flavored konjac is really powerful. He was about to let the two of them go down immediately. Wu Tianjin was already phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to the Shenmue coffin, and reached in directly to pull Mingyue out. Dr. Mingyue, I'll take you out. He found that the crack was too small, so he found a stone and tried to break it open. On the other side, Fatty was attracted by the scent of corpse konjac, and walked over step by step. It's such a beautiful flower, I want to take it back and plant it in the third master's yard. This leaf can be used to heat hot pot. Unexpectedly, Fatty fell into a hallucination and wanted to eat hot pot. At a critical moment, Lin Yi bit his fingers and smeared blood on his left and right eyelids. The hallucination in front of him disappeared instantly. I saw Mingyue's forehead was covered with blood, and she fell to the ground dying. Wu Tianjin raised a stone and was about to hit her on the head. Little third master, don't smash it. Lin Yi kicked Kueishing one by one, and kicked the stone out of his hand. On the other side, the fat man picked up the engineering shovel and dug towards his lower body. He thought he was digging up a corpse, but he was actually digging himself. Lin Yi made a prompt decision, raised the unicorn gun and pointed it at Shirshan Konjac. Oh! His marksmanship is very good, and he directly hits the flower of the corpse fragrant konjac. The power of the unicorn gun was so powerful that the corpse-flavored konjac exploded. The black pulp flew across, and the fat man's whole body was covered with filth. A foul stench lingered in the air. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful flower has such a disgusting interior. The hallucinogenic flowers of corpse-scented konjac were killed, and the three gradually woke up from their hallucinations. The fat man saw that he was covered in filth, and angrily picked up the engineer's shovel and thrust it into the corpse-fragrant konjac. Ow! A gloomy and sharp voice filled the entire space. Everyone was shocked. This corpse-flavored konjac has lived for an unknown number of years, and it is about to become fine. It's a pity that being shoveled down by the fat man will be completely finished. The three helped Mingyue down. The fat man was washing the filth off his body by the river, complaining all the time. Fat master, I also made a sacrifice for the archaeological team. Professor Du, we have to give the three of us more bonuses when we go back. As for the medal, I don't want it. Fat Lord, I am a pragmatic person. Professor Du was too busy taking care of his daughter to talk to him. Mingyue, why are you injured? Queen, alive. I saw her. Mingyue pointed at the Shenmue coffin with a look of horror. Just now she fell into a hallucination and kept hitting the coffin with her head. Later, he was almost hit by Wu Tianjin with a stone. Fortunately, Lin Yi made a decisive move, otherwise she would have died today. Hearing that the queen was still alive, the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room became excited. We want to see the fat man tear the queen with his hands. Fatty, take out the assault rifle, don't be cowardly. If it weren't for Lin Yong's trick of throwing blood just now, the group would have been wiped out. It's really dangerous, the archaeological team has worked hard. The little third master almost smashed Mingyue's head with a stone. Nima, if the queen comes back alive, none of them will be able to escape. Will it matter if we see the queen's eyes through the screen? Hard to say. There are, million people in this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room. The queen can't petrify us all, can she? I'm afraid that using the left eye will turn you into a pool of black blood. The queen's ability is too scary. Ah, I have a good idea. The moment the queen looks at me, how about I reflect it back with a mirror? Upstairs 66666, I think the same. Yes, just do it. +1, I think this method is absolutely feasible. Wife Yang Yang, lend them the mirror. The audience chatted and laughed. The archaeological team looked nervous. If the coffin is opened and the queen is indeed still alive, the archaeological team must be in dire straits. If it wasn't opened, wouldn't those team members have sacrificed in vain? Everyone has worked so hard to get here. Let's vote. Since it's an archaeological show, listen to the opinions of the audience. According to the usual practice, Professor Du organized another vote. Soon, two options appeared in the early stage for all viewers. 1. Open the coffin to see the true face of the queen. 2. Safety first, the archaeological team made a detour. I saw that the number of votes increased rapidly. This time the vote gap is not big, the number of people who choose 1 and 2 is roughly equal, and it has been very balanced. This made Professor Du feel very embarrassed. After more than half an hour, the number of votes basically stabilized. 1% of the audience chose 55, and 2% chose 45. Professor Du showed an imperceptible cunning, took a deep breath and stood up. It's not my opinion, it's the audience's opinion. 3 masters, prepare to open the coffin. Wu Tianjin and the others looked at each other. The reward of 300 million was indeed not for nothing. Fatty, take out the guy we're eating. The fat man understood, and immediately took out the black donkey's hoof and a bottle of black dog's blood. Wu Tianjin held the black donkey's hoof in his hands. Hope this thing works. Fatty, if it doesn't work, you immediately pour the black dog's blood down. Come on, just look at it, fat man, I have never lost the chain. After speaking, he checked the assault rifle. Boom! Linny also pulled out the ancient black gold knife. After the 3 were ready, they walked up the stone beam together. In a triangular shape, it stood around the Shinmu coffin. Fatty and Wu Tianjin stood at the head of the coffin, and Linny stood at the tail. Linny called out to Professor Du and the others. Professor, you go to the exit first, and if something goes wrong, you run first. Upon hearing this, Professor Du and the others began to walk towards the exit. Mingyue looked worriedly over the stone beam. Linny, I told you that I want to invite you to watch a movie, you have to survive. Little third master, Fatty Wang, you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme well. Wu Tianjin gave Mingyue an okay gesture. Fatty said with a smile. Dr. Mingyue, I thought you were eccentric and only cared about Linyi's life. It turns out that you also care about me, Fat Lord. Fatty, I have something to tell you, but I'm worried that if I don't say it, I won't have a chance in the future. Wu Tianjin glared at him. Fatty, shut up and prepare to open the coffin. The 3 of them stood around the coffin, adjusted their breathing briefly, and prepared to fight to the death. The coffin was tied with huge iron chains. Clang, clang, clang. Linny slashed violently at the iron chain, sparks flew everywhere. The thick iron chains disintegrated in response. Everyone's heartbeats suddenly accelerated, reaching their throats. After a while, the iron chain was finally completely untied. You only need to open the coffin lid to see the queen's true face. The 3 of them forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts. Lin opened his mouth and said, Little third master, let me open the coffin for 3 countdowns. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Slow down and start over. 3, 2, 1. Linny frowned and stretched out 2 oddly long fingers, trying to lift the coffin lid directly. Unexpectedly, the coffin lid was too tight. He exhausted all his strength, but he could only move it a little bit. Seeing this, Wu Tianjin and Fatty followed him to push the coffin lid. A slit appeared. Boom! Lin Yi made a decisive decision and directly inserted the black gold ancient knife into it, trying to pry it open with the help of leverage. Gradually, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. There is no smell of corruption, but a fresh fragrance wafts from it. It is the kind of fragrance that makes people very enjoyable, and the whole person's body and mind are very happy when they smell it. I saw a female corpse in a gorgeous dress lying flat inside the coffin. It looked like he wasn't dead, just asleep. Lin Yi poked his head out, wanting to see if the queen really had 3 eyes on her face. It's a pity that the queen wears a black veil, just like the mural. If you want to see the true face of the queen, you must lift the veil. The fat man said cursingly. Your sister. You still have to wear a veil when you die, let me lift it for you. He stretched out his hand to lift the veil. Wu Tianjin took a deep breath and raised the black donkey's hoof. Preparing for any accident, the black donkey's hoof was thrust into the queen's mouth. Lin Yi was ready to fight, and the muzzle of the Qilin gun had already been aimed inside. Face the fat man shot decisively, shua. With one click, the black veil on the queen's face was torn off. In an instant, the queen's face appeared in front of the 3 of them. This is an extremely delicate face, which looks like the face of a beautiful woman in ancient China. That cloud-like black hair, beautiful eyebrows, and delicate face are all standard features of a beauty. The most shocking thing was that there was still a blush on his face. The whole look is the same as just falling asleep. Unfortunately, the moment he touched the air, his entire face gradually turned pale. Before opening the coffin, the 3 of them had imagined the appearance of the queen more than once. It could be an exotic blonde or an ugly old hag. When this stunning beauty appeared in front of the 3 of them, none of them dared to believe it. The legendary third eye is just a red dot on the forehead. This is a makeup method commonly used by Chinese women to make the makeup look more gorgeous and bright. Later, in the Tang dynasty, it evolved into huadian, which is to draw various patterns of flowers and other patterns on the square of the forehead, which is very beautiful. There are 3 colors of red, green and yellow commonly used for flower tin, but red is the most. Lin Yi reckoned that most of the girls from Huaxiaoyuan married here, maybe a princess. Because I miss my hometown, I put plum blossoms on my forehead. People in Magua worship eyeballs, so there are those murals. As for whether the queen's left and right eyes really have powerful abilities, it remains to be studied. The 3 of them looked at the whole face of the queen and exclaimed at the same time. How is this possible? He and Mingyue were carved out of the same mold. It's just age. She looks older. Could it be Mingyue's mother? No, at least one of the ancestors. The 3 of them looked towards the bright moon below. At this moment, Yang Yang was directing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast at Shirliang with his mobile phone. Netizens were very anxious because they couldn't see what was going on inside the coffin. Are the 3 masters out of battery? I want to see what the queen looks like. Yang Yang, can you point the camera inside the coffin? What are the expressions of the 3 masters? Could it be that they have made a major discovery? They are fine, which means that the queen is not that scary. Oops, the queen is up, be careful. Fry the pan directly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room. Mingyue waved her hand and reminded. Be careful behind you. The 3 of them felt something strange at this time. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blew past their ears. But no one dared to look back. Fatty, is there any movement? You look back. Little third master, I took off the veil, it's your turn. Neither of them wanted to go back. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, and turned around with a knife. The knife seemed to be chopped on a piece of steel, and it was bounced back. He took a closer look and saw that the coffin was empty. Then he raised his head and found that the queen was hovering above. Unexpectedly, even the ancient black gold knife can't cut through, and the queen's defense is also amazing. The fat man also reacted, turned around and faced the sky with a shuttle. Tut, chug, chug. Assault rifles spat out flames. The queen couldn't bear it, and she let out strange screams, which made her scalp numb. The little third master stepped on the coffin with one foot, and then bounced with his strength, trying to insert the black donkey's hoof into the queen's mouth. With a wave of the queen's hand, he was directly sent flying, and fell heavily on the stone beam. Unexpectedly, the three masters teamed up and failed to subdue the queen. This scene happened to be broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme by Yang Yang's mobile phone. Netizens were all sweating for the three masters. Be careful, the queen's eyes are about to open. Oh my god, it's so powerful with your eyes closed. What will happen when you open your eyes? Don't you realize that the queen looks a lot like a person? +1, I think the queen is very similar to Dr. Mingyue. Could it be Dr. Mingyue's mother? No way. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, this place has at least a few hundred years of history, and it will definitely not be Mingyue's mother. What is Professor Du doing? He actually knelt down to the queen. I found a key point. There should have been an eyeball jade on the queen's forehead, which is the one worn by Mingyue. Believe me. Only in this way can it match the mural. Just as the netizens were discussing, the queen's two pale eyes opened. In the next second, Shirliang was shot through a big hole. It turns out that the queen's eyes have great power, and it turned out to be real. The three masters retreated terribly step by step, which is simply not something that manpower can contend with. At this moment, the three of them have only one thought, and that is to escape. I just climbed up the iron chain and found that there was a thick fog around me, and I couldn't see my fingers. The queen was right above her head, her left eye turned the fat man into blood, and her right eye sent Wu Tianjin to the imaginary space. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Is he going to die here? Just when he couldn't tell the direction, he heard Mingyue shouting from below. Lin Yi, this way, come down quickly. Without further ado, he ran wildly in the direction of the sound. Originally, the iron chain was only more than 10 meters long, but it ran for a long time without running to the end. Lin Yi couldn't help feeling very puzzled. Are you still hallucinating? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He raised his palm and scratched the knife. Immediately, he sprinkled the blood around. A shocking scene appeared. It was found that he was not on the chain, but standing next to the queen's coffin. Both the stone beam and the Shinmu coffin were intact, and the corpse-scented konjac was still there. The stamen has been fully opened, facing Lin Yi like an umbrella. Obviously, just now Lin Yi fell into the illusion of corpse-fragrant konjac. Below, Wu Tianjin and others were looking at him anxiously, not knowing that he had escaped from the illusion. The fat man raised his assault rifle and aimed at the konjac. Professor Du, I can't control any treasures at this time, I must destroy the konjac corpse to save Lin Yi. Wu Tianjin also agreed. This corpse-flavored konjac is indeed a treasure, but we can't let Lin Yi sacrifice it. Mingyue even grabbed Professor Du's arm and cried. Dad, please, let the fat uncle destroy the damn flower. Professor Du frowned, with a look of reluctance. Mingyue, do you know why Dad must come here? Mingyue looked at him in surprise. Isn't it for archaeology? Professor Du shook his head. Archaeology is just one of them. The most important thing is to find your mother's whereabouts. Your mother mentioned this flower in her diary, which is a very important clue. Everyone understood at once that the real purpose of Professor Du's trip was. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, instead of blaming him, expressed deep sympathy. It turns out that Professor Du is a lover. There are not many such affectionate men. I'm a fan of Professor Du. I want to reward Professor Du with 99 roses. My God, if only I could meet a man like Professor Du. What happened to all of you? What about Lin Yi? Can't we save him? Fatty Lord, hurry up and kill the konjac corpse and save Lin Yi. Look, Lin Yi is back. Great, he's fine. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, the audience walked away with a wave of free gifts. Lin Yi jumped off the chain. Mingyue ran over and gave him a hug, and said while wiping away tears. "It's great that you're okay. What happened just now?" As soon as Lin looked into her eyes, he couldn't help thinking of the queen in the coffin. It turns out that our judgment was wrong. The illusion created by corpse fragrance konjac is not just through breathing. If you see a two-phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, you will also be caught. Maybe there is some kind of magnetic field that interferes with brainwaves. After listening to his analysis, everyone nodded. Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder. "It's great that you're okay." Lin Yi turned to look at him, filled with emotion. "That's what I should have said." In the illusion, both Fatty and Wu Tianjin died. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the queen's coffin looked so plain. Not guarded by one-eyed monsters, not guarded by statues. It turns out that corpse fragrant konjac is the best guardian. Even a master of Lin Yi's level will be recruited, let alone others. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he used unicorn blood to break through the illusion, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that they knew the power of corpse-flavored konjac, the archaeological team chose to camp as far away from Shiliang as possible. After taking out food and water for a while, everyone recovered a lot of energy. Wu Tianjin asked Professor Du, "Professor, corpse fragrant konjac is so powerful that even Lin Yi has been tricked, so let's take a detour." Unexpectedly, Professor Du directly vetoed it without thinking. "No, the queen's coffin must be opened." Knowing that this was to find Mingyue's mother, everyone fell silent. Professor Du took a deep breath and said, "Old rules, let netizens vote to decide. Yang Yang, send out the voting options." Just at this moment, the expert talk of mind went online, and a highlighted message appeared on everyone's screens. "With all due respect, you have missed the important time to open the coffin. Monsters are about to appear, everyone be careful." The archaeological team saw the prompt and stood up one after another. The expert said that the monster is coming soon, be careful. Suddenly the underground river surged, and the water jet lifted Xin Nian's body. The faces of the two girls, Yang Yang and Mingyue, changed drastically, and they hid behind the three masters. The fat man shone a flashlight on Xin Nian's body. "Hell, the corpse can still rush back." Professor Du burst into tears. "Great, the camera is still around his neck, and there are a lot of valuable information in it, we must take it back." Lin glanced at him. "Professor, the camera has been soaked in water for so long, it's useless to take it back. The monster is coming soon, get out quickly." Professor Du clenched his fists. "The queen's coffin has not been opened yet, so it cannot be withdrawn." As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Nian's body was lifted up by the current and stood on the water column. This scene directly made the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room call it incredible. My god, the corpse can still stand up. Even if it becomes a zunzi, it won't be so fast. Could it be that this is the monster that the expert said? Impossible, this kind of monster, Lin Yi can take care of it with one knife. The upstairs is right, the monster must have something else to say. But, the corpse stood up, what happened? Listen, it's the voice of a one-eyed monster. My god, the one-eyed monster came here through the underground river? The archaeological team hastened to withdraw, the monster is getting closer. Even the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room heard the sound of a large number of one-eyed monsters gathering. Suddenly, Xin Nian's body fell straight into the water. Behind him, a huge one-eyed monster appeared. Howl! The one-eyed monster bared its teeth and roared like a water monkey. With this roar, countless one-eyed monsters jumped out of the water. There were countless people rushing towards the archaeological team. The fat man raised his assault rifle and fired a burst. Tut, chug, chug. Fatty master, I will fight with you, I can't beat you to death. Wu Tianjin stood up like a carp, and the dagger cut through the stomach of a one-eyed monster that flew towards it. Lin Yi brandished the ancient black gold knife and slashed down, sending 3 one-eyed monsters flying. But more monsters rushed over. In a panic, someone's flashlight fell into the water. The archaeological team fought and retreated, and ran towards the entrance of the cave. There are too many one-eyed monsters, and they are very flexible. Under the command of the leader of the one-eyed monster, he actually blocked the way for the archaeological team to escape. The archaeological team was surrounded under the cliff. The three masters are all first class in physical strength, but they can't stand the large number of monsters. The physical strength of the three of them continued to be exhausted, but the one-eyed monsters gathered more and more, jumping out of the water continuously. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme broadcast room was extremely nervous. It's over. Could it be that my Huaxia archaeological team can't be wiped out here? God, open your eyes and save the archaeological team. If the archaeological team can survive, I am willing to donate tomorrow's breakfast money, 5 yuan. The upstairs is too stingy. What can I eat with 5 yuan now? I will donate 20 yuan. Shameless, there are so many one-eyed monsters attacking a few members of the archaeological team. It's safer to have a garrison for protection, and you must bring the garrison next time. Is there a next time? Upstairs is too pessimistic. I believe Linny must have a solution. Linny's arm was bitten. What can he do if he can't protect himself? My God, I think the archaeological team must be finished. I have just discovered a little bit of Chinese history, and I met this group of hateful one-eyed monsters. It's so unfair. Linny, think of a way. Well, I don't want the archaeological team to be wiped out. Our whole family is Linny's fans. Little third master, you can't die here. Oops, the third master's hair is messed up, and he was bitten on the head. Fatty is the worst, with 2 one-eyed monsters on his thighs. Reinforcements. The archaeological team needs reinforcements. Damn, my sleeves are rolled up, I really want to help. Just as the barrage army drifted past, a sudden change occurred. The previous Snake King unexpectedly jumped out of the water and swallowed 2 one-eyed monsters in one gulp. At the same time, a group of green snakes came from the upper reaches of the stone wall and fought with the one-eyed monster. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements of the archaeological team turned out to be these snakes. No one noticed that Mingyue was staring blankly at the stone beam. In her eyes, she saw the queen hovering above. I don't know if it's an illusion or real. In short, after the queen appeared, the Snake King appeared. Mingyue was shocked. It turned out that the queen had a face almost exactly like hers. Mother? She was full of doubts. But then he shook his head and denied the answer. Professor Du said that her mother was an archaeologist. And the queen has been sleeping here for hundreds of years. Most likely, the queen is her ancestor. But this conclusion also shocked her. Could it be that my mother was once a member of the Demon Kingdom? She turned to look at Professor Du at this time. Professor Du's face was full of excitement, as if he had also seen the queen. And the queen is communicating with him. It seems to be blaming him for losing the eyeball jade that protects Mingyue. Ha ha. The screams of the one-eyed monster came from all around. Some were directly bitten to death by the green snake, and some rolled into the underground river together with the green snake. And some got into the eyes of the one-eyed monster. The battle between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. The leader of the one-eyed monster commanding at the side became furious, and flew over to challenge the Snake King one-on-one. Although the Snake King was injured, he was still not something the leader of the one-eyed monster could deal with. Just 3 or 2 times, the leader of the one-eyed monster was bitten. However, the number of one-eyed monsters had an absolute advantage, and they swooped over to beat up the Snake King. While the two sides were fighting, the archaeological team had a chance to breathe. The exit that was originally closed by the one-eyed monster was finally exposed. The archaeological team immediately moved towards the exit. Fatty was not reconciled, took out a pack of dynamite and lit it. Let you try it, Fat Lord, I am amazing. He directly threw the explosive package into the pile of snakes and one-eyed monsters, attacking indiscriminately. Although the group of snakes saved the archaeological team, Fatty didn't think he should say thank you. Boom. With a loud noise, countless one-eyed monsters and green snakes were blown away. Sand and stones flew randomly, and stones on the cliff kept falling down. A series of chain reactions caused heavy casualties to these monsters. The archaeological team successfully entered a small cave, so it was not affected. After firing a cannon, the fat man was obviously excited. Ha ha! Now you know how powerful Fatty is. I said it a long time ago, it's up to Fatty and me when it's critical. He was very proud, and ignited a dynamite bag again. A few one-eyed monsters bared their teeth and rushed towards him. Fatty stepped back while throwing the explosive package out. After taking a few steps back, he squeezed into the small cave with the others. Block your ears! He had just plugged his ears when there was an explosion outside. Some of the one-eyed monsters were relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and they were blown up. Wu Tianjin picked up the shovel and slapped one of them to death. Seeing this scene, Mingyue hid beside Lin Yi in fear. Ah! Ah! Screams from time to time. The huge impact of the explosive package just now made everyone's ears ringing in the archaeological team. Seeing that the angry one-eyed monster was about to rush in, Wu Tianjin yelled. Fatty, fire another shot and block the door. But don't blow up your own people. The fat man took out a pack of dynamite from his backpack with his backhand, and went, da. With a bang, the lighter was ignited. No problem, you guys hide in a little bit, Fatty, my body can't stop the power of the explosion. At the same time that the fat man ignited the explosives, Wu Tianjin showed a frightened look in his eyes. Fatty, why the fuck did you order two at once? Fuck! Everyone, hide in there. Wu Tianjin kept pushing and shoving everyone, trying to push everyone in as far as possible. But the space of the small cave is so big that it is impossible to go in again. It's also unlikely if you ran out the same way to avoid it. The outside is full of one-eyed monsters and green snakes. There are also monster leaders and snake kings, who are looking for death when they go out. For a moment, the archaeological team lost all hope. Do you want to die in the hands of the fat man? The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room even scolded their mothers. Fatty, you fucking want to kill everyone? Damn it! I ignited 2 dynamite packs at once, it's crazy. TSK, I've thought about the ways the archaeological team can destroy the group, but I never expected that it would be destroyed by the fat man. 666666, this is alright, let's die together with the monster. There is still salvation, unless the fat man sacrifices himself and goes out with the explosive bag. Fuck, the fat man really rushed out. He's back again, what a flexible fat man. The 2 explosive packs exploded almost simultaneously, boom. Fatty's plump body swooped back to the small cave. Smoke filled the air, and debris from the explosion was everywhere. As soon as Lin turned on the flashlight and took a look, the fat man lay on the ground dying. The clothes all over his body were blown to pieces, there were bloodstains everywhere, and blood was flowing on the ground. The whole outside has been completely blocked. Mingyue rushed over, stretched out her hand and sniffed the fat man. Uncle Fat isn't breathing. Need to be rescued immediately. As she said that, everyone else's ears were buzzing. Yes, could not hear what she was saying at all. At this moment, the sound of the system came from Lin Yi's ear. Ding! Instruct the archaeological team to succeed and get a bottle of longevity pill as a reward. Do you want to receive it? Longevity pill? In the light curtain in front of Lin Yi, a bottle of golden pills appeared. He glanced at the detailed description of the longevity pill. There are a total of pills, and each pill can extend the lifespan by 1 year. Good stuff. Receive. He grabbed it with his hand, and the longevity pill was in his hand. It feels like this bottle of elixir has arrived just in time. Fatty's life is hanging by a thread, maybe he can be rescued. Mingyue is doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation for Fatty. But after pressing it several times, the fat man showed no signs of waking up. As a last resort, she closed her eyes and was about to do artificial respiration. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room were all moved when they saw the scene. This is the professional ethics of a doctor. Dr. Mingyue is too great. Yeah, the fat man might have bad breath, but I can't say it. TSK, I guess the fat man is pretending to be dead on purpose. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, didn't you see the blood flowing all over the place? The fat man's face is very pale. Actually, it doesn't matter whether they are rescued or not. Now the archaeological team is trapped in the cave, the exit is blocked, and the oxygen will run out soon. I really want to taste Dr. Mingyue's saliva. Do you think Fatty and Dr. Mingyue will have fun? Growing up so big, I haven't held a girl's hand, let alone kissed. I really envy Fatty. Dr. Mingyue has worked hard. Just when everyone thought that Mingyue had to perform artificial respiration on the fat man, Lin Yi poured out a longevity pill and walked over. Wait a moment. Dr. Mingyue, give Fatty this a try. Mingyue looked at the golden pill in surprise. Lin Yi, what is this? This is life-saving medicine, try it. It is good. Mingyue took the pill and stuffed it into Fatty's mouth. She observed the fat man's reaction and listened to the fat man's heartbeat. Then he stretched out his hand and breathed out the fat man's breath. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her heart was beating. Great, Fat Uncle woke up. Thank you, Lin Yi. It's okay, it's important to save people. Wu Tianjin and others hurried over to check. After a while, the fat man opened his eyes sleepily. Is this the palace of the king of Hades? It's so dark. Wu Tianjin leaned over. Fatty, you're finally awake. The fat man looked at him in shock. Little third master, you are dead too? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have ignited two explosives at the same time. Don't talk nonsense, you are still alive, it was Lin Yi who saved you. Wu Tianjin asked curiously. Lin Yi, what kind of medicine did you give Fatty just now? The effect is so good. Heirloom from family, the formula is very precious, I usually don't want to use it. Of course, Lin Yi couldn't tell him that the medicine was rewarded by the system. Seeing Fatty wake up, the archaeological team was all relieved. Professor Du asked everyone to rest where they were and to supplement food and water. Mingyue bandaged Fatty's wound. Although Fatty was saved, a new crisis lay before everyone. This cave seems to be a naturally formed hollow. There were many gaps around it, and with the impact of the explosion, the gaps became even bigger. But it is obviously impossible to squeeze out from the gap. Outside, the battle between the one-eyed monster and the group of snakes stopped, and no big noise was heard. The archaeological team looked at each other in the small cave, not knowing how to get out of here. Wu Tianjin looked up, there was cold air blowing down from above, and there were occasional water droplets. Possibly due to the impact of the explosion, gravel slid down the rock wall from time to time. He found that there was a depression above the rock wall, which looked like a platform. Professor Du, there are falling rocks above, we are in danger here. How about letting everyone climb up? Maybe we can find the exit. Professor Du looked up and suddenly burst out laughing. It's so steep, you three masters probably have no problem climbing up. But I'm afraid I can't do it with my old bones. Mingyue and Yang Yang are weak, so I'm afraid they won't be able to climb up. Wu Tianjin shook his head. Let's say it's more than 10 meters high here. With Fatty's and I's skills, it may be difficult to climb up. It takes Lin Yi to do it. There is also a rope in the bag, and after he climbs up, he can throw the rope down and pull us up. Everyone looked at Lin Yi, he is now the only hope of the archaeological team. Lin nodded, let me try. He climbed up along the rock wall, and rolling stones slipped down from time to time. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room were all sweating for him, it's too dangerous. Such a high cliff is almost vertical. Even for professional rock climbers, it is difficult to climb up. Yes, you can see that the rock wall is very slippery, and if you are not careful, you will fall off. I found blood on the stone, and Lin's hand was punctured. I feel sorry for Lin Yi. I feel like my heart is beating fast to my throat, don't fall down. It's amazing, I've already climbed more than 10 meters. Come on. We'll be on the upper platform soon. Why climb up? Is there a way out? It's just a dying struggle. Shut up upstairs, you black fan. Now there is only one way to go, and you have to try it anyway. Yes, maybe there is still salvation. I observed it. Although there are natural caves all around, the platform above obviously has artificial traces, which means that someone has been here. Following the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals route/phoneme of the predecessors, maybe we can find the exit. Amidst the audience's discussion, Lin threw down a rope. Little third master, I'll pull you up first, and you can pull people with me later. It is good. Wu Tianjin stretched out his hand very well, and directly wrapped the rope around his arm. With Lin Yi's strength, his legs continued to step on the rock wall, and the rope began to move upward. After a long time, Wu Tianjin was finally dragged up. Following the same pattern, the two joined forces to pull the others up one after another. However, other people did not have Wu Tianjin's skills, and all of them tied the rope around their waists. After working for more than half an hour, several people all reached the platform above. The falling rock on the opposite side is still wow. Wow. Fall down. The archaeological team finally no longer has to worry about being hit by falling rocks. Yan Yang pointed to the inside and said, "Come and see, there is also a cave here. Careful." Wu Tianjin took a look inside with a flashlight. Yan Yang immediately hid behind him in fear. There was a monk sitting upright in the cave. From the looks of it, he passed away while meditating inside. Because the temperature here is extremely low, the corpse is well preserved, and you can still see a trace of what it looked like before it was alive. When the fat man saw the cassock on the monk's body, his eyes lit up. "Brothers, this cassock is a good thing, it looks like it's made of gold thread." Wu Tianjin added a sentence. "It's not just gold wire, there are precious stones on it. Fatty, you really got rich this time." The fat man rubbed his hands triumphantly, went in and tore off the cassock. The monk's body fell to the ground. There was a lot of dust on the cassock, which choked the fat man's face. Bah! Bah! So much ashes. But this cassock is really a good thing. Professor Du walked in, shining a flashlight on the stone wall, with an excited expression on his face. "Great, so many murals. Whoever has a mobile phone still has power, help me take a picture." Mingyue came up and took pictures for him. Before the camera was lost, a lot of phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals det data/phoneme was lost. Seeing these murals and characters again, how could he not be excited? The fat man on the side is only interested in the valuable cassocks. When I was about to put it away, I was stopped by Professor Du. "Fatty, hand in the cassock, and I can help you apply for a bonus." The fat man frowned. "What, fat master, I got it with my own ability, why did I have to hand it in?" Wu Tianjin kicked him. "Don't talk nonsense, it would be nice to have a bonus." The fat man was very unconvinced. Linny took a lot of it at Jewel Mountain before, and it was fine. He took a cassock and was arrested. Instantly felt that Professor Du was a bit eccentric. "Okay. Just hand it in, just let Fat Lord and I accompany you to do the archaeological work next time, 100 million won't work." Wu Tianjin looked around and said, "Let's talk about finding a way out first." "Okay, find the way." The fat man groped casually on the mural. He stopped suddenly and looked straight at the mural. "Naive, look quickly, isn't it you and me? My God! These murals predict that we will come here." The fat man was very shocked, and quickly helped the monk's body to sit up, and knelt down on the ground one after another. "It's not surprising. Since you can expect us to come here, show us the way." "Fatty, I'm not married yet, so I don't want to die." When everyone heard his nonsense, they all leaned over to watch. On the mural, there were not only Fatty and Wu Tianjin. There were 5 people in total, and Professor Du, Yang Yang and Mingyue were also there. Only Linny was not seen. Wu Tianjin analyzed the murals. "The 5 of us all correspond, why isn't there Linny?" Mingyue has a different view. The mural is not clear, but this one just corresponds to 5 people, not necessarily a few of us. Professor Du also agrees with Mingyue's point of view. Yes, the ancient people were very ignorant. It may just be a coincidence, said the fat man urgently. Whether it's a coincidence or not, take a look at the other murals. Is there any prophecy about how to get out? Wu Tianjin took a closer look and found that the murals told a story. In the first mural, it tells that the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom was attacked by a black sandstorm, and the people suffered heavy casualties. In the second mural, it tells that monks came here and were worshipped by the people. In the third mural, it tells that the monk was forcibly left behind by the queen. Seeing these murals, Lin Yi thought of a person. That is Tang Xuanzang, who learned from the Western Paradise. The queen of the Demon Kingdom is a bit like the king of the Daughter Kingdom who left Tang Xuanzang behind. However, when he and Professor Du said this, they must not understand it because of the cultural gap. Everyone quickly saw the last mural. It turned out that the monk had been trying to escape after being locked up here. Just behind the mural, there is a passage to escape. Everyone looked at each other, with smiles on their faces. Great, this last mural tells, there's a passage behind. Get out of the way, fat man, I'll blow up this place. Fatty, don't be impulsive, this is the only passage, if it blows up and collapses, we will die. Yes, you must be careful. Lin Yi stood up. Let me try. Boom. The ancient black gold knife was pulled out. When everyone saw it, they quickly hid aside. Crack. Kick. Kick. The black gold ancient knife slashed at the mural, and the mural fell off piece by piece. Sure enough, a passageway soon appeared. Lin Yi chopped even harder. 10 minutes later, 3 passages appeared in front of everyone. The archaeological team was desperate when there were no passages, but now that there are 3 passages in front of them, they are equally desperate. The players looked at each other. What should I do? Which of the 3 passages should I go? I don't know, it's better to try them all. Listen, there is a monster's voice inside. It seems that there is only one way to get out alive. Did you take a serious look at the murals just now? The queen couldn't bear to leave these 3 passages for the monks. That is to say, the monk doesn't know which one can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Yes, this explains why monks can only sit here when there is a way. With a 1/3 chance, normal people would rather die of old age here. Lin Yi walked back and forth at the entrances of the 3 passages, looked at the entrances and thought about it seriously. Even him, there is no good way. The fat man spoke suddenly. Otherwise, let's send 3 people out, and whoever comes back means which passage is the way to survive. Wu Tianjin glared at him. Okay, fat man, you are the first to go. The fat man waved his hands again and again. Hey, I'm just talking casually, I really don't know how to choose other than this method. For a while, the archaeological team was obviously in a dilemma. At this moment, Mingyue raised her hand. At a time like this, of course you have to ask an expert's opinion. Professor Du became excited. Yes, have you watched Gaoran online? Mingyue nodded and immediately entered the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room. The expert is not online. Everyone sit down and rest for a while, and wait for the expert to give advice. The archaeological team had no other choice but to rest in the cave temporarily. There are 3 passages, and the screams of monsters are heard from time to time, which is creepy. Mingyue was a little scared, sitting with Lin Yi gave her a sense of security. At this moment, all the hopes of the archaeological team rest on the expert. And Lin Yi, as a master himself, is suffering from a headache. In his impression, these 3 passages did not exist at all. So even he didn't know how to choose. Wu Tianjin thought of a way. Fatty, go and listen to which hole there is no monster screaming, that is the safe passage. The fat man was more courageous, lying at the entrance of the cave listening to the sound of the monster. I can't hear it, it feels like there are voices in all 3. Lin glanced at the bead and turned, and he had a solution. His hearing is better. In the safe cave, there is no sound of monsters. He moved his ears and listened carefully. An incredible scene appeared. He actually heard the screams of monsters in all three passages. In other words, the queen did not allow the monk to leave here alive. The so-called one channel is the way to survive, which is simply a lie. The monk obviously knew this too, so he kept meditating here. After thinking this through, he gasped. Then he took out his phone and logged into the account of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. The three passages are all dead ends. Mingyue heard the phone ring and quickly picked it up to look. When seeing the expert say that, his whole face changed. The expert said, "It's all a dead end." Then what to do now? The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room were all shocked. Oh my god, the queen is too insidious, and all of them are dead ends. The monk is really smart. It seems that he has already seen through it. The queen will not let him leave alive. This is called, if you can't get it, destroy it. Since this is the case, then just choose one to break in. Linny is so powerful that he can definitely survive. Yes, let's fight. See what monsters the queen has placed waiting for the archaeological team. The fat man takes the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme, he is very courageous. Everyone, calm down. Even if there are monsters in three different passages, the strength of the monsters inside will definitely be different, so choose carefully. Master, which one is better to go? Ask an expert to advise, which passage is easier. Help the archaeological team, I don't want them to die again. Look at the request from the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room. Lin Yi listened again. The roar of the one-eyed monster came from the cave on the far left. The sound of the strange snake spitting out letters came from the rightmost channel. In the middle passage there are statues moving. I have seen the power of one-eyed monsters and strange snakes before. The main reason is that the large number is very difficult to deal with. No matter how powerful those statues are, the number is limited. It seems to be better to take the middle passage. After thinking about it, he quickly sent a message. There will be a statue in the middle, the three masters must be on guard. After finishing speaking, before he could put away his phone, Mingyue gave him a suspicious look. Lin Yi, why are you playing with your phone every time the expert sends a message? Lin Yi trembled. Oops. Is it going to be exposed so soon? Discovery, Journey to the West. I also want to see what the expert has to say. He is unflappable. Mingyue nodded, feeling that it made sense. So there wasn't much doubt. The expert said that the passage in the middle will meet the statue. I can only rely on the help of your three masters. The fat man patted his chest and said, No problem, Fatty, I have plenty of explosives. Lin Yi turned to look at the fat man, frowning. Fatty's backpack is only that big, but he can always take out explosives. It's like unlimited refills. Could it be that Fatty is also a time traveler? Of course, it is also possible that the capacity of this backpack is really large. In any case, the fat man is very suspicious. At this moment, Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder. Lin Yi, you are the best here. This time you take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme, and Fatty and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the battle. Lin nodded. Okay. Have you rested yet? Get ready to enter the cave. Everyone stood up one after another and lined up behind him one by one. Lin Yi bowed slightly and got into the hole. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme was blowing, and it hurt people's faces. It can be seen that the temperature here has dropped again. He was able to withstand it with the unicorn blood on his body, and the others were so cold that their lips were white and trembling. There are 7 turns and 8 turns, and a few small snakes sprang out from time to time. They were all cut into several sections by Lin Yi with a swing of his knife. After walking for some time in the cave, everyone came to an ice sculpture palace. Professor Du was very happy. It looks like you can go out soon. Everyone rest in place, eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink. Mingyue, take 2 more photos for me. Together with Mingyue, he wandered around the palace. The ice sculptures were so lifelike that Linny actually saw the ice sculpture of the old monk. Not much looks like when he was young, very handsome, no wonder the queen likes him. Beside the old monk were 3 people, one was fat, the other was thin, and the third was carrying a load. Nima! It can't be Tang Sang and the 3 apprentices. Linny was completely shocked. This parallel world really has a story. He was about to go over and take a closer look when he noticed something was wrong with the floor. His senses far surpassed that of ordinary people, and beside the row of 4 ice sculptures, there was actually a hollow floor. He frowned and stepped on it hard. Just hear click. With a bang, the floor collapsed. There is no gold, silver, or jewelry in it, but there is a book. He picked it up and saw it turned out to be Journey to the West. Holding this book, he was so excited. It turns out that there are really legends about Journey to the West in this world. Such precious cultural books must be well preserved. Professor, here is a book. Professor Du heard his voice and came over to have a look. Holding Journey to the West in both hands is like a treasure. Great! I said that our Chinese civilization must have a profound heritage. This Journey to the West is the best testimony. This is a major historical and cultural discovery, and it should be well protected. He was very excited to flip through the books. Then she asked Mingyue to find a professional archaeological bag and seal the book inside. At this moment, Lin Yi's ears moved. He turned around and saw that a huge statue moved directly in front of the statues of master and apprentice. Although he only moved a little, he was still aware of it. He walked over and looked at the statue carefully. It looks like a bull demon king, holding a big iron rod. Wu Tianjin took out the compass to determine the direction, but found that the pointer was spinning wildly and the magnetic field was wrong. He also noticed the bull demon king, so he came over. What's wrong, Lin Yi? There may be something wrong with this statue. You don't doubt that this statue is the statue that the expert said can move. Lin Yi looked up at the bull demon king and took a deep breath. It's not doubt, it's certainty. As soon as he finished speaking, the bull demon king moved. Inside the huge statue, there was the sound of mechanical gears turning. The ice cubes on the bull demon king's body shattered to the ground. The brand new armor on his body was exposed, as well as the big shiny iron rod. Good guy. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin instinctively took 2 steps back. Each held their weapons in their hands and looked at the statue vigilantly. The statue's eyes shot red light, and it glanced inside the hall. Buzz! The big iron rod vibrated violently and made strange noises. Professor Du and the others quickly covered their ears. Yang Yang's cell phone, which was broadcasting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the fat man had quick eyes and quick hands, and he caught it. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast room saw this scene and gave Fatty a thumbs up. Fatty Master's skills are not built on. Amazing. He really is a flexible fat man. Nima, this statue is actually made of fine steel. The Queen's technology is very high. It's amazing. My Chinese civilization is a cow. I've made a video and posted it on the internet to let them learn more. Those foreigners all praised me. I heard the sound of gears just now, and there is a mechanical structure inside. Don't tell me this thing runs on diesel. Ha ha. How is it possible to burn diesel? There's no one in there, is there? It's hard to say, maybe there are monsters manipulating it. You guys forgot about the moving rotten fireflies in the last episode? Yes, I'm sure there are monsters manipulating it, otherwise how could it move? Netizens were talking. The scene that appeared at this moment slapped everyone in the face. A bolt of lightning fell from the top of the palace, hitting the statue right in the middle. All of a sudden, the bull demon king seemed to come back to life, and began to face Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin after all. The whole body of the bull demon king was surrounded by lightning, and he looked very powerful. Professor Du looked up and found that the ice palace was pointed at the top. It's like an iron pillar that attracts thunder and lightning, it's a miracle. Lin Yi Heijin ancient sword in hand, ready to fight. Wu Tianjin was holding a dagger in his hand, feeling that it couldn't do it. Lin Yi, why don't you want to invite me? Lin didn't change his face, and flew into the air with a bullet. A knife cut towards the head of the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King reacted quickly, raised the big iron stick and blocked the black gold ancient knife. Ding! The two weapons collided and made a harsh sound. At this time, Wu Tianjin took advantage of the situation and rolled, and the dagger was stuck in the Bull Demon King's leg. He is very powerful, but it is a pity that the Bull Demon King is made of fine steel, so he is invulnerable. Fatty, you are right, I have to rely on you at the critical moment. The fat man smiled cheerfully and returned the phone to Yang Yang. Ha, if I need Fat Master, I would have said it earlier. I thought the two of you could handle it. Fatty also joined the fight. The two hugged the Bull Demon King's leg, one on the left and the other on the right. The whole body was pierced by lightning, and the hair of both of them stood upside down. But in order to create favorable combat conditions for Lin Yi, both of them never let go. The Bull Devil tried to kick his feet several times, but failed. Seeing the opportunity, Lin once again launched a fierce attack on the Bull Demon King. Mysterious Iron Sword Technique. He stepped on the 7 stars and drew his sword like a dragon, and there was a faint sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme and thunder. The Bull Demon King wields iron rods and keeps fighting. Flashes of light and flint kept flickering in the hall. The battle between the two made the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room hooked. Nima, those who don't know think it's a blockbuster film from the Beacon country. What kind of special effects are used here? The texture is too good. Yang Yang, go back and get a better phone, and you can play it as a movie right after you take a picture. This statue is too awesome, let's give it a name. With bull horns, why not call him the Bull Demon King? I agree, call him the Bull Demon King. It's good to be called the Bull Demon King if he's so bullish. No, I think it's better to be called Iron Man. Fuck, he's obviously a monster, so he can't be called a hero. Well, it's called the Iron Demon King. Watch the audience discuss. The TV station officials immediately issued a vote. In front of everyone's screens, 4 voting boxes popped up. 1. Bull Demon King. 2. Iron Man 3. Iron Demon King. 4. Other names. The audience quickly started voting. In less than 10 minutes, the Bull Demon King ranked number 91 with 1% of the votes. The program team was very happy, saying that they had contacted the film company and wanted to produce a special film for the Bull Demon King. Many netizens objected, saying they would rather phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the story of the monk and the queen. Netizens didn't realize the importance of Journey to the West at this time, so Brother Monkey was ignored. Longevity pill. Just when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room was full of excitement, the 3 masters fell into a hard fight. Lin Yi and the Bull Demon King fought back and forth, and for a while there was no winner. Although he is very powerful and his swordsmanship is exquisite, but after all, even a mortal body will be tired. The Bull Demon King is different. As long as there is a steady stream of electricity, he can keep fighting. If this continues, Lin Yi will most likely fall into a disadvantage. He also knew this, constantly attacking. It's a pity that the Bull Demon King was so skilled in martial arts that he was able to defend them all. Wu Tianjin and Fatty are at their limit. Lin Yi, get it done quickly, the Fat Man and I are dying soon. Fat Master, I'm going to fight, you two get out of the way. Fat Master, I will die with this iron bastard. If you say something stupid, Lin Yi will definitely be able to think of a way. Is there any way? He was almost stunned by the iron rod. At this moment, the Bull Demon King kicked Wu Tianjin away. The other foot stepped on the Fat Man's back. Puff! The Fat Man sprayed a mouthful of old blood on the Bull Demon King. The steel body of the Bull Demon King actually emitted sparks and white smoke. Lin Yi frowned, noticing this situation. Wu Tianjin also noticed. He got up from the ground and yelled, "Water!" Water. This guy is afraid of water. Fatty understood, and sprayed blood on Bull Demon King one after another. White smoke was coming out of the Bull Demon King's body, and he fell into a state of loss of control for a short time. Linny made a decisive decision and cut the palm of his hand with an ancient black gold knife. Then he leaped forward, and slapped the Bull Demon King's forehead with his blood-stained palm. His strength is so great that he directly slapped a blood-red palm print on his forehead. Bull Demon King Nian staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground, with white smoke emitting from his body. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room was boiling. Linny is doing great. Great, I knew I could get it done. The 3 masters work together. What is this called? Brothers work together to cut gold. I have paid attention to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room, and I will come here phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme in the future. It's so cool, it's more enjoyable than watching a movie. Dude upstairs, I'm in the film and television industry, and we want to make this episode into a movie. 666-6666, is this palm the legendary vigorous palm? Linny is too strong. If it weren't for the help of the 3rd master and the Fat Master, Linny might not be the opponent of this statue. That iron rod is an artifact, it's actually intact. Fatty, bring back the iron rod. I'll pay 10 yuan to get it back. It's too heavy, the fat man may not be able to lift it. TSK Tisk, it's so far away and so heavy, you're only paying 10? That's too stingy. Hey, Lin picked up the stick, and it looks like he likes it too. This stick is definitely not ordinary iron, it's probably made of meteorites. Yeah, the 3rd master's compass is still broken, it should be affected by the magnetic field of the meteorite. The imagination upstairs is too rich, why don't you write novels? It's really possible that the iron rod has a magnetic field. Finally finished the statue, Archaeological Team 6666. At this time, Lin Yisho waved the stick with one hand, and the mighty force was astonishing. It's a pity that it is too big, it should be recast. He has been using the black gold ancient knife, knowing that the little brother will come to the door sooner or later, so he has to prepare for the new weapon. He decided to take the stick back and use the iron on it as a raw material to build a new weapon. He turned his head and glanced at Professor Du and the others, who were conducting an all-round archaeological examination of the palace. I recorded all the text and pictures, and scanned the holographic images of Tang Monk, Master and Disciple and Bull Demon King with AI program. It looks like it is going to be taken back for research, maybe it can be restored. As Professor Du said, this is definitely a major archaeological discovery. This parallel world, China's historical fault line, has always been ridiculed by foreigners. With this archaeological discovery, Journey to the West has been unearthed, and we can feel proud from now on. The fat man was still coughing up blood on the ground. Mingyue is treating him. Speaking of which, Fatty is also unlucky, every time he is injured, it is him. If Linny hadn't sacrificed a longevity pill last time, he might not have been able to save him. Wu Tianjin sat on the ground with his head buried, not knowing what he was thinking about. Linny walked over and asked, "What's the matter, young master?" Cough, cough. Wu Tianjin coughed violently, and there was blood on his palm. Only then did Lin Yi remember that the 3rd master had a lung disease. Wu Tianjin glanced at the palace in frustration. "It is my honor, Wu Tianjin, to witness this ancient tomb with you. It's just the next ancient tomb. I don't know if I can still be with you." Lin Yi quickly comforted him. "Of course, you'll be fine." Wu Tianjin smiled bitterly. "Let me tell you a secret, the doctor said that my lungs are failing and I won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme for 2 months. The next time you visit the tomb, it's best to do it as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid it will be too late." Lin Yi knew that he wasn't joking, so he decisively took out the longevity pill and poured one into his hand. "Who said you can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme for 2 months? Eat it, and keep you strong." Wu Tianjin stared suspiciously at the longevity pill with wide eyes, and carefully observed it in his hand. There is a strange fragrance wafting in the air, which smells refreshing. Linny, what kind of elixir is this? Can it even cure lung disease? Little Sanny, this pill can only strengthen your body, it can't cure your lung disease. Eat it, and you'll feel much better. Okay. Wu Tianjin raised his head and swallowed the longevity pill. In an instant, his originally pale face regained a lot of blood. I feel really much better. Thank you, Linny. Linny took the opportunity to say. Then can I waive the accommodation fee for my stay at your place? Wu Tianjin laughed. Think beautifully. It's impossible to get rid of it, but I can give you a % discount, effective immediately. As he spoke, he stood up and looked for a way out. Linny is very happy, of course a 5% discount is very good. Thank you, little third master. Wu Tianjin looked around the ice palace and said. Linny, there seems to be no exit here, is there anything you can do? Lin learned the trick of listening to thunder and exploring the tomb early in the morning. This trick can be accurately positioned, and it is not difficult to find the way out. Listening to Lei Tan's tomb, I don't know if the third master has heard of it? Wu Tianjin looked around and said. I've heard, that's a special ability, don't you know it? Yes, I will. Unfortunately, it seems that there will be no thunder here for a while. Linny smiled and said. Listening to the thunder and detecting the tomb is extremely high level, and you can detect the location without thunder. Try knocking around the palace, and I will use the echo to judge the exit. Okay. Watch your performance. Wu Tianjin was skeptical, and knocked around the palace with a dagger. There are jingling knocking sounds everywhere. Lin listened with one ear. These voices sound similar to ordinary people, but they sound very different to his ears. Every echo is telling him the information of the palace, the height and depth of the palace, the various materials used and so on. Suddenly, he yelled, Stop! Wu Tianjin stopped the movement of his hands and stood where he was. Linny, have you found the exit? Lin nodded. Well, ask Fatty to get a pack of explosives, and shoot right where you stand. According to his arrangement, Wu Tianjin placed the explosive pack. Then ask everyone to cover their ears. Boom. With a loud noise, a big hole was blown out there. Outside, the sun shines in, and the icy snow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blows in. Everyone in the archaeological team had smiles on their faces. The audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room also felt very happy. Wu Tianjin took 2 steps forward, stood in the gap and looked down, and suddenly gasped. Linny, it's too high up here, there's no way to go down. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces, and they stepped forward to check. I saw that this place was in a crack in a mountain. From above, rolling stones fell from time to time. Although the archaeological team still has ropes, it is impossible to go down to this height. Linny walked over to take a look and found that this was indeed a problem. As the saying goes, it is easier to go up the mountain than to go down the mountain, and the archaeological team is now facing the problem of going down the mountain. This further confirmed his previous guess that the queen did not want the monk to leave alive. Someone's sunrise and sunset, the archaeological team has been trapped for a whole day and night. Snow was falling in the sky, covering the entire roof of Montenegro. Standing at the gap, one could just see the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom in the distance. The snow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blows into the palace from time to time, and the archaeological team was terribly frozen. In order to maintain body temperature, all gathered in a corner. The fat man looked frustrated. Unexpectedly, Fat Master, a wise man, would be frozen to death in this kind of place. What's the use of these antiques? What's the use of this touch gold talisman? What's the use of these jewels? He took out all the things he had hidden on his body. It was like magic, and there were a lot of them. Everyone was taken aback. I thought the fat man didn't get anything, but he hid so many good things in private. But at this time, everyone thinks about how to survive. Even the most serious Professor Du didn't bother to hold him accountable. Professor Du covered himself with the monk's cassock, like a person who sees through the world and wants to convert. The others were all silent, trying to maintain their strength. Mingyue took half a piece of meat and ate it. Because Linny used mouse meat as rabbit meat for everyone to eat. She threatened to starve to death and never eat these meat strips again. But at the critical moment of life and death, she had no choice but to compromise. Wu Tianjin touched his hand and winked at him. "Fatty, don't make trouble, put it away quickly. These are treasures, worth a lot of money." The fat man said with a frustrated face. "People are going to die, what's the use of taking these treasures? Oh, we have been traveling all over the world for so many years, how many times we saved ourselves from danger, but we didn't expect to freeze to death." "Little third master, what do you think it's like to be a woman?" Wu Tianjin frowned. "You ask me, who do I ask? It's not that you don't know, I'm also single." The fat man laughed at him. "You don't know the blessing while you are in the blessing. The second uncle gave you dozens of pictures of beauties to choose from last time, but you didn't like them yourself. My fat man is different, no one really likes me. Before I died, I wanted to know what it was like to be a woman." The fat man glanced at Yang Yang aside. Yang Yang hurriedly squeezed to Mingyue's side. The fat man looked at Mingyue again. Mingyue turned her back directly, not daring to look at him. The fat man laughed at himself. "Don't worry, fat master, I don't eat grass by the side of the nest." Wu Tianjin put his shoulders and said, "If you want to know, it's not difficult, just ask Lin Yi." The fat man looked up at Lin. I saw Lin Yijing standing at the gap with his arms folded, staring at the horizon, as if he was waiting for something. He yelled loudly. "Linny, I told you to block the entrance of the cave and refused to listen. You insisted on standing at the entrance of the cave to keep out the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Look at how it freezes everyone. Good guy, why are you acting like a normal person, and you're so handsome?" At this moment, the sun in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme is red and big. Linny was bathed in the sun, thoughtful. The archaeological team was frozen into a popsicle, and he had no pressure with Qilin's blood. Sudden. A small black dot appeared in the distance. His eyes were like a torch, staring at the black spot. Gradually, the black spots got closer and became clearer. Finally, it was clear that it was a helicopter. Clearly printed on it, the bright Chinese national flag. The look on his face finally relaxed. How could such a major archaeological discovery be forgotten by the country? This is the country sending people to pick up the archaeological team. The helicopter flew over the ancient city and was about to arrive here. He turned around and looked at Fatty and the others. All of them looked depressed, their eyes were empty, and they didn't know what they were thinking. "Fatty, pack your things." The fat man didn't care. "Clean up your hair, fat man, I'm going to die with these babies on my pillow." As he said that, he actually lay down like a fool, using a bunch of treasures as pillows. Wu Tianjin moved her ears and heard the sound of the helicopter fanning the propeller. "Linny, what's outside?" "It's a helicopter. The country sent someone to pick us up." When everyone heard it, they all looked up at the gap. Linny moved slightly to the side, and a helicopter appeared in front of everyone. The bright red Chinese national flag shocked everyone, and a smile appeared on their faces. The fat man stood up in surprise. "My mother, it's really here." He rolled his eyes, and quickly tidied up his clothes. "It's great that the country hasn't forgotten us. Ha, I knew that the country would send someone to pick us up. Fatty, I am a great contributor." The fat man shouted excitedly like an afterthought. The pilot's radio came from the helicopter. It turned out that this was a heavy helicopter of the local garrison. It was ordered to pick up several people and some key cultural relics. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin quickly moved up the important sculptures and the iron rod in the palace. Then others boarded the plane one after another. Half an hour later, everyone was sitting in the helicopter, admiring the scenery of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme is solitary and straight, and the long river falls into the sun. A breeze with fine sand blows by, and smiles are written on everyone's face. In the distance, another black sandstorm blew up. Linny had a very good vision, and he found that the guide Tashi was struggling in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme in a white robe. Unexpectedly, Tashi has survived tenaciously until now. It's just that in the next second, the black sandstorm completely engulfed Tashi, and he might not be able to survive this time. The quality of the helicopter is excellent, tilted at a large angle, and passed by the black sandstorm. Soon, the sky was completely dark. In the distance, the lights of human civilization appeared. The helicopter landed at the dedicated airport, and local leaders and a group of cultural relics experts came to greet them. As the leader of the archaeological team, Professor Du received unprecedented welcome. The experts asked one after another about the major archaeological discovery of the ancient city of the Demon Kingdom. Professor Du was elated and kept talking all the way. At the gate of the airport, crowds of onlookers were crowded, shouting the names of the archaeologists. Surprisingly, Fatty's voice was the highest. It turned out that many cultural relic dealers had their eyes on Fatty and wanted to buy things from him. In front of so many people, he certainly didn't dare to blatantly trade. Just open the QR code, let these people scan it quietly, and contact them later. Not long after, people from the program team also arrived. They were sent to the local hotel in a special car. Since Linny contributed the most this time, the higher-ups agreed that he would take the big iron rod away. Fatty was taken to the hospital for examination due to multiple injuries. Fortunately, he has rough skin and has taken the longevity pill given by Linny. After the doctor's examination, not only was he not sick, but his physical indicators were stronger than normal. This baffled local doctors. It was late at night when I returned from the hospital. In order to celebrate this victory, Linny, Wu Tianjin and Fatty went to the side of the road to pick up skewers. While drinking wine and eating local specialty mutton, I feel that it tastes delicious. Not long after, Yang Yang and Mingyue also found this place, and the five of them had a lively time together. While everyone was talking and laughing, and feeling very comfortable, Wu Tianjin received a message from his second uncle. Naive, take the nearest flight back tomorrow morning. Second uncle, what's the matter? If it's still about finding a wife for me, forget it. I said I'm still young, so I don't want to look for it for now. Brother, something happened. When Wu Tianjin heard this, he immediately became nervous. I'll make a call. He picked up the phone and walked to a secluded place, and chatted with Wu Erbai in detail. As they chatted, his expression became more and more tense. Chapter 49. Early the next morning, everyone boarded the special plane of the program group. The medical team did a physical examination on all of them and found that there was no serious problem. The nurse wanted to change the bandage for the fat man, but unexpectedly he blushed. Miss, I'll do it myself. The fat man is a ruthless man, he even tore off the bandage by himself. The nurse was taken aback and resisted cleaning his wound. After finally getting it done, he ran away in a hurry like a rabbit. Wu Tianjin said half-jokingly. Fatty, you're useless if I give you a chance. The lady nurse is so cute, I was scared away by you. The fat man was not convinced. Come on, it's the fat man, I didn't like her. The food on the special plane is good, and there is a dedicated chef. The fat man felt a little hungry, so he ordered steak and red wine, and he ate deliciously by himself. On the side, Linny, Yang Yang and Mingyu were playing Fight the Landlord. The fat man inserted a large piece of beef into his mouth while secretly watching the three of them play cards. What's the fun of you doing this? If you want to play, just be more exciting. If you lose, take off your clothes. When he said this, the two girls blushed immediately. After the plane entered the stratosphere, perhaps because he drank too much alcohol, the fat man fell asleep. When I woke up, I had already arrived in the city where I lived. Linny greeted him with a big iron rod. Fatty, help me take down the iron rod. The fat man pursed his lips and stood up reluctantly, complaining while holding hands. You are really short-sighted. There are so many treasures in it, but you have to bring back such a big iron bump. Wu Tianjin disagreed. Fatty, you don't understand now, Linny is very shrewd. This is meteorite, 1 gram is more expensive than gold. This is much more valuable than those things you got out. When the fat man heard this, he was dumbfounded. I said, Linny, I really can't see that you are more greedy than Fat Master and I, but then again, our little third master is as clear as jade, known as the Little Virgin, and the things in this tomb are never stolen. Wu Tianjin kicked his ass. Don't talk nonsense, second uncle is still waiting for us at home. After the group entered the city, Mingyue invited everyone to watch a movie. Fatty originally wanted to go, but seeing that both Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin refused, he had no choice but to say no. Mingyue has no choice but to go shopping with Yan Yang. The three of them returned to the antique shop with big iron rods and bags of things. Several black cars parked at the door, and 2 teams of people in suits and leather shoes stood together. At first glance, it was Wu Erbai's man. A middle-aged man with a rather temperament, kept wandering around the door with his hands in his hands, looking preoccupied. It was Wu Tianjin's second uncle, Wu Erbai. Second uncle, you came so fast, I even said to pick you up. Wu Tianjin greeted him. Wu Erbai looked up and immediately understood why he came. When I went to the tomb this time, I was put together by someone. I'm so mad, this revenge must be avenged. Although Wu Tianjin had already contacted his second uncle, he didn't know about this matter. He was shocked. Second uncle, now you are the head of our 9 sect, whoever dares to tease you will be against the 9 sect. This person must not want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore? Wu Erbai pursed his lips. Don't put a high hat on me. This is the one I picked for you just now, choose, do you like it? As he spoke, he took out a handful of pictures of beauties from his bosom and asked Wu Tianjin to choose. Wu Tianjin frowned. Second uncle, didn't we agree? I won't choose. Wu Erbai repeatedly lied and coaxed. Nephew, it's different this time. Last time, it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme a model or a singer, but you didn't like it. This time I specially selected some college students, all of whom are well-educated intellectuals. You will definitely like it. Wu Tianjin took the photos and looked at them, and they were indeed full of culture. Still, he pouted and shook his head. I'll talk about it later. Now that my brother is missing, I'm very worried. Wu Erbai nodded. Well, the 2 of us, uncle and nephew, thought of getting together. Come on, go in and talk while eating. More than half an hour later, a hot pot was set up in the courtyard of Wu Shanju. When the fat man went to the grave, he kept thinking about eating hot pot from this restaurant when he came back, and finally his wish came true. He ate like no one else. Lin Yi ate in a leisurely manner. Wu Tianjin and Wu Erbai basically didn't move their chopsticks, they were discussing about the missing brother. Wu Erbai explained the whole story in detail. It turned out that Wu Erbai found a large tomb and asked the younger brother to take someone there. As a result, not only did the little brother not come back, but all the subordinates he sent out disappeared. He lost a dozen good players. I thought it might be an accident. But recently, he found artifacts from that tomb in the market. Jews people are for sale. It was only now that he realized that he was probably being tricked by Master Jiu. Second uncle, you don't suspect that brother betrayed you, do you? Where can it be? I'm worried that something happened to him. I came here to ask you to find him back. Second uncle, you have great powers. Even if you can't find it, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us unless there are clues. Clues? Yes. Of course there are clues. As Wu Erbai spoke, he took out a purple gold box. Later, I sent people there to look for clues and found this box. I suspect that the little brother left it on purpose. But this box is difficult to open, you have to think of a way. As he spoke, he handed the box to Wu Tianjin. Wu Tianjin looked at the box repeatedly. It looks like a cipher box. It's old. If there is a cipher, it's easy to open. If there's no cipher, it will be violent. When the fat man heard about the violence, he immediately became interested. Okay, I haven't run out of explosives, how many do I need? Wu Tianjin rolled his eyes at him and continued. You can find a way to cut it with a water knife. Wu Bai nodded, and immediately ordered someone to take out the water knife from the car. Wu Tianjin was shocked. Second uncle, so you have already prepared. When Wu Bai's subordinates were about to cut, Lin Yi stood up. Don't be so troublesome, if there is something important inside, it may be damaged. Let me try. Only then did Wu Bai notice Lin Yi's existence. You look familiar, you seem to be the person who participated in the program with Tianjin? Yes. Can you open it? I dare not say there is, but I can try it. At this time, Wu Tianjin was also speaking nicely. Second uncle, Lin Yi is a master, and his skills are no less than that of my younger brother. Let him try. After thinking for a while, Wu Bai nodded. Okay, then try it. Lin Yi walked over to pick up the box, and watched it over and over again. A series of numbers appeared in his mind. 02170211. He said calmly. Second uncle, what is the last 8 digits of your ID card? Wu Bai smiled. Hee, this kid actually asked the last 8 digits of my ID card. Can you find out about this? At this time, Wu Bai didn't pay much attention to Lin Yi. Wu Tianjin quickly helped to speak. Second uncle, Lin Yi is helping us, just tell us. Wu Bai sighed helplessly. Okay, I said. 02170211, yes, this is it. Okay. Lin nodded and tried to turn the combination lock. 0 to 2 to 1 to 7 to 0 to 2 to 1 to 1. There was a sound of unwinding in the box, and then the box was opened. Wu Bai stood up excitedly. Good boy, it was really opened by you. How do you know that the password is the last 8 digits of my ID card? Could it be that I was put together this time, and it has something to do with you? As soon as he finished speaking, several subordinates surrounded Lin Yi. Chapter 50. Seeing that there was going to be a fight, Wu Tianjin and Fatty all stood up. Second uncle, please speak up if you have something to say, Lin Yi is one of my own. Wu Bai, after all, this place is my territory, isn't it suitable for you? Besides, Lin Yi is my savior, if you want to make trouble with him, you can make trouble with me. Unexpectedly, the fat man called Wu Bai by his name directly, which was not bad at all. This moved Lin Yi very much. You must know that Wu Bai is now the head of the Laojiu family, with a lot of money and power. It was indeed not easy for the fat man to stand up. Normally, even if you give him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do this. Seeing the two begging for mercy, Wu Bai didn't give face to Fatty, but Wu Tianjin too. The opponent had no choice but to wave. Didn't you hear what the third master said? Lin Yi is one of his own. Get the hell out of here. The men had no choice but to temporarily withdraw to one side. Then Wu Bai walked up in person and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, this matter will never end. Lin Yi remained calm. He dared to stand up, so he naturally thought of a way to deal with it. It's very simple. Since you guessed that the younger brother left behind, how can the younger brother prove that he stayed behind? Wu Bai was a little impatient. I asked you something, why did you ask me instead? Lin Yi ignored him and continued. My little brother used the last 8 digits of the second uncle's ID card as the password, just to tell you that this thing is left by him. And, it is likely to hide the secret of where he is at the moment. When everyone heard it, they suddenly realized. But then the problem came again. Wu Bai said with his hands behind his back. What you said seems to make sense, but there is a loophole. Why didn't brother tell us this directly, but in this secret way? With this question, everyone was immediately speechless. Even Wu Tianjin and Fatty didn't know how to explain it, so they had to pin their hopes on Lin Yi. Lin Yi said calmly. Second uncle, didn't you say before that Master Jiu made a move? Yes, there is such a thing, you continue to talk about it. I speculate that Master Geo must have taken a fancy to a large tomb, so I asked my little brother to help. The incident happened suddenly, and with that situation, it is naturally inconvenient for me to tell you directly. When Wu Bai heard it, he felt that it made sense. He nodded. Okay, I agree with you. You have passed the test, congratulations on joining this operation. Thank you. Linny didn't have much expression. He had expected a long time ago, how could such a smart person as Wu Bai not have thought of this? However, as the head of the Old Nine sect, the depth of the city is a must. I have just arrived here, after all, I am an outsider. If you want Wu Bai to trust you, you still need to prove it. It looks like it's finally passed. Wu Tianjin followed Fatty as they looked at each other. Wu Bai grabbed the fat man by the ear and taught him a lesson. Fatty master, who has grown up, dares to challenge me. Oh, second uncle, take it easy. How dare I challenge you? It's because your subordinates are too impulsive. Humph. I won't bother with you this time, and I will take care of you next time. What, family law? The fat man quickly shut his mouth. The second uncle's family law is not comfortable, and if it is not done well, people will die. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the box that was just opened. Wu Tianjin took out a blue and white porcelain from inside, which was covered with some white and gray dirt. Wu Bai said with his hands behind his back. My people have identified it. This thing comes from a shipwreck grave, and my brother probably went there. Wu Tianjin was worried about his little brother's safety, so he stepped forward and asked. Second uncle, when shall we leave? The second uncle interrupted him by raising his hand. Don't worry, the shipwreck tomb is no better than the tomb on land, so you must be fully prepared. You rest here for 2 days. When you are ready, I will call someone to contact you immediately. Second uncle, hurry up. Well, soon. After he finished speaking, he smiled and gestured to Linny, and then led his men away. The three of them had just sat down to eat hot pot when their cell phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw that the 100 million promised by the program group had arrived. The fat man was very happy. What did I say? Fat master, I won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme this kind of hard life forever. I'm finally rich, ha. Fatty, take it easy and don't spoil Leany. Little third master, you can't say that. Fat master, I have always been pure. It doesn't matter who leads the wrong one. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Someone came to make trouble a while ago. You owe a lot of debts outside. Don't think I don't know. If you have money, pay off your debts first, lest those people come to your door again next time. Unconvinced, the fat man took a sip of wine. Is it the people from Jinshan Club? Isn't it just a few thousand yuan? Fatty also said that he would return the money to them, and he came to the door. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it for you. You helped me with it? Where did you get the money from? Don't worry about this. Anyway, don't owe people money casually in the future. My yard likes to be quiet, and not everyone is welcome to come in. The fat man became angry when he heard it, and he slapped the table and stood up. Don't think I don't know, you must have sold that incense burner. No, I'll find them. The fat man walked outside angrily. Lin Yiban wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Wu Tianjin. Leave him alone, those people dare not do anything to him, let him have a longer memory. Linny just sat back. The fat man just mentioned the censor, what censor? Wu Tianjin blinked, lost in memory. This incense burner is very important to me, and I have been reluctant to sell it. Every time I go to sleep, I have to smell the fragrance inside to fall asleep. After thinking about it carefully, Linny understood a little. This was something that helped Wu Tianjin sleep, and it was actually mortgaged to help the fat man pay off his debts. He really didn't say anything to the fat man, he deserved to be the little virgin. In the afternoon, Fatty finally came back. With a bruised nose and swollen face, she held an incense burner in her arms. Naive, I brought it back for you. You can't sleep without this thing, next time no matter what the situation is, don't lose it again. Wu Tianjin had expected that he would be beaten, so he was not too shocked. There is medicinal wine in the house, I'll get it for you. After he finished speaking, he got up and went to get a drink. Linny took a closer look at the incense burner and was surprised. No wonder Wu Tianjin was able to fall asleep relying on this incense burner. This is a bronze incense burner with some weird figures on it, full of exotic style. All of them have big bellies, which is very special. He recalled that there were similar murals in the underwater tomb. Is this? He put his nose phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, and sure enough, he smelled a strange fragrance. I saw a black thing inside the incense burner. His complexion suddenly changed. The bones of the forbidden woman. Fatty, you'd better sell this incense burner, the little third master can't inhale the contents anymore. Finally, I understood the cause of the little third master's lung disease. I need to use the incense burner to fall asleep all the year round. How much of this stuff have I smoked over the years? Getting lung disease is also a matter of course. Chapter 51. When the fat man heard that the incense burner was going to be sold, he immediately became anxious. Fat master, I risk my life to snatch it back, how can I sell it? No, absolutely not. Linny looked at the carvings on the incense burner and said, do you know what this thing is called? This is a monster, named Forbidden Woman. I won't explain so much to you about the origin. Anyway, it's very evil. If the third master continues to suck like this, he will be taken away sooner or later. Do you know that he has? Before Linny finished speaking, the third master came out. He said while passing the medicinal wine to the fat man, sell it and sell it. Actually, I also feel that something is wrong with this thing. It's just that I'm used to it, and I can't do without it. Only after hearing what you said, I know the danger. Hearing that Wu Tianjin agreed, Linny heaved a sigh of relief. The only thing that is harmful is the black bone inside. The incense burner itself does not need to be sold. Just change to a better spice. The fat man was delighted to hear this. Why didn't you say it earlier? Fat lord, I'll go get ambergris back later. That thing also has a sleeping effect. Oh, take it easy, naive, why are you hitting so hard? Wu Tianjin smiled. Pain makes memory last. I just want you to remember, don't be reckless, your temper will cause trouble sooner or later. The fat man pursed his lips a little unconvinced. I know, I've been here for decades, Fatty, I can't change my temper. Why don't you just throw me out, Fatty, with my strength, I don't think I'll starve to death. Linny clasped his hands and said, this trip has earned enough oil and water, do you want to set up your own business? Fatty, you are too much. Wu Tianjin looked at the incense burner while rubbing cigarettes and alcohol for the fat man. Linny, from what you said, this incense burner has a lot of history. By the way, what the hell is the Forbidden Woman? Bones also have this magical effect. Linny shrugged. Forbidden Woman is a very broad concept, referring to some bad things. If you want to ask me about my specific image, you can look at the top of the incense burner, which probably looks like these carvings. Wu Tianjin glanced at it and said, it seems that we should be more careful in our trip to the undersea tomb. Fatty, we are rich now, you need to upgrade your explosives. The fat man nodded. That's a must. I'll go find the old man later and get us some bazookas, drones, and earth-drilling dragons. Snapped. Wu Tianjin slapped him violently. Stop bragging, I think it's almost the same if you replace the explosive pack with a grenade. The fat man was a little unconvinced. That's okay, I have to get some AKs for my brothers, right? After Linny joined, we can be said to have a smooth sailing, and this time we must create another glories. Wu Tianjin stuffed the medicinal wine bottle into his mouth and blocked it. Take a few sips of the medicinal wine, and you'll be fine soon. He turned around and went to the side of the incense burner, took out the bones of the Forbidden Woman inside with a clip, and asked Linny, can this thing be sold for money? I don't know. Someone who knows the goods can sell them for money. You need to find a bigger shop. Okay, pack up, let's go to Lao Jin's house. The fat man said reluctantly while pulling his clothes up. Little San, we are in the antique business, let's keep it and sell it slowly. Besides, it's not like you don't know that Lao Jin, because of his big business, he's always at odds with us. Why are you looking for him? Wu Tianjin didn't care so much. After packing the forbidden woman's bones in a box, she went straight out the door. Fatty saw it, so he had no choice but to follow Linny out. The three of them walked around Antique Street and came to a very large front door house. Lao Jin was bored and was playing with the calculator inside. Return to 0, return to 0, return to 0. Seeing Wu Tianjin and the three of them coming, they immediately greeted them with cupped fists. Hey, little third master, what phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme brought you here? Wu Tianjin sat down on the chair directly. Stop fucking nonsense, I have something good for you to see, do you want to accept it? The old golden eye rolled. Little third master, you and fat master have some good things, so you don't want to keep them and sell them yourself. Why is the sun coming out from the west today, think of me. Wu Tianjin didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly opened the small box to reveal a slit, and handed it to him to smell it. Lao Jin had a good nose, his expression changed immediately, and he carefully closed the box again. He nervously closed the door of the shop. Fatty felt something was wrong and started yelling. Old Jin, you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door and beat the dog? Wu Tianjin jumped up and kicked his ass. I told you a long time ago, don't show off if you haven't learned the idioms well. Who do you call a dog? Only then did the fat man react. No, don't you think it's a bit strange for Lao Jin to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door in broad daylight? This old thing will definitely trip us up. Lao Jin didn't mind phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, and said with a smile on his face. Three masters, wait a moment, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Soon, he came out with a pot of good tea and poured it for the three of them respectively. Linny lifted the lid and smelled it. Although he didn't know much about tea, it smelled different. The fragrance, mellow and long, is definitely the best tea. Wu Tianjin knows the tea ceremony better. Lao Jin, why are you being so polite? You gave our third brother the best tea guanyin. It seems that you are going to decide on this thing today. Old Jinpi smiled, sat next to him and said. This thing, if I'm not mistaken, is the bone of the forbidden woman. Wu Tianjin pretended to be shocked. Yo! As expected of Lao Jin, you understand me well. Lao Jin smiled. To tell you the truth, the only one who understands this in this antique street is me, Lao Jin. I'm afraid that's why the third master came to me. Wu Tianjin was non-committal and did not speak. Lao Jin continued. We are all in the same company, and we will see you when you look down and see you when you look up. Just a one-buy price, how much do you want to sell? If it is suitable, I will contact the buyer immediately. Wu Tianjin and Linny looked at each other. No wonder Lao Jin had the confidence to buy this thing. It turned out that there were already buyers. I am afraid that this buyer has also been waiting for many years, so he paid a high price. If the price is lower, wouldn't it be cheaper for Lao Jin? Wu Tianjin thought about it, and pointed out a finger. Lao Jin was taken aback. You want 100,000? Wu Tianjin didn't speak. Lao Jin immediately showed embarrassment. I understand, 100 million, I have to make a call to discuss this matter with the buyer, the three masters wait a moment. Wu Tianjin nodded. Well, you have to hurry, you know there is never a shortage of buyers for good things. Okay, just a few minutes. As he spoke, Lao Jin picked up the phone and sneaked aside to chat with the buyer. Fatty questioned Wu Tianjin without confidence. Okay, you're really ruthless. How dare you ask for 100 million for such a small piece? I thought you wanted, dash. Wu Tianjin took a sip of tea and said. Fatty, this is the bone of a forbidden woman. Rare things are rare in the world. That's what I said, but I'm not stupid. 1 million is too much. Will Lao Jin buy it? Of course Lao Jin won't buy it, it's the big client behind him who wants to buy it. Sir, tell me, who is this big customer? Why is he buying this thing? Wu Tianjin shook his head. I don't know, but it must be of great use. Not long after, Lao Jin came over with a smile on his phone. He looked radiant and flushed, and he probably had a good conversation with his big client. Little San Yi, it's done, 100 million, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. So refreshing, am I out of luck? How can it be? You are also an expert. Besides, we are old acquaintances. I dare you. You won't settle accounts with me later. While the two were chatting, the fat man handed over the phone. Old Jean, don't talk nonsense, transfer it to this account. Lao Jin glanced at Wu Tianjin. Seeing Wu Tianjin nod his head, he agreed. Okay, get the account right away. He took out his mobile phone to operate, and the fat man soon received a text message. After the fat man got rich, he took Wu Tianjin and Lin Yi to play all over the city. It's a sauna and healthcare, so there's a lot of work to do. Of course, he didn't forget to find Lao Zhan too to upgrade his equipment. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. As soon as the three of them returned to the antique shop, they received a call from a strange person. Wu Tianjin suspected that it was from his second uncle, so he quickly picked it up. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a woman with a nice voice. Are you the third master? You don't dare to be the third master, just call me Wu Tianjin. It's like this. It's ready here. The boss told me to contact you and set off immediately. Let's go, where are we going? Nanhai, someone will pick you up when you get off the plane. Excuse me, what do you guys do? Are you sure you belong to second uncle? I know all of second uncle's subordinates, so don't lie to me. Little third master, we just joined your second uncle's company, you may not know me, my name is Ning. A Ning? Wu Tianjin glanced at Lin Yi and Fatty as he spoke. Lin Yi was thoughtful, of course Ning remembered. The little third master finally hooked up with Ning. Well, we are a professional marine resource development company, so come here quickly. Okay, I'll call my second uncle to confirm. Wu Tianjin said and hung up the phone. Of course, he couldn't trust a strange phone call casually. Soon, he got in touch with Wu Orbai and got an accurate answer. The fat man came up to ask. How? What did the second uncle say? Is it a scam call? Maybe I know fat lord that I'm rich, but I've been getting calls from scammers lately, so be careful if you're naive. Wu Tianjin glanced at him. That's right, second uncle has already confirmed that he has recruited a new person named Ning, who is responsible for salvaging the sunken ship and is very professional. The seabed is a treasure trove, and the company values her very much. The three looked at each other and decided to rush to the airport immediately. After a brief tidying up, the three of them went to the airport without stopping. Wu Orbai's people were already waiting there, helping the three of them carry their luggage up. Little third master, what's in here? It's so heavy. Stop talking nonsense, they are all the things you need to go to the tomb this time, move them quickly. In the afternoon, the plane arrived at the place designated by Ning. The company's car was already waiting there, and the three of them changed cars to go to the beach. The man who picked up the three was named Lu Sang, and he had just joined the company. He looks quiet and has long hair. The fat man hated the guy very much and said he looked like a pussy. Lu Sang also seemed to be unhappy with him, and when he sent water, he deliberately didn't give it to the fat man directly, but threw it on the seat for him. This directly annoyed Fatty, and he was about to fight Lu Sang in the car. You must know that Lu Sang is the driver. Wu Tianjin and Lin Yi were worried about overturning the car, so they quickly worked together to hold the fat man down. This is how the bridge between Fatty and Lu Sang was formed. Soon, the car stopped on a beach. A woman in military uniform came over, looking very sassy and in good shape. The fat man's eyes were staring straight. Ning ignored him and stood directly in front of Wu Tianjin. Is it the third master? Wu Tianjin nodded. Are you Miss Ning? Yes, we are ready, please follow me. When does the boat leave? Immediately. Ah Ning glanced at the big and small bags, and couldn't help smiling. We have already prepared everything that should be prepared. I didn't expect that the third master brought so many supplies. Wu Tianjin pursed his lips and said, Be prepared. First of all, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, it's just that I'm used to bringing so many things on the road. Ah Ning smiled. Okay, the little third master here is the biggest, so you can do whatever you say. Soon, several people came to spread the word. Several armed men from the company loaded all the luggage onto the ship. The boat is huge and looks like it was converted from a large fishing boat. This time the company paid a lot of money to go to the tomb under the sea. With so many manpower and material resources, it is not a small amount. Of course, Wu Bai was rich, so he didn't take it to heart. Come with me. Ah Ning took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme on the ship. I saw that it was full of equipment. Whether it is marine detection equipment, diving equipment, food, water, oxygen cylinders, etc., everything is available. Several company guards were moving things into the warehouse. A scholar wearing glasses saw several people coming and hurried over. Welcome, my humble Zhao Dihai. Ah Ning said. Mr. Zhao is an expert invited by the company. He has been doing in-depth research on the tombs under the sea. We can invite him this time, and we can get twice the result with half the effort. Wu Tianjin stretched out his hand and shook it with Zhao Dihai. It's been a hard trip, Mr. Zhao. Ha, where is it? This is Zhao's honor. Lin Yi is very displeased with this guy, he is very literary and always feels very hypocritical. After exchanging pleasantries, several people can be regarded as acquaintances. Zhao Dihai found that the few people didn't like him very much, and they were just chatting to themselves. He felt a little uncomfortable, and ran into the cabin to sleep alone. Cultural people are narrow-minded. A few people didn't take it seriously. In short, this kind of person was just paid for a one-time consumption, and he didn't want to be friends with him. The ship quickly went out to sea, and sailed in the sea according to the previous plan. The person who sailed was very stable, the weather was fine, and there were no strong winds or waves along the way. After chatting for a while, they drank some wine. The journey was exhausting, and I didn't have a good rest. Fatty and Lin Yi also returned to the cabin to rest, leaving only Wu Tianjin and Ah Ning chatting outside. I don't know what to talk about, but both of them are very interested. It seems that the third master has a feeling of finding true love. Lin Yi, I bet that Miss Ah Ning must have been specially arranged by second uncle for Tianjin. Possible. Before the two went to bed, they couldn't help gossiping for a while. It was getting dark and the boat was floating in the sea. In the middle of the night, it suddenly shook violently. As soon as Lin opened his eyes, he found that the sea had changed. Dark clouds were rolling in, and the rain was pouring down, very frightening. The rolling waves seemed to engulf the ship. This ship is actually not small, but in the ocean, it is like a solitary boat, which can only be left at its mercy. At this moment, Lin Yi also felt the insignificance of human beings. As a time traveler, I can't help but be shocked by the power of nature. Crews run around the deck, reinforcing here, maintaining there. Everyone is very dedicated and hardworking. Wu Tianjin shouted. Fatty, Lin Yi, let's go out and help. As he spoke, he rushed to the deck alone. Fatty and Lin Yi looked at each other, then rushed out to help. As soon as he stepped out, the ship shook, and the fat man almost rolled into the sea. Lin Yi shot decisively and grabbed him. The fat man yelled nervously. Lin Yi, you saved me again. Nema. What is that? Fatty pointed at the tumbling waves, a little startled. I saw a huge sound in the waves. At this time, other people also noticed, and looked in the direction of the fat man's finger. What is that? I don't know, it's like another ship. There seems to be a sound on it. It's a strange sound. Wu Tianjin turned his head and glanced at Ah Ning. The hat has been blown into the sea, revealing the messy and wet long hair, which looks messy and beautiful. That pretty face makes people feel heart-pounding. Chapter 53 Ah Ning, what's going on? There seems to be something wrong with that ship. I don't think it looks like a ship, but a mountain. Let's observe it first. Okay, third master, you have the final say. Everyone stood at the bow of the boat, looking directly at the things they took. Waves hit one after another, and everyone's clothes were wet. As the object got closer and closer, everyone could see the outline clearly, showing a look of horror. The boat boss grabbed Wu Tianjin's hand and knelt down directly. Little San, this is a ghost ship, quickly order the ship to turn around. Just then, the two ships collided. Everyone staggered and grabbed things around them. Ah! Ah! Help me! Those who reacted slowly fell directly into the sea. Ah Ning, who was originally calm, couldn't help becoming nervous. I hit the boat, and it's too late to escape now. Everyone beware. At her command, everyone took up arms. Bullet loaded, dagger in hand. Fatty threw an assault rifle to Wu Tianjin. Linny didn't dare to be careless, holding the hilt of the ancient black gold knife, and eyed the ship vigilantly. The fat man wiped the water off his forehead nervously, but he didn't know it was sea water and cold sweat. Fatty, I want to see today, what is a ghost ship? Nima, what touched me? The fat man turned around quickly, aiming his gun at the boat. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and waves were very strong, and there were strange creaking noises everywhere on the boat. It feels like the ship will fall apart without waiting for the ghost ship to make a move. Innocent, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and waves are so big, what should we do now? Wu Tianjin ignored him and listened to the sound on the ghost ship. There were bursts of screams from the ghost ship, which sounded very uncomfortable. The crew members were very scared, looking at each other and waiting for the third master to make a decision. Only Wu Tianjin yelled, "Get on board!" Although the crew members were afraid, they were well trained after all and took action one after another. Some threw the rope ladder over, and some put up planks. After a while, the two ships were connected. Linny, you take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. It is good. Without saying a word, Linny rushed forward immediately. He was actually very scared at this moment. Others just heard a little sound from the ghost ship, but his hearing was extremely sensitive and he heard more. He suspected that the legendary forbidden woman was on board. The fat man followed closely behind him, aiming his gun around. Linny, Fatty, my old life, I leave it to you. Fatty, don't be cowardly, you may be about to get rich this time. What kind of fortune can a ghost ship make? Listen, the forbidden woman's voice. The fat man pricked up his ears and got goosebumps. Nima, this voice is too scary, is it really a forbidden woman? Isn't it okay to be a forbidden woman? We sold a small bone for 100 million before. If you caught a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme 1, how much would you say? When the fat man heard this, his fighting spirit immediately came to him. He pulled the breech bolt and fired fiercely. Damn! Fat master, I will fight hard today. Brother-in-law, where are you? He looked around on the ghost ship. A terrifying face was clearly reflected on a piece of glass. As soon as Lin saw it, he quickly reminded him. Fatty, don't look back, it's behind you. The fat man trembled with fear. Linny, don't scare me, I didn't scare the fat man too much. At this moment, there was a creaking sound on the deck of the ghost ship, right behind Fatty. The fat man panicked all of a sudden, and put on a crying face. My mother, I'm going to shoot. He turned around, closed his eyes and stared at the ghost ship. Startled the other boarders. Wu Tianjin hurried over to stop him. Fatty, why are you so nervous? Save ammo. The fat man opened his eyes and saw that there was nothing on the ghost ship. Innocent, Linny said that he saw the forbidden woman. Did you see it? Wu Tianjin and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. This ship is indeed scary, but the forbidden woman did not see it. Linny, is it true? Linny nodded affirmatively. His senses are far superior to those of others, and he can see things that others cannot. The forbidden woman is very fast and may appear behind each of us at any time. At this moment, Wu Tianjin's complexion changed. From the cabin glass, he also saw the forbidden woman. Moreover, the forbidden woman put her two shriveled hands on Ning's shoulders. He gasped suddenly. Ning, don't look back. Ning's heart trembled. She knew that Wu Tian could not joke. But out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance behind him. Although she couldn't see the whole picture, she saw the forbidden woman's two skinny hands, which were definitely not the hands of a living person. She couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. The other people on board also held their weapons in their hands and did not dare to move. She also wanted to see more clearly, but unfortunately her hair was messy and covered her sight. She was a little panicked, and her body trembled instinctively. She originally thought that she was a strong person, but at this moment she completely revealed her heart. She felt a little weak in her body, and she wanted to draw her gun and shoot back. At this time, the boss of the boat knelt down and kowtowed to her non-stop. Of course Ning didn't think that the boss of the boat was kowtowing to her, obviously to the forbidden woman behind him. I only heard the dialect of this area spoken by the boss of the boat. Gugulyulo couldn't understand a single word. But it seems that the boss of the boat is very scared, and he is probably begging the forbidden woman for forgiveness. Seeing that the boss of the boat is so scared, he must have encountered it before. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Wu Tianjin's order. As long as he gives an order, everyone will open fire on the forbidden woman. Wu Tianjin originally wanted to do this, but seeing the pious appearance of the boss of the boat, he hesitated again. He had heard from Wu Erbai before that the forbidden woman is very vicious. As long as she is entangled by it, she will basically die. Now Ning is entangled by the forbidden woman, and the consequences are disastrous. At this moment, Lin Yi made a sudden move. He slashed at Ning's back, and a black shadow quickly dodged. The others reacted and shot at the black shadow in the storm. Tut, chug, chug. The flames splashed and reflected on everyone's faces. Everyone was nervous and risked their lives. What? Forbidden woman, come out for me and taste Fatty's bullet. The fat man opened fire while yelling. Dark shadows in the storm, like ghosts, are constantly moving on the ghost ship. As it moved, everyone followed suit and turned their guns. Suddenly, a crew member exclaimed. Rolled into the sea together with the shadow. The fat man directly took out the grenade, pulled it away and threw it down together. Wu Tianjin shouted anxiously. Fatty, don't bomb our boat. Boom! With a muffled sound, the waves were blown up. Everyone immediately lay down beside the boat to see if the forbidden woman was dead. The seawater was stained red with blood, and the forbidden woman was eating the team member. The scene was extremely heinous. Boom! Lin Yi held a black gold ancient knife and jumped directly. The forbidden woman couldn't dodge in time, and was ridden on her head. Realizing the danger, the forbidden woman immediately sank into the water. But how could Lin Yi let it go? The black gold ancient knife was wiped on the forbidden woman's neck, and her body and head were separated. In the sea, he saw the whole picture of the ghost ship. It turned out that the whole ghost ship was locked on the bottom of the sea by a huge iron chain. It may have been swept up by the storm. Just when he was distracted, the forbidden woman bit her head towards his hand. Lin Yi immediately pressed its mouth with his hands. It may be because of too much power. Just hear crack. With a sound, the forbidden woman's head was split open like a watermelon. The black blood immediately melted into the seawater. Lin Yi swam quickly in the water to avoid the filth. Just then, his sensitive ears heard a distress call from the boat. When I floated up, I found that the people on board were in danger. Naive, what's going on? He leaned on the side of the boat and asked anxiously. Something went wrong. Ning was caught in the cabin. We are trying to find a way to rescue. Lin Yi managed to climb onto the side of the boat and saw the boss of the boat arguing with Wu Tianjin. If you are caught, you will die. There is no way to save them. This is a ghost ship. I don't know how many forbidden women are in the cabin. Little third master, let's go back to our boat. Of course Wu Tianjin refused to give up on Ning. You must be saved. I am the master here. Everyone, all go down, and kill all the forbidden women. He looked anxious. Lin Yi's whole body was wet, and he put a hand on his shoulder. The forbidden woman is very fast and powerful. These people can only sacrifice in vain if they go in. I'll come when I go. Without hesitation, Lin Yi walked towards the dark cabin. Fatty shouted from behind. Lin Yi, where did the forbidden woman go? Didn't it mean that she could take it home and sell it for money? Wu Tianjin stared at him reproachfully. Fatty, don't talk nonsense, it would be nice to come back alive. The cabin was filled with a rancid smell. Boom! 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 Pairs of withered hands crawled upside down. Lin Yi couldn't help but his heart beat faster. It seems that the boss of the boat is right, there are far more than one forbidden woman here. But he is skilled and bold, which is not bad. Ning, I'm here to save you. Shout if you hear it. Ning. At this moment, he saw a pair of withered hands crawling past him. He frowned, and immediately chased after him. This time, it was like breaking into a hornet's nest, with countless hands crawling around in the darkness. Fizz. Some attacked him, and there was a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme behind him. Lin Yi used the black iron sword technique and cut down several of them in succession. Now the forbidden woman knew what was going on, she hid aside in fear and waited for an opportunity. With a sharp weapon in hand, coupled with black iron swordsmanship and strong physical fitness. Where have these forbidden women seen such a powerful opponent? At this time, it is not so much a sheep entering the tiger's mouth as a wolf entering the flock. These forbidden women trembled with fear. Maybe she wanted him to leave this ghost ship earlier, but the forbidden woman began to show weakness. I saw withered hands walking towards this side holding Ning. Ning struggled in fear. Help! Little third master. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed her shoulder. The group of withered hands were so surprised that they put Ning down entirely. There was only a crunching sound, and the whole board under the two of them collapsed. The two of them fell heavily on the rotten and damp wooden board together. Fortunately, the material used for the bottom of the boat is very strong, and it has not collapsed again. Otherwise, the two of them would fall directly into the sea. All of a sudden, both of them were thrown hard enough. The most important thing is that Ning is at the bottom and Lin Yi is at the top. Where did Lin Yi receive this kind of treatment? It's like sitting heavily on the sofa, with a slight elasticity. Ning looked at him with a strange look. Are you here to save me, or to kill me? Lin Yi frowned and got up from her. Sorry, the board is too weak, I never thought it would fall. No need to explain, I thought the third master would come to save me. Ning got up and straightened her clothes. It can be seen from a few words that she seems to like Wu Tianjin a little bit. She seemed to have a bit of a grudge about Lin Yi coming to save her instead of Wu Tianjin. Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. Those ghost hands just now are so strange, don't they have a body? Ning shook her head. Do not know. The monster here seems to be different from that forbidden woman, it has no body. Well, it's probably a monster that hasn't fully developed yet. Ning blushed and immediately puffed out her chest. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi instinctively took half a step back and swallowed his saliva. I mean, forbidden woman. The two were in the cabin, looking for a way out. Those monsters haven't gone far, Ning, you have to be more careful. I think the one who should be careful is you. Ning took out a pistol out of nowhere, and after loading it, her whole demeanor changed. With a gun in hand, I feel the world. She scanned the cabin with sharp eyes, trying to find out the forbidden woman for revenge. It's a pity that these monsters are afraid of Lin Yi, so they dare not come out. In the cabin, white sea rust is everywhere, covering almost everything. In addition, there are some HNA supplies. But it's all unusable, it's broken. Lin Yi picked up a flashlight and tried it out, then threw it aside. This ship should be several decades old. There's a lot of space, and this could be the cruise lounge. Hey, the door is closed here, go in and have a look. He kicked open the door. I saw that the inside was almost the same as the outside, and everything was rotten enough. It's just that the facilities here are obviously better, most of them are the captain's lounge. Ah Ning went in and found a diary on the table. Because it is wrapped in a special waterproof bag, it is well preserved. Ah Ning opened the diary and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme it. The handwriting on it was very scribbled, probably written by the captain who drank too much. The first line is a curse word. I don't know which bastard has provoked the forbidden woman. If I don't make it well, I will lose my old life this time. Disorientated, several crew members fell into the water and didn't know what to do. A lot of people died today, and some people lost their minds and were thrown down by us. The supplies are running out, the crew is killing each other, and I'm so hungry. Linny leaned over to take a look, and had a bold idea. Maybe these forbidden women are the crew of this ship. Ah Ning turned to look at him in surprise. Why do you think so? Are you saying that people who eat their own kind will become forbidden women? Linny shrugged. I didn't say anything, you did. With this in mind, both of them took a breath of air. No matter what, these forbidden women cannot be provoked. We must find a way to escape as soon as possible. Chapter 55. However, the ship was in tatters everywhere, and it was difficult to get out. There used to be an outlet, but now it's gone. It can only explain one thing, that is, the forbidden woman blocked the exit, trying to trap the two of them to death here. Because I was afraid of Lin Yi's relationship, I didn't dare to come up for the time being. But people want to eat, and they will wait for an opportunity when they are sleepy for a while. These forbidden women still retain human intelligence, which is terrifying. Ah Ning glanced at him, and sat on the captain's bed to rest. If it's the third master, he will definitely find a way to destroy the ship, so that the forbidden woman will not harm anyone again. Linny was slightly surprised. It seems that the name of the little third master and the little virgin has spread, and even Ah Ning knows it. Yes, he may smash the bottom of the boat and sink to the bottom of the sea with the boat. Linny gave a rare smile. He is not the third master, so it is impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. Since the forbidden women can't come out, then find a way to force them out. Ah Ning looked at him in surprise. Can you force them out? Well, the forbidden woman is now equivalent to living on this ship. When there is a storm, come out to attract people on those fishing boats, and then try to eat them. As long as we burn their nests with fire, they will definitely come out if they are afraid of losing their nests. It's a way. Ah Ning opened the drawer and found a lighter. Crack! She tried to hit it twice, but unexpectedly, it still ignited. Looking at little Huo Miao, both of them saw hope on their faces. Linny reminded her. Remember, we just lured the forbidden woman out, not really burned the ship. I understand, it's not easy to burn it, the ship is so wet. Ah Ning took the lighter and walked out of the captain's room carefully. Linny followed closely behind, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Unexpectedly, the monster didn't come out from the surroundings, but got out of Ah Ning's hair instead. Two withered hands stretched out like lightning. With quick eyes and quick hands, Lin slashed at the ghost's hand. At this moment, Ah Ning turned around and looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? You want to kill me from behind. Why are you so despicable? Linny ignored her and chopped off the ghost's hand with a single blow. The ghost hand fell to the ground, desperately trying to find an exit to escape. Pulling the rust around it, unexpectedly a disc was revealed. The disc looks very shiny, it's stainless steel, no rust. It looks like a handle that can open a door and go out. The two looked at each other, knowing that they had found the exit. No matter why there are ghost hands hidden in the hair, they walked towards the door together. Seeing the two people approaching, the ghost hand turned the handle even harder. Only a loud bang was heard, and the door finally opened. A large amount of foul-smelling sea water rushed out from inside, and the door was directly knocked out. Ah Ning couldn't dodge in time, and was almost knocked straight. With a quick glance, Lin quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Be careful. Ning panicked and looked up into his eyes. At this moment, she finally felt a little throbbing in her heart. Compared with the young third master, this man is actually not bad. Linny ignored the affectionate eyes and rushed directly to the door. Just when the ghost hand was about to escape, he stepped on it. Then I grabbed it and saw that the main part of the ghost hand turned out to be a big face full of scales. This thing is not a forbidden woman at all, it is more or less called a big-faced monster. But Linny knows that this thing actually has a scientific name, which is embarrassing. The fishermen in this place are more superstitious, saying that the crew members on this ghost ship died of innocent souls. Of course, this is a relatively idealistic statement. From a materialist point of view, it should be that eating the same kind has produced a terrible mutation, and it turned into this ghostly appearance. The truth is not important, what is important is that the monster has finally been caught and the true face of the monster is known. There can only be two words to describe it: it is disgusting. It's so ugly. Due to the fact that it is full of scales and the light is not enough, it is impossible to see the facial features of this person clearly. After being caught, he kept screaming chirp, and wanted to bite Linny with his mouth. Spray! Linny spit out a mouthful of old phlegm into the mouth of the human face. Unexpectedly, white smoke began to rise from the whole body of the human face. Lin turned his eyes and saw that he had the blood of a unicorn. Not only blood can exert power. This saliva also has the effect of exorcising evil spirits, no wonder people can't resist it. In an instant, the human face turned into a pool of dirty blood in front of him. The surrounding area is filled with white mist, which looks ghostly. Ning covered her nose and looked down at the blood. Linny, let's find the exit as soon as possible, the third master and the others must be in a hurry. Lin listened. Yes, the third master is really in a hurry. It's time to come down in person. There are so many monsters in this cabin, too many people will definitely kill people. Linny couldn't protect him at all. So you have to go up as soon as possible. Calm down, since people are running towards this room face to face, it means there must be a way to get out here. Linny glanced around and saw that the sea hadn't receded. Seawater has entered here, which means that there is already a hole there. He listened attentively, only to hear that there was water flowing cuckoo. The flow comes in. It shows that the guess is correct, there is indeed a hole. The reason why the ship has not sunk is because all the seawater was sealed and blocked before. It occurred to him that the crew might have done it. But now, with the door open, the water will keep pouring in until the whole ship sinks. It's a good thing to sink, he doesn't have to do it himself. But you must find a way to escape here before sinking. At this moment, other people may have a premonition that the nest is in danger, and they can no longer sit still. The wooden boards above the cabin were taken away one by one, revealing dense ghostly hands. Immediately afterwards, everyone got out of the hole face to face. Ning was taken aback, and quickly hid behind Linny. Linny was scolded by Ning before, so he didn't have a good impression of her. But now that they share the same hatred, they can only deal with the monsters first. Holding an ancient black gold knife, he advanced instead of retreating, cutting off several ghost hands in a row. He yelled at Ning. The hole has been opened, you go out first. Ning nodded, and ran towards the exit quickly while he was in a face-to-face fight. However, there are still people guarding the exit. What? A human face flew over and stuck directly to her face. She hurriedly asked Linny for help. Linny, save me. As soon as Lin raised the unicorn gun, he aimed a shot at the human face on her face. Oh! After a gunshot, the human face exploded directly. Ning's entire face was covered in blood, and she screamed in fright. What? The power of the Qilin gun is so terrifying that these weak people cannot resist it. Ning's chest heaved violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Perhaps because of the screams, Wu Tianjin and others rushed over. Little third master, you are finally here. She wept with joy. Don't talk so much, hurry up. Wu Tianjin and others worked together to pull her up. Wu Tianjin observed the cabin and found that the water was seeping in, and it was obvious where the water had entered. This ship is going to sink soon. Linny, hurry up. he yelled into the cabin. Linny was fighting face to face with a group of people. Although he has a black gold ancient knife, and the knife technique is very exquisite. But the hero couldn't stand the crowd, and was face to face in many places. At this moment, it seemed that the whole body was covered in blood, which was very miserable. He wanted to rush out of the cabin several times, but was pulled down by a large group of people face to face. The strange hands facing everyone were so powerful that he had no way of escaping. Little third master, quickly take Ning off the boat, I'll be fine. How could he die in front of this group of people with the blood of a unicorn? However, the water level in the cabin is getting higher and higher, and there is a possibility of drowning. Wu Tianjin and others looked at the cabin, unwilling to leave for a long time. They escaped helplessly until the water level completely submerged the cabin. What should I do? Could it be that Lu Lini is below? No, I want to go back and save him. Fatty, don't be impulsive, I believe he will come back alive, I have this intuition. Everyone was very helpless, and took Ning back to the original boat. Stand on the bow and watch the ghost ship start to spin. Apparently it was flooded and lost its balance. After tilting to one side, it gradually began to spin. As the ghost ship spun, the whole ship began to sink. Many people fled to the deck in embarrassment. Chirp. The strange scream kept going, trying to escape. Bang! 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 Wu Tianjin and others opened fire mercilessly, knocking back one by one. Accompanied by the vortex, the entire ship completely sank to the bottom of the sea. The boat boss yelled. Don't be dragged in by the vortex. Start the boat, move, and get out of this ghost place. The crew moved quickly. With concerted efforts, the boat moved. Wu Tianjin lay Ning flat on the ground. Ning looked a little injured, but there was a happy smile on her face. Thank you, little third master. Wu Tianjin felt a little uncomfortable. You don't need to thank me, thank you Linny. The fat man found something, and pointed at Ning's hair and shouted. Innocent, she has weird hair. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianjin immediately brushed her hair up with his hands. The fat man was standing by and aimed his assault rifle at Ning's hair. Everyone was mentally prepared, but they were still terrified by the thing under Ning's hair. This is a withered hand, the skin is almost petrified, and the end is equivalent to a sarcoma, covered with scales, it is a human face. At this moment, the human face is absorbing the nutrition of Ning for a living, and it is sucked tightly on Ning's scalp, which is very disgusting. This may also be the reason why Ning has become weak at the moment. Seeing this scene, everyone became tense. Since the human face is connected to Ning's scalp, it is not easy for the fat man to shoot directly to avoid accidental injury. Fatty, give me the knife. Wu Tianjin took the knife, and carefully inserted it in the place where Ning's scalp was in contact with the human face. What? Ning was in terrible pain again, and she stood up straight. Wu Tianjin was not relentless, and directly picked off the lump of sarcoma on the face, and then pulled it hard. Ha! The human face screamed strangely, wanting to jump off the boat and escape. Damn it! I still want to escape from my fat man, it's a beautiful idea. I will avenge Linny now. The fat man directly grabbed the two hands of the human face, and pulled them hard, and they were cut into two halves. The others gasped in fright, and instinctively took a few steps back. The fat man chuckled. Don't be nervous, this thing is not that scary. He tossed the human face, which had been divided in two, on the deck. I didn't expect this thing to be able to move, and wanted to escape. At this moment, the captain came out with a handful of ox hair, and sprinkled it on both hands of the human face. Strange to say, the two hands were immediately penetrated by the ox hair, and white smoke came out. In an instant, it turned into a pool of blood. This was completely resolved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ning's complexion also looked a little better. Wu Tianjin took her into the cabin and let her have a good rest. When I came out again, the sea was already clear after rain, and it looked like a clear sky. The weather at sea really changes. Everyone also had a feeling of narrow escape. It's just that after this battle, everyone's condition is very bad and needs to be adjusted and replenished. The water surface was very clear, and the fat man was squatting on the bow of the boat, smoking a cigarette, not knowing what he was thinking. Wu Tianjin walked over, put his hands on his shoulders and sat down. The fat man turned to look at him. "Little third master, is Linny gone like this? What are you talking about? Linny will not die, trust me, I have this intuition." "What won't he die? He is a human being but not a god. Being besieged by so many people face to face, even the little brother is in danger." "But he's not a little brother." I don't know if it was to comfort Fatty, or if he really believed that Linny would not die. Wu Tianjin is full of confidence in Linny. After the fat man finished smoking a cigarette, he continued to light another. "Where are we going? See that small island in the distance? Let's go resupply." "Supplies? There are still supplies on board." "There are supplies, but everyone needs to clean up their mood." "Well, yes." At sunset, the ship finally came to the sea. On the white sandy beach, Linny was being hit by waves. When Fatty and Wu Tianjin saw him, they rushed out desperately. While running panting, Wu Tianjin said, "Fatty, I said he will be fine, trust me this time." "Awesome young master, how did you know?" "Unexpectedly, he was washed here by the sea." "Fatty, don't you think he is a bit strange? He doesn't seem to belong to our world. He is blessed by the gods." "No, young master, you are a materialist. When did you believe in these things? People's understanding will change." The two squatted in front of Linny panting. After resting for a while, Wu Tian stretched out his hand to test Linny's breath. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. "Great, still breathing, I just said he'll be fine." At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes moved, as if he was about to wake up. Where am I?" Lin Yi finally woke up. Looking at the surrounding environment, a little strange. He thought he was dead, but unexpectedly came here. Wu Tianjin leaned forward and said, "This is a small island in the South China Sea. You were washed here by the sea and found by the captain. The crew are relaxing at the bar. Are you going to lie here or go with everyone?" As soon as Lin heard Wu Tianjin's voice, his heart relaxed. "Am I dreaming?" The fat man kicked him. "Don't pretend to be dead, get up for me." "Nema." "Take it easy, fat master, you want to kick me to death." Wu Tianjin checked his body. "Strange, your wounds are all healed, and your recovery ability is really strong." "Is it?" Linny sat up straight away. Now, the surrounding environment can be seen more clearly. As the sun went down, a ship stopped at the port and was resupplying. The crew flirts with the local women outside the bar. Fatty and Wu Tianjin were waiting beside him. "I don't want to drink, I'm a little hungry." Wu Tianjin and Fatty looked at each other and raised him up. "Then what are you waiting for? Go eat barbecue." The barbecue here has a special flavor. The figures of the three of them stretched longer and longer under the setting sun. In the middle of the night, there is a seaside barbecue stall. A group of people sat around drinking and eating barbecue happily. Next to it, a singer is singing a moving song on the beach. Many people gathered around and applauded enthusiastically. Ah Ning ran over and sang with the singer, winning a lot of applause. Wu Tianjin said, "Linny, you are really lucky. If it were Fatty and I, we would definitely not be able to come back." Linny took a big gulp of wine and smiled bitterly. "Actually, I thought I would never come back. It seems that God doesn't want me to die yet." After coming to this world, he felt that his life had been sublimated. The fat man grabbed the wooden flagon and filled him. "Don't say anything, I respect you for this fat man." "Fat master, I didn't think you were so powerful before, but this time I really convinced you." The two picked up the wine glass and drank it down. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed heartily and chatted with each other while eating barbecue. After a while, Linny came to the beach to watch the singers perform. In the crowd, he felt that his purse had been hit by someone. The next second, the phone was stolen. Nema. My phone. It's okay if the wallet is stolen, all his money is in the electronic wallet, and there is not much cash. But the mobile phone was stolen, it was his life. In the distance, a 17 or 18-year-old girl was running barefoot, holding his mobile phone. Looking at the girl's clothes, they are very rough and belong to the locals. He immediately chased after it. After Fatty and Wu Tianjin found out, they also followed slowly. With Lin Yi's skills, his cell phone can even be stolen. What do you know, it's hard to guard against. The two glanced at the distance. The girl led Lin Yi into a cottage. The cottage is not big, only dozens of families. The lights at night are not very strong, only sporadic points. At this moment, the villagers are singing and dancing around the fire. After the little girl got in, she immediately hid in the crowd. Lin Yi slowed down and looked for her figure among the crowd. The little girl kept hiding, but in the end she had no choice but to hide behind a 80-year-old grandmother. The old grandma's face was covered with paint, and people respected her very much. It seems that she should be a priest in the village. As soon as people saw Lin walking towards the old woman, a brawny man with a bare upper body and two men led him to stop him immediately. Hey! What are you doing? She took my mobile phone. No, she should have stolen my mobile phone. What nonsense are you talking about? There are no thieves in our village, so go back. Are you kidding? I saw it with my own eyes. I told you that there are no thieves, and I will not be polite if I do this again. The strong man pushed Lin Yi with his hands. But he found that his horse's gait was very steady, and he couldn't push at all. The strong man exerted all his strength. Lin Yi frowned, and twisted his hands under his body. What? The strong man let out a scream. All of a sudden, the singing and dancing stopped, and everyone looked this way. On the wooden watchtower, the soldiers in the village pointed their guns down. The soldiers next to him also pulled out their knives one by one. It looks like a war is imminent. At this moment Fatty and Wu Tianjin also rushed into the village. Seeing that the situation was so critical, Wu Tianjin hurriedly smoothed things over. It's okay, it was a misunderstanding, everyone don't need to be nervous. We just lost something, just looking for it, not trying to make trouble. When everyone heard his voice, their expressions relaxed a little, but they were still very vigilant. Lin Yi, I want to release him. Ah. Lin nodded and pushed lightly. The strong man staggered 2 steps and fell beside the little girl. The little girl quickly helped him up. Brother Zhuang, are you okay? Xiao, didn't I tell you not to steal things from tourists? Now that they have come to your door, return them quickly. Oh, I know I was wrong. Xiao pursed her lips unwillingly, and walked in front of Lin Yi with her head down. Give it back to you, you wicked man. Lin Yi frowned. He didn't expect to be scolded as a wicked person after recovering his mobile phone. Thank you. He took the phone politely. The 3 of them thought that the matter had come to an end, and turned around to leave, but were stopped by the high priest's return. The old woman stood up. The surrounding soldiers immediately blocked the exit of the village. All of them were vicious and very difficult to deal with. On the watchtower, bows, arrows and muskets were aimed at the 3 of them. No matter how good the skills of the 3 of them are, it is difficult to get out of this situation. As a last resort, the 3 had no choice but to turn around. Old man, is there anything else you can do? The old woman walked around the fire with a cane. The firelight shone on her wrinkled face, which looked quite a bit aged. Xiaomei obediently supported the old lady, staring at Lin Yi with resentful eyes. It seems to be saying that sooner or later the phone will be stolen from you. Just listen to the old woman walking and talking. Our whole village came to this small island more than 300 years ago. There is a hole on the island, where we sacrifice. Wu Tianjin was a little puzzled. Old man, just tell me what you have, I'm afraid we have nothing to do with your priests. The old woman smiled. It's related, it's related. Did you know? There are many murals in the cave, which record a mysterious legend. It is said that after 300 years, 3 young people will come to our village and bring us endless disasters. You are those 3 young men." The old woman's expression changed, and the audience suddenly became tense. The soldiers approached step by step with homemade weapons. The soldiers on the watchtower also loaded their bows and arrows and loaded their bullets. Just waiting for the high priest to give an order, the 3 of them will be killed on the spot. The little girl had a horrified look on her face. She didn't expect that the village, which had always been peaceful, would start a massacre. All of a sudden, she panicked. Chapter 58. When the fat man saw this situation, he rushed to his head with a fierce force. "Nema! Fat master, I will fight with you." He took out the dynamite pack and lit the lighter. A posture of wanting to die together. When the villagers saw it, they were all terrified. The atmosphere at the scene was even more tense, and if it was not done well, people would be killed. The old woman didn't speak, and the villagers didn't dare to let the 3 of them go without authorization. The prophecy has existed for hundreds of years, and the villagers all believe it. If these 3 people are let go, the whole village will be in disaster. So the villagers must arrest the 3 of them no matter what. Then hand it over to the high priest. As for whether to execute Lingqi, burn to death, or something else, it was very difficult for the 3 of them to save their lives. Everyone didn't dare to breathe. The campfire next to it was burning, making a crack. Boom! Fatty may ignite the explosives at any time, and the fish will die. Linny held the ancient black gold knife in his backhand, and glanced at the villagers with sharp eyes. The villagers have simplicity and kindness written on their faces, but now they want to catch 3 people because of a prophecy. If a war must be fought, he will not show mercy. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Wu Tianjin spoke. "Fatty, don't be impulsive. They were just blinded by the prophecy, we just need to find a way to unravel the prophecy. Put the dynamite away, trust me." The fat man turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "Naive, you are so naive. It depends on the situation? They are obviously going to mess with us. Don't worry, Fat Lord, I've already thought about it, I won't let you and Linny die. If you have to die, then I will come to Fat Lord, and you and Linny will run away after I ignite the explosives." He said he was going to order some explosives. The strong man behind the old woman had a bamboo tube in his mouth and spit out a bamboo arrow. This is a hidden weapon made by the villagers. The fat man was caught off guard, and was hit by a bamboo arrow in the back of his hand. What? He couldn't bear the pain, and the lighter fell to the ground. The old woman showed a weird smile, waved her dry hand, and the villagers immediately rushed forward. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin could have resisted originally, but the number of villagers is really too many. In desperation, all 3 of them were tied up and arrested. The old lady raised her hands and bowed to the sky. The other villagers also knelt down one after another, and bowed reverently. The old woman muttered something, and spoke after a while. "I have received the decree of the heavens. To burn the 3 people to death tomorrow morning, the disaster can be avoided." The fat man was tied up, struggling and shouting unconvinced. "Damn old woman, you arrested the wrong person. What era are you still so superstitious? Let us go, we have a way to lift your curse." But the villagers didn't listen at all. Under the behest of the old woman, the 3 were taken to a cave, and then locked in the cell inside. At the gate, there are 2 villagers with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition guarding day and night. The fat man was walking around anxiously in the cell, not far from an altar. Burning paper money and some candles, there is also a big bull's head. The villagers here are very superstitious, it seems that this level is very difficult to pass. His dynamite pack, Lin Yi's ancient black gold knife, and Wu Tianjin's assault rifle were all confiscated. Put it as rags under the altar. The fat man complained as he walked up and down. "Naive, I should have died with them just now, and you should take the opportunity to escape. It's all right now, all 3 have been arrested, and it's a big loss." Wu Tianjin sat on the ground, looking at the altar thoughtfully. Linny stood by the cell door, folded his arms and said nothing. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Fatty became even more anxious. What are you talking about? The old woman will burn the three of us to death tomorrow. What should we do now? Even if Fatty dies, I can't be a starving ghost. If I find a way to get that bull's head to eat, I can die. Wu Tianjin raised his head and glared at him. Fatty, why are you still so impulsive after all these years? Can such a cell trap us? The fat man rolled his eyes and was immediately happy. That's right, I can find a way to unlock it. But where are the tools? The corner of Wu Tianjin's mouth twitched, and a lock-picking tool spit out from his mouth. The fat man beamed with joy, and hurried over to get it. But he swallowed it again. The fat man became impatient. I said, little third master, what do you mean? Don't you want to go out? Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Fatty, there's no need to be so troublesome. It's not like you don't know Lin Yi's strength. A little force will break the prison door. Fatty's eyes lit up, and he slapped himself on the forehead. By the way, Lin Yi is a great master. Hurry up, master, let's go out quietly to gather the troops, and then we will take the whole village in one pot. Lin Yi's ears moved, and his expression suddenly became serious. Someone is coming. The footsteps are very light, it should be a little girl. Could it be? The fat man looked outside the cell. Where is someone? Why didn't I see it? Don't worry, there are 60 seconds left, you can count down. Okay, I'll just trust you once, now I'm 50, 49, 48, dash. As the fat man counted down, a little girl came into the sight of the three of them, 9, 8, 7. Lin Yi, your prediction is inaccurate. Fat Lord, I haven't finished counting down, and someone came here. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin had 3 black lines on their foreheads at the same time. It doesn't make sense to reason with the fat man, it is obvious that he is slow in the countdown. I saw Xiaomei walking over with her hands behind her back in embarrassment. Sorry, I hurt you. As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone and handed it to Lin Yi. Return the phone to you, I haven't touched anything. Lin Yi frowned, he wouldn't say that if he hadn't moved anything. Sure enough, he swiped his phone and found that Xiaomei's contact information had been added to WeChat. And the study materials he saved were also phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals red/phoneme. I saw Xiaomei handing over a key. My name is Xiaomei. I'm here to save you. My mother-in-law was too cruel to you before. It's our fault. Open the door yourself, but you'd better not go out through the main entrance, there are guards. Xiaomei still doesn't know how powerful the three of them are. She is worried that people outside will hurt the three of them. Wu Tianjin took the key and quickly opened the door. Thank you, Xiaomei. But if we don't go through the main entrance, how can we get out? Xiaomei pointed to the side of the altar, there was a hole to enter. There is an exit inside, you can go inside. The three looked at each other. Wu Tianjin bowed and said, Xiaomei, how do you know you can get out from inside? Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Because, someone came in a while ago, but he didn't come out after entering. When the three of them heard this, they immediately became tense. Does that man have a paralyzed face, wear a hoodie, and look like a handsome iceberg? The three realized that they had discovered the trace of the younger brother by mistake. Enters the Dragon King cave. Xiaomei nodded repeatedly. Aha! That's right, talking to him doesn't make sense to anyone. Hey, do you know this person? Unexpectedly, it was really a little brother, and the spirit of the three of them was lifted. Of course I do, Xiaomei, tell us what happened. Why did he go in here? Xiaomei frowned and thought about it, then shook her head. Actually, I don't know. He came in with a box full of money, threw it at us, and said he wanted to go down this hole. My mother-in-law didn't want to agree to her at first, but he insisted on it again and again. Our people are not his opponents, so we finally had to agree. He stood in front of the mural and looked at it for a long time before going down. Xiaomei, where are the murals? Right ahead, there. Xiaomei pointed to the other wall of the altar. I saw that there were really many murals engraved on it. The three walked over to observe carefully, and Lin Yi took a picture of the mural with his mobile phone. The above content is roughly equivalent to what the old woman said before. In a quiet and peaceful village, 3 young people broke into suddenly one day. Then, a terrible disaster occurred, and the whole village was destroyed. Seeing these murals, the 3 of them couldn't help but frown. It turned out that the prophecies spoken by the villagers were not made out of nothing. And all the truth lies in this hole. Since the younger brother was confirmed to be inside, the 3 of them reached an agreement to go in and find the younger brother. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. It turned out that after Aning found out that the 3 were missing, she led the guards to rescue them. There was chaos outside, and many villagers were killed in the fire. The old woman shook her hands and tears welled up in her eyes. It turned out that the prophecy was true, and the 3 of them really brought disaster. In fact, the internal logic is not so simple. If the 3 were not regarded as the source of the disaster, the villagers would not have arrested the 3. Aning would not bring anyone in, so there was no such thing as a disaster. So it all depends on the choice of the villagers. Hearing the gunshots, the 3 decided to join up with Aning first and then find a way to go down. Under the leadership of Xiaomei, the 3 decided to go out from the main entrance first. Originally thought that someone would block the door, but unexpectedly all went out to meet the enemy. By the time Xiaomei, Wu Tianjin and others arrived, the battle was over. Although there are a large number of villagers, they are just stragglers, not only poorly equipped, but also without formal training. How could it be Aning's opponent? At this moment, Aning's people had won the victory, and the villagers knelt down on the ground one by one, begging for forgiveness. Aning walked back and forth by the campfire, asking for the whereabouts of the 3 of them. "Tell me, where did you lock up the 3rd master?" The old woman's lips trembled, but she never said a word. Perhaps she had already decided in her heart that such an ending was inevitable. In fact, I was already ready to die in my heart. At this moment, Wu Tianjin came over and shouted, "Aning! Stop it! Little 3rd master, I finally found you." Aning breathed a sigh of relief. The villagers are innocent, but were deceived by the murals. Murals? Are there really murals? Yes, we have seen it, and the villagers did not lie. Let them go, they're not wrong. Aning was a little reluctant. "Little 3rd master, are you sure you want to let him go?" "Sure." Wu Tianjin personally helped the old woman up, and cut the rope on her body with a dagger. Seeing Wu Tianjin doing this, the old lady showed surprise in her eyes. Seeing this, Aning had no choice but to let him go. With a wave of her hand, the guards untied the ropes of the villagers one after another. De Zhuang in the village was obviously not convinced. He raised his fist and wanted to fight. Immediately, a dozen guns were aimed at his head. The old lady scolded him, and De Zhuang endured the tone. The old woman started talking with Wu Tianjin. He spat out obscure language and gestured with his fingers. Xiaomei, as the granddaughter of the old woman, is translating for everyone. Grandma asked, "Have you seen the murals?" "Yes, I've seen it, but I think it's your misunderstanding. Those murals just don't want you to leave this place without authorization, and don't want other outsiders to come in and disturb your life in Taoyuan. That's why we arranged such a story. In fact, those 3 people may not refer to us, but anyone who disturbs your life." As soon as Lin heard this, they all admired Wu Tianjin's analysis. Awesome, worthy of being the 3rd master, he successfully solved the mystery of the murals. The old lady was skeptical after hearing this, but the facts in front of her had to convince her. After all, these people have already released the villagers. She thought the disaster was over. "Well, maybe you are right, and now I agree to let you go." Xiaomei translated with a smile on her face. The last thing she wanted was a fight between the 2 parties. Aning was also very happy. She snorted coldly. "Humph. It should have been like this long ago. Let's go, little 3rd master, it will be dawn soon, and we are ready to go to sea." Unexpectedly, Wu Tianjin shook his head. "No, we found the trace of the little brother." When Aning heard this, she frowned immediately. "Did you find the little brother? Where is it?" It's in the Dragon King's cave inside, Xiaomei said, seeing my brother go in with her own eyes. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaomei testified on the sidelines. Ah Ning fell into deep thought, looking embarrassed. Are you going to find my brother? However, the second master said that we are going to the underwater tomb. Obviously, Ah Ning was unwilling to go against Wu Bai's intention. On this trip, although Wu Bai said verbally that he was looking for the little brother, in fact, he might want the treasure in the underwater tomb more. It was just using this excuse to ask Wu Tianjin and others to help. He knew that Wu Tianjin was very good at finding dragons and exploring acupoints. Lin Yi was not only good at stretching out his hand, but also knew how to listen to thunder and explore tombs. Although the fat man looks reckless, in fact, he can always come in handy at critical moments. With the help of 3 people, the tomb under the sea can be easily grasped. In fact, if it wasn't for the 3 of them, the team might have already suffered disaster when they met someone. At this moment, it is so easy for Ah Ning to give up the undersea tomb and go to the Dragon King cave to find the little brother. But Wu Tianjin insisted that the undersea tomb is not important to him at all, the important thing is to find the little brother. It's okay, I'll wait for you, you can call the second uncle now to inform the situation. When Ah Ning heard this, she had no choice but to nod, and that was the only way to do it. Okay, then I'll call the second master right now. Ah Ning was on the phone and dialed Wu Bai's number. While talking, he looked towards Wu Tianjin and nodded from time to time. Not long after, she came back with the phone in hand, looked at Wu Tianjin and the others and shook her head. I'm sorry, the second master said, the tomb under the sea must continue. Now that Wu Tianjin knew the whereabouts of his little brother, how could he help Wu Bai to find the undersea tomb again? If not, let's split up. You go to the underwater tomb, and the 3 of us enter the Dragon King cave. Ah Ning frowned. No, the second master made it very clear that you must come with us. Wu Tianjin sneered. If not. I saw that dozens of guards all raised their guns. Ah Ning glanced at these people and scolded them. What are you doing? This is the third master. Don't die? Put the gun down. The guards put down their guns one by one. Ah Ning said to Wu Tianjin earnestly. Little San, the undersea tomb has been arranged. If you separate now, our work will not be able to proceed. You are responsible for finding the dragon and exploring the caves in this mission. Without you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to locate the tomb under the sea. Wu Tian really had a headache. Is there a mistake? When did I say I was in charge of positioning? Now I don't even know where the undersea tomb is, and I haven't even seen any dirt. How can I locate it? Do you think you can just point your finger? Or like Lin Yi, you can locate it with just your ears? Lin Yi? He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yi. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi. Yeah, Lin will locate it later, how could I forget this? How about this, Lin Yi will go with you, and Fatty and I will go down to the Dragon King cave. Ah Ning felt a little embarrassed, but when she thought that this was the third master, she had no choice. If the location of the seabed tomb can be successfully found, the people she brings should be able to try to excavate it. Moreover, Lin Yi's skill is obvious to all, and he will definitely provide a great help. In this way, the second master can also have an explanation. This is also the best way to compromise, and it seems that it can only be done in this way. She nodded. All right, Lin Yi will come with us. At this moment, Lin Yi stood up. Is there any mistake? I am free? I have the right to choose who to go with, it's not up to you to decide. Ah Ning looked straight at him. Okay, who do you choose to go with? If you are willing to participate in this underwater tomb mission, the second master is willing to pay 200 million. Hey! 200 million, that's not a lot, more than the program group. When the fat man saw the situation, he thought he was going to agree, so he stood up anxiously. Lin Yi, you kid can't leave us behind. Little brother is still alive and dead. Without you, it would be very difficult for me and Tianjin to find him. You must come with us. Wu Tianjin glared at him. Fatty, what are you talking about? Linny said just now that he is a free man and he has the right to choose. Besides, my second uncle paid 200 million. Do you have that much money? When the fat man heard this, he immediately became ruthless and clenched his fists. Then he showed 3 fingers to Linny. What's 200 million? Fatty, I'll pay you 300 million. This is Fatty's entire family property. How about Linny, come with us? Lin nodded. Look, this is sincerity. Since the fat man is so kind, of course I choose to go with the fat man. Ah Ning's face changed. We offer 500 million. Linny was taken aback. Second master is really rich and powerful, 500 million is a good number. Is there any higher? If not, I will go to the tomb of the sea. The fat man kicked over, but unfortunately Linny dodged it. Bastard, or brother. You'll be tempted with 500 million, are you still human? Wu Tianjin glanced at Lin, and then forcibly dragged the fat man away. Fatty, don't mess around, everyone has his own ambitions. Go down to the Dragon King cave. The fat man was still very unconvinced. I mean naive, what the fuck are you doing, just watching Linny being taken away by them? Wu Tianjin kept winking at him. Fatty, don't you know who Linny is? He will definitely come back. Now the second uncle called him to go, how could he not go? Don't worry, we'll be waiting for him in the cave. The fat man was very excited. Naive, that's what you said, that's great. He turned his head and gave Linny an okay gesture, and went to the Dragon King cave with a smile. Xiaomei ran over from behind. Wait, I'll show you the way. Wu Tianjin touched her head. Fatty, take out the snacks and give Xiaomei a taste. Ah, where can I have snacks? Stop talking nonsense, you foodie won't have any snacks. Wu Tianjin forcibly dug out several packs of spicy strips, dried tofu, and big chicken legs from his backpack. Xiaomei swallowed her saliva and took it. Thank you. You guys are so kind. She tore open the spicy strips and started to eat, with a satisfied expression on her face. The 3 quickly got into the Dragon King cave. Because the villagers thought that the disaster had been resolved, they did not make things difficult this time, but instead enthusiastically showed the way. In front of the altar, the villagers performed sacrificial rituals. The high priest smeared chicken blood on the spots of the 2, wishing them a safe return from their trip. After questioning, it turned out that the villagers thought there were monsters in the cave, so no one dared to go in for generations. In fact, strange calls can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme be heard inside, and no one knows what it is. But every time there is a cry, it will rain, and the louder the sound, the heavier the rain, so this place is called Dragon King Cave. Thank you, then the fat man and I will go down first. I'll go as well. Xiaomei wanted to follow her down to the Dragon King Cave, but the old woman held her back. Apparently the old woman was worried about her granddaughter's accident and forbade her to go down. Xiaomei took the snacks, feeling a little bit reluctant. Wu Tianjin took one last look at the painting on the opposite stone wall, and then tightened his backpack. Fatty, get down. He kicked the fat man into the hole with one kick, and followed him. As soon as the figures of the 2 entered, they saw Linny appearing at the altar with a black gold ancient knife on his back. The reason why he agreed to Ning's request was just to delay the attack. Just when Ning's people relaxed their vigilance, he sneaked back here. There was a time difference, and by the time Ning found out, it was already too late. Xiaomei, have they gone down? Yes, brother Linny, I knew you would come back. How did you know? Brother Tianjin told me. Well, the third master is really smart. Lin glanced at the hole, then took out his phone to check the battery. Xiaomei, do you have a power bank? Yes, here you are. Thank you. How much is it? I will transfer it to you. Xiaomei waved her hands again and again. No, as long as you come back safely, Grandma and I will kill chickens for you to eat. Linny was amused by Xiaomei's simplicity. Okay, come back and eat chicken. He made an okay gesture, and the figure got into the hole. Chapter 61. Wu Tianjin and Fatty walked in the cave for a while, then sat on the side of the road to rest and wait for Linny. Not long after, I saw Linny coming. Holding a power bank in his hand, he is charging his phone. The fat man was overjoyed all of a sudden, stood up and gave him a big hug. Ha ha! I knew you would be back. You Linny, how could you be that kind of heartless person? Linny Bai gave him a look. Stop pretending, Fat Master, didn't you scold me for recognizing money but not people? He said and sat next to Wu Tianjin. Seeing that there was something wrong with Wu Tianjin's expression, he asked. Naive, what did you find? Wu Tianjin shook his head. It's nothing, it feels really quiet here. And apart from caves, they are caves, and there are no living things. Lin glanced around. Yes, no living things are the greatest danger. He stood up and listened with his ears. Not far away, there is an underground river. Other than that, as Wu Tianjin said, there are no creatures. Not even the rats that like to appear in such dark places the most. There must be a very terrifying creature that makes it impossible for other creatures to survive. He made his own judgment. Wu Tianjin also stood up. That's right, maybe it's the Dragon King that the villagers are talking about. Fatty, are you afraid? The fat man put his backpack on his back, looking indifferent. Oh. Fatty, who am I? Today, I really want to meet Master Dragon King. Wouldn't it be nice to eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood? Linny looked at him in admiration. Admiration, Fat Master can speak classical Chinese. The fat man scratched his hair embarrassingly. I learned it from my little third master, who told him to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme with a book every time he watched the sun in the yard. I was curious if it was that kind of book, so I picked it up and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it. I didn't expect that he thought I was interested, so he insisted on telling me the above content. I thought he would call me a big boss all day long, so I learned a little bit, and this learning was broken. Wu Tianjin slapped him on the forehead. Come on, it's good to confiscate your tuition. While the three were fighting, a strange cry came from the Dragon King cave. Ow! Listening to the sound, like some kind of beast, makes people shudder. Linny frowned. Unexpectedly, there are really monsters. Brothers, copy guys. Holding the ancient black gold knife in his hand, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and walked in front. Wu Tianjin and Fatty loaded their assault rifles and followed behind vigilantly. The fat man chattered as he walked. Later, if I see Lord Dragon, Fat Lord, I will shoot its head off with one shot. It's just right for drinking. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. If the Dragon King is invulnerable, what will you do? Hey! There's a grenade. I'll get into his stomach like Sun Monkey, and I won't be able to kill him when I pull the grenade away. That's a great idea. Linny looked back. I don't know if the black donkey's hooves you brought will be effective against the Dragon Lord. Wu Tian really thought of something. You mean, the so-called Dragon Lord is very likely to be a Zongzi? Lin nodded. Well, I don't believe in those myths, but Zongzi is very possible. Linny looked around and felt a little strange. Little third master, do you think there is a problem with the terrain? These places are too smooth, as if they were traces washed by an underground river. Wu Tianjin nodded. If my guess is correct, it is very likely that the entire Dragon King cave used to be the outlet of the underground river. It's just that for some reason the drinking water dries up, which leaves this big hole. Linny stopped suddenly, thoughtful. His mind flashed through the murals, with scenes of the flood. Could it be that the so-called disaster is not over yet? The real disaster is the flood? He took out his cell phone and looked at it. The news said that a tornado was coming. Thinking about going outside at this moment, it must be very windy, and the sky is dark. The three of them didn't feel anything in the cave, and the villagers must have been terrified. The three looked at each other and felt that his analysis made sense. Yes, I also noticed the painting of the flood. It's just that the island has been fine for so many years, so such a big disaster shouldn't happen suddenly. Linny shook his head. But that's what the prophecy said, because the arrival of the three of us caused this disaster. He thought of the lovely Xiaomei and the simple villagers. A living life. It is very likely that all of them died due to the disaster. But when manpower is exhausted, even if we know some things, we can't change them. The three had no choice but to continue searching in the cave. Brother, where are you? When you hear it, give me a shout, Fatty, I'm here to save you. Brother, come out quickly, Fatty, I miss you to death. The three walked all the way, and the fat man yelled all the way. At this moment, the three of them discovered a robbery hole, and they all showed joy. Great, no one has been in this place, except my little brother. In other words, this robbery hole must have been left by my brother. Lin took a look around, but there was no sign of a possible collapse, indicating that the little brother's technique in getting down to the tomb is very superb. Wu Tianjin analyzed. My little brother must have discovered the location of a certain underground palace, so he opened a robbery hole here, most likely from the year chamber, because the bricks in that place are generally relatively thin. The fat man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He scratched his hair and said, "Let me tell you guys, there are so many dry hairs to analyze, just go down and have a look." The two nodded in agreement, and the fat man's words were not harsh. Finally, the three of them checked the equipment and supplies at the entrance of the cave, and agreed on a special code word, after confirming that there was no problem. The flexible fat man leaned on his body and was the first to get into the hole. Although Wu Tianjin was very skilled, but because of illness, he was placed in the middle position and entered the hole second. As the most skilled one, Lin Yi naturally took on the heavy responsibility of the queen. The three of them entered the robbery hole dug by the younger brother with flashlights. Since the little brother digs alone, although he is very capable, it is very difficult for him to work alone. I don't know how long it took to dig for the current scale. This robbery hole looks very irregular, some places are wide and some places are narrow. After walking for a while, Wu Tianjin discovered something was wrong again. The technique of digging holes outside is indeed my little brother, but something is wrong inside. He found that the technique of digging holes inside was very irregular, and the traces left behind were very messy, with different shades, very similar to those dug out by animals. The three of them walked more than 10 meters in the robbery cave, and the direction of the robbery cave changed drastically, and they dug vertically downward. Wu Tianjin felt even more wrong. You can also dig to the year chamber, why start digging down from here? The three wanted to discuss what to do. The fat man thought it was unnecessary, so he jumped into the hole first. The two lay down at the entrance of the cave, saw the fat man shrunk into a small spot, and thought that the cave below was too deep. However, Fatty's flashlight was still shaking. According to the previous agreement, it meant that he was still safe at the moment. "It's safe below, come quickly!" The fat man yelled, and the two followed one after another. Sometimes the thinking of a fat man will be more efficient. It's just that when you encounter danger, you are even more caught off guard. The three of them came down to take a look, and there were tomb walls made of bricks everywhere. It shows that the previous judgment is correct, there is indeed a large tomb here. What makes people feel puzzled is that these brick heads have been hit hard, and many places have been dented. Moreover, the hair of a strange creature was found on the ground, very thick and sharp. Several times thicker than human hair. In addition, traces of blood were also found. These bloods are different from normal blood. Generally, blood will oxidize and change color after a short period of time in the air. But the blood is still bright red, which is the characteristic of unicorn blood. Wu Tianjin's face changed drastically. Brother is injured. Relief: the fat man broke open a hole in the ground, indicating that he could get in. His fat body squirmed and got into the hole. Wu Tianjin and Linny followed closely behind, with flashlights on. "Fatty, your butt is an eyesore in front of me, next time I'll go ahead." "Little third master, are you afraid that Fatty will shoot me?" Don't worry, I will never do such a wicked thing." At this moment, there was a crisp sound, as if the cloth was being torn. In an instant, the three of them were dumbfounded. The fat man hastily apologized. Sorry, I ate too much seafood last night. Hey, little third master, look quickly, there are reliefs on the wall of the tomb passage. The fat man successfully changed the subject. Wu Tianjin and Lin Yi quickly shone the flashlight on the wall. There are really reliefs. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and it was engraved with tomb-suppressing beasts, which are very common in tombs. But there is one thing that makes people feel very strange. All the beasts on these reliefs have no eyes, and I don't know why. At this moment, Lin Yi discovered a different relief. Other places are all mighty and domineering tomb-suppressing beasts, but this relief is different. It turns out to be a yin-yang fish connected together. In addition, there is an ordinary jade pendant next to it. Seeing these two things put together, Lin Yi was shocked beyond belief. Pisces jade pendant! He gasped. Both Fatty and Wu Tianjin were surprised. There is a cultural gap in this world, and the two of them don't know much about the Pisces jade pendant. Lin Yi, what is Pisces jade pendant? The jade on this relief has two fish next to it. Could it be that if they are connected together, it is the Pisces jade pendant? Lin Yi shook his head. Not together. Strictly speaking, the fish was copied from this jade pendant. This jade accessory can mirror and copy anything. The first experiment was to take a fish, so this jade accessory is named Pisces jade pendant, not to say that it looks like two fish. The fat man was a little impatient. How can there be such a magical thing in the world, mirroring anything? Can't it copy two innocents, two little brothers, and two identical me? Then who is the real me? The corner of Wu Tianjin's mouth curled up slightly. Fatty, you've made progress, and you're starting to think. The fat man scratched his hair embarrassingly. Aren't you naive? Wu Tian really thought about it. Whether it is or not, it is natural to find this piece of jade. Go ahead and see what else is interesting about the other murals. The three continued to crawl towards the depths of the tomb passage. Along the way, instead of observing the surrounding murals, gradually, Wu Tianjin realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Why did the eyes of these animals gradually start to open? Does this imply us something? The fat man looked indifferent. What does this imply? Could it be that the beast has been resurrected? Let's not talk about whether there are real beasts, even if there are. I'm not a vegetarian with a bag full of grenades in my hand. Aren't you naive? Wu Tianjin looked at the front non-committally, with a slightly serious expression. In any case, don't be careless. Fatty, don't rush to climb forward. I want to use the flashlight to take a look at the situation. Naive, you worry too much. What's the matter, really? The fat man said so, but still took a flashlight to take a picture. This photo scared him enough. I saw that the eyes of the beast on a mural were completely opened, looking slightly hideous. He said after a while. Naive, this thing is so painted, I thought it was alive. Go and have a look. Wu Tianjin went to touch the mural, but found nothing special. It was still the same mural as before, except that his eyes were fully opened. He was very puzzled. Am I wrong? There's nothing allegorical about these frescoes. It's just that the original owner of the tomb came here on purpose to scare the timid robbers? Fatty agreed with him very much. Well, I think the fat man is the same, just to scare the timid people. The three of us, he can't be intimidated, huh? He proudly continued to climb forward. Lin Yi didn't say anything all the time, thinking about the Pisces jade pendant in his mind. If this jade pendant really existed, the world would definitely be greatly affected. At that time, another Lin Yi will be copied. He doesn't even know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in peace with his mirror image. In order not to cause panic, there must only be one alive. At that time, there will be a fight, which is unacceptable to anyone. There is a theory that the other mirror image is actually another self from the parallel world. And that jade pendant is the key to connecting the parallel worlds, and it will produce such a magical effect. In any case, only by finding that jade pendant can we know the truth. It seems that this ancient tomb has a lot to do with the Pisces jade pendant. Could it be that the reason why the little brother came here is also related to this jade pendant? He couldn't help feeling suspicious. If it is really like what the fat man said, what should I do if I have two little brothers? Since it is a parallel world, there must be a difference. After making several turns in the path of the three-person tomb, and passing through several corridors, the fat man stopped suddenly. Wu Tianjin crawled too fast and bumped into the fat man's ass. I said, "Fat man, I told you to eat less, look at the fat on your butt, it almost sent me flying." Ha, naive, it's a good thing you're not injured because of the fat. If you had the bones, you would have been injured long ago. You should thank me. Stop talking, why did you stop? Naive, there is no way ahead. How could there be no way? Since my brother has been here, there must be a way, so look for it quickly. The fat man looked troubled. Naive, I was blocked by a big rock in front of me. How is this possible? You hide aside and let me see. Wu Tianjin forced his way up. Sure enough, as the fat man said, the road ahead was blocked by a big rock. This big stone looks like an ordinary big stone, without any traces of artificial carving, and without any relief. It seems that some accident happened and it hit here. How can this be passed? The fat man said carelessly. Isn't that simple? Just blow it up. Stand back a little, both of you, fatty, I'm going to make a move. Whenever this kind of critical moment is when Fat Lord and I show my talents, hee hee hee. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Are you kidding? The passage here is almost airtight. If you fire a cannon, you can't shoot the three of us together as cannonballs? The fat man scratched his head, thinking right. But how do you get such a big rock? Wu Tianjin looked around. Since my little brother has a way to get out of here, we must have one too. Let me try to see if there are any organs on it. He groped his hands over the stone, examining every detail carefully. Unwilling to be reconciled, the fat man took a grenade and tapped on the stone. Naive, just blow it up. What kind of agency are you looking for? Wu Tianjin inspected very carefully and didn't miss any corners, but unfortunately he still couldn't find the mechanism. Linny found that the two hadn't moved for a long time, and finally spoke. Why don't you let me try? The two staggered to let him pass. He reached out and touched the stone, but the organ didn't find it, but found a human face in the gap. The gap between the stone and the tomb passage was very small, and the light was dim, so Wu Tianjin and Fatty didn't notice it. Lin Yi's senses are far superior to ordinary people, not only seeing it, but also sensing it. There's someone behind. When he said this, both of them were stunned. Could it be my brother? Brother, we are looking for you. The fat man yelled directly. Lin Yi quickly reminded. Fatty, stop shouting, it's not my little brother. This thing has disheveled hair, it seems to be a female ghost, but it is more likely to be a forbidden woman. When the two of them heard the forbidden woman, they gasped one after another. On the ghost ship before, a group of people were almost killed by the concubine. The forbidden woman's ghostly speed is simply beyond human comprehension. A group of people shot at each other, but the forbidden woman escaped abruptly. Fortunately, Lin Yi personally jumped into the sea and fought bloody with the forbidden woman, and finally got rid of the forbidden woman. Otherwise, by now, everyone has sunk to the bottom of the sea. If it's really a forbidden woman, then you have to be careful. Wu Tianjin loaded his assault rifle, not daring to be careless. The fat man held the grenade tightly and looked at the gap very nervously. He was also delighted to see the shadow of the forbidden woman. Lin turned his ears to listen, and there were a lot of forbidden women's voices coming from behind the stone. Not one or two, but dozens of them. If one can be caught and sold for money, dozens of them will be fatal. No matter how good his skills are, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of dozens of forbidden women. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to understand something. It seems that this stone should be blocked here by my brother, in order to isolate these forbidden women. Wu Tianjin felt that it made sense. If the little brother is stuck here, then he must have found another entrance. Where will it be? He began to wipe away at the wall next to him. Sure enough, a secret door was quickly found. There is a secret door. He pushed hard and found that it couldn't be pushed. Come here and push together." With the combined efforts of the three, they exerted force against the secret door on the wall. A lot of sand fell from the top of the head. Finally, the secret door began to move, revealing a huge space behind it. "See, it should be a tomb." Wu Tianjin was overjoyed. "Brother really came in from here." The three entered the tomb one after another. The space suddenly becomes larger, and it feels so good to stand up straight. Fat Man did stretching exercises. "Oh, my little brother pushed it alone, and the three of us worked hard together." "Your brother is still amazing." At this moment, he kept his body bent sideways and saw a black shadow. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. "Naive, come and see, forbidden woman." "Where is the forbidden woman?" Wu Tianjin followed his line of sight, and sure enough, he saw a bunch of black hair, like asphalt. The three of them walked over to check, and they were all terrified by the forbidden woman's hair. The forbidden woman here is obviously more vigorous than the forbidden woman on the ghost ship, that's why the hair is so lush. Lin Yi reminded. "There are forbidden women nearby, so we have to keep going." The three of them walked all the way, and encountered a lot of fallen hair. Pile upon pile, very scary. The hair of so many forbidden women shows that this is the lair of forbidden women. The fat man was terribly frightened. "Good guy. Only my little brother dares to come to this kind of place. I don't know if my brother is still alive." Wu Tianjin glared at him. "Crow's mouth, my brother must be alive." At this moment, a group of black shadows passed over the heads of the three of them. Wu Tianjin reacted quickly, raising the muzzle of the gun, and just sprinted past. Tut, chug, chug. The bullet hit the shadow, and there was a scream. It should be painful. The black shadow retreated into the depths of the tomb passage. Wu Tianjin took a deep breath and said, "I hope I don't attract other forbidden women, otherwise the three of us will be their dinner." The fat man picked up the fallen hair, which was covered with the forbidden woman's skin and blood, which was very sticky and disgusting. He frowned and quickly threw it away, and wiped his hands on Wu Tianjin's clothes. "Nima, these forbidden women are disgusting, and there are still people who pay a lot of money to buy bones." Wu Tianjin gave him a disgusted look, and opened his hand. "Why don't you wipe your hands with your own clothes?" The three continued to advance in the tomb. After turning around and passing through several corridors, the light in front of me is obviously much brighter. The three of them walked into this tomb and found that it was very special. Who would have thought that this tomb was all made of jade? No wonder it would glow. Instinctively felt that this tomb must be extraordinary. It is very likely that the younger brother has also been here. With my little brother's sensitivity, it is impossible not to discover this special tomb. The fat man walked in carelessly, shone a light with the flashlight, and immediately enjoyed himself. "Oh, let me go, all the green is in, what a jade." Lin took a look around and saw that there were indeed good jades. There are white crystal clear ones and dark green ones. The white ones are called ice seeds, and the green ones are called green ice seeds. Generally speaking, jadeite is respected by its green color, and the greener it is, the more valuable it is. But jade is different, on the contrary, it is the other way around, white ones are more valuable. The fat man obviously got his eyes peeled, and he kept laughing happily while holding the green jade. Wu Tianjin's interest is not like that of Fatty, who focuses on money. He observed the structure of the entire tomb chamber, which was rectangular in shape with corners and corners, and the top of the treasure was covered with star maps, which was absolutely magnificent. Coupled with carved railings in jade masonry, the craftsmanship is superb. This tomb is completely different from other tombs and is very precious. But what puzzled him was why there was no coffin here. Theoretically, to make this tomb so perfect, the coffin should also be placed here. Could it be that this is just an ear chamber? Isn't the real tomb here? The experienced Wu Tianjin immediately thought of this. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Looking at the left side of the tomb, there is a corridor. The corridor is also very shiny, and it looks like the material used here. The three of them somewhat understood that this is only the entrance to the main tomb, and it seems that they can only be reached through the corridor. If the little brother has come in here before, he must have entered through the corridor. In other words, the little brother is most likely in the main tomb. Thinking of this, both Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion. It was definitely a joy to meet my brother. Only Fatty still wants to move the jade here. Naively, these jade stones are too big to be removed. Come here and figure out a way for me. No matter what, you have to knock down a few dollars and take them away, otherwise we will lose money this time. Why don't we go to the underwater tomb with that little bitch, Ning? The two ignored him and walked straight towards the corridor. The fat man quickly followed after seeing it. Wait for me, you guys are trying to leave Fat Lord me alone. Chapter 64. In the Jade Tomb Passage, the flashlight dangled. The three of them walked along the tomb passage and soon came to the next tomb. I saw that the structure of this tomb was the same as that of the previous tomb, and there was still no coffin. Around the tomb, there are some modeled murals, and those divine beasts are still looking at the top of the tomb. Following the eyes of these divine beasts, there is another star map above the tomb. It's just that it's not the same as the star map of the previous tomb, it seems to be another star map connected together. The three of them were full of doubts, and went to the next tomb one after another. Just turned around like this for several hours, walking through one tomb after another. What is shocking is that they are all tombs of about the same size, with star maps inside. Lin Yi quickly combined these star maps in his mind, and was very shocked. Could it be, this is a hologram of the entire universe? He didn't dare to tell Fatty and Wu Tianjin this idea. Because for a country whose culture is still incomplete, it may be difficult to understand the whole universe to them. The three sat in the tomb for a short supply. The fat man took a sip of wine and felt a lot of vitality recovered. He wiped his mouth and complained. It's too humid here, if you make trouble, you'll get rheumatism. Naive, Lin Yi, you should drink some wine too. He handed the jug to them both. Lin Yi took it bluntly, took a sip, and hurriedly handed it to Wu Tianjin. Holding the flagon, Wu Tianjin stared blankly at the star map in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Unexpectedly, the ancients already had such a macroscopic understanding of the starry sky. Every star map here is different, which shows the vastness of the universe. The owner of the tomb should be a man of knowledge and talents. He also took a sip after speaking. Lin Yi reached out and touched the mural polluted by water vapor. At the same time, he saw some footprints on the ground, as well as funeral porcelain and other things. Brother has been here before. As soon as he said this, Fatty and Wu Tianjin looked over at the same time. Really? How do you know? Lin Yi's senses are superior to ordinary people, so he must have discovered something. Lin Yi pointed to the footprints on the ground and said, Look at the ground, there are some water-stained footprints of the siege, which haven't dried yet. These footprints are about the same size. They should belong to one person, most likely the little brother. Since it hasn't been completely dry, it means that the little brother has been here, and soon, maybe he is in a nearby tomb. Hearing this, both of them became excited. The fat man was puzzled for a while. What kind of footprints? I didn't see any of them. It seems that there is indeed some water on the ground, but there are no footprints. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Fatty, of course your eyes can't see. I believe what Lin Yi said, these footprints should be my brother's masterpiece. He got up and carefully inspected the water stains on the ground, and he could vaguely see footprints. This shows that Lin Yi's senses are indeed far superior to him and Fatty. When the fat man heard this, he immediately became happy. Could it be that my brother left behind? As he spoke, he yelled, Brother, we are here to save you. Don't panic, are you running out of supplies? We have all of them in our backpacks, and Lin Yi also brought a power bank, he yelled happily. At this moment, I found my little brother's footprints, and I was very happy. At this moment, Wu Tianjin discovered something unusual. No, there are other things besides my little brother's footprints. Fatty immediately tensed up. You said there are other people besides my brother? Who could it be? Wu Tianjin corrected his statement. Fatty, it's not someone else. These footprints are very small, like children. And the color is not right, it looks yellow, could it be corpse wax? The two said it in unison. The fat man hastily dug out the black donkey's hooves from his bag. Damn it, I didn't expect to meet Zhongzi here. Fortunately, Fatty, I was prepared. At this moment, Wu Tianjin set his eyes on a very huge porcelain jar in the tomb. This porcelain jar is very abrupt, why is it here? What will be the use? All three of them noticed the porcelain vat, and couldn't help but thump in their hearts, feeling that there must be something wrong. Maybe there is a Zhongzi inside. Judging by the size of this porcelain jar, it can accommodate Zhongzi. Linny looked at the footprints and analyzed. After the little brother's footprints went in, he never came back. Could it be that? At this moment, the big porcelain jar started to shake from side to side. Say boom! The muffled sound. It seemed that something was beating the porcelain vat inside, wanting to come out. Fatty suddenly had an amazing idea. Hey, do you think it's possible that the little brother is hiding in the porcelain vat? Wu Tianjin and Linny rolled his eyes at him at the same time. How could a person like my brother hide in a porcelain vat? Even if he really hid inside, he wouldn't shake like this. Little brother's character, one word is boring. Even if they hide inside, they will definitely only say 2 words coldly, I am here. The fat man was a little annoyed when he saw the denial of the two. As I said, you'll know if you open it and have a look. He walked over carelessly, and directly pressed the huge porcelain jar with both hands. Hey! This thing is quite powerful. It's a challenge to me. Fatty, I'm going to put you down today. He simply kicked his butt and sat on the porcelain vat. This time, the things inside finally stopped. A smug smile appeared on the fat man's face. Lin Yi and Wu Tianjing looked at each other and walked over. Fatty, be careful to bite your ass with something. It's better for Fatty to be careful, it's better to move the stone over there and press it on it. The fat man doesn't care that much. You two smart people know everything, why don't you do it? Fatty master, I did it and it was Jiji Weiwei. Linny had no choice but to smile wryly. Then walk over and move over a huge stone. Fatty, get out of the way. He was about to put the stone on it when the fat man jumped off the porcelain jar with a scream. Ouch! It really bites my ass. Linny immediately pressed the stone onto it, and the jar stopped shaking. The fat man turned his butt to show them both. Both of them looked very uncomfortable. The fat man asked hastily. What's wrong? What did you all see? That's right. Did you bite off Fatty's flesh? Wu Tianjin walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, Fatty, you have a black handprint on your butt. When the fat man heard this, his face turned green. Damn, there are really Zhongzi. No wonder I feel a little stiff in my butt, it seems that I am poisoned. As he spoke, he began to take off his pants. Wu Tianjin was a little anxious. I said, Fat man, what are you doing? What else can I do? Help me see if the poisoning is serious, and if the skin is dark. Wu Tianjin glanced at it, and quickly turned his back. I see, put it on. There are also black handprints on the skin. Fortunately, the color is not very dark. The fat man only felt his eyes go dark. It's over, the little brother hasn't been rescued yet, I'm done for Fat Master. His body softened, and he sat in the corner with his head drooped, looking bewildered. Fatty, I'm poisoned and I'm about to die. You two are still laughing heartlessly. As soon as Lin took out the medicine, he shook out a longevity pill and handed it over. Don't worry, I have medicine, take it. Fatty's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took the longevity pill. I heard from Wu Tianjin that last time he was almost killed by a dynamite bag, he survived by eating this. He always wanted Lin Yi to show it, but Lin Yi refused to take it as if he was a treasure. Finally saw it this time, and grabbed it immediately. Sure enough, it's golden. Lin Yi, is this the longevity pill? Fatty, I really don't want to eat it. Lin Yi directly pressed his hand, and the pill entered the fat man's mouth. Then he handed over the jug and said, Longevity pill is wine, happy like a fairy. The fat man took the jug, cuckoo. After taking a few sips, his face was flushed. The whole person perked up again. At this moment, a strange scream came from the nearby tomb, like a forbidden woman. Lin Yi's ears moved. Brother is in the tomb next door. He immediately took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushed over. Wu Tianjin and Fatty followed closely behind, carrying their bags on their backs. Chapter 65. The three of them had just walked not far away, when the screams changed direction, which made people feel very puzzled. The tomb passages in all directions looked similar, and the three of them got lost for a while. At this moment, there was a burst of explosion in the previous tomb. Boom! The entire huge porcelain cylinder burst open. The big stone that was originally pressing down on the porcelain vat was sent flying out and smashed heavily on the mural. A stream of white air rushed out from the porcelain vat, and the porcelain vat was blown to pieces. Bastard, the Zongzi must have escaped. Let's see how I clean up the fat man. The fat man was about to throw a grenade when his blood came to his head. And Wu Tianjin reacted faster, and had already shot out in one shot. Tut, chug, chug. The bullet rushed out of the barrel, and the flames reflected on the faces of the three. As the bullet hit something in the white mist, a black figure rolled down to the ground, as if injured. Then hear boom! With a sound, the black shadow smashed through the porcelain pots and other objects around him, fled in a hurry, and rolled down a corridor. Under the suppression of such powerful firepower, Zongzi is no match. This is the power of technology. The three of them immediately followed up to check, only to see that the tomb was surrounded by white mist and the visibility was very low. On the ground, there was yellow liquid left by the Zongzi, which was very disgusting. Lin Yi turned on the flashlight and shone in, followed the direction of the shadow and chased into a corridor. This corridor is obviously different from the others. It looks like it is made entirely of the most precious ice jade, very bright. There are even two light grooves in the 2 rows of the corridor, which are obviously used for lighting, and there is a lamp holder every few meters. The three became a little excited. Now that the corridors have become more exquisite and luxurious, it is obvious that the tomb in front must have a lot of background. Maybe it was the main tomb that the three of them had worked so hard to find. And with my little brother's ability, he is probably already in the main tomb. The voice just now was very shrill, and it was heard far away, and it should have come from the main tomb. Only Lin Yi's super long hearing can hear clearly. Soon, the three of them came to a special place along the corridor. I saw a bright jade gate blocking the way. This human gate is very special. There are 2 huge tomb-suppressing beasts beside it, which look a bit like unicorns, and they are green water unicorns. Of course, in this kind of underground palace, green is a bit creepy. Next to this huge jade gate, there are actually 2 more gates, all 3 of which are open. All of a sudden, the 3 became a little excited. The fat man said, "Ha ha! Brother must be inside." Wu Tianjin nodded. "Well, I think so too, Lin Yi, what do you think?" Lin Yi frowned and thought about it. "There's something strange inside the human. Don't you think it's a bit strange to open the gate?" "What's strange? It's obvious that the little brother went in and opened the door." "No, there's only one little brother. How can you open 3 doors? You only need to go through one small door." "Hey, that makes sense, Lin Yi. What do you mean to lure us in on purpose?" "Well, I'm sure there must be danger inside, and the little brother is probably not inside." After listening to Lin Yi's analysis, the 2 also felt that it made sense. But seeing that the main tomb is right in front of you, if you don't go in and have a look, you will never get over this hurdle in your heart. The fat man went all out. "What are you afraid of?" "Fat master, I just don't believe in this evil. It doesn't matter what's in it, just go in and take a look. If you are afraid, at worst, throw a few grenades into it first, and blow up your things to death, and it will be over." He acted like a grenade and threw it in, but Wu Tianjin dissuaded him. "Fatty, don't mess around. Look at how exquisite these things are. The structure of the tomb gate is natural, and the painstaking efforts of skilled craftsmen. This is our great wealth in China, you cannot destroy it." The fat man scratched his hair in annoyance. I'm just talking casually. Then what do we do now? Did we just go out like this? My little brother hasn't found it yet. The three of them looked at the three of them, thinking for a while. It is obvious that there is a problem if you go in, and you will not be reconciled if you don't go in. The fat man lost his patience again. I said, two smart people, if you stretch out your head, you will be stabbed, and if you shrink your head, it will be a stab. What are you afraid of? If you are timid, let's not do this business at all. I've made up my mind. Fatty is the cheapest here. I'll go find the way for you. You can come in when there's no danger. After finishing speaking, he ignored the meaning of the two, and walked towards the largest human gate carelessly. Just as he was about to step into human with his right foot, he felt the dark energy inside and trembled with fright. But since he boasted so much in front of Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin, he was too embarrassed to cringe. Fatty, I put my life here today, and it's worth it. It must not be looked down upon. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was about to force himself in. At this moment, a strong hand behind him grabbed his shoulder. He was overjoyed. It was great. He finally found the steps and went down. He thought that this person must be Lin Yi, because this hand is very powerful. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Fat Master, I told you before, I'm going to find the way for you. Let go, I won't go back. Just then, a familiar voice came. Go back. The voice was cold, like a person. The fat man said those two words excitedly. Bro! All three of them froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, I finally met my brother here. He didn't look changed at all, he was still the same as before. Shapely, expressionless, wearing a hoodie. A pair of eyes are as pale as water, as if his heart does not exist in the world at all. Decades of time have never left a trace on his face. He belongs to that kind of person who can be recognized at a glance in the crowd. Lin Yi was a little stunned. This is absolutely stunning in the world. No wonder Wu Tianjin had a strange feeling towards him. In fact, to be honest, when Lin Yi saw the little brother, his whole body was like being electrocuted. Hi, I'm Lin Yi. He stretched out his hand, trying to say hello to the little brother. The little brother glanced at him, but his eyes fell on the ancient black gold knife. I froze for a long time, but didn't say a word. The fat man forcibly held the hands of the two of them together. Brother, we are all our own people. Lin Yi felt that the little brother's hand was very soft, like a woman's hand. I couldn't help being even more surprised in my heart. The little brother shrank back, looked at the three jade gates and said, There are traps. At this moment, Wu Tianjin came over. Brother, we are here to save you. The little brother glanced at him, with complicated emotions in his eyes. After a long time, he spit out two words. Thank you. A smile appeared on Wu Tianjin's face. It's good to find you. Since it's a trap, let's go back the same way. When the fat man heard this, he was immediately unhappy. Naive, you can't say that. We finally came here, so we can't make a trip in vain, right? What's more, now that the little brother has returned to the team, our strength has greatly improved, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Isn't it just some forbidden women? We can handle it. Isn't it, Lin Yi? Fatty is a money fanatic and only wants to make money. He helped Lin Yi just now, so Lin Yi nodded accordingly. I think what the fat man said makes sense. With my little brother around, it shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing that both of them wanted to go in, Wu Tianjin had to be shaken. But you still need to ask for my brother's opinion. Brother, what do you think? The little brother glanced at Yuman. Even if he didn't join the three of them, he would definitely go in. Inside, there is the key to his trip. Go in and have a look. Now that the little brother had spoken, Wu Tianjin had nothing to say, so he nodded. Alright, Fatty, you take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. No, why me? Stop talking nonsense, it's your boy who asked to go in, of course you will take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. Naive, you know how to bully me. The fat man checked the assault rifle in his hand, then walked in with his head buried. The flashlight shone around, and the floor inside human was cracked. It seems that it should be caused by the institutions, the key to disrepair for a long time, and many institutions have lost their functions. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme it was damaged, or some of them had already fired. Of course, this does not mean that all organs have lost their function. The fat man held his backpack in front of him, and was about to shoot a bow and crossbow from an organ, so he blocked it with his backpack. Wu Tianjin looked at it and found it both angry and funny. The fat man's backpack is full of high explosives. If they were shot and detonated by the crossbow, all four of them would have to finish the game. No matter how good the little brother and Lin Yi's skills are, it is impossible for them to survive. Fatty, this is the rhythm of wanting everyone to be wiped out. He quickly reminded. Fatty, stop making trouble, and walk phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the wall, so that you can avoid the mechanism as much as possible. Seeing Fatty tiptoeing around, Lin Yi was very worried. Fatty, I'll go ahead and follow my movements. He switched places with Fatty. Every step down, you can feel the problem on the ground, and it is clear at a glance whether there is a mechanism. After walking dozens of steps in a row, he stopped suddenly. He felt something was wrong with the floor below. Fatty, there is a mechanism, you back off. When the fat man heard this, he was terrified, and quickly stepped back a few steps. Linny, it's a good thing that you can feel the mechanism with your feet when you walk ahead. You are really amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, a crossbow arrow shot out. The little brother had quick eyesight and quick hands, and even caught the crossbow arrow with his 2 fingers, and threw it aside casually. All this happened so fast, Fatty and Wu Tianjin didn't even react. But seeing how familiar the little brother and Linny are, the two have more confidence in going to the grave this time. In the past, I let the little brother handle everything, and Wu Tianjin sometimes felt sorry for it. It's all right now, with Linny sharing the burden, he feels much better. The fat man laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! You two bosses have worked hard to clear the mines. Fatty, I will be your backing. Don't worry, if there are Zhongzi rushing out, I will be the first to serve the fat man. Linny ignored him and continued to explore the way forward. At this moment, the fat man sprained his ankle and stepped on the stone slab that Linny hadn't checked. This kick actually sank directly, stepping on a big mechanism. In an instant, more than a dozen crossbow arrows shot from all directions. Boom! Linny swung out the ancient black gold knife, picking off several crossbow arrows at once. The little brother was also unambiguous, he stretched out both fingers, and got a few of them. Wu Tianjin resisted with an assault rifle and knocked several crossbow bolts to the ground. The fat man wanted to block it with his backpack, but Linny grabbed him to his side. Ding 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 ding. Several crossbow arrows hit the wall. It is so powerful that it is inserted directly into it. Seeing this scene, the fat man quickly wiped his cold sweat. Good guy, Fatty, I almost got shot like a hedgehog. At this moment, a piercing sound came, shooting directly between the fat man's eyebrows. In a blink of an eye, the little brother's voice suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of him in the next second. Probing the air with 2 fingers, he directly grasped the crossbow in his hand. His movement was extremely fast, which led to the illusion of disappearing suddenly. Linny secretly admired it. The little brother's skills seemed to have improved again. Wu Tianjin came over and patted the fat man on the head. Fatty, if it wasn't for my little brother helping you, you would have been shot in the head. Hey, it's my little brother who knows how to love people. At this moment, the little brother made a silent gesture. His eyes looked towards a huge porcelain vat in the distance, and something was about to move inside. The 3 of them also looked over. The 3 of them had seen this porcelain jar before, and the Zhongzi was hidden in it. Before the contents of the tank were completely broken out, the little brother decided to strike first. With a wave of his finger, the crossbow arrow he grabbed just now shot directly at the porcelain vat. Don't look at it's just a simple swing, but its power is 10 times stronger than that of a machine shot. Crack! With a crisp sound, the thick porcelain jar was directly shot through. I saw a white-haired Zonzi coming out of the broken vat, with the crossbow arrow shot by the younger brother just stuck in it. The white-haired rice dumpling couldn't bear it, and bared its teeth at them. The cries of the Zonzi awakened all the Zonzi in the dozens of porcelain vats nearby. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. There was a crisp sound, and all the Zonzi burst out of the vat. The fat man hurriedly hid in the corner next to him. The little brother frowned, and fought with Zonzi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. With a wave of his sword, Lin chopped down a rice dumpling and headshot it directly. But more Zonzi rushed over. In the chaos, I don't know how many organs were activated. Countless crossbow arrows flew over densely. Toon Wu Tianjin raised his assault rifle and fired a burst of fire. Tut, chug, chug. 3 Zonzi were beaten into a sieve. At this moment, more than a dozen crossbow arrows shot at him. He turned over and successfully dodged the crossbow arrow. But looking back, 2 more shots came. One rolled on the spot, dodging the crossbow again. At this moment, a Zonzi flew towards his neck and bit him. In the blink of an eye, the little brother kicked the Zonzi away. Fatty ran over and rescued Wu Tianjin to the corner to hide. You really don't want to die? Fortunately, my brother shot in time, otherwise you would be dead. Wu Tianjin looked at the two fighting in the field with a look of relief. I know, brother saved me again. Fatty, go over and help, there are too many Zonzi. I'll go. You don't allow me to use explosives, how can I help Fatty? Wu Tian was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do about the fat man. At this time, a few more arrows whizzed over from the side, and the two hurriedly avoided. The arrows hit the wall, some sank into the wall, and some fell to the ground. Fatty, is this organization very powerful? Big. Of course it's big. I'm afraid it can deal with dozens of toon robbers. It's really embarrassing for my little brother and Linny. Then it means that we have found the main tomb, otherwise the owner of the tomb would not be able to spend so much capital. As Wu Tianjin spoke, he pulled out a crossbow and began to study it. The workmanship is very exquisite, which shows that the era in which the owner of the tomb lived was already very advanced in civilization. The fat man was in a hurry. Naive, it's not the time to talk about this, think about how to save the two of them. Don't worry, this won't bother my little brother and Linny. Sure enough, in a short time, a dozen Zonzi were wiped out by the two. The rain of arrows also gradually stopped, only a few sporadic ones fell. Fatty couldn't dodge in time, and got an arrow in his shoulder. Fuck, it's risky to watch, I got shot. At this time, Linny and the younger brother called it a day and walked over here. Seeing that the two people who were fighting were fine, but the fat man who was watching was injured, both of them felt very surprised. The little brother didn't talk nonsense, and slapped the back of his arm directly. The shoulder was hit hard, and it was directly blown out. Amazing. Awesome. As expected of a little brother. Linny applauded his palm. This doesn't require surgery or anything, it can be done directly. The wound still needs to be cleaned. The arrows are old, many are rusty, and are prone to tetanus. I saw the place where the fat man was injured, bleeding profusely. Wu Tianjin quickly disinfected him, then took out medical gauze and bandaged him up. Fatty, hold back. What? The fat man still couldn't help but let out a scream like killing a pig. I said naive, you did it on purpose. It's good to know, go back and practice your skills, don't always get hurt so easily, it will hinder you. Damn, now that my little brother is back, you despise me. That's not what it means. It's always good to practice your skills. After bandaging, Wu Tianjin took out food and water for everyone. The four rested on the spot. After this battle, it seems that the danger in the tomb has almost been lifted. The fat man was the only one who was injured, and the wound was still painful, so he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Why is it always me who gets hurt? Could it be Fat Lord? I'm thick and I deserve to be a tank. Linny patted him on the shoulder. Fatty Lord, if you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed. You may really get rich this time. When the fat man heard about getting rich, his eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the tomb. This tomb is obviously much larger than the others. A huge stone pillar in the middle is inlaid between the ceiling and the ground, supporting the whole pattern. In other tombs, those reliefs are all on the walls. Only here is different. The reliefs in this tomb are all on the huge stone pillars. In the sky, all the star maps of the universe are brought together. Even a fat man with no culture would call it magnificent. Linny explained. It's a hologram of the entire universe, and we're at that point. The fat man didn't care about these things. He rolled his eyes robely, only wanting to find the funerary objects. Sure enough, there were many funerary objects in the four corners of the tomb. Everything from porcelain to gold and silver jewelry. The owner of the tomb is indeed the one who is not short of money. It's a pity that no matter how rich you are alive, you can't continue to enjoy these things, but it's cheaper for the grave robber. Wu Tianjin focused on the star map. You said, this is our universe? No matter how you look at it, it looks like an egg, which is oval. Linny smiled. Little third master, you are right. There has been a legend in China since ancient times that Panga created the world. Before that, the world was like an egg. All three expressed their incomprehension. Only then did Linny realize that the cultural gap in this world does not exist at all. It's okay, I will write a brief history of China when I have time later, and make some money by the way. Although Linny has made a lot of money since he came to this world, no one thinks too much of money. At this time, the little brother's attention was on the stone pillar. The totem on this stone pillar turned into two huge snakes, which were obviously a man and a woman. Linny, what are these two snakes? The little brother also saw that Linny had a lot of research in this area. Lin looked over and blinked in surprise. This is our ancestors, Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi is the beginning of our Chinese nation's humanities, one of the three emperors, and the righteous god of blessing the country. In fact, in ancient times, our Chinese ancestors did not phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme very well, and natural and man-made disasters phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often /phoneme occurred. Fuxi was very dazed and at a loss. In his spare time, he phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often /phoneme sat cross-legged on the top of Guadai Mountain, pondering the mysteries of the universe. Looking up at the changes of the sun, moon and stars, looking down at the laws of mountains and rivers, constantly reflecting on himself, chasing the years and the months. Rain or shine. Perhaps it was his sincerity that moved the world. One day, a wonderful illusion appeared in front of his eyes. After a loud explosion, the Longma mountain on the other side of the Wei River suddenly burst open, and he saw the dragon and horse flying out with wings, leisurely walking along the river. Falling straight down on the finching stone in the heart of the river, the hexagrams in the whole body are clear and shining. At this time, the finching stone also transforms into a three-dimensional Tai Chi, entangled with yin and yang, and radiant. This scene suddenly shocked Fuxi's heart, and the Tai Chi spirit was deeply rooted. When it came into his consciousness, his gaze was like a torch, and he thoroughly penetrated the code of the unity of man and nature. It turns out that the world is so simple and clear, only yin and yang. This is the story of Fuxi performing gossip. Later, Huaxia can use gossip to seek good fortune and avoid evil, so that the whole nation has a sense of security. Nuwa, the goddess of creation, is also the beginning of the humanities of the Chinese nation, and the righteous god who blesses the community. It is said that Nuwa created man, and she changed 70 times a day. She made man out of yellow clay, imitated herself, created human society and established marriage system. Later, because the world collapsed, she melted colored stones to mend the sky, and cut turtles enough. The four poles are erected, leaving behind the myths and legends of Nuwa mending the sky. Listening to him telling the story of Fuxi and Nuwa, all three admired him very much. Wu Tianjin took pictures of all the surrounding pictures with his mobile phone. These are precious materials. We want to take them out and let the world know our China's heritage. Everyone agreed with his approach. Linny also lent him the charging treasure. Wu Tianjin said with some regret. It's a pity. It's really strange that no coffin was found in such a good tomb. Everyone expressed their incomprehension. Fatty suddenly thought of something. You said that everything here is symmetrical, even there are 2 snakes. Could it be that there are also 2 in the main tomb? There must be the most valuable treasure hidden here. As soon as he said this, the 3 of them looked at him with shocked eyes. Wu Tianjin directly praised it. Fatty, you are really a genius. Chapter 68. Everyone felt that what the fat man said made sense. Unexpectedly, Fatty, a seemingly careless person, is actually quite smart. Following Fatty's train of thought, several people searched around. But after turning around several times, I was exhausted and couldn't find a symmetrical tomb. Could it be that the fat man was thinking wrong? None of them made a sound, sitting on the ground while resting and thinking about how to find the symmetrical tomb. There is one of the most stupid tricks, that is to remember every path you walk, and use the method of elimination. The last one left, it must be. But that's really stupid. I've tried it a while ago and it obviously doesn't work. Wu Tianjin is proficient in architectural structures. He looked up at the top of the tomb, trying to find some ideas from the structure of the tomb. The structure of the tomb is 3-dimensional. That said, symmetry is not limited to planar structures, it is also possible. His eyes lit up and he thought of something. Several people looked at him one after another. In terms of ingenuity, the 3rd master is still better, but the fat man is still far behind. The fat man hurriedly asked. Naive, what did you find? Fatty, my legs are shaking from hunger, hurry up and get the baby and leave here. Wu Tianjin pointed to the surrounding structures and said. Look, the structure here is very airtight, why is that? The fat man thought for a while and said. It's not easy, just to guard against people like us. No, think about it again. I thought about it. When we came in, didn't we find that the water phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often / phoneme rose here? Maybe it was to prevent water from coming in. Wu Tianjin smiled. Fatty, you are really getting smarter. It's almost phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme to the truth, but it's still phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme, so think about it carefully. The fat man scratched his hair, expressing that he didn't know. Wu Tianjin looked at the younger brother, who never dismissed such questions. He looked at Lin Yi again. Lin Yi thought of a possibility. The airtight structure reminds me of a balloon. If we are in an airtight structure now and the water rises again, as the water rises and falls, the balloon will float up. Clatter! Wu Tianjin snapped his fingers. That's right, the wisdom of the ancients is really unfathomable. I suspect that the entire tomb is basically an up-down structure, that is, up-down symmetry. If we want to go to another symmetrical tomb, we can get there like taking an elevator. When the height of the water flow changes, it will provide corresponding power, and the mutual position of the 2 tombs will change. At that time, we can naturally go to another tomb. The fat man scratched his hair, expressing that he did not understand. Naive, to put it simply, you 2 are both a balloon and an elevator, which confuses me. Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder. Fatty, just wait, the elevator will come up soon. The fat man looked around suspiciously. Bragging, there is no elevator. At this time, he finally spoke. It is estimated that the low tide time is coming soon. When the fat man saw the situation, he dared to understand the 3 of them, but he didn't. He was also embarrassed to say that he didn't understand, so he nodded. Yes, I know, when the tide goes out, the elevator will take us to the symmetrical tomb. We just need to eat hot pot and sing songs here, right? Wu Tianjin smiled. That's the truth, it's just that there is no hot pot. At this moment, the voice of the system came from Lin Yi's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully instructing and opening the system malfunction. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and a light curtain that only he could see appeared. On the light curtain is a shopping mall, just like a Walmart supermarket, with everything in it. I'll go, doesn't Fatty want to eat hot pot? He actually saw hot pot in some dishes, all of which were cheap. However, if you want to buy things in the system mall, you need to spend points. He glanced at his points, and there were 110 points left. System, how do you get the points? Dear host, every time you give pointers, you will accumulate points. These 110 points are accumulated by you in the past. You can use the points to spend in shopping malls. Of course, you can also directly exchange them into money. Really? Let me see. Lin dragged the mall interface to the end, and found that the points can really be converted into money. Each point can be exchanged for 110, and 110 points can be exchanged for, million. Let me go, this hot pot meal is very expensive. He found that all materials can basically be exchanged for 1 point. It doesn't look expensive, but in fact, if converted into money, this meal will cost at least 100,000. He glanced at other things, and after screening, he found that there were also treasures and cheats. There are all kinds of treasures, even a unicorn suit. It is too expensive, 500 points can be exchanged for 1. The skills are good, and the flame knife can be exchanged for 100 points, which can be used for life. However, he feels that the points are very important, and they should not be wasted now, and they should be of great use when accumulated. Change some basic things to eat first. He pretended to take something out of the bag. Didn't the fat man want to eat hot pot? Here we come. Bring your own small hot pot, dang dang dang. 1 pack of hot pot noodles. 1 plate of yam, 1 plate of lamb. He kept taking things out of the bag like magic. This scene shocked all 3 of them. But seeing how he took it out of the bag, I didn't have too much doubt. I just think he is a foodie, and he brought food when he came. TSK TSK TSK. Everyone says that I am a foodie, fat man. Now it seems that I am no match for you. Don't talk nonsense, each person has a pair of bowls and chopsticks, start. In this way, the 4 of them sat cross-legged on the ground in the tomb and ate hot pot. Needless to say, there are exactly 4 people who can play mahjong. Lin took a look at the fully automatic mahjong table, and it was only 1 point. If the low tide waits too long, he might actually take it out. But the mahjong table was too big, and he was worried that the 3 of them would arouse suspicion. While eating hot pot, he also took out 2 bottles of wine. The fat man was so happy that he could not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme his mouth from ear to ear, and even sang a song. The 4 of them just ate hot pot and sang songs, waiting for the elevator to come up. They lived a good life. A few hours later, the 4 of them were full of wine and food, and they were very comfortable. Even the little brother leaned against the wall, touching his slightly protruding belly. He convinced Lin E. He has never enjoyed such treatment since he went to the tomb for so long. I have to say that going to the grave with Lin E is really joyful and the benefits are high. Why hasn't the elevator come yet? While the fat man was complaining, several people heard the sound of the tide. At this time, there was a burst of ka-ka-ka, similar to the sound of gears turning. Wu Tianjin took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and stood up, kicking the fat man. Fatty, don't sleep, don't you want to watch the elevator? It's here. The fat man jumped up angrily. Young Master Nima, I didn't sleep well at all. Where's the elevator? Where is it, Fatty, let me see. At this moment, the floor tiles at the edge of the tomb began to part, revealing a huge opening. Inside the hole, a red light shot out. Wu Tianjin shouted immediately. Hurry up, the time for tomb rotation is limited, let's get in and get to the symmetrical tomb. Fatty, you take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme, don't you want to find the most valuable treasure? I can guarantee that there must be coffins and treasures inside. When the fat man heard this, he immediately became excited. With an assault rifle on his shoulders, he rushed over first. Come on quickly, I'm going down first. After he glanced at the hole, he jumped straight down. Pendant after the fat man jumped off, he fell. Ouch, this place is kind of sinister. Nice, come down quickly, there is indeed a coffin here. Ha ha. Fat master, I'm really going to get rich this time. Wu Tianjin took a flashlight and looked down, and knew that there was a reason why the fat man was so active. Fatty, don't mess around, wait for the three of us to arrive before opening the coffin. After Wu Tianjin finished speaking, he jumped down. Immediately after, Lin Yi and the younger brother also jumped down. In the past, when the younger brother was not around, it was Lin Yi who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Now that the little brother is here, this arduous task seems to fall on him naturally. Everyone did not need to discuss, and a consensus was reached in a tacit understanding. It will only go on, and several people cheer up. I saw the fat man take a picture with a flashlight, and he saw a huge coffin directly. The coffin has not been seen, and there is no sign of decay after so many years. Innocent, this is a coffin made of golden nanmu, good guy, the owner of this tomb is really rich. Golden nanmu is very expensive. There are rumors that a piece of good golden nanmu is worth hundreds of millions. Hushin's house used to be made of this kind of golden nanmu. In his bedroom, dozens of golden nanmu are propped up. That ostentation is billions. It's really worthy of being Hishin and adults. Golden nanmu, this is definitely the best coffin material. However, compared to the Kunlunshinmu used in the ghost town of the Demon Kingdom last time, it is still a little bit worse. According to the deduction of several people, the coffin was successfully discovered. It proves that this place should indeed be the location of the main tomb. But after Wu Tianjin glanced at the structure of the tomb, he was a little confused again. It's a little strange, the structure here is not right, it is not arranged according to the feng shui position at all. Lin Yi asked curiously. What does that mean? Wu Tianjin looked dignified. It means that the owner of the tomb has probably turned into a rice dumpling. This is the most important place in the entire tomb, that is to say, the owner of the tomb is probably the most powerful Zongzi. He yelled out. Hey! Fatty, don't open the coffin, we want to study it clearly before we talk about it. The fat man resisted touching Jin's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't worry, fat lord, I'm not an unorganized and undisciplined person, I'm just curious about this coffin. Naively, golden nanmu is quite valuable, why don't we take the whole coffin back? Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. You can figure it out, let alone whether it will be handed in when you take it out, even the weight of this coffin, it is difficult for the few of us to lift it. Although Lin Yi and the younger brother are both first class in skill, it is not so difficult to carry this huge golden nanmu out. So the fat man's idea is obviously unrealistic. As an inverted coffin, the fat man instinctively realized that there must be a great treasure inside when he saw this huge coffin. So itching is quite normal. Just when several people were discussing how to open the coffin, the little brother suddenly looked up. There is movement. Seeing his serious expression, the three of them quickly held their breath. The little brother is the most serious, if nothing happened, he wouldn't be so nervous. So something must be wrong. He looked at the coffin and said. Tianjin was right just now, this is the most powerful Zongzi. This is not an ordinary coffin, but a mortuary coffin. When the fat man heard this, he ran back in fright. Ouch, fortunately I held my hand. According to this, since the things inside are so powerful, why don't we open the coffin? The surroundings were pitch black, and there was a terrifying atmosphere. Looking at each of them with nervous expressions, the fat man's heart was pounding, and he lost the calmness he had when he first came down. It is the ignorant who can be fearless. Now that everyone knows that the coffin is an extraordinary coffin, they have become more cautious. Don't worry. The little brother said, observing the structure of the entire tomb. Looking at the tomb on the top of the treasure in the tomb, there are also two snakes. According to what Lin Yi said, they were Fushi and Nuwa. But this time it was different, his gaze was like a torch, and he saw the middle of the two snakes fighting for something. Pisces jade pendant. He recognized it immediately. This trip, he is here for this thing. And it can be seen that this jade pendant is not painted on, but actually on it. Great! He rushed towards the pillar for a while, and then used his strength to try to get up to the top of the treasure. It's a pity that the pillar was too slippery, so I couldn't get the jade pendant. Unexpectedly, after trying several times in a row, I still couldn't get it. This is very anxious, big guy. Brother, step on my shoulder. Linny volunteered to stand up. The little brother nodded and launched another attack. Jump back with the help of the pillar, and then step on Lin Yi's shoulder to borrow strength again. In this way, after adding Lin Yi's long-legged height, he finally clamped the jade pendant between his fingers. The fat man taunted from below. TSK TSK. He also said that my brother is honest, and I am more excited to see something good than Fat Lord. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Fatty, don't talk nonsense, this thing looks extraordinary at first glance. My brother is not like you, he only has money in his eyes. Fat people don't care that much. It's too dark here, let me give you some light. Fatty, I still like to be brighter. He took out the candle and wanted to light it. Wu Tianjin saw it and scolded anxiously. Fatty, you don't want to die, this is a mortuary coffin. Hurry up and kill me. He rushed over and blew out the candle by force. Unfortunately, it is still too late. Because of the lighting of this candle, the pattern of the entire tomb was successfully destroyed. All of a sudden, there was a creepy sound from the corner. Several people were on full alert, holding weapons in their hands one by one, and looked into the corner. Chapter 70. I saw a goat standing in the corner. But the whole body has been shriveled, and the fur has fallen to the ground. The jaw was split open, exposing the bones inside, which looked rather pervasive. The most terrible thing was that his eyes were open, staring at the fat man in a daze. This scared the fat man enough. A dead goat is not scary, what is afraid of is this kind of goat that is turned into rice dumplings. After going to the tomb for so long, it was the first time for Wu Tianjin and others to see the goat turned into rice dumplings. The fat man likes to eat mutton the most, and he feasts on meat when he eats it. He never thinks goats are scary. But now, looking at this goat Zongzi, he was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. But in front of everyone, he still has to show his momentum. He walked over carelessly, kicked the goat to the ground, and then spat. Pooh! I'm scared of you being a fat man. I trample you to death. He kept stomping on the dead goat with his feet. Wu Tianjin felt something was wrong. What is the so-called coffin for raising the corpse? The goat was next to the coffin, apparently for food. Now that the fat man beat up other people's food, why doesn't the master get up and fight him desperately? The little brother was worried that the fat man would cause trouble again, so he hurried up to fumble for the coffin. Soon, his slender fingers managed to find the 8-treasure linglong lock, which was the key to opening this coffin. Without hesitation, he poked the hole with 2 fingers, and hooked it into the gap in the coffin. Only a click was heard, and the protective device of the coffin was torn off like this. Linny holds an ancient black gold knife, ready to fight. He knew that the time to open the coffin was now. Once there is really the kind of Zongzi that Wu Tianjin said in it, he will strike first. The little brother winked at the fat man. The fat man understood, he didn't care about trampling on the goat, and began to push the coffin lid hard. Although his strength is not as good as that of Xiaogu and Linny, it is still much stronger than ordinary people. After exerting all his strength, he successfully pushed the coffin away. He cautiously glanced inside, and immediately retracted his neck in fright. Damn it! Nima! Tianjin, come and see, there are so many Zongzi. There is more than one at all, it's so spectacular. Wu Tianjin walked over and fanned the air with his hands. Cough, cough. His lungs were already sick, and smelling the stench and corruption coming out of the coffin, he couldn't help coughing. After coughing, he covered his nose with a white handkerchief, and then looked inside. Good guy, it really deserves to be a cadaver coffin. Sure enough, as the fat man said, the inside was densely packed with Zongzi. And depending on the situation, these Zongzi are all squeezed together. Due to the long history, they seem to be stuck together with glue, and they seem to be inseparable at all. Form a complete whole. It's like putting 2 pieces of mud together and finally sticking them into one. It is not so much a big pile of Zongzi, it is better to say that it has become a big Zongzi. However, judging from the clothes and so on, it can still be distinguished that there are more than a dozen in total. At this scene, even a fat man with a great appetite couldn't help but feel his stomach churn. He vomited out all the hot pot that he had just eaten in another tomb. Wow! Fatty threw up. Yes, he did throw up. Just next to the coffin, there is a big beach. Wu Tianjin glanced at it in disgust, then walked up a few steps, and went around to the side of the younger brother. The little brother has long been used to all kinds of strange smells, so he didn't even frown. He quickly searched the coffin with his eyes, and seemed to find something. Fatty didn't care much. He had already stretched his hand in and started to fish for all kinds of gold, silver and jewelry. These things are all priceless. Get rich, get rich. Ha ha. Fat Master, I really got rich this time. Naively I will go back and renovate our yard, and it will cost me a few million. Brother, your weapon is gone, I'll get you a new one later. By the way, Linny, don't you dislike your small room? Fat Lord sponsors you a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Linny frowned. His own financial resources are no worse than Fatty's, so there is no need for his sponsorship. But in my heart, I still understood Fatty's intentions. Knowing that there were a lot of corpses inside the coffin, Linny felt a little sick. So it didn't go there, and fought for the treasure with the fat man. The fat man was even happier when he saw that no one was robbing him. Hey hey hey! What are you all doing stupidly? If you are so polite, you will just watch all the treasures belong to Fat Lord. Don't worry, this is not due to Fatty and me alone, but also to you. Linny reminded him. Fatty Lord, the treasure belongs to you, but the danger also belongs to you. Stop when you have enough, be careful. The fat man doesn't care so much. Cut. Fat Master, I've seen a lot of fat people, how can there be any danger? What's more, aren't you still here? With my little brother Tianjin and you, Linny, can't you protect Fatty and me? At this moment, the expression on the fat man's face suddenly changed, and his hands that grabbed the treasure stopped. Ouch, Fat Master, my hand is stuck, please help me to see if I was caught by the Zhongzi. The acting skills are too fake, and Lin can tell it at a glance. Linny looked at him with disgust, but didn't say anything. Wu Tianjin glanced into the coffin, and glared at the fat man angrily. Fatty, don't play around, quickly grab something and draw your hands back, be careful that the Zhongzi really bites you. Only then did the fat man become active again, and continued to pack things into the bag. Ha ha! I just heard from Linny that there was danger, so I deliberately frightened him. I didn't expect this kid to be fooled. What can I do? Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Your acting skills are so poor, who would be fooled? Lin saw it early on. While a few people were bragging and farting, the little brother stared blankly at the coffin, as if he had discovered something. The little brother is usually very quiet, but once he becomes nervous, it means that there must be a major discovery. Linny caught this at the first time, and tightened the ancient black gold knife in his hand. From the beginning to the end, the little brother never said anything about returning the black gold ancient knife. But he knew. It's not impossible to return the knife to the little brother after the Bull Demon King's mixed iron rod is smelted and reforged into a new weapon. But now, he still needs this knife to defend himself. At this time, the little brother spoke. It's just a Zhongzi. As soon as he said this, it was like a thunderclap, which surprised everyone. Wu Tianjin was very surprised. How come, obviously. Before he finished speaking, he also found something unusual. If you look carefully, the heads in the coffin are different in size, like a bunch of candied haws stuck on a bamboo stick. However, if you look closely enough, you will find that only one of the facial features of the head is clear. All other facial features are absent. Just now I just felt a little disgusted, so I didn't look carefully. The younger brother's heart is as clear as ice, and he doesn't have this kind of feeling, so he sees more clearly, and then he sees the difference. The fat man packed the backpack and took it contentedly. Feeling very heavy, showing a satisfied smile. It's one or many, what's the difference? Anyway, we have the treasure now. Brothers, I'm going to go back home, and go for the delicious food and the spicy food. But the others didn't have such a discovery, they still looked inside the coffin. Wu Tianjin said. There is only one, and it's not human. Chapter 71. Wu Tianjin discovered that not only the head but one has 5 senses. The torsos of these corpses are twisted together, and they can only be counted as one. Anyone who has washed clothes in a washing machine knows that the clothes will be twisted together with the rotation, like a twist. Yes, this is the case with the current corpse, which looks like a twist. Not only that, but those hands were completely screwed together. How should I put it? It looks a bit like the pig bugs I saw when I was a child. It's the kind of fat bug that eats the leaves. That's right, it doesn't look like a person at all, but a bug. Among the golden Nanmu, raising such a big bug. What an odd creature. Wu Tianjin said. Fatty, take a closer look, is this a human or a bug? The fat man picked up his backpack and smiled triumphantly. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a bug, anyway, if you get the treasure, go out and sell it to Lao Jin. Wait, naive, what are you talking about? Bugs. Only then did he come to his senses, lying on the side of the coffin in disbelief. He didn't feel like a bug at first, but after what Wu Tianjin said, he really had this feeling. Hey! Don't say it, it really looks like a bug. Linny also walked over at this time. If you look closely, you can feel the hairs standing on end. This bug is also disgusting, it is simply a deformed creature. Strictly speaking, it should be a bug made of human body. More than a dozen hands and feet, the rhythm of a giant centipede. But the fat body, bulging, does not look like a centipede. It's indescribably weird. At this moment, he began to think, why is this thing in such a place? There must be a purpose for spending such a large price on this tomb. What is so special about the identities and origins of these people? Which era do you belong to? And what does it have to do with the star map above the tomb? Is it the creation of a certain super civilization? Still, implying something. All this seems to be inconclusive. As for the fat man, he just wanted to go out, it couldn't be so easy. The fat man said. This is a monster, quickly put the lid on the coffin, and the rest of us can go out to eat and drink spicy food. Wu Tianjin shook his head. No, we must find out the truth. It's been so long since I've been here, there are only pictures in the Dragon King cave, but no words. Under these corpses, there is a jade board with words on it. You have to take it out and have a look. Maybe there will be a major archaeological discovery. When the fat man heard this, he was immediately unhappy. I said naive, what a mess. You have to make it clear that we are not an archaeological team. Don't think that you have participated in a few episodes of the program with the program group, and you are a regular army. We are Tafuzi, we are Toon Robbers, and we are Captain Majin. Making money is the most important thing. Archaeology is none of my business. Wu Tianjin said with a smile. Fatty, your consciousness is low. Although we are indeed Captain Majin, this is related to our Chinese civilization. No matter how rich you are, if you go abroad, isn't it a country that is ridiculed for being uneducated? So, we must take out the jade board and let those foreigners learn a lot. As soon as he said this, everyone understood what he meant and nodded in unison. Linny clasped his hands and said, the jade plate is sunk below, so it will definitely not be able to be taken out. Why don't we find a way to scoop up all the black water in the coffin, so that we can easily take out the jade plate? When the fat man heard this, he waved his hands again and again. Don't, it's an accident. Why do you guys do this? Let's get what we have. What if this Zhengzi is disturbed? I know, innocently speaking, you must have culture, and you must think about China's cultural heritage. But what's the matter, we can't die here. Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, with my little brother and Linny around, we'll be fine. He was on the ground, picked up the broken piece of porcelain jar and handed it to the fat man. As soon as Lin picked up a bowl with a good design and color, several people started to scoop water outside, trying to expose the jade plate in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the words on it clearly. The fat man had no choice but to scoop it up. Okay. Fat master, I will go crazy with you for a while. Who told us to be good brothers? Fatty reluctantly joined in. He found that what Linny was holding was a complete bowl, while he had only a small piece of porcelain, and felt a little disappointed. I said, "Linny, where did you get the bowl? The patterns on it are pretty. Linny pointed behind him and said, "There are several more over there." The fat man walked over to take one too. When he repeatedly rummaged through these bowls, he found something was wrong. "Nice, come and take a look, it looks like a mural on it, and it seems to be talking about something." Wu Tianjin stopped what she was doing and walked over. I squatted down and looked carefully, but I didn't expect that there was a story. According to his experience, the age of these bowls can be seen at a glance. Something's wrong. The age of these bowls is different from that of this tomb chamber. They are obviously a product of modern times. This is the story of an archaeological team. It seems that they have prepared in advance to come here. The more he looked, the more startled he became. It turns out that the archaeological team has been here a long time ago. Looking at the above content, I came here to find the legendary Pisces jade pendant. It's the Pisces jade pendant again. He frowned tightly, feeling that this matter was not simple. Now the Pisces jade pendant has been held by the younger brother. Brother, what happened to that piece of jade? When the little brother heard this, he also stopped his movements. He recalled decades ago. This archaeological team, in fact, also has his participation. It's just that the archaeological team was in big trouble at the time, so they didn't take the jade away. As for the big trouble that time, it is very likely to encounter it this time. He glanced at the elevator they took when they arrived, and there were signs that the elevator entrance was closing. Looking at the jade board in the coffin, it has become more and more clearly visible. Naive, the reincarnation is about to begin, leave this tomb as soon as possible. Wu Tianjin was a little puzzled. Brother, what does reincarnation mean? Is it dangerous if you can't leave? The little brother nodded. If we don't get out in time, this place will be filled with water, and we will all die. The three of them looked at each other and acted quickly. Linny tried to salvage the jade board, but it was too heavy and slippery, and it was difficult for him alone. At this time, the little brother stood opposite and salvaged with him. With the joint efforts of the two, the jade plate was finally picked up. In the next second, there was a shaking in the entire tomb, and sea water seeped in. Coming at this moment, everyone wants to understand. It turned out that the two tombs were exchanged in turn. While one tomb surfaced, the other was actually underwater. In other words, one must be submerged. Now is the time for a rotation. If they can't escape in time, everyone will be drowned here. If you want to survive, you have to change from the elevator entrance to another tomb as soon as possible. However, this time it was not as easy as it was when I came here. Not only did the fat man carry a bag full of treasures. Moreover, Linny and the younger brother also brought a very heavy jade board. The jade plate that was just picked up looks like a big deal. A golden light flashed on the slate, and there were a lot of pictures and words on it. The most shocking thing is that those pictures are not as rough as those on the stone wall. Instead, it looks very detailed, just like a structural diagram. Linny has excellent eyesight, and found that after these pictures are enlarged many times, there is still a new layer of pictures inside. In other words, the amount of information contained is far from being as simple as it seems. He instinctively felt that this jade board must be something that an advanced civilization wanted to bring to mankind. If you miss it this time, you may really not have another chance. At this moment, the fat man turned on the phone, and news came out of it. Yang is broadcasting the news. This typhoon is so fierce that many coastal islands will be submerged. Our archaeological trip this time can only be temporarily stranded. But it's not all fruitless. The latest news from our station is that a very large tomb robber gang has been caught. There are 45 people in total, and the leader is actually a female tomb robber. It is reported that thanks to our undercover agents who broke into the interior, we were able to catch this group of people so smoothly. Next, Zhao Dihai, the expert who likes to sleep, appeared. The fat man yelled. Damn it! I said a long time ago that there is something wrong with this person, now you see it? Fuck! You actually sold out your second uncle. Wu Tianjin shouted. Fatty, what time is it? And I'm still in the mood to watch the video. Let's go out and talk about these things first. Come here and help lift the jade board together, it's so heavy. Several people planned to carry the jade board to the elevator. Here we come. Isn't it just a jade board? How heavy can it be? It's fine if the three of you can't lift it. Fatty, I have a heavy list. He walked over and tried to use his strength, only to find that it was really heavy. I'll go. Why is it so heavy? Are you sure it's a jade board? Lin took a look at the layer-by-layer structure on the jade board that resembled a circuit diagram. These materials don't exist on this planet. Not only the knowledge on it is valuable, but also the entire jade board is a treasure, we must take it out. He also found that there was a concave groove on the jade plate, which was exactly the same size as the Pisces jade pendant that my younger brother got. In other words, the Pisces jade pendant can be put in, and this is the complete body of this jade plate. I don't know what will happen after I put it in. The Pisces jade pendant itself must be magical enough, plus the stone slab of ancient civilization. This ancient tomb is really getting more and more interesting. No wonder the little brother came here alone, maybe it contains some secret that he is very concerned about. The little brother didn't say anything, so Linny couldn't ask more questions. Just like that, 4 people carried the jade board and walked towards the elevator entrance. At this time, the ground shaking became more and more violent. It seems that this rotation is not just a simple rotation. Coupled with the storm on the ground, it is very likely that the entire tomb will suffer. After realizing the danger, several people became even more nervous. The fat man said a little discouraged. Damn! Naive, this jade board is too big, obviously it can't fit in, what should I do? Why don't you give up? No, this jade board is too important to human civilization, it is the key to the rise of China. It must be taken out. But it's really too big, and there's nothing I can do if I can't fit it in. It's people who come up with the solution. Wu Tianjin looked at the star map above and felt a little strange. At this time, the wall had begun to crack, and water seeped out from inside. The fat man was taken aback. It's over, fat master, I just got rich, so I won't just die here. No, we must survive, everyone, go to the next tomb. He said that he was about to jump into the elevator. The little brother was quick-eyed and grabbed his shoulder. Go back. The fat man looked anxious at the younger brother. Brother, it's not that I want to escape, it's because I really can't take this jade board with me, we can't die here. Linny Bai gave him a look. Fatty Lord, it's the entire tomb's problem now, and going to the symmetrical tomb doesn't seem to help. There is only one way to go out now, and that is to find a real exit. The fat man looked innocent. How to find it? If you go to the opposite side, you can return the same way. We are not familiar with this place. It's very simple. Since it is symmetrical, it means that this side is also symmetrical, so there must be an exit. Several people thought it made sense, and after discussing for a while, they began to carry the jade board and ran towards the tomb passage. Linny looked back. The moment the few people had just escaped from the tomb, the wall could no longer withstand the huge water pressure and broke open. Oh! With a bang, a large amount of water poured in. It looked like a flood demon was chasing the 4 and fleeing. Hurry up! We are racing against time. The 4 of them coincidentally, one of them carried a corner of the jade board, and started running frantically along the tomb passage. Brother and Linny ran in front, Fatty and Wu Tianjin were behind. With the concerted efforts of the 4 of them, they quickly ran tens of meters away. Looking back, I was far from reaching a safe place, and the flood was still chasing after me. The most terrible thing is that the walls in the tomb passage also began to crack, and a stream of water burst in from the side. The entire Dragon King cave has already begun to rise. If you don't escape in time, all spaces will be blocked by water flow. By then, all 4 of them will have to die here. Linny calmed down and began to think carefully. Since it's symmetrical, like the image in a mirror, it's just the opposite. He tried his best to restore all the scenes that passed through the tomb passage in his mind. Then make these scenes symmetrical, so that what was originally to the left becomes to the right. All of a sudden, the correct phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme of the tomb passage appeared in my mind. Yes, this way. With a strong hand, he lifted the jade board and started running towards the correct phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme. The three of them completely believed in his strength and ran with him. The flood behind him followed closely, and there was a sound of the impact sound. Oh! From time to time, the walls were blasted apart by the high pressure of the water flow, shooting out jets of water. Fatty accidentally got shot in the head. Immediately, the whole body turned into a drowned rat. What's more, these water jets don't just wet the body. Because it is the key to high pressure, its power is also great. Fatty's injury was no less than being hit with a sap, and his whole head was dizzy. Overlapping images also appeared in the eyes. Just relying on instinct, he kept pace with the four of them. The entire tomb was shaken, a little scary. Fatty's mentality collapsed. Naive, Fat Master, I'm afraid I have to explain here today. I still have a few antiques hidden in my room. You can sell them after you go back. Don't waste them. Wu Tianjin felt a little speechless. Fatty, you couldn't afford the electricity bill a while ago, why didn't you take it out? Now you know it. Naive, I'm doing this for your own good, anyway, don't waste it. Don't say such things, nothing will happen, isn't there little brother and Linny here? At this time, the hearts of several people were beating very fast as thunder. At this moment, a thunder god was heard from above the tomb passage. Boom! All four were taken aback. Thunder? There is Thor, which means that it is not far from the ground. How is it possible, thunder is heard here? Don't worry about it so much, work harder, we will be able to get out. The four of them took a deep breath and continued to run forward carrying the jade board. The fat man felt that the jade board was getting heavier and heavier, and he couldn't handle it. According to me, don't worry about the jade board at this time, it's important for people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme first. No, we risked our lives to get it, and we must not give up. Hee, I never thought that. Naive, you are more greedy for money than me. What nonsense are you talking about? I am reluctant to part with the precious records above. I can foresee that this thing must be of great use. It is not without reason that Wu Tianjin said this. With his ingenuity, he had already discovered that groove, which happened to be exactly the same as the Pisces jade pendant. The little brother has been looking for this thing for decades, which shows that this thing is very precious. What he didn't say was that even if it was for my little brother, he must take this thing out. At this moment, the fat man staggered and almost fell. Oh, his grandfather's, what tripped Fatty's foot? He turned his head and looked, terrified. I saw a pair of green eyes staring at me. The most terrible thing is that in the flood behind, a large group of forbidden women began to swim towards this side frantically. Naive, run, the forbidden woman is here. No! There are monsters, like wolves. He shrank back instinctively, then got up and lifted the jade board to continue running. The monster behind saw this scene and rushed up. But not long after rushing, he was caught by a large group of forbidden women behind him. Then there was a burst of blood and flesh, and the monster entered and was eaten alive by the forbidden woman. One can imagine what would happen to the four of them if they were caught up by the forbidden woman. Linny glanced back and couldn't help gasping. Sure enough, going to the grave is risky. Fortunately, there is a little brother this time, so I feel more at ease in my heart. But deep down, there was still a trace of fear. Soon, several people ran to Human. Fatty wittily freed his hand, trying to forcefully phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the Human. Damn! Naive, I can't push it, it's stuck. Fatty, there's a stone bolt underneath, open it. Only then did the fat man discover that this Human also had a mechanism. Hastily kicked towards the stone bolt. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful that he was kicked directly. But Human can finally push forward. What? He started pushing with all his strength, and couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Pushed by his flesh and blood, the huge jade gate was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. At this time, a large group of forbidden women rushed to the door. Bang bang bang. The forbidden woman jumped up quickly and hit Human. Want to open Human again? The fat man tried his best to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the human door. But no matter how you do it, it's still a little bit phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The forbidden woman's hair came out of the gap exposed by the stone door and wrapped around the fat man's hand. Ah! The forbidden woman is entangled with me, help Linny. Linny made a decisive decision and rushed over. Boom! The ancient black gold knife in his hand struck out decisively, slashing at the forbidden woman's head. Ha! A strange cry came from inside the stone gate. The forbidden woman's hair was chopped off. Looking at the fat man's hand, it seemed to be covered with a layer of black asphalt, which could still flow. He threw the black thing on the ground in disgust, and he didn't forget to step on it. Bah! You still want to eat my meat, how are your teeth? Just in this gap, more forbidden women wanted to get out of the gap in Human, most of their heads stuck out. And that dry hand, trying to push the door open. Wu Tianjin was also unambiguous, picked up the assault rifle and pointed it at the gap. Tut, chug, chug. The flames splashed, and the forbidden woman screamed. The bullet broke the forbidden woman's hand and broke the forbidden woman's head. A large amount of black liquid flowed out from the Human. Naive, I can't care too much about Fat Master. The fat man gritted his teeth, picked up a grenade, pulled it away, and threw it directly into Human. What is unexpected is that the forbidden woman threw the grenade again. Nima, run away. At this moment, the little brother made a decisive move. No, strictly speaking, it's a trip. The little brother kicked the grenade into Human. Boom! There was an explosion, and the forbidden woman was blown up and down. A violent shockwave shook the gatekeepers back several steps. But on Human, there is no strength to push the door. Apparently the forbidden woman was injured by a grenade, and she has no strength to attack for the time being. It's still high-tech. Hey hey hey! The fat man wiped his nose proudly. Lin gave a thumbs up to his little brother. Brother is amazing. If there was a younger brother joining, the national football team would have already entered the World Cup. In this world cultural gap, the national football team also does not have much combat power. Lin Yi's words were not false. If there is a younger brother joining, the effect will definitely be very different, and he will definitely become a loyal fan. Seeing that the crisis was almost over, Wu Tianjin breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he saw water rushing out of Human. Above the water flow, there is still a coffin floating. Quick! The flood is coming again. He tried to lift the jade board, but was not strong enough. The other three hurried over to help. As the four of them ran, the fat man looked back. Naive, this coffin looks good, there must be something good inside. Why are you running so fast? Why don't we open this coffin too? Wu Tianjin turned her head and looked at him contemptuously. Fatty, are you crazy about money? Don't die. At this moment, the speed of the water flow suddenly accelerated, and it spread to the soles of the four people's feet in a short while. The fat man complained again. Oh, it's over, we were caught up by the flood. The coffin, why is it missing? Naive? Where did the coffin go? Chapter 74. Wu Tianjin took a flashlight into the water and found that the water was so deep that it had submerged up to his waist. From this point of view, if the entire coffin sinks to the bottom of the water, it is not impossible. At this moment, the fat man let out a scream. Damn it! I'm being entangled by the forbidden woman, my leg. Brother, save me, it's so itchy, the forbidden woman is scratching my calf. The four people who thought they had passed the danger became tense again. Fatty, is it a forbidden woman? Why would a forbidden woman tickle you? Put your legs up a little and see what it is. Don't be joking, the most important thing at this time is to escape. Who is joking with you? Really, the forbidden woman is scratching my calf, it's so itchy. Several people looked at each other. But no one wants to dive in and find out. The reason is simple, the water quality in this tomb is very dirty. Those accumulated dirty things were all soaked in the water after being washed by the flood. You can imagine how dirty it is. The skin disease is mild, and I'm afraid the four of them will have various physical problems after they go out. Lin glanced at the entrance of the tomb in front of him, feeling that the light was getting weaker and weaker. Because of the rising flood, the road ahead was blocked. Fatty, don't shout if you can still walk. Did you see the hole in front? Everyone hurry up and rush over to have a chance. Otherwise, by the time the water reaches our necks, our mouths and our noses, there will be no chance. The fat man knew that what he said was reasonable, so he had no choice but to resist the strangeness in his legs. The jade plate of Lao Shitzi, just throw it away. Wu Tianjin had an idea. Throw what? Don't you think it's easier to pick up now? The fat man rolled his eyes. Yeah, it does feel a lot easier, and I don't even have to exert any effort. What's going on? It's very simple, the buoyancy of the water. Now this jade board is not our burden, but our rescue. The four of them rushed towards the exit while talking. Shimmer, rippling in front. Only by rushing out can people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Just as he was about to reach the exit, the fat man slipped and fell into the water. Seeing that the fat man had disappeared, all three of them became anxious. Fatty, what tricks are you playing? Get up quickly. What happened? The next second, the fat man came out of the water again and wiped the water on his face. Damn it, I almost died. Innocent, there is something under the water, dragging my legs. You mean forbidden woman? It's not the forbidden woman. I saw the coffin just now, and it has been opened. That thing is in the coffin, it's a person. At this time, the little brother was also dragged into the water. A few seconds later, the little brother popped up. Both Lin Yi and Wu Tianjin were puzzled. The two had a strange feeling that the younger brother had changed. Where did the unicorn tattoo on my brother go? Something is wrong. Could it be the little brother copied by Pisces' jade pendant? When he saw the little brother, the fat man became nervous. He pointed to his brother and said, "This is not my little brother, quick, kill him." All three had a bad feeling. There is obviously something strange in this tomb. The little brother was affected by some kind of power, and a replica appeared. Lin looked quickly at the replica's head. The replica responds a lot, just tap it with 2 fingers. Then with the help of the reaction force, he flew onto the jade board all at once. That person is dead, and I will be your companion from now on. Fart. The fat man raised a pistol, aimed it at the replica, and tried to fire. Da-day. He pulled the trigger twice, and it misfired. Wu Tianjin stabbed with a dagger in his hand. The replica smiled contemptuously, and stepped on the dagger. Wu Tianjin, right? I know you. In the next second, Wu Tianjin was kicked in the face. This time, all three of them were angered. The fat man yelled like going crazy. Damn it, where did you hide my little brother? Bastard, I'm going to kill you. As the fat man said, he was about to climb up the jade board and have a real fight with the replica. It's a pity that his gravity is too great, and the jade plate actually started to sink down. Now the water is getting higher and higher. If the jade board sinks, several people will die with it. Wu Tianjin shouted anxiously. Don't be impulsive, fat man, come down quickly. The fat man was distracted, and was kicked off by the replica. The replica glanced at the three of them coldly. Now I am the only one who can take you out. But I have one condition, to recognize my status. As soon as Lin heard this, he became a little angry. Think beautifully. His ancient black gold knife shook suddenly, shaking off countless sprays. The force of the water splash looked like a hidden weapon. The body of the replica was shot by water spray, and it couldn't help raising its hand to block it. At this moment, the black gold ancient knife finally broke free. Lin swept across one by one, almost cutting off the copy in the middle. It is indeed a replica of my brother, and the response speed is extremely fast. Just when the ancient black gold knife was about to chop him into two pieces, he flew into the air, standing firmly on the blade with both feet. You three really disappoint me. It's okay, I can find better companions than you. The replica actually took out a unicorn gun and pointed it at Lin Yi's forehead. Lin-Yi-san was startled. Unexpectedly, this replica, even the equipment has been copied. He didn't wait for the replica to shoot, and flew forward, grabbing the unicorn gun with both hands. A contemptuous smile appeared on the replica's lips. Oh! A wave of heat erupted from the Qilin gun, brushing past Lin Yi's ear. It can be clearly seen that a drop of blood fell down. It happened to be this drop of blood that dripped on the replica's foot. Zit-CZ. In the next second, white smoke began to rise from the footsteps of the replica. Lin-Yi-san was overjoyed. Fake is fake. Although he looks exactly like the little brother, but after all, he does not have the strength of the little brother. Not getting the approval of Qilin blood, this is his biggest flaw. Originally, Lin-Yi still had some scruples, worried that this is really a little brother. What should I do? It now appears that this is definitely a counterfeit. He didn't show mercy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Whoosh! He drew out the unicorn gun like lightning and pointed it at the replica's forehead. A drop of cold sweat fell from the replica's forehead. What do you want? See my face clearly, are you willing to kill me? Lin-Yi took a deep breath. He didn't expect the replica to play the emotional card. At this time, Wu Tianjin and Fatty saw this scene, and their hearts were also very tangled. The replica really looks exactly like the little brother. Naive, what if this is really my little brother? No, it's a fake. Lin-Yi shot. A sneer formed on the corner of the replica's mouth. The three of you are simply redundant. At this moment, several people emerged from the bottom of the water one after another. One of them looks like Lin-Yi, one looks like a fat man, and the other looks like Wu Tianjin. Unexpectedly, the Pisces jade pendant copied the entire team. Each replica has a weapon against the backs of the original people. If you dare to act rashly, you will all die. The scene was tense to the extreme. Several people never dreamed that they would encounter such a miraculous encounter in this tomb. It seems that the legend of the Pisces jade pendant is indeed true. It seems that these replicas have the intention of completely replacing several people. At this time, the figure of the little brother also appeared from the bottom of the water. The three people who had lost hope at first saw hope again. Oh! Without hesitation, Lin-Yi killed the replica with one shot. At the same time, the little brother flew out and kicked another replica against the wall. This kick was so powerful that the replica didn't even let out a scream before falling into the water. Only a pool of blood remained on the wall. The remaining two replicas were shocked, and they were in a dilemma for a while. Fatty and Wu Tianjin seized the opportunity to attack the two replicas at the same time. A dagger was inserted into the waist of a replica. Fatty's fist knocked the other replica unconscious with one punch. With the help of the little brother, the four of them solved the four replicas without much effort. The little brother returned to the team. The fat man was gasping for breath excitedly, a little out of breath. Ha, I was really scared to death just now. Damn it, there are four replicas. Fortunately, Fat Lord, my sharp eyes were not fooled. Wu Tianjin was also a little excited. It's not just you, Lin-Yi, and I also noticed it. The replica doesn't even have a unicorn tattoo. How could it be the little brother? This shows that the replica of the Pisces jade pendant is not exactly the same. Lin nodded. Yes, just look carefully and you will find the difference. He held the copied unicorn gun in his hand, playing with it and observing it carefully. At this time, he has two unicorn guns in his hands, and he will be a two-gun man from now on. The younger brother looked at him enviously. I wanted to get back my unicorn gun, but I was too embarrassed to ask. As soon as Lin saw what he was thinking, he didn't say anything. The weapon made from the mixed iron rod is not in place yet, and now is not the time to return the little brother's weapon. Besides, the little brother is so skilled that he can fight without a weapon. Of course, if the younger brother asks for it, he will probably give it. Who is to say that the little brother is thin-skinned? The little brother looked at the exit ahead and said, "I saw it just now, the exit is just ahead." When several people heard this, they all felt very excited. "Fat Master," I also said, "where did the little brother go just now?" thinking that he abandoned us, so it turned out that the little brother went to explore the way ahead. At this moment, the fat man had a strange expression on his face. "It's not right, those replicas are not dead, why are there still people grabbing my calf?" He grabbed the water with his big hand. "Good guy, just grabbed a dead body." The corpse seemed to have been softened by blisters, and the whole body had deteriorated, which was very evil. Wu Tianjin took out the gas mask and put it on his head in disgust, and sent one to the younger brother and Lin Yi one by one. The fat man felt nothing, and poked the corpse with his finger. "Nima, what's the situation? It's as slippery as a loach. Where did this thing come from?" The little brother explained. "I went to explore the road just now and removed the coffin stone, so the corpse will float up." Fatty suddenly realized. So it is. He shivered all over his body, and quickly threw the body into the water. The so-called pressing of the coffin is to avoid such a situation, and the coffin floats up. Soon, the four of them carried the jade board to a relatively high platform. The four climbed up, and the flood behind them seemed much shorter. It seems that the horizontal line here is much higher, and it should be able to last for a while. The four were hungry and drenched. And all the strength has been exhausted. If you encounter a replica, it is probably more ominous than good. So Lin Yi suggested. Or, let's take a rest here. I agree, fat man, I want to eat hot pot again. Wu Tianjin looked at the fat man with contempt. Are you kidding me, you can still eat hot pot. Fat man, I have a good appetite, what's the matter, you envy me? The little brother didn't speak at all. Suddenly, the younger brother's complexion changed drastically. Careful. I saw a hand with white hair stretched out from the water. If it hadn't been reminded by the younger brother, the fat man's calf would have been caught again. He quickly retracted his legs, so that he was not caught by the white-haired hand. Honey, what the hell? He took the assault rifle and aimed it underwater. Tut, chug, chug. The flames splashed in all directions, splashing water splashes. It's a pity that the bullet is in the water, its power is completely blocked, and it can't hurt anything. Wu Tianjin patted him on the shoulder. I bet there is definitely more than one of these things. Our ammunition is limited, the best policy is to retreat quickly. The fat man nodded. I agree. The four of them were just about to get up, when the white-haired corpse emerged from the water, revealing a woman's face. The facial features still look very clear, which means that this Zonzi has absorbed a lot of nutrition. The four of them didn't want to get entangled with these Zonzi and started to retreat. Lin Yi took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme, followed by Wu Tianjin and Fatty. The little brother is at the end. There is a little brother in the line, but Zongzi dare not chase after him. The fat man gradually relaxed. I thought my little brother was not afraid of heaven and earth, but he is also afraid of Zongzi. The little brother said coldly. That's not an ordinary Zongzi, it's called Baimao Hanji. The bullet doesn't do much damage at all, the only way to do that is to chop off its head. Everyone looked back at him. My little brother doesn't have the black gold ancient knife in hand, how can I cut it? No wonder he reacted this way. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a little sorry. Brother, this ancient black gold knife. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the younger brother raising his hand. Let's go out first. Hearing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to give up. The little brother is the little brother, and I always know in my heart when to do something and what is right. Unlike fat people, it is easy to be startled and confused. After everyone walked for a while, they found that the entrance of the cave became narrow. This shows that they have already left the main tomb and come to the scope of the robbery cave. In other words, as long as there is no accident, they will soon see the light of day again. The fat man said half-jokingly. You said, we brought these lumps of fat to our mouths, and these rice dumplings didn't eat anything. Will they chase after us? Wu Tianjin pursed his lips and said. It's not easy, just take a look back. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see that his back had been filled with floodwater. The growth rate of this water flow is faster than expected. The most terrible thing is that bubbles began to appear in the water. These bubbles are very fast and numerous. There is a tendency to surface. At the same time, the whole ground began to shake, and the floodwaters began to roll. Looking at the scope of the roll, it was more than 10 meters long. A drop of cold sweat fell from Wu Tianjin's forehead. I don't know if Songzi followed, but the Dragon King seems to have followed. Chapter 76. When several people heard this, they all became alert. The fat man was holding an assault rifle, his palms were sweating, and he nudged Wu Tianjin with his elbow. Good guy, more than 10 meters long, can swallow us in one bite. Naive, fatty, I'm sure I'm fine with rough skin, you have to be more careful. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. With my little brother here, what are you afraid of? As soon as he finished speaking, the little brother had already swept away. Because of its fast speed and strong jumping ability, it looks like flying, very elegant and handsome. This scene made the three of them applaud. After living for a long time, I didn't expect that my little brother's skills didn't weaken at all, but increased instead. Lin Yi also secretly admired him, he really deserves to be a little brother. I saw the little brother squatting on the Dragon King's ear, and suddenly patted it down with a palm. The Dragon King couldn't bear it, and the whole dragon's head floated out of the water. Ow! Only then did a few people see clearly the true face of this dragon. Good guy, this is simply an extremely huge python. It's just that it's black at the same time, and the faucet is huge. The fat man was right. It only takes one bite to swallow Wu Tianjin. Fatty couldn't miss the opportunity, and he just sprinted towards the Dragon King's big mouth. Tut, chug, chug. The bullet hit the Dragon King's mouth, and flesh and blood flew across the water, quickly staining the water surface red. The Dragon King's body shook violently, setting off huge waves. The little brother frowned, and slapped the Dragon King's neck with his palm. The Dragon King's neck tilted, and the degree of shaking weakened a little. But after panting for a while, he quickly rolled over again. The little brother put his feet on the Dragon King's back, and he flew up. The Dragon King opened his bloody mouth wide, facing the sky. If there is no accident, when the little brother fell down, he was swallowed by it in one gulp. At this critical moment, Lin Yi made a move. He threw out a rope and wrapped it around the little brother's waist. With a strong hand, he took the little brother back. The Dragon King's big mouth chased after him, and he bit it down. Just hear crack. With a bang, a big piece of my brother's clothes was bitten off. However, because Lin Yi shot in time, he himself was not injured. Wu Tianjin and Fatty hurried up to fill their seats, facing the Dragon King in a burst of chug. Tut, chug, chug. The two men fired wildly with assault rifles. The Dragon King was beaten and retreated steadily, but he didn't seem to give up at all. There seems to be something on the little brother that attracts it, and the two eyes have been staring at the little brother with red eyes. Wu Tianjin reminded. Fatty hit the Dragon King's eyes. Okay. Little third master, just take a look. The fat man opened a grenade and threw it out. Boom! The Dragon King was screaming after being blown up. The fat man raised his assault rifle, aimed at the Dragon King's eyes and fired a burst. Tut, chug, chug. The Dragon King couldn't bear it anymore and closed his eyes. When he opened it again, his entire eye was already bloody. There's another eye. Wu Tianjin also raised his gun to shoot at the same time. The Dragon King was obviously very smart, and got into the water after realizing the danger. Seeing this scene, the four breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. Under the water, a large number of bubbles continued to emerge, and they were blood red. As the bubbles burst, there were bursts of muffled noises. Boom! Boom! The fat man frowned. Damn it, Lord Dragon is farting. Wu Tianjin gave him a disgusted look. Fatty, while the Dragon King is injured, let's retreat quickly. The four looked at each other and nodded. Just when the four were about to retreat, a huge vortex formed on the water. The surrounding stone walls also continued to fall into the water. 3 black lines fell from Lin Yi's forehead. I'm afraid I can't leave without killing the Dragon King. This guy is obviously going to knock down the entire tomb and leave us all here. Everyone gasped when they heard what he said. Wu Tianjin agrees with him. Unexpectedly, the Dragon King would want to bury us all here to accompany him. When the fat man heard this, he immediately spat. Bah! Fat Master, how could I be buried here? Fat Master, I have been in the tomb all my life, and I have seen countless geomantic treasure caves. Of course, I will be buried in the best place when I die. Damn it! This Dragon King is really hateful. Fatty, I'll give him another grenade. The more the fat man thought about it, the more angry he became. He pulled out a grenade and threw it out. He didn't think it was enough, so he threw another one. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud noises, more and bigger stones fell around. Lin Yi frowned. Fatty Lord, don't be impatient, you are helping the Dragon King. We have to find a way to get rid of it completely before it collapses the tomb. The vortex was still spinning, and there was a bloody storm blowing in the entire tomb. Most of the blood belongs to the Dragon King. Wu Tianjin shined a flashlight into the water, and in the depths of the vortex, he could vaguely see the figure of the Dragon King. There is a lot of water vapor around, and the sound of falling stones can be heard everywhere, and the 4 of them feel like they are in the end of the world. The fat man complained a little. This Dragon King is so big, I think the weapons in our hands can't deal with it at all. We guys were originally here to deal with Zhongzi, but it's more than enough to deal with Zhongzi, but it's not enough to deal with Lord Dragon. I think I'll have to get some bazookas. Wu Tianjin gave him a blank look. Where are we going to engage in rocket launchers now? Then what should we do? How about sending out our magic weapon? What magic weapon? Of course it's my brother and Lin Yi. This beast is so huge, once the little brother and Lin pass by, they can only sacrifice in vain. We have to find a way. At this moment, Wu Tianjin's eyes lit up. Look, there seems to be a stone tablet in the middle of the vortex. The little brother said lightly. That's the steel of Jinlong. It was washed away by the flood, so the Dragon King was released. When Wu Tianjin heard this, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. With it, it seems that the dragon suppressing steel is returned to its place, and the Dragon King can be suppressed. But the steel is underwater, so you must find someone with good water skills to dive in. The fat man frowned. How do you feel? Naively, you are talking about me, Fat Lord. Fatty, I've been swimming in small ditches since I was a child. There's nothing to say about the nature of this water. But if it goes down, I'm afraid I'll come back with my life. Wu Tianjin put his hands on his shoulders and smiled miserably. How can I be willing to let you die? As he spoke, he took out a diving mask and put it on his head. He said while wearing it. The Jinlong steel doesn't look that big, and I can handle it by myself. Fatty, if I come back later, please don't cry. From now on, you and Brother Lin will form an iron triangle together. Fatty burst into tears immediately after hearing what he said. Little third master, you are going to die. Wu Tian's righteousness is awe-inspiring. If I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell? Don't you guys call me the little virgin? Today I'll be the virgin, it's not too much. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of falling water behind him, and someone jumped in first. Chapter 77. The 3 of them turned their heads to look inside the vortex, and it was Lin Yi who jumped into it. With Lin Yi's skills, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this task. Best of all, he can go down without a diving mask. He held his breath underwater for 10 minutes without any problem. Like a mermaid, he swam in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme direction of the vortex, approaching the Jinlong stone stele step by step. In the entire tomb, because of the stirring of the Dragon King, it started to rain. Wu Tianjin touched the water stains on his face, not sure if it was tears or the rain from the sky. "Linny, you are not allowed to die below." The fat man also yelled emotionally. "If you fucking die down there, fat lord, I will never burn paper money for you during the holidays. Also, from now on, I will leave the mutton hot pot to eat alone." The little brother silently watched Linny swimming under the water, and his heart was also shocked. He had a strong sympathy for Linny in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he had found someone with the same path. Originally, he still had reservations about Linny because of his unfamiliarity. At this moment, the minds of the two of them completely figured it out. He completely understood what kind of person Linny was. At this time, the Dragon King, who was stirring the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain below, saw Linny, who was swimming down to do something, and suddenly flew into a rage. Roar! The Dragon King opened his mouth wide and bit towards Linny. The surrounding water flow was attracted by this big mouth and began to change direction. Linny felt a strong attraction, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme direction of the vortex was forcibly changed. Seeing Linny Kwai being bitten by the Dragon King, the three standing on the shore were very anxious. The fat man aimed at the Dragon King and wanted to shoot. But Linny and the Dragon King were two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme. He was not sure that he could hit the Dragon King without hurting Linny. "Damn it, I'm so anxious to death. Naive, think of a way quickly. If this continues, Linny will be bitten to death by the Dragon King before he reaches the Jinlong stone stele." Wu Tianjin was also a little anxious. "I don't have any good solution right now. I can only hope that Linny will be blessed and happy." Linny did not sit still. After he felt this powerful suction, he immediately pulled out the ancient black gold knife. Boom! The powerful force caused the water to fluctuate. He swept away, and the ancient black gold knife stuck in the mouth of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was furious and wanted to break free, but Linny's body was very agile, and he moved with its swing. In this way, even if the Dragon King has great strength, he can't exert it. In this way, Linny escaped the risk of being bitten to death. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, he can't move his body to move the Jinlong stele. You know, only by moving the dragon suppressing stele can the Dragon King be suppressed again. Otherwise, all four of them would be buried in this Dragon King cave. Linny seemed to see this too, and he turned his head and smiled miserably at everyone. His lips were moving, as if he was saying, "Tell the three of them to leave quickly." With him delaying the Dragon King to stir up the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain, I believe there is still time for the three of them to escape from the tomb. But Wu Tianjin valued love and righteousness. How could he abandon him? Although the fat man is greedy for money, he will not run away alone. Brother is even more impossible. At this moment, I saw the little brother exerted a little force on his wrist, and a unicorn shot out. The Qilin standard is infinitely powerful, with the anger of a Qilin. Just touched the water surface and forcibly broke the water surface. And my brother's accuracy is extremely high. At this moment, the unicorn mark is like a positioning missile, directly copying and shooting at the other eye of the Dragon King. Howl! The Dragon King let out a miserable howl. The whole body shook violently, and the water flow became more turbulent. This time, both eyes of the Dragon King were injured, and he no longer cared about chasing and killing Linny. Linny finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, made an okay gesture to the younger brother, and casually took the unicorn in his hand. Fuck! Brother has a new weapon. He silently put the unicorn on his body, and then quickly swam towards Zenlongshi. He had to return the Jinlong stone tablet to its place when the Dragon King regained his strength. But under the water, there are vortex pulls, so it is not so easy to swim to the designated position. Moreover, the bottom of the water was dirty, and the visibility was not high. His eyes were a little blurred. In addition, the Dragon King was seriously injured, and the blood further stained the bottom of the water, so the visibility was even lower. He waved his hand, trying to clear his eyes. In the blur of blood, he vaguely saw the Jinlong steel. He struggled to swim towards the steel. Lin Yi's visibility was already so low under the water. It is conceivable that what Wu Tianjin and others saw on the shore was so vague. As Lin Yi's figure moved towards the bottom of the water, he gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. All of a sudden, the three of them went crack. "Look, I don't know what happened. Lin Yi, are you okay?" "It should be fine, the Dragon King is still rolling, so I can't take care of him." "However, with so many dangers under the water, can he find the Jinlong steel?" "I have confidence in Lin Yi." The little brother originally had a calm face, and he maintained an iceberg-like expression all year round. At this moment, I was also moved by it. "I go." He took 2 steps and wanted to rush in, but Wu Tianjin raised his hand to stop him.